Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. We are a little bit early today, and you know what? That is because we have a lot to get to. Obviously, I was not on yesterday. Had a little bit of made the joke with the R&R if you didn't get the whole D&D thing, but yeah, I was I had quite the epic D&D session last night, so I know, I'm welcoming it here. It was awesome though. It was one of those, it harkened back to when I was in, me school days. It was a, like 5-hour session. It was awesome. And we had our very first party death. I haven't had somebody like die in a game. I don't think ever. Most of the time there's like a resurrection. This was KO, like, and just so that was interesting, but we won. 2 party members survived, and yeah, we ended up prevailing. So but yes, welcome to the stream. As you guys file in here, please consider hitting the like button. Really helps out right at the start here, especially my channel as we are growing. I also appreciate anybody that hasn't already subbed to do so. But we have so much to get to today, and this kind of sucked because the entire time that I was playing, I saw just so many updates on what was going on in the world. I saw that Kyle Kulinski was on Piers Morgan. I was just like, oh man, how did the one day I'm not on? Like, that's kind of my wheelhouse there, guys. I saw the thumbnail that Kyle, he was rocking the Ray-Bans. I gotta say, that was kind of funny. We have some protest coverage that after I finished my show on Wednesday, things got really heated. I kind of was toying with going live then too, but yeah, you know what? I have to take care of myself. I'm gonna stop doing that. Myself. Anyway, double tap the screen. Yeah, I like how easy they make that, but what up, everybody? Headed to the store, but I'll be listening on the drive. Oh, nice. Welcome, Pinkerbell. Welcome, Etch. How you doing, brother? JT, thank you for the jewels. Run the jewels. I appreciate that, man. You got to rest. Yes, yeah. You know what? I did have to rest because I found myself. I'm not sure if like a lot of the noise has to do with this, and I'm not even kidding. Listening to those protest videos, I did kind of realize was giving me like severe sensory overload, to the point where for 2 nights in a row, I could not sleep. I could only think about, obviously there's a lot of weight behind what's going on in the world, but realistically, I could not stop hearing like the whistles where I was just like, Jesus, dude. Specifically that one we were watching where they were outside the hotel where they just they had the guitarist there, they had the brass like section, like they're doing a good job at creating noise. But somebody had brought it up, and I think that I had talked about this a little earlier about how hotels are specifically designed to kind of dampen all that. So I'm not sure how effective it is. What I would like to do is go into the hotel like while they're doing that and just see is this working? Never trust a man in pink. Oh, never trust a man who's afraid to wear pink is my take on that one. But yeah, it's definitely true. I had to mute the stream periodically. I commend you to hear that for so long. Yeah, especially when I have issues with that already. So it was a lot. But when the stream ended, unfortunately, like I said, things went, I haywire. And you know what? I'm going to pretty much just get right into the coverage that I missed, because there were some really serious moments. Obviously, you have seen the footage where ICE comes back to their cars. I've been seeing it all over Facebook with like their with the pro ICE people, which is it's essentially the only reason I'm using Facebook anymore right now, is to kind of see like what the boomer section of the internet is saying about all this stuff. Because I'm just like, nah, there has to be there's obviously going to be a like a bot narrative, which the bot narrative is that the rioters broke into the cars and torched it and blah, 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 instead of being honest about it, where that was in response to them flashbanging a family who was coming back from a fucking basketball game. They threw the flashbangs, one in the fucking car and one outside the car but underneath, and it made the airbags deploy. The baby was not breathing when EMS came there. So yeah, it's almost like there was a thing leading up to that. So gotta say that was yeah. And they also didn't know where they were. At one point, one of the guys, one of the protesters gets interviewed, right? And the interviewer is just like, "How's it feel to be in the suburbs?" And we're gonna watch this. And he's just like, "Oh, you're not in the suburbs." And they're brightening up the family's day. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, go ahead, guys. Expose yourselves for being un-American and just the general community, like your community around you. I know that you guys like live online, but nobody's happy with this. You have your just fucking average normies that are starting to come out against this, because they had the I keep using the term ham-fisted. I'm. But they're heavy-handed tactics. And now you have the community that was not even politically engaged coming out and just going, nah, now we are. We don't want this. And, you know, one of my favorite interviews I saw was that this woman had specified that she didn't care about this. She wasn't really paying attention to it. But then ICE started coming into her neighborhood and she's like, what is going on? So at first she said, I was mad at the protesters because I wanted the noise to go away because it was inconveniencing me. But then they started using flashbangs and tear gas and the pepper spray. And apparently that stuff stays all around the neighborhood. So it started affecting everybody in the neighborhood. And now you have a whole neighborhood that wasn't going to vote before who's going to vote now. It's almost like the only way that they can stave off them losing power is by canceling the elections, which, gee golly, it's almost like Trump went out and just kind of said the thing today. But, you know, Trump just says things. What's up, Manda? How's it going? Welcome. I appreciate you being here. Get your haircut, loser. Thanks, James. I'm glad that James told me like it is. I'm going to be doing a little bit less of that today. I had to put off worrying about ICE and healthcare. Now that Russia is saying it's beginning of the end of the world over Greenland. Well, yeah, I mean, you got Trump that... This is insane, by the way. Like, everything about this administration is insane. But this should be crazy enough for right-wingers to even kind of be like, what? Really? So Trump heard this idea from just some... putz in his administration who doesn't really understand like the geopolitical effects of trying to take Greenland the way that they are. He's doing it in a way where he's just like, hey, Mr. President, did you know that you would go down in history as making the largest land purchase in American history if you were to do that? And he's just like, yep, you know what? Let's fucking do it. Let's go. Yeah. But, hey, you know what? If we're going to just continue breaking country sovereignty, you know what? Cool. Let's keep losing our status in the world and wonder why, Canada's got Canadian cars coming in. People are starting to realize that America isn't very trustworthy, so they're going to different agricultural partners because realistically, they don't need us that bad. I mean, if you need some starches in your life, like this is the thing about being a leftist is we listen to boring shit like farm reports and, people that make fun of the majority reports. Like, no, we get some pretty factual reporting and, oh man, it doesn't seem to really be good news for anybody in America, but also right-wingers, those farmers that they voted for Trump. They're happy with their vote, apparently. Well, we'll see. But I don't think that they're going to be getting that stimulus that Trump was talking about, by the way. I mean, from what I'm seeing with some of these Chinese cars, I just saw the new Chinese truck that is supposed to be a contender with the electric F-150. It looks way nicer. I forgot what the hell it was called, though. I had my buddy send me the video of that because it was really, really cool. I'm convinced that everybody that is supporting this in my chat now is just bots. It's insane. It's too consistent. Either that or it is people that just have no idea what they're talking about. But okay. Let the adult... This was the problem, is we used to let the adults govern. Now we let people who speak to the dumbest people in the population and try to convince them. They don't give a shit about fucking smart people. They even said, they're just like, no, you know what? Don't even care. The poorly educated, we love the poorly educated. I mean, come on, man. Is that insinuating I'm a bot? I mean, are you? No, dude. Seriously, when you see the comments just kind of spamming the same shit, and it's always like beep boop, 385. Yeah, sure, it's not a bot. It's all organic. That whole bot farming thing just totally false, The way that they were padding the numbers of certain podcasters and just kind of putting like the right-wing narrative out there. Yeah, there's absolutely no merit to that. You put those sentences together like a bot, not gonna lie. Beep boop, motherfucker. I'm just a concerned dude. What are you concerned about? Are you concerned about your neighbors, or are you concerned about you? Just specifically you. Because, dude, you do understand that eventually it's going to end up coming for you. For somebody, like, it's either going to be someone you care about, or it's going to be something you care about, or it's going to affect something you care about, because at some point you're going to pay the price. But, all right, man. Keep doing the bidding of an administration. Like, it's so weird. And I'm going to just keep reiterating this, because this seems to really bother any of these right-wingers, is the fact that when you call them out on, like, the cult stuff, there's a reason that they react so, angrily, is because they know we're right. They can throw it back at you, but it's like, who's the central figure that we're behind? Like, you're literally getting behind one person's ideas and an entire movement based on that person's ideas. I'm sorry, man. That's a cult. So just admit it. Like, some of y'all just would be better off admitting it, where you're just like, yeah, you know what? It makes me feel better. Woo! The DUI point you made sounds like what it'll be. Oh, yeah. No, it is. That's exactly what's going to start happening. They're going to start doing police checkpoints, and it's going to affect these guys when they're coming home from a football game or, weekends with the boys. And it's going to end up affecting them unless they are part of ICE, which a good portion of these, numbnuts are going to end up joining and getting in, because we've seen just how lax all of their hiring practices are. So that's going to be kind of funny. But yeah, man, like, if you want to see the impact of what ICE is doing in real time, oh man, I hope Trump, you know what, I'm going to just say it. I hope Trump has the balls to just fucking try. I hope he does. I hope he has the balls to try and cancel the election. Because you know what? If you can only push so far. They're already coming into the communities and pushing people to the edge. And it's, as I said, it's starting to affect your average suburbanite. Once it starts affecting your average suburbanite who lives in a 5,000 square foot home, you're going to not have anyone supporting this anymore. Like, you're going to have so many people just fucking saying, abolish ICE. Cry more? I don't need to, man. I get to see what people are, how people are responding to this. You know, I live in a community, and you know, I'm a active member in my community, and I can tell you right now, it's the best feeling right now. That's the good to come out of this. Me and my community have never been closer, and it's awesome. I love it. You know, Chicago is joined together in solidarity. You got a bunch of assholes from the suburbs that, you know, would make you think otherwise. You know, I can't tell you how many people live in these fucking red districts that are just like, I live in Chicago, when they live, you know, 2 hours away. And they're trying to speak like, yeah, just so you know, Chicago's got red representation. Yeah, well, we'll see after the gerrymander goes even farther. And trust me, I'm not a fan of that. The fact that they even did that's ridiculous. Cassandra, what's up? How you doing? This is crazy. I actually agree with the host, and I'm getting accused of being a bot. I didn't accuse you of being a bot, Brett. I was accusing other people of being a bot. Do I have some flag on my profile? I don't know. I can't see your fucking profile. Sorry, man. I didn't know that somebody was going to get caught in the crossfire here so quickly, and that wasn't not my intention. So I will kindly apologize. Brett, I am sorry if somehow I read a comment, misunderstood, thought that you were one of these people, because as you can see, there are other people kind of going off with the Trump stuff. And I'm sorry for lumping you with that. This is crazy. You're chasing off the audience that agrees with. I'm taking my thumbs back. Okay, whatever, man. Either that or you're just being disingenuous, but let's see. I'll just be quiet then, or maybe I'll just leave. Never seen a mod chase off somebody that sides with them. What mod is chasing you off? I mean, I don't even believe you, to be completely honest. Because I think that you would have even stated that, hey, I'm a leftist, or I agree with you on this stuff, but no, instead you're being a little bitch boy, and you're just being like, oh, I'm taking my like back. Mwah. Even though I fucking, like, apologized, but whatever, man. We must secure the future of our white children. I mean, that's hey, at least you guys are mask off with it. Like, but also, fuck off, racist. You got 2 thumbs for you? Okay. Well, I appreciate that. If you actually like, if you like the stream and you enjoy what you're seeing. Trump wins again. With what? What's he winning with, by the way? You do understand that the American popular, like, he's one of the most unpopular fucking presidents right now. That little spike that he saw with the fucking Venezuela thing is already gone. Did you know that a whole bunch of the oil companies that he was saying, we're gonna send in the oil companies, they're gonna make us a lot of money, none of them are going in. None of them want to invest. So interesting how that goes. Trump does what he says. Yeah, it's not always a good thing, man. When he's that's not the argument you think it is. This is actually where I've had the problem, where I'm like, yeah, man, people should listen to him, but Henry, you're a fucking moron. But oil companies were just like, yeah, nah, bruh. No, they were. They saw, like, how much of a fucking, like, sunken cost that would be, and they're just like, nah, we're not even gonna do it. Bloodstone by Stars, what up, what up? I know what time it is when you show up in chat. Nah, because they don't want low-grade crude. I mean, low-grade crude is still something that they could use. It's something that we can't really refine ourselves at the pace. I mean, which one is it? Which one is it? Are we there for the oil, or are we not? Nurse Rod. I mean, I'm genuinely asking if you know. Because for some reason, it's getting a little confusing out there. I thought that the oil was going to bring the gas prices down even further and blah, 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 blah. I thought we were taking over their government and blah, 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 blah. You know, that whole Trump does what he says. It's like, yeah, like maybe 1% of the time. Think about that one, too. Latino Americans for Trump. I have a feeling you're not Latino American, but okay. Well, considering that you've never had any relations with a woman, yeah, that's saying a lot, I guess. But See, this is this is how it is. Like, this is how it is. How was Biden better? Well, things were a lot more peaceful. Also, I think that you believed in some narrative that the country was way worse off than it was. This open borders bullshit. Fuck you. Okay. We have numbers. That's the bitch about things. We have actual numbers and statistics on how many people got killed by illegal immigrants and then how many people got killed by white people. It's always blah, blah, blah with Trump and the Trump turds. Yeah, it is. Nurse Rod, how you doing? If you haven't already subscribed, please consider. You had a child? You have 2 sons? Oh, God help them, because I have a feeling they're going to end up hating you. That's always my favorite part about, like, parents that have, like, the delusion that they're going to somehow control every thought that their kid has, which we've all met those kids. We all knew those kids, the ones that, like, they always listened to their parents. How did they turn out? Or is it one of these people that doesn't realize that statistically his kids have the opposite politics of him? Especially because they have, brains, so they're older than me. Oh, Henry, you're one of those guys? You're one of those old fucks that ruined the country, and now you're just like, yeah, ruin it some more on my way out. Man, good thing you've only got a few years left. You're Iranian today. You are not in the side of Trump. You are on the side of the Iranian regime. Oh, really? Okay. Titty babies. They're all here listening to me. Oh, cool. Fun. Wow, look at this. I guess that is a small trailer after all. Henry's a white Christian nationalist. Yeah, I do not doubt that. I bet they have, like, the freedom, like the second that those freedom shirts went on sale, they were in the pre-order section. Trust me. I know the types. How would you end political corruption? Well, it kind of starts with, getting principled people in there and, kind of holding them to account. That's how that starts, And also when, somebody, they kind of lend to a platform that's specifically for the people, I'm a little bit more inclined to listen. The nice part is at least Gavin Newsom is doing us the solid of just, being terrible at trying to get any leftist support, because he's doing the same. If he's putting all his eggs in the same basket that Kamala did, he's gonna learn the same lesson. He ain't gonna learn. The fact that you use abortion as a issue is very telling, but Trump liberated Venezuela and he's going to do that with Iran. Yeah, sure he did. You might want to read up on how Venezuela's doing right now. Instead of just taking it at face value, whatever you're learning about the American government, dude. Like, Venezuela ain't doing very much different that they were before. As I said, no oil companies have come in and started, offshoring or fixing any of the equipment, even though they have said that it's about 10 years until they would even be able to do that, or like to get it all, up and running again. Nobody wants to invest in the infrastructure, and the regime is still the exact same one that was in. It's just minus Maduro, so, I don't know. Kind of weird there. You in America or Canada? America. Are you asking him or me? I am not in Canada. Even though, yes, don't let the hockey jersey fool you. It's kind of crazy how they showed up undetected, took a dictator and his wife without hurting them, without being seen. They definitely didn't not hurt. I saw that the wife was all bruised up, but also, they kind of bombed 80 plus people who turned out to be military and civilians. So, yeah, that whole nobody died thing, another fallacy. I strangled a man to death in Texas and tried to blame it on suicide. Yep. Yeah, but Henry here, he's very happy with how this is going. And he's also, just a winning-ass human being. Isn't Trump pocketing the money? Dude, this isn't Facebook. And also, if you're a spam, well, you know what? can fuck off, and I'll put you in timeout for 5 minutes since you're a child. Since Henry Lambert has the mind of a fucking child, he will be treated like a child. That's kind of how that goes. I didn't ban him, by the way. He just got put in timeout, you know? Since he has kids and all, I think he'll understand that. Venezuela is way better than it was before. How? How? What has improved? Faraz, what has improved? Please, explain it to me instead of just going with your little fucking, you know, slogan shit. Can you give me a tentative idea of how it has gotten better in Venezuela? That'd be great. I'm unaffiliated, but Bernie is the realest man out there that I've ever seen. He would have received my vote. Do you like Bernie? Yes. I am technically an ex-Bernie bro, even though I'm still a Bernie bro. I just don't think he should run again. I get in fights with that, with some people like on my side that they're just like, it doesn't matter, man. They're already running all these other old fucks. It's like, I don't know. We need to stop doing this. We need to stop falling into the same traps that we always have. We know we need younger leadership. We know that we need to start platforming better people, but we don't. You know, that's what I'm actually really pissed off at with DSA right now is the fact that we're 2 years out from a presidential candidacy, and we've already got Gavin Newsom, who's the presumptive fucking nominee already. Are you kidding me? It's going to be between Kamala and Gavin. This is our race to lose, people. Who are we running? Are we going to get behind AOC and actually push her or not? I'm kind of getting sick of doing the fence sitting thing, and we should start fucking campaigning during this fucking campaign season. I think that would benefit us, but we'll see. Ugh. Sorry, guys. Allergies are killing me today. Why do I care about Venezuela? You don't live there, and it seems like you're a pretty happy dude. A pretty happy dude was arrested? Who, me? Or him? I don't care. I don't think that it did anything, and I think that the establishing the precedent that we can just walk into a country and, you know, break sovereignty and I don't know, man. We used to do the coup on the low, you know. I grew up in the 80s and 90s when we used to, you know, kind of do it with influencing certain politics and, you know, the CIA was really involved in it. I mean, I'm not sure if this is better. I'll admit that, where it's just like, oh, I mean, at least there is that element that's like, well, at least we're just kind of telling the world what we're about. I mean, we're not just trying to be like, what do you mean we did a coup? There's no proof of that unless we, you know, fucking release a bunch of information or declassify a bunch of information. Gotta pick up my kid, be back in 20. Hell yeah, Etch. AOC won't be president unless she cheats. Oh, see? We're already in with the chauvinist. Unless it's not coming from chauvinist, do you have a reason that she would lose so definitively? Are you the guy who roasted Joe Rogan in a short? Yeah, I mean, are you serious? That's how you found me? Dude, that's like some of my older content. Unless, I mean, I know somebody clips that stuff, but yeah, cool. Jeremy Stark, yeah. No, I tend to focus on politics, but I also cover comedy. And I've literally been like, I was a day one Joe Rogan listener and like kind of pivoted out of listening to him because he started going insane. Like, I'm gonna just also say it, I would have gone back to listening if he didn't start platforming billionaires and really going towards the MAGA shit, because for somebody that's so free thinking, oh man, did he get led to that shit. He really did. I appreciate coming across you today. Thanks for talking and have a good one. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for being here and thank you for subscribing. I think that was you, right? Bullshit Socrates. Dude. Oh, bullshit Socrates. Socrates. I appreciate your name. That is a fucking badass name. But yes. I love that video so much. If it was you. Yeah. Well, again, gotcha. Earned a sub from me. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I can't believe... Wow, so that one kind of took off, huh? Interesting. Isn't Joe Rogan a grifter? I'm pretty sure he used to be leftist. He didn't used to be leftist. No, he's always been like a center. Like he's like a comedian's comedian. So back in the day, and I'm gonna take you guys back to ye old time, 2008. 2008 was a different time in American politics where, even though you had a bunch of people who were radicalized post 9/11 and we were paying a lot of attention to what was happening in Iraq and Afghanistan with the Bush administration and all the fucking gaslighting that was going on with that was a time where we could all kind of agree that the government seemed to be lying to us on a consistent basis. This is what kind of why guys like Alex Jones thrived at that time. So, Joe Rogan, he was much more just like the guy that's like, I'm not even into politics, man. I just think that they're all lying. At some point during COVID, he started like doing the thing where it wasn't all of them lying anymore. It was just the Democrats. And he bought into the narrative that Donald Trump was one. He's a truth teller, man. He just says it like it is. It's like, thanks. I'll be back. Cool, man. I appreciate that. I'm not playing your fucking define a woman game. You guys thought that you won with like that Matt Walsh shit. Yeah, most people don't care as much as you. Stop being gay for, men. If you guys are the only ones that think about it as much as you do. I know gay people that don't think about gay stuff as much as you do. Same with trans, Go nut one out and just, we know what you're about, man. It's so fucking obvious. When you see people that care that much that that's like their entire argument with everything is define a woman. Closet gay. You're ready for it, aren't you? Depends on what you mean there. What's up, Elaney? How you doing? I love the word female because people use it to describe women, and it's kind of funny because in any of their arguments on why trans women aren't women, swap female with woman, and it's the same. Again, man, I know that I have said this a lot now, but it really is true, man. Like, they think about this stuff way more than your average person. I mean, way more. Like I said, they have to, like, how many times a day? Like, I'm going to be completely real. No jokes here. How many times a day do you think that they think about trans? Like, just trans shit, And then get, like, all hot and bothered by it. It seems to be a lot. An adult human female and an adult human woman, literally the same, I think. Whatever. The facts are, these people are trying to do it where they're just like, I don't think that a man can go into a woman's bathroom. Brr, 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 brr. It's like, dude, we get it. You want to go into a woman's bathroom. You guys are still stuck in like elementary school Porky's bullshit. Red states have a spike in trans porn content. I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me that, Grindr fucking goes down every time that there's a GOP event. I mean, it's almost like this is what happens when you become very confident in your sexuality. You don't worry about this, so you start to recognize the signs of people who aren't. So, this is why you have so many people on the left and of, that persuasion or of the LGBT community who are able to just call you out. I can call you out as a cis dude who I've known so many dudes like you that are just so about, oh, gay guys, oh, the F word this, the F word that. Turns out that they, we're into that stuff. And they got busted doing just doing the same shit. I know a guy that I played hockey with. It was so obvious that he was obsessed. And again, this was pre trans becoming part of the main, LGBT enemies. It was just, gay men were still the only enemies at that point. Yeah. Made it his whole identity. We used to have a thing where we wouldn't talk politics in the locker room, but every time for some, he would always make a gay joke, or he would always do something where it's like, nope, gotta find a word to use, or a way to use this F word that I love, a bunch of F's. And then, yeah, like I said, turns out that he was out there up to some gay shenanigans. Gay shenanigans. Love y'all. Starboy the Knight. Hey, thank you. How you doing? People who are obsessed with being called straight are some of the gayest people that to ever exist. That's why I just do not care. It's like, I've had people ask me if I'm trans. I've had people ask me if I'm gay or accuse me of being gay. I've had people accuse me of many, many different things in this chat so far. And all I can say is, were you ever going to change your mind about any of that shit? Since that's the first thing you came in and said to me, number one. Point made, mocking people, I believe you are a bigot. You sound like a mirror version of a Klan member. Okay. Are you talking to me there, Roadrunner? Problem is, you automatically go to an insult and blame it on sexism. Has zero to do with that, but I guess if I say Obama was a crappy president, it's racism, not... No? No, you didn't elaborate on why AOC would not. The fake country voice, guess it's acceptable for you to be hateful and make fun of people? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it absolutely is. Don't be a little bitch. Like, seriously. What the fuck is wrong with the right where they're just like, you made fun of me, you fucking libtard? Shut the fuck up. Oh, the guy who was a wannabe Jon Stewart? Yeah, sure. Sure, I mean, that'd be great. Sad part is, Comedy Central could come to me and I'd still be like, I'm good on that. Concerning public restrooms, you don't give a shit. Stop it. As I said, go jerk yourself to some trans porn. Keep it to yourself and just leave. It's his channel, so leave. Yeah, exactly. Well, dude. They think that they're gonna somehow get one off on me here, which, whatever. The thing is, I'm getting bored with them. You know, before it was a little bit more entertaining. Now it is just kind of like, all right, it's the same shit over and over. Like, we get it, man. Now, what is racist is assuming that other people think you only think Obama is a bad president because of that. The fact that you think others think that is racist. What is this pep talks? Hey! Well, first we ask, who the heck is Pep Talks? I even lead my show off with that, but... what is Pep Talks? Pep Talks is a show, well, I'm the host. The show is High on Politics, so welcome. I kind of have some political discourse here. You know, try to keep it polite, but that's... I try to set a standard. Can't always keep to it. Yes, sometimes I engage the trolls. I believe a trans man couldn't get pregnant because I know the difference between what you consider a man and a trans man. You just think that trans males can't fucking exist. Thing is, you would probably... you'd be fucked. Shit shocked that you've probably met a trans male, didn't even know it. I think that that's what really did it, and I think that's one of my less popular opinions, but I still got it. It's that when we caught up and the hormones and all that could start, making it so you pass, that's when fucking people started caring a lot. People. White straight dudes. Straight dudes. IVF works on males. I mean, they think that IVF is... if they're consistent, they think that IVF is bad because they think abortion's bad, therefore killing an embryo is bad, therefore, you know what? Then you have the real religious ones that are just like, yeah, you know what? He's a front against... You are all affronts against God, even if you had the IVF baby. And they don't see it as like God gifted you with that baby. They see that baby as being an affront against God. Yeah. The ass baby. What kind of baby will the butt baby be? You think heterosexuality isn't real? I didn't say that. I just know yours isn't. Dude, with how much you tell on yourself and don't see it, I'm gonna leave that there and let chat fucking decide. It's like, you seem to care a lot more than anybody else. I keep saying Pep Talks is delusional. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But you're adding about as much as a wart adds to a fucking foot. So I'm not even gonna ban you. I'm annoyed by you. Do not leave God out of it. Oh, you mean the God delusion? How is my wife doing? She's doing actually pretty well. We got some good news on the front of her latest tests. She had an MRI, and yeah, things look pretty good. Ah, there's the mom's basement. Oh, it's from Shadowban, same guy. Dude, get new material. Boring. So far, all you've done is call me gay, which sounds like projection. I don't need to project, dude. If I was gay, I'd be pretty proud of it. I've done the thing, I questioned it one time where I was just like, I don't know. You know what? Because I finally had a gay guy just ask me, like, how do you know? I'm like, I don't know. Turns out, I don't like penis. So, it just turns out that, I like what I like, man. And that's me some, I was about to be very crass and just be like, I like boobs. I love to hear your opinion on religion, but it appears to be a politics-related stream. I mean, my opinion on religion is pretty nuanced, actually. You're welcome to it as long as you're not using it to oppose others or oppress others. But, if you tried it, you're gay. Nah. Because I didn't suck no dicks. I didn't get my dick sucked. I've told the story multiple times. I had a guy, it was kind of funny. Like, it was one of those, I kind of misinterpreted the entire situation because I was more into the, like the drug scene of things. So I thought it was going to be one of those things. And, yeah, it was not. It was a different type of offer. I was like, oh, no. And that's when he threw it at me. He's just like, well, how do you know? And then I'm like, well, I mean, it's a very split second. But yeah. I like to tell this story because, yeah, it's okay to go through that, everybody. And you got to ask yourself, like, if you don't know, and if you're bi or if you're, pan, no one's judging you here. Except for some of these assholes in chat, which I do not stand with. If anybody tries to judge you in chat, just know they are not part of my community. I think that it's insane that people care that much about who you love. The fact that nobody wants to love them seems to be the problem, but no one cares, they're so self-important. Comes to dude's stream to say, okay. Almost foosball weekend? Yes, it is. Dude, I'm so bored. Yeah, I'm getting kind of bored with these assholes. Let's really piss them off, though. Let's start going through some of the video stuff. Broken playing on his stream. And what he's talking about? What? Okay. Want to donate $1? Can you travel to Greenland to collect $1? Again, the fact that you guys are out here even just being like, yeah, base, take Greenland, whatever. Oh, look, we have a haircut. We got the haircut comment. I'm going to start, marking those down. No, it matters to me because I know so many cool people. I have a very, very cool community that they are much better people than you. They know how to engage like adults. Apparently, you guys are just lonely, pathetic human beings that need to just go attack people on streams, and you're here, dude. Shut the fuck up. I don't care about my numbers. You're here. You're the one here telling me how I got no stream, blah, 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 blah. Here today, gone tomorrow. I've been here for a year, so. Oh, what are you gonna do? Report me? I always love the ones that threaten me, where they're just like, we're gonna report you for misinformation. I don't have any power. I want to ban this streamer. Whatever. Do you think MAGA knows that Greenland isn't green? No. They just know that Trump wants it, therefore Trump should get what he wants. I'm curious, how you plan to make the world a better place, if this is how you act. This is not you trying to have discourse. There's good faith discourse, and then there's just pieces of shit like you. Honestly, I know how to tell the difference. You're an unsavable piece of shit. Like, you're never gonna move. You're never going to see my position on things. You think that everybody that doesn't see your position on things should just be kicked out of the fucking country. So American of you. But, whatever. Guy peaked senior year as an understudy. Takes one to know one. Yes. Hey, Alirda, how's it going? How biblical of me. Yes, it is. I'm having a little bit of fun, but yeah, like I said, love when you talk bad to me. Is that what you guys are coming in here for? Kind of makes sense. You haven't made an effort. No shit, I'm not going to understand your position. Because all you do is come in here with your bad faith, like, wannabe talking points. What is a woman? Yeah, come on, dude. But, okay. Hangry. Yo! Fadu. Hey, Fadu, how's it going? They're coming for, a specking? Like are you talking like spanking? You good? Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing just good. Just fine. Pep is an internet e-girl. We rage bait into yelling at us because we like it. Yes. And then they want me to bring out the nihilists. We all know what you're here for. You're here for the German naughty nihilist. This one's Eric. Peter is gone right now. And when Peter is gone, Eric gets a little bit more spicy. This guy comes into here. He's a bit of a nihilist himself. Likes to be called what he is, very gay. It's okay, though. You know what? As long as you apologize to anybody that you have victimized, we will all take you in. You know, LGBTQ, we are very inclusive. What am I talking about? I don't even fucking know. Right now, nothing. I'm just kind of going back and forth with people in chat, and is it really amounting to much? No. Am I having fun? Yeah. But yeah, we're about to get to some politics and talking about some of that fun stuff. So the legit question is, are you too busy with the troll? Yeah, I guess I am. You're right. Wow. That was like a therapy session. Oh, hey, look. The easiest ban ever. And somebody screwed up your ability, your whole thing there. Ha ha. Ha ha. Hey, Hangry, thank you for breaking up that one. Wow, saying the N-word. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that guy, he is very, very good. DJ GG mods, or Good Get mods. That was me. That one was, you know what? I can mod and I can create. What's up? I just have a feeling that my mods would have gotten that one. Okay, so legit question. Do you try to understand others? Yes. No, that's one. All right. If you're being good faith about that, yes, I do want to try to understand others, why you're coming from the position that you're coming from. But if the position you're coming from is bad faith, then yeah, I can just as easily let you know that message was sent before I even noticed it was. It was Dylan, he does have OF. Oh. Did you find it? Want to hear a joke? Sure. Suddenly the Hassan pulls chat members stone lock. Makes sense. Yeah. Doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. It happens. But I started early today for this reason, where I kind of knew that I was going to be wanting to engage a little bit more, but man, that's it. Oh, man. It's National Hot Dog Day, and a politician had ketchup on their hot dog while promoting it. Could you imagine? As a Chicagoan, I'm offended. What's up, Pep? How's my wife? Hope you don't mind me asking. She's doing good. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. Very tired right now. Still in isolation. She did not get out. So, for anybody that doesn't know, my wife has cancer. She is in the middle of treatment, and we have a massive flu outbreak to the point where they had to isolate her to make sure that she does not come in contact with anybody that could even possibly have the flu. She is at the most intensive stage of her chemo, so no fucking around right now, and it also sucks. That's why I cannot see her right now. Yeah. But she's on the mend as far as she's doing well with her treatment. She's already, she's responding a lot better than her doctors even thought she would, so yeah, we're doing good. So I appreciate you asking, and I will continue to give you guys the updates as they come. Right now it is kind of just like, there's not much more that I can say outside of, still in isolation, tests coming back good, so. Challenge to you, what is one thing the right believes or has done that you agree with? Well, if Trump is the broader right, then I will say that he reclassified marijuana before any Democrat did. Biden didn't do that, so I'll give him props on that one. So, you know what? That was a base move by Trump, surprisingly. And then I think that what he did with the credit card rates was actually good. Like capping the credit cards at, 10% or something like that? That was an objectively good move. Wish he would have done that a little sooner. But, it's an objectively good move. And also banning private equity from owning homes. Now, am I a little bit weary of why he's doing that and where's the other shoe on this one? We'll see. Because I don't see him kneecapping a whole bunch of billion-dollar industries and not giving them something for it. I don't know. I don't want to be that optimistic, so, but I'm also not going to be an overt pessimist and just be like, yeah, you know what? He sucks. What up? Hope you're ready to have a great weekend. I hope so too, because if the Bears beat the Rams, you will see a very happy Pep on Monday. If they do not win, you will just see a regular Pep on Monday because I'm used to this shit, man. If there's one thing I'm used to is like, yeah, Bears! How do I feel about Trump RX coming soon? I also think that that's bullshit. I'm happy that he's going to try and cap some stuff, but realistically, the thing that Biden did with the drug caps, that worked. So, I don't know. I don't know how you can do much better because that whole 600%, you're gonna see prices come down by 600%. It's like, yeah, that's not how numbers work because I went to elementary school, but okay. Anybody that believes this shit, you need to maybe go relearn math. Because once you start getting paid by the insurance companies and by the pharmaceutical companies, let me know. Genuinely, I want to know how you define a bad faith question. Literally, if you're not trying to find out where my position is coming from without hurling a fucking or parroting Fox News is kind of the better way to put it. Like, you're just parroting the shit that you always hear. Like, going back to your, well, what is a woman bullshit? Pretty easy. So. If it's not a culture war issue, that's generally a good one to engage me on. Like, honestly, if you want to know how to engage a leftist in a good faith way, start with economics, start with anything but whatever the culture war is of the day. But you guys are culture warriors through and through. It's fucking insane how much you guys care about shit that does not affect you in the slightest. You're a Panthers fan, I can relate. Yeah, well, I feel that. Biden reclassified it. Trump reversed it. Now he's saying it's his. Not to mention, it only happened because the guy that told him to was paid $300,000. Wait, what are you talking about, Sylvie? Are you talking about marijuana, like the marijuana classification? From my understanding, it was actually the guy from High Times that had something to do with it. Conservatives ask the dumbest questions. I mean, I'm going to be a little respectful here, where, I mean, this is being too fair on my end, I'll admit it, but not always. I've gotten some decent questions, and I've had some decent conversations here. Why do you think I've had some of the arguments I've had in chat? Why are housing prices so high? Supply and demand? No, it's not supply and demand. That's not supply. No, not when you have more selling than buying. I'm sorry, man. This is just basic, like basic econ. Thank you for the $2. Stan needs a treat. Yes, he does. He woke up from that one.
At Bryant Frank for $2. Stan needs a treat break.
You even gonna get up, or you just want breakfast in bed here? He's just like, eh. He's not getting up. Sorry, guys. All right, there you go. Oh, num. Stan the man. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. See, saying conservatives ask the dumbest questions what annoys right-leaning people like me to even talk. Well, that's why I just kind of took the wind out of the sails there and said no. I mean, that was one of my, my mods, but yes. Doesn't mean that. See, I understand that. But then again, not admitting that some right-wingers come at things with it like intense bad faith. Come on. Car rides or dies by the biscuit. Complete biscuit grifter. You hear that one, dude? You hear that? He just called you out. You didn't say that, but that's the issue with everyone. We can disagree peacefully. Not necessarily. Because if it's an agree to disagree situation where you're saying I don't feel like you should have XYZ right, then yeah, you've already lost the plot there. That's not a agree to disagree. An agree to disagree is just being like, okay, so you have a religious standpoint on this one. Well, I'm not going to attack that one. Oh, Jesus, Edge. It is supply and demand. It's just that both supply and demand are being manipulated to keep prices high. Oh, absolutely. But that's also where I was saying I can give him that little bit of credit where when he signed that EO, I was like, all right, Stan is spoiled. Yes, he is. He is very spoiled. All right, guys. Oh, by the way, here, check this out. This is really weird. This one went like super underreported today. So we're going to start getting into the news here because we're going past the first hour. So if you are new to the channel, first off, like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, even if you do not agree with me politically and you want to engage, because I am open to engagement. Do I usually welcome it in a different way? A little bit, yes, because like I was saying earlier, if you missed it, yeah, there's some not so good faith engagement in chat today. But good luck, man. Talk to you later. Got to get the kids and do dad shit. Well, have fun with that one, man. I would honestly love to chat with you offline sometime as a person on the right, but not radically. Maybe. I be so rude. So yeah, make sure you make your way back here, and I'll invite you to the Discord. You think US here, anybody else want to assess whether or not this guy's asking good faith questions? Since he's the one that's being like, I assess this and I have found that it was in good faith. All right. Appeals court reverses decision that freed pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. On Thursday, a 3-judge panel on the Third Circuit of the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals reversed a federal district decision in New Jersey's ruling ordering dismissal of Mahmoud Khalil's habeas petition. Federal law requires deportation challenges to proceed by petition for review. President Donald Trump's administration appealed the June release order, arguing removal decisions belong to an immigration judge. A 2-to-1 panel decision concluded immigration statutes bar habeas petitions to challenge detention, writing that that scheme ensures that petitioners get just one bite of the apple, not 0 or 2. While Khalil was arrested on March 8, 2025, and spent 3 months in a Louisiana immigration jail, some petitioners have to wait to seek relief, and Khalil's lawyers say that they will exhaust all appeals as the case is likely not the final word. authorities invoked a seldom used statute permitting expulsion, relying on claims Khalil was aligned to Hamas without evidence, while an immigration judge suggested deportation to Algeria or Syria, where Khalil's attorneys warn of mortal danger. So, is he actually getting deported or not? I don't think so. It says excellent, now deport. Really? Wait. So we're doing this now? Far right? So we're going from lean right to far right? Geller report? Jesus Christ. Ground News, I mean... if we're going to be platforming people like the Geller report, where in the fuck is TYT? Like, I'm sorry. I have to say, like... Ground News might be on its way out if that's going to be a thing. If they don't start platforming like the left-wing podcast sphere, I'll tell you that'll be the easiest cancellation ever. And also making some retractions on some older content. Trans issues are not important to the broader scope of American politics. You, again, have been brain poisoned into thinking so. We get it, dude. How many times do I have to say this? Stop telling us that you jerk off to trans porn, man. We get it, man. Fuck. Alrighty. Now let's really piss off some people, because we're going to go over some of the protest footage that was missed on Wednesday. I stepped away for a second. What happened with Ground News? Oh, Ground News is now platforming the Geller report far right. And yeah, this is part of the problem. No TYT, no none of that. Which I'm just going to bring up TYT, Majority Report, and all of them, because they are just as influential as the Geller report. And yeah, if we're not going to see any like equivalency there, that's as I said, that's the easiest way to just for me to go like, well, that's kind of shitty. Is Breakthrough News still on there? Let's see. Are they right wing or left wing? No, I mean, on left wing, we've pretty much got Washington Post, Raw Story, HuffPost, Common Dreams, Talking Points Memo, Truth Out. Let's see. Center for Constitutional Rights. Here's all the pretty much center. But yeah, here. We'll see. I'll give him some chances here. I'm not going to go on the path yet, but we'll see. Yeah, it's all alt-right when AI garbage. Or alt-right AI garbage, okay. But, like I was saying, let's go into some of these protest coverage that we missed. So, oh, my bad. Here we go.
Should not be happening here in the U.S. or fucking let alone from.
All right. So, I've seen this guy going viral, which... Status Coup, their coverage has really started to pick up steam.
Tear gas. I don't know what this one is. Yeah, probably.
That's a tear gas.
Oh,
yeah. So this is right after a tear gas canister went off.
That's tear gas.
And now, mind you, this is where pay attention to this guy. What he says about not being engaged with politics or any of this before.
Oh, you gotta run. Yeah, this is what they're shooting. They're shooting this shit at people, man. It's a freaking
grown man with a Godzilla poster. Loser.
Rubber round.
Oh, they shot a rubber round.
Man.
Okay.
This guy, Killjoy over here.
This can cause organ bleeding if you get hit by him.
One person got shot in the eye and got blinded today, so.
Buy one of these.
Yeah.
This shit should not be happening here in the U.S. or fucking, let alone in our goddamn home state. Where are you guys from? New York. New York?
Virginia. We're with the Status Coup.
Oh, okay.
What you're carrying weapons of war? You're carrying weapons of war in your hand. What is? I mean, I always say, how does that make you feel that like other Americans are shooting Americans in the streets?
Dude, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. I live in a fucking cushy house in the suburbs, 45 minutes from here, but I was sitting at home every day pissed off looking at social media, and I went to see the Renee Good thing, and I felt moved to come and fucking be part of this. This is nuts. This is fucking, yeah, and you're right in the middle of this shit. What the fuck is going on, dude? This is insane.
What is, I mean, what?
Again, guys, this is what makes them very, very uncomfortable, is seeing people who are not your average Antifa or far leftist. It's when they start looking like them. Again, white dudes from the suburbs. Wait till he says how big his house is.
I guess what really drew you here, like, I mean, that you've
Sitting
seen.
at home pissed off every fucking day looking at social media.
Have you ever gone out to these sort of things before?
Never. I've never protested in my life. My brother's here. He does it all the time. I've never. Like I said, I'm far enough
create
away,
a
but
crisis that they cannot
close
manage.
enough, and I
Yep.
sit in my cushy house and look at shit
Yeah.
and get mad. And
Again, guy from his cushy house in the 45-minute away suburb.
My daughter was part of it. We keep going down to Whipple every night now, and we're protesting down there. My wife is
Just wait for the observation that he makes about the area that he's in.
here, probably way back there, because she doesn't want to be part of the tear gas.
I think that they.
I think they're just trying to fucking scare people, and but why shoot people? You know what really pisses me off is the fact that they detain people, cuff them, and then still beat the shit out of them. That's what's fucking. And you know what? Have you guys been down to Whipple? Yep. Okay, yeah. You see the fucking they're American citizens are letting go, dude. It's not. They tell you it's immigrants, only immigrants. It's fucking anybody. I have friends that got detained, and all they were doing was fucking driving home from work. What the fuck?
What? Yeah. This,
The empathy the right asks for with Charlie should be. Wait. God damn it. Hold on. It froze. There we go. The empathy that the right asks for Charlie should be the same way for when left-wing people are getting hurt during protests. The lack of empathy on both sides is the problem. Oh, yes, it's a both sides
down this
issue.
way or no? Okay.
Meanwhile, they disingenuously cried foul of anybody just bringing up Charlie Kirk's quotes. That was my disrespect to Charlie Kirk, was just playing quotes of him saying, oh, this is collateral damage, but we have to accept that because this is the Second Amendment, and there's always going to be some collateral damage for us to have our Second Amendment.
So what?
People didn't like that, me using his own clips, not even just his own words.
You're from the suburbs of Minneapolis, or is it
Prior Lake. It's 45 minutes south of here.
What?
It's a very wealthy community. We have a fucking 5,000 square foot home.
Jesus.
It sounds like you don't fit the definition of the.
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else.
What?
Man.
Yeah, you don't fit
This
the
guy's
definition of the anti-fascist
rightfully
terrorist.
pissed.
That's,
You made me come out of my 5,000 square house. I got work in the morning. What are we doing?
Labeled that I'm labeled
He's so
now.
upset.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is that? I'm just here trying to stand up for community, dude. We're all human beings here. I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, what color you are. It doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong.
General strike when he implements. Well, I mean, if he does, I have a feeling that would push it.
How do you?
And no offense to social media guys, I know you guys are, but I go online, right, and I see certain people, and they're fucking lying the whole goddamn time. And that's the other thing that's drawing me down here, because somebody has to fucking report the goddamn truth. The media is too scared to talk about it because you got the fucking asshole and
The difference is right-wing pain is when people have to see a trans person. We laugh at that pain. We're not actually laughing at their actual pain.
president that doesn't.
Like, nobody was laughing at Erica Kirk having to experience her husband dying. We started laughing when she came out to Shawn Michaels' fucking WWE entrance, a fire, fucking more pyro than Shawn Michaels himself.
Fucking, he fucks everybody over every time they open their mouth.
Going back to home to your community, what do people say that's happening down here?
Dude, they're all the same. They all fucking sit in their goddamn house just like I was. I don't even talk to half the people in our neighborhood, to be honest with you.
Do you think that this has caused more of a divide within where you're living?
No, you know what's going to happen is it's eventually going to affect them.
That's what I've been saying.
It will eventually affect them.
It's going to come for everybody at some point.
Yeah, they're moving. They seem to be moving back. Oh.
No, to be honest with you, so I know why they're down here, because this is where it's not super wealthy, it's poor. Actually, this area here where you guys are standing right now, that fucking building right there is all Crips. The one back there is all Crips. This is a bad area. So I'm surprised when gunshots didn't go off that these guys didn't come out of their house and start shooting. This is not the area I would normally be in. But
Do you feel as though that like this is that the what's happening here in Minneapolis, also in St. Paul? I mean,
Nice.
we were tracking ICE
Nice, Elaney.
throughout the city.
Come out with cult of personality and fireworks.
Earlier
It's clobbering time
today. And do you feel as though that, I mean, do you think that there's ever going to be a point where people like amongst your community realize what's happening or turn?
they know what's happening, but here's the thing. Where I live, it's the majority conservatives, so they approve of this shit. You know, that's the problem. I don't approve of this. I grew up different. My parents fucking raised me to care about people. I don't give a fucking shit. This is... Dude, why would I put myself in harm's way when I can just sit in my fucking house and watch a big
You're
screen
just going to
TV
be a
all
fucking
night?
racist.
You
Hey,
know,
guys,
so
just so you
stupid.
know,
What do you think?
this Rooster Cogburn guy in chat, this one's for you MAGAs to start, going after. Otherwise, I'm going to just assume that you guys believe in the same shit as him.
It was seeming like, I mean...
So either tell Rooster to shut the fuck up, or you could say Rooster Base, and then I know exactly who I can
for
go
great
through here.
retribution against the Minneapolis.
One thing that will not be tolerated is just blatant racism.
Minnesota. He's cutting government funding, cutting government loans to small...
It's because that little fucker Nick and all those other bitches come down here and lie. That's why. The daycare shit was taken care of fucking years ago. That didn't happen right now because the goddamn Republican Party in Minnesota had that little fucker come down here. They paid him to come down here and make a fucking video. That's what happened. And Donald Trump fucking hates this state because we're fucking blue. That's why. And he figures if we remove all the Somalis and all the immigrants, that this state will turn red. But that's not true.
The state has a history of being maybe not blue, labor and like working class.
Right, exactly. Well, now though, there's more Fortune 500 companies, and it's there's a lot of really, really, really wealthy neighborhoods. I think one of the most wealthy neighborhoods in the whole country is, Wayzata, right on Lake Minnetonka.
That's where Prince lived.
Yeah.
So if you, I don't want to come back on this, but as you're holding,
this whole shit home
Yeah.
to show my daughter. That's it.
if you showed that to members, do you have members of the family in your family that are still thinking that like this is okay or that don't care?
Her daughter, and she lives in the northern suburbs where it's primarily red. So yeah, I just had a big fight with her today.
Do you think that if you showed her what they're shooting at people, that
I
would?
think she'd care because she thinks they deserve it. I don't think anybody deserves it. Nobody deserves this shit.
Man,
So,
this
yeah.
is the opposite thing that usually happens. It's usually the kids arguing with the parents.
I'm not for this crap. There's my brother, actually, right there. He's all
As far as the right versus left politic.
protests.
Well, thank you so much. Would you mind sharing your name?
What do you guys?
What's that?
Are you guys?
We're Status Quo. Yeah, we're a progressive news outlet. We go on
My name's
Midas Touch.
My name's Chris. Oh, I know Midas Touch. Yeah. Well,
Of course he
my
does.
name's Chris.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. So there's Chris. I thought that guy was awesome. Now, this guy was my favorite interview at the protest, and he breaks down exactly where they're at and what's going on and why they're targeting this area.
Sir, we're Status Quo. Would you mind chatting with us for a moment?
For sure.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. That tear gas is a bitch.
Yeah, well, I think it's still hanging a little bit in the air. So if you hear us coughing or wheezing, that's the reason why.
Hell yeah, man.
So what was your response been like tonight?
Tonight has been crazy, man. I heard the news that 2 Latinos were shot by ICE in the leg. First, I heard they were killed. Everybody went crazy. Then I heard they got shot in the leg. And now, since I've been down here, man, it's just been tear gas and fucking flashbangs. And I keep telling people there's kids in these houses right now. Some of these kids got to go to school, wake up and go to school tomorrow. And it looks like Call of Duty outside. It's fucking crazy.
What is this? What is this like in the middle of just a suburban area here?
Oh, no, we're in the hood. Yeah, we in the hood.
That's my favorite clip. No, we in the hood.
There's a nice house.
How's it feel to be going through this in a suburban area the way he shuts him down? No, man, we in the hood. Here, I'll play that again. That's very funny.
Area here.
Oh, no, we're in the hood. Yeah, we in the hood.
There's a nice house.
Yeah. This is, this is the north side of Minneapolis. This is the heart of the city, man. There's a lot of poverty down here, man. But we're trying to regrow this community. But this shit is not helping at all.
Now they have not been hitting, the wealth.
I love the way he shut him down.
Suburbs and things sort of thing. Do you think there's a reason they're targeting these areas?
Most definitely, because they can get away with it down here. They did George Floyd over South Minneapolis, and they think they can get away. But North Minneapolis is strong. We're not over South. We're not in St. Paul. This is North Minneapolis.
There is a note that the fact that Renee Good was shot just
stop confusing protesting with riots. It actually shows your IQ.
Blocks away from.
Like we understand that you love ICE because that is the same temperature of your IQ, but
where George Floyd was murdered.
You don't have to show it off.
It's tragic, man. It's tragic. It's almost like we're in a fucking movie, man. That's what it feels like. I was there for the protest with George Floyd when Dante Wright got killed right after George Floyd, man. And it just feels like a revolving cycle, like we're in the fucking Matrix, man.
The mayor's, I'm not quite sure if it's right now or but soon, having a press conference about what happened tonight. Yeah. Would you have any questions for him?
Get fucking ICE out of the city, man. That's it. Get them out.
We did see there was local Minneapolis police and state troopers on the ground here. Yeah. Both the governor and the mayor have come out continually and said that they want people out and that they would do things, but directing their police forces seem to be not one of them.
No. If you guys say something, you got to follow through with it. Simple as that. You can't keep these people at ease. The community's ready to fight back, and you can see that tonight. We're ready to fight back. We're here to protect our kids. We're here to protect our community, and that's what we're doing.
What is it like seeing so many people turn out so
thank you for the 5. I appreciate that.
Quickly.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing.
Bandit and see $5. It's like Jeff Goldblum when he starts figuring out what the aliens are doing in Independence Day. It's like chess.
Like I said, when George Floyd happened, man, the whole city came out. People from Wisconsin, Chicago, all over the city. So, we have numbers here. We're all peaceful. But when they start shooting fucking tear gas and canisters when everybody's peaceful, there's only so much people can do.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, that guy was awesome. All right. Here we go. So this is some of the raw footage from oh, there he is. There's the guy that got interviewed. But then they start going down down the street here where the ICE cars are that you've seen all over the news. Actually, you saw one guy over here. I was about to say they layered the audio. Does he eventually get the drums off? No. So why even put the mayor up there if they're not going to platform it? Here we go. This is what I was trying to show you guys. So yeah, pay attention here. They're going through the cars. Oh, man. Excuse me.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Fake ass fucking papers.
That was wild. Hell of a sneeze.
Holy shit.
You know what, Rooster? I've had it with you. Get out of here with your racist bullshit.
I ain't breaking anything. I just came to the scene. Hey, if y'all know these people, who they is?
We got some arrest warrants. Oh yeah, look at the boots and shit. Hey, take it. All their fucking clothes.
Hey, don't touch the car with your fingerprints. They'll come back for this bitch. There's most definitely will. This is most definitely.
Yeah, quit touching everything, you dumb motherfuckers. Yeah, here. Let me go back to this, because at one point they talked to a protester that comes up with some of the stuff that they found on the ground there. Did they remove it? Ooh, it looks like they might have removed it though. Let's see. I think it. They might have. I think it looks like they removed it. Which is weird because it went pretty viral on X. Okay. Here. I'll be honest, the drummer was getting on my fucking nerves because just thinking about it, where it's like, dude, the only people that you're fucking over at that moment, it's not ICE, it's the community. Keeping a whole bunch of fucking people, you know, well, I mean, they should be awake for this, I would argue, but I don't know. At some point, you just need to know when it's like, you are not being effective. Who got banned? Rooster Cogburn. Oh, it's the drunk guy from earlier. I think that we were alive when I watched him. Yeah. So if you don't know the story, these are the cars that had to be abandoned when they shot the person. So, yeah, but here, you know what? Again, I want to... Again, little drummer boy over there.
We're moving forward into worse smoke.
It's a good shot right there. I remember thinking that. With the drummer boy, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's the drunk guy. The drums are partially for keeping morale up.
Mexico! All day! Puro pinche Mexico! Vale vergos pinches güeros son mierda! Fuck Trump! Fuck his wife! Fuck everybody! Mexico and Native Americans and blacks, we belong here.
If he just ended, like, he thought he was just going to be giving, like, that. Then he asks a question and
You're
fucks
from
with him.
Minneapolis?
I love this.
Man, I'm from
Like,
Minnesota.
huh?
Just know that. West
He goes in for a
side,
follow-up.
West side. Just know Mexico's in this bitch.
How do you feel about the attacks on your state by federal officers?
Man, fuck them mother. Trump's bitches from Russia. Deport the bitch too.
There you go. Let's see.
Ourselves, but for generations in the future.
I talked to you're good. Who stopped breathing, and they brought EMS in to tend to the baby. But I talked to him directly. I have it on video. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get your contact info.
Yeah, please.
If you can share that with us. Yeah.
He shared it on this stream. Oh, this woman was adorable.
Anything yet, but they.
She's running around with a box of granola bars just to offer it. Like, you want a granola bar?
We do know that they did just take a 14 and 15-year-old. So, fuck, I don't know.
Thank you.
Fuck, I don't know.
Granola bars?
Oh, there we go.
Good, thank you.
There you good? Yeah. You guys got to keep up your energy. Here she is again.
They seem to just
Why are
want.
we handcuffing our children? Why is that necessary? Like, what the fuck? Dude, come on. They have nothing on them. He's in a hoodie when he was taken. How's that a threat?
How do you feel about state and local police officers being here supporting federal?
I'm happy this hasn't escalated. I'm happy people are being peaceful.
Because
and
it's right after they
asking
move out.
questions. Why the fuck are you here? Let us grieve. You just
We
killed
move out.
another person. What the fuck? There have been like 3 today, haven't there?
I believe I don't know. We have they killed.
This would be unlisted if they edited it, though, so I'm going to find this shit.
So, and one of them was a 12-year-old, I think. So, like, fuck. What's going on here? It's because Trump hates us.
Thank you much. Yeah. Can you identify yourself?
Oh, yeah. So here, this guy comes up, and he's just like, we're trying to leave. If you guys just, yeah, this guy without the mask. Listen to how he talks to him, too. He's just like, trying to be Mr. Nice Guy.
Great. If y'all just, I know, I appreciate
What's
it,
up?
sir. Just wait right here while we go back to our vehicles, and we're gone.
Okay.
But if y'all start rushing us,
We're
man,
not here to rush you.
I appreciate that. I really do, man. I'm serious. So.
Oh, I thought he took his mask down.
Just stand by here.
I must remember
we'll get our
that.
vehicles, and we'll depart. Good?
Yeah, good. Hey, wait.
All right,
We're
so-
not here to cause any violence, right?
Listen, you're right. You're right, sir.
You do not have unilateral agreement in the crowd there.
Listen up. If you just wait right here, we'll go get in our vehicles, and we'll depart. Good to go.
Can you identify yourself?
Everybody,
No.
chill. Everybody, chill. Hey, chill.
What? Do you have any thoughts about what happened out here tonight?
I mean, it's terrible, and
Yeah, they fire tear gas on their way out, too.
Yeah.
Just for good measure. I think they get stopped up the road, too, because this protest, this coverage ended. But then, during the continued coverage, it seems that that same caravan was at odds with some other people further up the way.
Sir, we're status quo. Would you mind chatting us with us?
I
for a
saw
moment?
him.
Sure. Please, you can go to statusquo.com/join. $5.
Oh, yeah, this is where they walk past the cars.
On the ground, independent journalism.
Yeah, let me get drunk guy. Oh, here we go. Here, I'll go back just a little. All right, so you see the it starts here. These are all the cars that ICE had to leave. And that the right wing are saying that, you know, oh my God, this is proof of the riots. These riots.
Yeah. What's up?
Move on up.
We have people.
Yeah, they start firing off tear gas canisters right there. Yeah, here we go. And then they start firing flashbangs too.
People are now picking up the gas canisters and throwing them back towards Border Patrol lines.
that. I thought I saw it like on your edges of your arms or something like that. So just be careful. Yeah, stay safe. Stay safe. Thing in their arsenal, tear gas, and continually ritualistically attacking by far mostly peaceful protesters who are just, their only crime would have been out in the street and yelling at them and calling them names. And in response, the federal officers gave them an incredibly large amount of violence. We've witnessed multiple people injured, many people pepper sprayed directly point blank in the face, and I'm not quite sure what else has came of that.
Yeah, dude.
Just letting
I think that they took out the part where somebody came up with some of the papers.
They kept moving them back, committing.
Which I'm not surprised by it because I was wondering about it. Like, I watched this obviously while I was not on stream, so I was kind of thinking if I was on stream, would I just have to not show the footage?
Just then backing away, so
because they were showing stuff that was taken out of the cars,
and then finally they left with tear gas and flashbangs, like the way they came, and so we're
dude. This guy that again lives in the state, he just brought up casually how he's like, dude, we knew about this fraud stuff years ago, and we have been prosecuting it. He's like, no, you had a fucking right-wing podcaster come here, disingenuously start fucking pretending that this was still a thing, because he took some of the facts, omitted a whole bunch of shit, like the fact that the ringleader was already arrested, and then made it to like into the story where the Somalis are systematically they're taking all this money from the federal government and stealing it. When you do understand that that just doesn't track.
We're
but,
going to sign off tonight. We're starting early tomorrow morning.
Also, notice how all that coverage just stopped, by the way.
If you can support us, you can go to statusquo.com/join and support our work. Help us pay for gas. Help us get our injuries mended, and have our renew our PPE, our protective, our gas masks, and help and make sure we have the right kind of gear as well. If you can go to statusquo.com/join, and we fireworks are being shot off in the background. And once again, we always want to say thank you to our partners, Midas Touch, and who rebroadcast our streams. And thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, so where the fuck did they edit it?
Yeah, stay safe.
Because they ended the coverage pretty much after that lady walked up and said, we just got all this shit. We saw that they're going to, XYZ. Whatever, I'm done trying to look for it because seems like they did remove it from the video. Yeah, and this, again, is the crowd going through and just seeing the damage of the cars. You have so many different people documenting all this. And again, did they have any context to what led to this outside of ICE vehicles were looted? Did they mention that they shot 2 people? No. Terrorized a pregnant woman? No. Did threw a flashbang caster underneath a car and into a car? No. It's almost like when you terrorize a community, people aren't just going to, bend over and take it, which you shouldn't. You absolutely shouldn't. You want to talk about, like, the most un-American thing? It's bending the knee to tyranny. I thought that these Tea Party motherfuckers got it, but Majority Report watched this awesome video today where, like, the perfect summary is, oh, well, you should have bowed down to the British. Why did you throw that tea off the boat? You shouldn't have done that. You instigated. British rule is based.
What is that?
What is that?
I can't see.
Is that an evidence kit? It looked like an evidence kit. Yeah, it's an evidence kit. You got this in another area. It's like fucking A, man. That looks like it's encapsulating about a mile. Like a full square mile.
You good? I just gotta get my respirator on. Okay.
All right. Pause this. I thought that this was hilarious.
Hey fam, I was in Minneapolis and look, we just stumbled upon Greg Bovino at a Speedway for a pre-Hague photo shoot. So good for him, I guess. For those following along at home, I have nothing against short men, but I do just have to report back there is about a 4-inch height difference. Do you want to get closer so they can see?
Oh no, a little higher than weight.
Still not the same. Just there are so many short men in the world who do not deal with their anger by separating families. So Greg, you're standing right there in front of me, but to everyone following along at home, I hope you eat. I hope this keeps you up at night for the rest of your life, and no one wants you here. Oh, fantastic language. There's children in here, and your vehicle choke.
The Comrade Rachel Cohen ran into U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino in Minnesota.
Do you have any comment about what's happening out here today?
No comment at this time, Allie. We're just protecting federal facilities and making sure that order remains the way it should.
Do you have any comment on the shooting?
No comment.
Do you stand behind the use of force?
No comment. We're going to let the FBI go ahead and...
We're going to let the FBI investigate us. You know, the federal government that we work for.
A man who has sold his soul.
I told him I was trying to leave. He said, it was...
The officer knew you were trying to leave?
Yes, the officer knew I was trying to leave.
The ICE officer?
Yes. He literally saw us trying to leave, and they threw 3 flashbangs at my car. Wasn't nobody even around my car.
And they hit the outside of your car?
Yes, they hit the outside and under my car.
And under, outside and under.
All look.
Do you know how many were thrown?
3.
3? Look at the car seat.
And I had to snatch my damn kids out the car.
Yeah, can you tell, what was it like to be inside the vehicle when...
I didn't know what was going on. All I know, I was trying to pull out, then out of nowhere, the flashbangs kept on getting thrown at the car.
And you, so...
How long did it take them to come and check on your child?
Huh?
How long did it take for them to come here?
I had all my kids in the car. It took me I grabbed 2 kids at a time running in and out the house. I barely could breathe because it was tear gas all up in my car. Like my car filled up with smoke.
And you have a 6-month-old, you said, right?
Yes.
And is overseeing acts such as these.
When I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, we were not nearly as hostile towards the locals as ICE agents are being towards American citizens. Period. We weren't shoving down bystanders or snatching people from their cars. I mean, granted, if we were on a raid or an active engagement, yeah, the rules were different. But I've seen some trigger-happy dudes on deployment with better self-control and judgment than most of these ICE agents. And I'm sorry, but if you're one of those people who really supports what ICE is doing, I think you're just a misanthrope. I don't think you really believe in getting rid of the criminals. I think you just hate minorities who are successful. And I think you absolutely
support the troops, baby.
Support bending the rules.
Because apparently the troops get it now.
And using hostility to restore order and lawfulness. Sometimes I think it all goes back to Obama and how much you hate him. Get over it. Y'all are like clamoring for war because you just don't like liberals.
This combat infantry vet is speaking on what many vets have informed us of.
I'm a veteran, you know, most veterans. I'd like to see more, but I'm a Marine Corps veteran. This is our 2nd or 3rd. It's just so wrong from the very beginning. I'm a combat veteran. I've seen a lot. A Marine Corps combat veteran. Very proud of my Marine Corps service. Not so proud of their incursion into LA. I don't blame the troops, but the leadership was a little weak on it, but the Marine Corps leadership was.
That they view ICE's activities as absurd.
They put me in this
They put me in the cell. I'm naked in like a hospital dress and just a concrete bed with like a mattress, like a thin mattress, and they leave the light on 24/7. There's a glass door.
That was a glorious mustache.
Just always
Mustache.
standing, like
mustache,
sitting out there. The psychiatric nurse comes and checks on me once a day, and so from Friday morning to Sunday afternoon when I'm released, I'm literally in that cell, naked, just in that room, with the light on.
How is this
24/7,
real?
just-
Like, this is a nightmare. I mean, like,
Yeah.
my blood is boiling right now, and I knew that it was bad. I didn't realize how bad it was. How is that possible that happened?
I'm literally wondering the same thing. I was just the entire time I was in there, I was just hoping like I would just want to see my kids again. Like literally that's the only thing that matters. Like I literally just want to see my kids. Like just that whole like time, that was the only thing on my mind. Just
How old are your kids?
My daughter had just turned 3, and her birthday party was that Saturday that I was in there.
In some cases, they even
again, they hear something that they don't like, immediately it's fake.
round up veterans of this country.
Okay.
I'm George Redders.
Yeah. You know what? Almost 10 years of this shit. Guess what? It wasn't the fake news. You guys were being fed fake news. You guys were being fed a fake narrative, and you guys ate it all up like little babies having the airplane go into your mouth.
An Iraq combat veteran and U.S. citizen. On July 10th, I was driving to my security job at a
No. They're taking citizens.
farm in Southern California.
They're holding them in a way that even our fucking police cannot do. But keep ignoring facts and just the objective reality in front of
Ran
you.
into an ice roadblock and protesters.
You're pretty good at it.
I
You guys are
explained to
very good at being told what you saw and then going, yeah, that's what I saw.
agents I was a citizen and just trying to get to work. Moments later, chaos broke out.
Makes a lot of sense.
Tear gas filled the area and I couldn't move my car. Agents smashed my window, pepper sprayed me, dragged me out, and knelt on my neck and back. Agents never checked my ID. They detained me for 3 days. No phone call, no lawyer, not even a shower to wash off the pepper spray. My family had no idea where I was, and I missed my daughter's 3rd birthday. Now I'm fighting back with the Institute for Justice because accountability matters.
Don't need to.
And we must, finally, we must reform ICE, but it
The fact that Andrew Wilson even took that booking should tell you how much of a loser he is.
looks at this stage, folks, ICE is beyond
Dude, I was like maybe 4 months into even streaming at that point.
reform.
But okay.
ICE is totally out of
I also had COVID that day, too.
control.
I have legitimate excuses to why it's like, yeah, performance might not have been that great,
And
but
this week, I intend to
still got him. He's Queen Andrew here.
introduce a bill
Because remember, you gotta call him the Queen of England, or if you didn't call that guy the Queen of England, he would let him jump off a bridge. It's like, oh, okay.
to abolish ICE.
Oh, yeah, that's all you got, dude.
We need to make
Is that all you have? Is just learning a whole bunch of online language? You're like, hard coat, man. It's a coat.
ICE go away. 2003, before 2003,
It is pathetic.
without ICE,
Oh,
various
man.
federal agencies were
Learn
able
how to think for yourselves and
take care
like speak for yourselves too. Jesus Christ.
of business, and we can do this without ICE. But we do not need the murderers. We do not need these paramilitary organizations, members on our street terrorizing.
This is Rep. Shree Thanader, a Democrat from the state of Michigan, who also said Kristi Noem should face the consequences and be impeached, arguing federal agencies were able to handle immigration enforcement effectively before ICE was established in 2003. He'd be quoted as saying, "We can do this without ICE. We do not need the murders. We don't need this paramilitary organization's members on our streets terrorizing U.S. citizens, terrorizing moms, and terrorizing our children." I'm a big fan of Rachel Cohn. And
The vaccine doesn't keep you from getting COVID, you fucking absolute dumbass.
if you don't know her story, you
That's not how vaccines work. But you know what? Explaining science to you is a completely lost cause.
absolutely should. I am hopeful
We get
to
it,
see
man.
her at the protests, either throughout Chicago or at the Broadview ICE.
But cool.
There's complete and utter chaos in Minneapolis. Donald Trump's threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy the military, and ICE just shot not another person. But where we should start is with this address from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
My fellow Minnesotans, what's happening in Minnesota right now defies belief. News reports simply
glad you're finally jumping on this one,
don't do
dude.
justice to the level of chaos and disruption.
Did you get fucking, did you have to get out of your bedroom from being curled up in a ball from just realizing like, oh, Trump got me. Oh, I can't be the governor anymore. Oh, I can't do anything effectively anymore. Oh, and I'm going to just prove that I am weak and ineffective. I'm sorry. I'm pissed off at this guy. The fact that he didn't get the fucking state police out there and tell them just straight up, if you do not face ICE and protect the citizens, we're going to have a fucking issue.
And trauma the federal government is raining down upon our community.
The problem is, no, we don't have any protection right now. No, it certainly looks like the fucking cops are in lockstep with ICE.
Armed, masked.
Ain't doing a lot to prove us otherwise. Prove to us otherwise.
Trained ICE agents are going...
Except for the CPD, ironically.
Door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
With Walz talking about how they're pulling over people indiscriminately, citizens or not, demanding to see their papers, also breaking windows, dragging pregnant women.
Blatantly breaking the Fourth Amendment. You're going to have a giant constitutional crisis when it comes to actually getting this shit through the courts.
Down the street, shoving people into unmarked vans, and in short, waging what he called a campaign of organized brutality, or what Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey called an invasion. With ICE agents throwing flashbangs and tear gas and protesters returning fire.
No, I'm not scared of minorities like you are. Honestly, you guys are scared of trans people, gay people, and minorities. I think that calling anybody else a pussy is a little bit beyond you on that at this point.
Fireworks and chunks of ice. There's really no other way to say it.
When you're the only ones living in constant fear, come on, man.
War zone. In fact, things are so heated that the mayor said that people are asking local police to stand by their neighbors and help fight back against the federal invasion, but he responded.
We cannot be at a place right now in America
Okay, Frey.
where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another.
Dude, he started it, you dumb motherfucker, and you're just being complacent in it. No wonder people hate you.
This is not creating safety. It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. And for anyone that is
shame.
taking the
That's all we get from you is
tonight,
shame on you.
Stop.
All right.
That is not helpful.
Also, on the note of ICE shootings, the agency shot yet another person last night, the second in a week.
Who was that? That was the fucking mayor.
After Renee Good. And with that, you had Homeland Security saying that federal agents pulled over a Venezuelan illegal immigrant, but he drove away, crashed into a parked car, and then took off on foot. And they say that an ICE agent chased him down, got into a struggle with him on the ground, at which point two people ran out of a nearby apartment and attacked the agent with a
YouTube Shorts is like Rumble.
broom handling. Next, the first man allegedly got loose and began striking the agent with a shovel or a broomstick as well. And ICE claims that then, under assault from these three individuals, the agent fired a shot in self-defense, hitting the first man in the leg, and then all three individuals reportedly fleeing into a residence and refusing to come out, but they were eventually arrested. With both the agent and the man going into the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries, and local police largely backing up this general story. So what you're seeing is, for those on the right, they're saying that the shooting there was justified. It shows the kind of danger that federal law enforcement face when they're trying to arrest criminals. But also at the same time, you're seeing those on the left saying this is yet another example of Trump's Gestapo provoking needless violence and chaos in a city that doesn't want them there to begin with. But also outside of just this specific situation, things look like they're about to escalate to a whole new fucking level, because today Donald Trump threatened to send the military into Minneapolis. Writing on Truth Social, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Now, for context here, the Insurrection Act has been invoked some 24 times in U.S. history, the most recent being 1992 when George H.W. Bush used it during the LA riots.
Early today, I directed 3,000 members of the 7th Infantry and 1,500 Marines to stand by at El Toro Air Station, California. I have committed these troops to help restore order.
So a very big thing.
God, that took me right back to childhood. That was weird.
Local authorities had also requested it. And this time, by contrast, local officials want nothing more than ICE to
get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
But Trump, in addition to threatening to invoke the act repeatedly since taking office.
Oh, he said a naughty word. You know, he did enough.
Office. He reportedly considered it multiple times during his first term, such as during the killing of George Floyd and after the 2020 election. So now you've got people on edge asking each other, is he really about to do it this time, or is it a bluff? Right? And that is a federal judge actually just handed Trump some more time, declining for now to restrain ICE's activities in Minnesota. And specifically there you have her saying that she wants more evidence before ruling one way or the other, and she gave the federal government and the state of Minnesota until January 19th and January 22nd to respond respectively. Also, while we're talking about
technically, if you're for ICE, yes, you are a bootlicker.
Evidence gathering, we've got to talk about the updates in the Renee Good.
Yes, if you are against the Fourth Amendment protecting us, then yeah, you're a fucking bootlicker.
Case, or because
yes, you're not American.
Talked about
if you do not think that every American is given the same rights as far as being a fucking citizen, you're a fucking bootlicker.
For the official investigation of her,
you're anti-American. Yes, you are those things.
Being led by the Trump FBI.
You want to talk about crying? Cry harder that you actually have to deal with lefties, and you're gonna have to. You know what? Until we are a new republic, which it does kind of seem like we're going that way. It does seem like we're going towards like being like a Russian-esque state. But until we are, fuck you. We're going to be here and we're going to be loud.
Without the help of
we're going to be voting in fucking record numbers because of this shit.
Local authorities. And given what we know about the Trump DOJ,
if you think that your average American is looking at this and they think based,
people just don't.
You guys might want to get out there. Oh, that's right. When you do, you get scared of the protesters because they're all rioters.
Trust it. So now you have Renee Good's family hiring the same lawyers.
Just admit it. You're insecure because you see the numbers of protests happening and how many people are there, and you fucking know.
She represented the family of George Floyd, and they just announced that they're pursuing a civil investigation into her killing.
And then you'd just be like, well, why can't Trump just rig this? Oh, wait, J.D. Vance came out and said he wouldn't even certify the vote.
Got the feds already getting out ahead of it, with the DHS claiming that the agent who shot her, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to his torso during the incident.
We see you, man.
Also, to be clear here, you have experts saying that internal bleeding, that doesn't necessarily mean...
Nothing tells on you more than the fact that you have to come into a stream that you disagree with and then just scream to the,
that he had significant
scream into
loss,
the
right?
ether.
Technically, he could have just had something as simple as bruising. And for their part, federal officials haven't yet elaborated at all on how serious the injuries were, but the right, they immediately jumped on this as proof that Good ran him over. Or with Vice President J.D. Vance writing, while much of the left has lied about this case, it turns out...
Yeah, we see you too.
A law enforcement officer with a car causes injuries. Who knew? Elon Musk also using the moment to claim that Good almost killed Ross. But all of this is on the other side. You have many saying, at this point, the Trump administration has lost all credibility and nothing they say should be taken at face value. So, for example, you have people like Brian Krasenstein outright accusing the feds of lying, pointing out that Ross was released from the hospital the same day.
I mean, it tracks that like most of the podcasters that you guys watch are just completely botted, but hey.
He was admitted.
This means that the maximum amount of time that Ross could have been at the hospital was 9 hours tops. The problem is that the minimum time that anybody would spend at the hospital if they actually had internal bleeding of organs in their torso would be 24 to 48 hours.
Right, and all of this is you have others saying...
It's almost like it's a complete lie that you guys are lapping up because you guys are just a bunch of fucking morons that can't do any critical thinking.
If nothing else, the Renee Good case, it
demonstrates
how important it is.
Listen to a physician. Nope. You know what? ICE and the government. Gotta listen to ICE and the government.
To document everything that's happening in Minnesota. Right? That includes Tim Walz even alluding to further legal action against the federal government.
Nothing funnier than, again, watching these don't tread on me motherfuckers that turned literally overnight into tread on me harder.
Absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
Right, well, obviously, you have the Trump administration cracking
Keep thinking that.
down harder and harder.
Keep thinking that all the polls are fake.
Harder on Minnesota.
Trust me, Democrats did that with the election. We saw how that turned out.
And we're gonna have
if you guys want to do the same thing, by all means, let Trump keep telling you that the economy is great. Let him keep doing these fucking heavy-handed tactics that are just antithetical to the American experience. But okay.
We should also quickly talk about, so you're aware of it, other different crackdowns. For things we're seeing, like the Trump administration now suspending processing for all immigrant visas for people.
It's gonna be, like you said, he's gonna be here for a while.
Countries,
well,
those
and
including Somalia,
you're gonna have to deal with this.
Haiti, Iran,
and then if he does somehow start locking up people that are just political dissenters, and you guys are still gonna go along with it, then you're gonna start pivoting to the right wingers and the women and the minorities that agreed with you for that hot minute.
Brazil,
Trust
Egypt,
me, man.
Nigeria, Thailand.
And if you are a minority or a woman who is in here, like, and you're somehow a Trumper and you found this and you're still here, which, okay. I'm gonna just assume that most of these, like, if they are not bots, that they're just a bunch of fucking white incel dudes. But if you happen to fall within that category, wake up. They're coming for you next. Like literally, you're next on the docket.
Dozens of others, though this doesn't affect people seeking non-immigrant visas or temporary tourist or business visas. And with this, you had Trump's State Department claiming that they're doing this because these are countries whose migrants take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. And as that's playing out, they're going after Democratic lawmakers as well, with now 4 more members of Congress revealing that they're being investigated for that video last November where they reminded military service members that they don't have to obey unlawful orders.
Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Or with those being Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, Chris DeLuzio, and Chrissy Houlihan, all of whom say they received inquiries from Trump's prosecutor for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, requesting an interview with them or their private counsel. This also coming after a 5th lawmaker, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, said pretty much the same thing earlier this week, and of course, late
Someone that I'm just like, okay, I don't care what she has to say.
last year, all 6
I
lawmakers
genuinely
in the
don't.
video also said that they had received an inquiry from the FBI's counterterrorism division. But very notably, both in the then and now, these lawmakers, all of whom served in the U.S. military themselves, they've denounced the investigation as a sham attempt to threaten and intimidate Trump's political opponents. And then, this Trump administration overreach, it's happening to journalists as well. Right? Because yesterday you had Trump's FBI searching the home of a Washington Post reporter who covers Trump and the federal government. Right? And her name is Hannah Nathanson, and she describes herself as the federal government whisperer as she covers how the federal workforce has been overhauled. And you had the Post reporting that the FBI executed a search warrant at a Virginia home related to an investigation into a government contractor, saying that they seized her phone, Garmin watch, and both her personal computer and Washington Post issued laptop. And so then with this, you had tons of people and experts noting that this is highly unusual, right? The federal government rarely conducts searches at reporters' homes, and there are regulations specifically designed to protect journalists in these cases. Though also, according to the Post, Nathanson has not actually been accused of any wrongdoing, and she is not actually the focus of the investigation. Instead, saying this is part of a probe into a system administrator who was accused of
that's
mishandling
exactly,
classified reports, some of which were found in his lunchbox and home. And according to reports, he searched for classified information he was not authorized to access about a nation only identified as Country 1. And this person has actually already been charged, and at the time of his arrest, he was apparently messaging Nathanson, and there was classified information in their chat. Right? And even though there is no law barring journalists from reporting classified information, you had FBI Director Kash Patel saying that the alleged leaker was endangering our war fighters and compromising America's national security. But then also Attorney General Pam Bondi further accusing Nathanson of reporting classified and illegally leaked information from a Pentagon contractor and adding, the Trump administration will not tolerate illegal leaks of classified information that, when reported, pose a grave risk to our nation's national security and brave men and women.
I can't wait until, like, again, you know what? In the event that they do get what they want, they lock up every leftist. I can't wait for Kash Patel to be the next one that they go after because he's not, white and he's dating a white girl.
For serving.
Trust me, it's coming.
Country. And then actually the Post said that it also received a subpoena to hand over communications between the alleged leaker and other employees. And so with all this online, you have a ton of people pointing to a piece that came last month where she revealed that she has over 1,000 sources within the government.
They'll use them disingenuously up until that point, though.
Apparently, she reaches them via the encrypted messaging app Signal, and she first got in touch with some by posting on a Reddit page for government workers. And so then with this, she developed a secure sourcing system with lawyers at the Washington Post, putting all notes in an encrypted drive, never writing anyone's name down, and never going anywhere without her devices that are reporting information. And, overall, you have many seeing the FBI search on her as a direct threat to a free press. Or you have Post reporters saying that they're scared for their colleague and they're now scrambling to protect their sources, their reporting, their devices, trying to see if, they have to take new precautions. You also have the executive director of the Knight First Amendment Institute saying that these kinds of searches can deter and impede reporting that is vital to our democracy, saying the Justice Department should explain publicly why it believes this search was necessary and legally permissible, and adding searches of newsrooms and journalists are hallmarks of illiberal regimes, and we must ensure that these practices are not normalized here. You also had the executive director of the Post and again email to staff saying that this extraordinary aggressive action is deeply concerning and raises profound questions and concerns around the constitutional protections for our work.
What's up, Zach?
Right, and with all this, you have people noting that this is far from Trump's first shot
Good to
at
see
the
you.
press, that with the lawsuits and more, he is seeking to control
Hope
the
you've been
media
well,
and
man.
cater it to his favor, saying this is the path, this has been the journey, noting, last year, Bondi reversed a Biden-era policy that restricted searches of reporters' phones and subpoenas against them. And so all of this, it's why it's going to be important to see where this case with Nathanson goes and if these policies are used in even more crackdowns. But this could very well be one of the first big dominoes here. And hey, with all of this, but especially the domestic stuff, right, the stuff that's happening in the United States, remember that none of this is happening in a bubble. Right? I mean, just one example. Amid all this, just today, as I was recording today's show, you had Trump boasting about what he claims to be all the things that he's accomplished and saying that, quote, when you think of it, we shouldn't have an election in reference to the upcoming midterms. Midterms that he's not looking forward to. Midterms that you have many saying he's essentially trying to.
But this is one of those things. This is why he does this. Again, this is one of the, like, where the left and the Democrats are just going to be like, well, you know, he does just kind of say things. And you got the other people on the left that are like, yeah, he says things and does them. We recognize that. So maybe take this seriously. Because for some reason, everybody puts it off. They're like, oh, yeah, let's wait a few months and see if he revises that.
Election and midterms he's going into with his polling.
Turns out, no, he just does it. He said the same thing about ICE. He said he was going to do all this shit.
Toilet right.
Project 2025 has been available to us for a few years now.
On immigration, he's down 11 points. Foreign policy, 14 points. The economy, 16 points. Trade,
I mean, that's not great, but okay.
Tariffs down.
If we do have an election, keep telling me how confident you guys are.
18 points. And of course, the thing that he's been trying to distract.
All polls are wrong.
From continuously 38 points.
Any information that I'm told is fake because I've been conditioned to think so because, wait, who taught me that? Donald Trump? You mean
It's down on Epstein.
Dude, how do you guys, like, go to the bathroom without Donald Trump's help? It's crazy to me how little you guys can think for yourselves.
So arguably, the thing that's going to matter most going into an election is going to be immigration and the economy and connection.
Sorry that your dad didn't love you enough, so this is how you translated that.
To the economy, affordability. We often see those 2-3 things being the biggest mover as far as getting people out to vote. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, you know, who's got time to grocery shop? And even when I do have time, I feel Code DeFranco. But then getting back into the news, more news you need to know. How close do we just come to a new
still
war
possible
in the Middle East?
for
And
this.
also,
Yep.
are
Oh
we
yeah,
out of the woods
hey,
yet?
here we go. Verizon.
Tennessee to the Middle East. And then something we should actually talk about, right? This discourse about Iran, it's evolved into conspiracy territory with some using red string to tie what's happening there to another big piece of news, which is yesterday's massive Verizon outage. Some of you watching may have actually been impacted. According to Down Detector, at its peak, around 180,000 Verizon outages occurred at once. You know, I knew.
Honestly, I'm debating doing a Polymarket thing. I don't even support Polymarket, but god damn it. I don't know, man. Seeing the odds that Trump isn't going to make it through his term. Yeah, you know what?
For most of the day, but
I might be betting on that one.
Million reports over the course of the 7-hour outage. As far as the most impacted,
that would be hilarious. By the way, that would be the ultimate catharsis if he didn't make it through that. You guys would never be able to live that one down because you guys kept saying this exact same thing about Biden to the point where Dave Rubin was so confident that he's like, I'll bet my entire net worth on that Biden will not make it through the presidency. Well, did he pay up?
You had New York City, Atlanta, Houston, and many, many more areas across the country. And actually, as all this was going on, you had some users reporting outages with other carriers like T-Mobile and AT&T.
I mean, dude, he completely forgot that he promised $2,000 checks to like everybody. He's like, who said that? I didn't say that. Did I say that?
So, both of those companies said
it's fucking hilarious.
Issues on their end, and they claim that any disruptions were.
But you guys don't see that because you don't look for anything negative. You don't just look at the fake news. You only look at the ones that glorify him as this fucking look at the dear leader.
Likely from customers trying to contact those affected by Verizon's outage. How AT&T essentially.
Dude, are you guys gonna get mad when he injects himself into the Pledge of Allegiance? Or are you guys just gonna be like, yeah, you know what? We definitely need that.
An advertising opportunity saying our network
long time coming.
Solid. If you're experiencing issues, it's not us, it's the other guys. Some things are just out of our hands, but if you're interested in giving us a try, and you even had non-cell carriers get into the mix with Krispy Kreme.
Shut the fuck up. Do you ever look for anything positive? Where were you the last 4 years? What was positive about Biden, huh? Can you?
Saying free donuts to people who lost service. So funny enough, with that, it was more likely that those.
I hate people like you. I genuinely do because we all know where you were at the last 5 years.
Not affected by the outage would see this and be able to take advantage.
So shut up.
But this was a very real issue, and some cities they even had to send out emergency alerts to residents to direct them on what to do amid the outage in the event of an emergency. And that is, you had Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, saying that the agency is reviewing the issue and will take appropriate action. So as far as their part, you had Verizon acknowledging the outage and multiple posts apologizing for letting customers down and saying that teams were working nonstop to restore service. And what you saw is that by yesterday evening, the company announced that the issue had been resolved, though they didn't publicly say what the issue actually was. Instead, customers will be getting a $20 credit to make up for the outage, and you had Verizon saying, yesterday we did not meet the standard of excellence you expect and that we expect of ourselves, and adding you will receive a text message when the credit is available. Adding on average, this covers multiple days of service and saying this credit isn't meant to make up for what happened. No credit really can, but it's a way of acknowledging your time and showing that this matters to us. But that said, if you go to their Twitter applies, you won't find many thank yous. Tons of people mad that the credit's not being applied automatically, saying that it should be a $20 credit per line at the very minimum. And also online, you had a ton of people turning this into kind of a conspiracy, where people here and there speculating without evidence.
And this one
is this
picked
the
up
result
steam.
of Iran or other foreign interference? One of the loud voices echoing that was Laura Loomer, who tweeted, "Did Iran just conduct a massive cyber attack against U.S. cellular network providers?" So also, this is not a completely new lane for her. Back in 2024, when there was a different outage, she wrote, "Hearing that the Verizon outage is more than just an outage. Source tells me Verizon has been hacked on a national level and they don't want to disclose it publicly." Really until there's maybe an investigation connected from the FCC or somewhere, or until Verizon gives a clearer picture as to, what actually happened, there's going to be just this room for conspiracies to grow. With that, I'll say that ABC News reported that while law enforcement did look into the possibility of a cyber attack, right now the issue is believed to be the result of a server failure in New Jersey, which I would say wouldn't be the most surprising thing, since New Jersey has a history of big embarrassing failures that weren't fixed until the damage was already done. That one was just for my Jersey people. But then, from that, the final thing that we're going to talk about today are these crazy updates to the Grok sexual deepfake scandal. Because as we've talked about recently, tons of people have asked Elon Musk's AI Grok to undress photos of women and put them in bikinis or in other incredibly revealing clothing. It's a controversy that's caught the attention of lawmakers around the world, and no one's really been impressed by the company's so-called attempts to solve it. Last week, apparently as a way to deter people, X announced that the image generation tools would be limited only to paying subscribers, with people then saying that X and Elon Musk are not fixing the problem, they're just monetizing it. So then you had UK regulators launching investigations.
It's almost comical.
Like the Philippines threatening
comical,
access to it, and actually
Fuck
just
it.
yesterday, California's Attorney
Just
General
take
said
it for what
they
it
would
is.
be investigating as well. And one of the big things with this, one of the big claims with this, is that some of the images generated were of children. So with all this, yesterday you had X's safety account unveiling new updates for Grok, saying, "We have implemented technological measures to prevent the Grok account from allowing the editing of images of real people and revealing clothing such as bikinis. This restriction applies to all users, including paid subscribers."
dude.
Though then they went on to
Just
say,
realized
"We
one
now
of my legs-
geo-block the ability of all users to generate images of real people in bikinis, underwear, and similar attire via the Grok account in Grok and X, and those jurisdictions where it's illegal." Well, then also
wonder my desk was shaking.
stating the previous change only allowing paid subscribers to use Grok to edit images. So now you've got people responding by saying that people weren't asking to geo-block sexual deepfakes, they were asking to block them everywhere with everyone. They're saying that you shouldn't still be able to create this material based on your global zip code, especially since right now it's not exactly clear where it'll be blocked. And there you had reporters at The Verge testing it out and saying it's still easy to get Grok to edit photographs of real people into sexualized poses despite X's updated restriction. And this is people saying it appears that these rules only exist when using Grok on the X app, and that on the Grok standalone app, restrictions don't apply. But still, what you've seen is that some have applauded this step forward, with British regulators saying that this is a welcome development, though their investigation is still ongoing. And you've also had Elon Musk defending the tool yesterday, denying reports that deepfakes are still being made of anyone underage, and then saying, obviously, Grok does not spontaneously generate images, it does so only according to users' requests. When asked to generate images, it will refuse to produce anything illegal, as the operating principle for Grok is to obey the laws of any given country or state. But with that, adding, there may be times when
Starting to get bad. I should have
hacking
realized
Grok
but when the tremors with the next morning, trying to drink water, spilling most of it, was getting extremely scary. Man, yeah, keep on it, man.
Unexpected.
I'm proud
If
of
that
you.
happens, we fix the bug immediately. But there you've
Good
got
job.
people like California's Attorney
Good job staying with it too.
General
I'm glad that you recognize that the drinking was an issue.
pushing back, arguing this is very explicit. It's very visible. This isn't a bug
You
in
get
the
bored.
system. This
Not
is
really
a design
cravings. I
in
get
the
bored
system.
easily.
With that, I really would love to know your thoughts, opinions, reactions, whether it's to this story, really anything we covered today. Let me know what you're thinking and why in those comments. Get involved in the conversation, especially because that is where your Thursday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is.
All right. I'm gonna go back to this real quick. See if they got the footage that I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. This is a. Yeah, they like all congregated into one intersection, and then at some point, ICE just started chucking a bunch of fucking flashbangs into the intersection. Yeah, what are they still doing hanging around the area? I mean, they claimed that they were dispersing too. They're like, yeah, we're gonna get out of there. So, dude, it's their fucking neighborhood. If you're okay with this, man, I'm telling you, Once they come for you, don't look to us for any sympathy at all. That's the one thing that you guys are doing, and I'm glad. You're finally waking us up. We were a little bit too lenient with a bunch of you guys. We would say things like, you know what? No, I'm better, because I'm guilty of this. There's plenty of footage of me out there saying, no, you know what? I am better, because I at least would fight for your right to say what you're saying. I don't want you locked up for your political beliefs. But now I'm starting to turn a little bit, where I'm just like, nah, I kind of want you to feel the exact same thing that we're feeling. I'm sure I'll heal at some point there and be a little bit better. Maybe. We'll see. Or if this keeps getting better, then no. No, then I'd surely want it to come to you. And when it does, again, don't want to hear about it. When you guys get picked up for a fucking DUI by a federal force and you're just like, you guys aren't the cops, well, guess what? That'll be fun. Whatever. Yeah, here's the car again. Like, all right, so yeah, they got another crew going back and checking out where the cars are. Cameraman must be scared walking around there. Actually, notice how they are not. Although, it was funny, that one guy that's just like, no, you're in the hood. Like, he just straight up told him, you are not in the suburbs. Ah, here it is. Here's the intersection. Yeah. As they start backing away, they start releasing more tear gas canisters.
Tear gas.
Still is uncut, so what the fuck is...
They seem to have fired off a couple rounds of tear gas to make their exit. Munitions and tear gas have once again deployed.
Yeah, the green one is not tear gas. They keep saying that that's a actual, like, they don't know what kind of chemical agent it is.
Ooh, there's a small fire behind us being set. That's set by the gas canister. Over here. What's up behind you? Come upwind.
It's called auto mod. If something got auto modded on Twitch, that's not even me. That's just Twitch. Means revise whatever the hell you were saying. Jesus. Literally looks like the Joker just set off one of his fucking bombs, dude. Like, just see Batman fucking punching people through it.
We have police officers behind us, I believe.
Oh,
Based on the lights,
ice.
at least. Eyes are a little blurry thanks to the gas. They're still
I love
shooting
how many
pepper
people
pellets into
cried
the
about
crowd,
that,
which
where
was
they're
based
just
on
like,
the noise.
Batman wouldn't do that.
They're shooting canisters
If you don't know what I'm talking about, a comic book artist totally drew a picture
amongst
of
the
Batman
crowd for some reason.
going after
they were
ICE.
actually trying to get people to move or leave. That shooting behind the crowd does not make any sense. Local law enforcement is on the scene.
Yeah,
He
here.
wasn't nothing that they said. Yes.
Here's some context for what happened. Yeah, okay, cool. What up, Devil's Advocate? Yep, absolute Batman. I got that one.
Hey man, would you mind the status quo? Would you mind talking with us? What happened? You'll give me like 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely give you a minute.
I'll be right
Yeah.
here. You know Little Nate? You know Little Nate or no? Okay. Okay, I'm just.
You know Lil Nate?
Making sure.
I don't know who Lil Nate is.
I know Winston Smith too. I know Winston and all they people. Yeah, I know Winston.
And they they talk shit about him, and he wasn't nothing that they said. Yes.
Okay, I stopped the highway and went to jail for that. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Would you mind, with status quo? Would you mind talking to us?
You still haven't read it? It's
about
great.
What your experience here has been, what you've seen, and
Well, what I've seen, that the real criminals is ICE. They're the real murderers. I mean, we don't have nothing to fend with. We don't have guns. They have the law protecting them. What do we have? What are they scared of? Why are they killing people? Why?
I mean, think about this. With all of these ICE encounters, no one's gotten shot.
They're shooting people.
It's like that one guy even pointed out. He's like, dude, they're in a bad area. It is surprising that nobody came out here.
We have nothing to fend with.
Although, I was going to say, that I'm going to say it, that kind of shows that the Crips, it is all kind of talk. Where it's like, no. And honestly, if you're going to sit there and terrorize your community but not help when something like this happens, it kind of shows that maybe, time to revise.
Because it's another person shot. Or they're killing people. They're killing people. They're killing my people just because of their skin color. Even if we're citizens, they don't care. They're fucking racist.
they've cleared the scene. They committed shots fired at the
They
people
shot
who are
someone.
understandably angry.
They went to a pregnant lady and her husband
Well,
and her
again,
kids.
notice how they're not going after any of the fucking criminals.
And they shot the husband.
They shot the husband.
Yes.
Was this part of the was it a direct
The
raid?
same
Was it
shit
a
over and over.
They do the driving by and see somebody,
They went inside their home. So they're inside the house right now. They went inside their house. That's all I know too. Just people that I follow. We've created a group so everybody's in. Like whenever something happens, everybody knows. And I'm just here because I'm sick and tired of it. I'm just sick and tired of it.
Yeah. That's kind of like the general consensus with most people that live around this shit.
I should not be in our neighborhood. This should not be in our community. ICE need to be dismantled. Literally. Y'all still here.
They're firing gas. Looks like they've been firing off some gas still in the area of the house where the shooting happened. We're running around the corner.
This was another
Well,
one.
they shot
I think
me
we were watching when this one happened. Yeah, we were.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. One in
Yeah,
the
this radical leftist old lady,
face,
you know.
and most of them were down at my legs, but
What do you know anything that
Just remember,
other than
these are the faces of the people that you guys are constantly demonizing. So keep going. Just keep going.
officers? So I believe it was something that they threw or fired.
Is on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. DHH Church on Cedar, if you want to volunteer or donate money. And then also Northside Blessing. They're also collecting food and supplies.
Oh, hey, there he is. There's the Jolly Good Ginger.
People are moving the crowd around. So
Yeah,
a
he
car,
starts like popping
from the
off at
neighborhood
these
can,
guys.
get through.
It's right here. Oh no, he used the middle finger towards him, guys. Uh-oh. Tell Caroline Levitt to fucking cry harder.
The response to, and again, this is according to DHS. I want to be clear that it is according to the government, not according to.
Here, let's get that.
So remember that shit. Remember that shit. All y'all with y'all cameras out, remember that shit. Please do. And guess what? My name Victor. If anybody got a fucking problem. Hey. If anybody does something. Played ball before, that's a good time.
NBC News has a update on the shooting that we're physically on the ground.
You do know that DHS, they can only detain, right? You know,
covering the response to. And again, this is according to DHS.
These guys that are so willing to give up their fucking rights and they don't even understand. It's like I said, guys, just wait for those DUI checkpoints to start hitting. That's gonna start hitting some red areas, and you're gonna see some cowpoke being fucking real pissed.
I want to be clear that it is.
What do you mean? What do you mean? This is un-American. You're not even real cops.
It is according to the government, not according to.
I voted for this. Wait a minute. I got a red hat. Why you guys treating me like this? I thought you were on my side.
To proper journalism. A federal officer shot a Venezuelan man this evening in Minneapolis after the Department of Homeland Security described as an ambush, the agency said. The officer had been conducting a targeted traffic stop at 6:50 p.m. local time when the man left in a vehicle which crashed into a parked
I pay my taxes to pay your fucking bitch ass
car and then ran away. The department said in a statement. As the officer pursued the man who the department said was
served your country.
In the country.
Yeah, you guys served a bunch of big corporations and got nothing for it.
Illegally.
Were you at war? Did you go to war, or oh yeah, that wasn't a real war.
Assaulted the officer, according to the statement.
Oh yeah, the American military is so great we haven't won a war since World War II.
Again, according to.
And objectively, we needed help there too.
The government.
Go.
The DHS. During the struggle,
this myth about the great American military, it's hilarious.
2 people came out of an apartment and attacked the officer with snow shovel.
I signed up to be cannon fodder for the elites. What have you ever done?
And a broom handle, according to the statement. The man got loose and also began attacking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick.
Sure you do.
The Homeland Security Department.
That's why you're sitting here saying that it's fine that we're doing this to our, American citizenry.
Said.
We watched a fucking vet talking about how they don't even use these tactics in Mogadishu, but okay.
Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by 3 individuals, the officer fired defensive.
Oh, that's why they got rid of Maduro's regime, right?
Shots.
That's why they're there to help quash the protests and. Those oil companies are already in there, right?
Defend his life. Whoa, we got pepper pellets moving.
God, the way that they weaponize these people's idiocy is hilarious to me. Guys,
all
you
around
bought this
us.
shit hook, line, and sinker, man.
Far into the crowd.
They played into your fucking little bit of like white victimhood, and you're just like, yeah, I am a victim.
So for the car
here. Yeah, fuck those leftists.
Yep, watch out for the car, though. Come here.
Yes, nobody's there getting the oil punch, Cat. You might want to read up on how some of this works. I know you don't care. I know you guys, you get told something and then that's whatever you go with, right? There is something you can do. I've heard a lot of people in MAGA say that they do their own research. Well, by that metric, you would think that you're very good at doing research. Well, find out exactly who's going in there doing what. Then get back to me. It's almost like you bought it, again, hook, line, and sinker, to not look at the Epstein files, We're just going to ignore Sasha Riley, something that most QAnon would be going completely nuts over. But nope, not word one about Sasha Riley. Not word one about the victims. Not word one about the 0.6% of the Epstein files that have been released and the ones that have are almost completely redacted. Nope. Trump is so dumb. Songsword, yep. Yes, he is. And so are most of the people that follow him blindly. If you're a Trump voter, I have much more sympathy in my heart if you voted for Trump because you didn't like Biden. And if you can admit that shit's fucked right now. But if you say, I voted for this, I love Trump, like, dear God, like, orange is all over your fucking mouth, man. It's disgusting. Like, we get it, man.
Munitions and tear gas.
And this is why I'm going to keep saying, nobody's gayer than a bunch of Trump supporters that love him.
Have once again deployed. Whoa, whoa.
There it is.
Ooh, there's a small fire behind us that's set by the gas canister.
Overdoses are way down in the country, coming from the statistics from the federal government that he has completely gutted and made it so he can just lie. That's why you do understand that's why most economists are not looking at our numbers anymore. Like, this is how great he is. Most economists are going to Canada and China to get the real numbers and where we can kind of go with the labor market because we're not giving them real fucking info. But, okay. No, I'm an American. You know what? No. Fuck you. You can like it or leave it, bitch. Guess what? There's a bunch of people in America that do not think like you. So get fucked, Blue Dodgerman. Born and bred here, bitch. Look at you. Look at you, so patriotic. You get fucked. Nice. Nice comeback. Eat an orange dick?
No.
Well, I mean, you're going to have to fucking, like, it's a lot of that, like, you're going to have to prop up the belly. Like, I have a feeling that you're going to have to really get in there. But I know there's a line, you know. He never has to fucking perform fellatio or on himself. Could you imagine him trying to do that? Yeah, you have to live with that one. See, I like the ones that are coming out and saying that they would just get rid of any American citizen. Hey, your mask is off. Cool.
Police officers behind us, I believe. Based on the lights, at least. My eyes are a little blurry thanks to the gas. They're still shooting pepper pellets into the crowd, at least based on the noise. Oh, they're shooting canisters of tear gas amongst the crowd for some reason. If they were actually trying to get people to move or leave. We are still here. That shooting behind the crowd does not make any sense.
Just because the president is a rapist, pedophile piece of shit does not mean I support this country and its constitution.
Local law enforcement.
Well, I support the Constitution.
Is on
See,
the
I'm
scene.
still there. I'm one of those guys that, yeah, no, I do think that the Constitution is a pretty decent Constitution.
Blocking off
the system, not great.
Street.
Oh, another mom's basement. I think that's like the 7th one. Cool.
Right. Yeah.
Showing that you guys are getting more creative. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Song sword.
Medics are needed up there. You got a medic up here? Let's go.
This guy loves Tim Waltz. No, I don't. Sasha's a liar. No, he's not. No, he's not. I don't know. I had to listen to fucking almost 4 hours of that shit, and I'll tell you what, it seemed pretty fucking credible to me. I don't know. How are you going to say that? A military vet? So now we've gone full victim blame, have we? So with the Epstein files, we've gone from release the Epstein files because of the billionaires and the liberal pedos that it's going to expose to. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you know what? Trump's right. Maybe we shouldn't release it all because he has to protect some of these people. To full on just like the victim's a liar and all his other victims are liars. You guys lost the child predator thing when, again, Donald Trump is protecting billionaire pedophiles. So keep trying with that one. 0.6% of the Epstein files in a law that he signed, by the way. He's the one who made it illegal, and that he's the reason that it's going to be even able to be brought to fucking Congress to be under fucking review. Like, I do love that. I also love the fact that they get to take that to the Supreme Court with his signature on it. That's funny. That's funny.
There's multiple people.
You don't see anybody here supporting Clinton. We're saying get them all. But
that seem to be injured.
That was YouTube, dumbass. Cry harder. You censorship. YouTube censored me because I'm a fucking ass clown that doesn't know how YouTube works.
They're making another rush. There's only a handful of stragglers that are either basically dealing with injuries or inhalation of the gases that they shot.
Well, how is human trafficking from immigrants still happening when all of this is like there's the border shut down, so there should be no more drugs. There should be no more human trafficking. It's almost like you're full of shit. It's almost like you're full of shit and don't actually care about human trafficking. It's like almost if you did, you would be consistent in wanting the Epstein files fully unredacted so we could fucking just see who the fuck in this billionaire cabal is benefiting from all of this. But nah, you guys gave up on that one. You're supporting a pedo. Imagine supporting a pedo. I can't. I literally can't. The thing that I definitely can't imagine is doing the thing where you were like, that was your thing. Like the Epstein thing was your thing. And then all of a sudden, people started going, wow, there might be some substance to this. Like, even I was one of those ones where I was like, holy shit, man, QAnon might have been right for once? That's crazy. You know who else? You know who looks like a pedo? Your president. The one that you support. And by that merit, I think that you kind of do too, because that means that you support a pedo. Cool. Keep going. Epstein's so 2000. Guys, they're doing the thing. Yesterday's news. You still support the guy.
Once again, neither
that's funny.
John Farina or myself saw anything that initiated the extremely violent attacks on officers. We have ambulances that are coming on the scene.
Well, I mean, we got the pictures of Trump with some underage women. I mean, or did you guys just ignore that one? What, Ashley Babbitt? The one that you can now, like, by your logic, she should have complied, so therefore she can no longer be used disingenuously? Oops. This is what happens when you don't have, like, consistent morals. You guys constantly trip over your own logic.
What's up, Angela? Yeah. Hey, would you mind talking to us for a second? No, Status quo news? No. Okay.
Yeah, and Trump is on record saying he wants to bang his daughter. I don't know if that's exactly something that that's not the hill you should die on there, homie, but okay. I'm not a Biden supporter. I didn't like the guy. I didn't vote. Well, I voted for him out of spite, but in the primaries, I voted for Bernie. So it's almost like I don't glorify politicians the way you do and have to. I feel like I need to stand up for these people. You're the only ones that are defending someone's honor that would never. He wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. That's funny as fuck to me. And then you're just like, look at this leftist, these cultists.
Fuck you! You fucking sad excuse for humanity! You are a waste of fucking air! Every single fucking worthless, cocksucking one of you! Fuck every single fucking one of you! You are all gonna fucking burn in fucking hell! You're gonna deserve every single fucking minute of it! You sorry ass son of fucking bitches!
You do know that TDS thing doesn't work when the only ones that have Trump derangement syndrome are the ones that derange themselves into still believing every word he says.
Did you get hit with anything?
But again, he says they've got TDS, and then you guys are like, ha 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 ha, dear leader said something funny. Hey guys, we have a new one. He said TDS, now we can go out there and we can watch these guys get pissed off, and then we can wonder why nobody actually likes us.
With a few things.
What, like what?
Some fucking pop right down here while I was running away, you know what I mean? Like a fucking flashbang went off right here, right beside me, and then somebody fucking dropped there. I had to pick them up as we're all running away. Fuck this. Sorry about the swear words.
That's okay.
I like how I was aware of it. Or
What's
sorry, man. Not sure if you laughed.
What has it been like out on the scene here for you? Other than what you just described happening.
I don't know, man. Like, if I'm
No, the Constitution does not apply to American citizens only. Read the 14th Amendment, dipshit.
realize, man, these motherfuckers are pathetic. Sorry, like I'm not good at giving facts right now. I mean, I'm a little.
Well, what are you feeling?
I'm keeping one eye on them as I'm talking to you because I don't trust them. These law enforcement officials are invading Minnesota, making schools unsafe, making hospitals unsafe, violating every single amendment. Watch out!
Okay, we're running. Yep.
Okay. No. Right behind the car.
By the way, the ones firing those are the fucking the police. It's the ICE officers, not the police. God, could you imagine if they actually did something like that, but fired it towards, ICE, like we've all been saying, like, hey, it'd be wild if you actually protected us, but.
It's again instigated by nothing. There's only a handful of people standing around, talking to each other, maybe sharing some words to the ICE, to the Border Patrol officers. And munitions were, sorry.
Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE!
Yeah.
What's that?
Pull your cover over your mouth.
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Fuck ICE!
All right, it's coming this way. Go back this way.
Fuck ICE!
Some of y'all need hobbies. I'm gonna just say that much. Holy fuck. This is what you do? Get off work and the first thing you do is just scroll through the fucking shorts feeds and you're just like, I'm gonna go and get mad at somebody that I disagree with politically to the point where I'm gonna be mean first. Yeah, get 'em. When's the last time you showered? Long-haired hippie? Whoa, you're in mommy's basement. Whoa. I don't know. That's where I think that the repeat comments is just like, that's almost body.
Fuck ICE!
But maybe not. Maybe there's just a bunch of right-wingers that have nothing better to do. Which
There's at least 2 helicopters flying above, watching the scene. Still many more. What I'm assuming is police lights based on blue, just blue and red.
Hold this for a second.
So again, the tear gas clouds move. Apologies, just catching my breath a little bit.
MAGA, you bitches. That's how I read that one. Not sure if that's how you meant it, but pretty funny.
A handful of very hardy people who are moving back to the line. Oh. It's like they're shooting pepper pellets again.
MAGA are little bitches. Nice. Nice quick. Welcome to stream. Appreciate you being here.
Yes. Yeah.
Aggressive protests.
I'll come over there. Good. So looking, I'll come over there. Good.
Yes, she does not have lung cancer, dummy. Oh, here we go.
You can see literally peppered across the ground is the marks of the pepper pellets. You can...
Jesus. Those things are
What
huge,
happens is,
man.
it's a little, what's that little tear gas canister? Yeah, yeah.
What tape, bro? There's no tape.
The Border Patrol officers are trying to get the crowd to move back to tape, and there's tape that would
pee on them if they were Russian escorts.
was broken on the ground by the
Nice
officers previously, but there is no line that
the more
they're referring to.
Time that goes by, and the more that he keeps like placating to the to China and Russia to kind of like separate and give them the the Eastern Front or whatever. Yeah, I could see it. Or the Eastern Hemisphere.
Go home. What state remover do you guys use?
Kyle got his ass kicked on Piers Morgan show. Well, we will watch that in a little bit, and you can enjoy him getting his ass kicked if that's the case. Okay, guys, if you guys are keep calling everybody a pedophile except for the one dude that's protecting pedophiles by not releasing the Epstein files, I do have to say it is a special kind of clownery on you. You got people within MAGA that don't even buy your bullshit. That's hilarious. Liberals can't and won't fight, and then simultaneously complaining that the liberal protesters are fighting too much and that they're making victims. Do you guys see what's happening with that? Christ. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I got to piss real quick.
Amazing. Gonna take that as a
Dog's
yes.
taking over. I'll be right
So we are once again assembling legally in front of you. Obstructing absolutely nothing. Gotta make that really clear.
That's how this administration works.
You guys are free to leave if you want.
Shut up,
It's cold here. Here in January.
I can be right here. You in my face. You coming to me. You coming to me. Get the fuck out.
You guys ever read this? I'll give it to you. It's the Constitution.
Constitution.
Do you know how to read?
Bro, they need a job application.
I got lots of copies.
Shot somebody's house
I got
up.
copies.
That's
You want a
gotta
copy?
be something about that in there.
You're good? You have one? Do you read it?
Big trouble. You're in
Is this
big trouble.
in line with it?
Get out of here.
No comment. No comment whatsoever.
No, I haven't gotten a single word out of this one. Not even an order to tell us when he's going to start tear gassing. I haven't even gotten that much out of him.
That's tactical information.
Yeah, it's great.
One of us with our whistles. We're so scary. Oh my gosh, we're so scary. Dirty ass monkey.
Go home.
You guys gonna come see me at my house? You know who I am at this point. I've been all over town. You gonna come visit me? Anybody want to come over to my house? Will I see you tomorrow? Next day? He don't like you very much.
Fuck ICE!
He don't like you very much.
Fuck ICE! Wow!
Fuck ICE!
Do you want this? Do you want it?
Fuck ICE!
Sir, do you want a copy of the Constitution?
Crime scene. Jesus.
Sir, do you want a copy of the Constitution? Do you own one? Can you at least look at it? You swore to protect it. Can you at least look at it?
Fuck ICE!
Fuck you, dude. Oh, you looked at it. Hey, he looked at it. Might be the first fucking time ever.
Do they ever look
There
you
it
in
is.
the eyes? Because they never
Hey,
look me
looked
in the
at it
eyes.
first time ever.
It makes this job a lot harder, I bet. Yeah, doesn't it? Go, fuck yourselves, go home.
I don't think you want the lighter they have. They'll light it for you.
Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE!
All right, her voice is fucking grating. I'm sorry. Like, it's working, I guess, in the context of the fucking protest, but Jesus Christ, hearing it over and over and over and over. You get it? Yes, fuck ICE.
No.
Piece of shit! Your mom fucking hates you, you cocksucking fuck!
They've been pointing at someone in the crowd a couple times. They've been pointing at somebody in the crowd a couple times, so there might be something happening in a moment.
Go join ICE if you love them. Fuck yeah. Honestly, like, that's the easiest one to respond to all these idiots with. It's like, why are you in my chat and not with ICE if you love them so much? It's almost like you are kind of a bitch. You will join ICE? Go. Then go. 200K a year? Yeah, for only a few years, because I'll tell you what, that ain't going to go very far when y'all are getting processed. I think that's why a lot of people deep down inside know. It's like, maybe I don't want to join. Plus, I have a feeling that half of you won't even, like, trust me, they barely have a fucking physical, and I have a feeling a bunch of you wouldn't even pass. Let's be real. I'm enough with you. Fucking A.
Hands up, don't shoot! Hands up, don't shoot! Hands up, don't shoot!
ICE out! ICE out!
There we go.
ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out!
Getting annoyed at his annoying friends. I mean, I can admit when something's a little, it's just a little grating, you know? Doesn't help that she's right next to the fucking dude's microphone with her blowhorn.
A commanding officer in the Border Patrol just told everyone if they would give them room, they would leave. They're backing up in the crowd.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, it's like, if they want to be here, we want them to leave, and if they want to leave, we want them to be here. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what they want, we don't want them to accomplish it. I don't know.
That doesn't really make sense, because you don't want them there.
What?
No, the whole thing is you don't want them terrorizing the fucking community.
Do you have any thoughts about what happened out here tonight?
I mean, it's terrible, and I think they know it. I think they know, at least in some way, that what they did was terrible, and I don't know. I hope God forgives them. You know?
You were trying to talk to them a lot tonight. Did you get any response?
Serious? No, of course not. You know, they just look at you and then they look away when you say something too mean. But I'm curious I want to know what they're like, you know? I want to know what kind of people do this. It makes me sad.
Thank you.
She just wants to understand them. I gotta say that was a little weird. Alright. Well, we watched that part. Here, we'll go through this a little bit. Because, yeah, this is, if you guys see here, we got one camera, two, and then we got one up, like up ahead at the stop sign here. So this is where the ICE cars were. No, it's the community. The community came out because they heard gunshots in their community, and they were just like, wait, what happened? Here, actually, this is how this video started. Oh, wrong one. My bad. Here.
Wait. Yep. This is Zach D. Roberts with Status Coup.
You see this? The person on the ground is neither moving
This is Zach D. Roberts
or really
with Status
responsive,
Coup.
and they're
we are
handcuffed.
live on the scene in Minneapolis.
Now, the problem that I have is, why aren't they checking on them?
There is a bear cat behind us. There has been reported that there's been a yet another shooting by federal agents right down the road here. They looks like they're trying to force through to control the scene with a vehicle.
I've watched this a few times now, and I'm just like, okay, they didn't have anybody really over there making it so you couldn't check on that guy.
Well, they're clearing. There's a person arrested, it seems. I'm not quite sure, on the ground. She looks like she's cuffed. Yep. There's Border Patrol officers in full camo. They're armed with a couple of them have night vision.
You can put the microphone
Yes.
to what they're saying. Dude, what are you doing? What made you sign your oath and do this to us?
God, look at how tiny this guy is. Look at how tiny these guys are. Like, I can't get over
Did
that.
your uncle touch you at Christmas? You fucking bitch. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you. Hey, one-on-one, no gun. I'll whoop your ass.
Their tax dollars hard at work. Sitting here complaining about fucking waste, fraud, and abuse while maintaining the fact that these guys are contributing to the waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's get to some of the other segments here. It's about that time. We'll go back to the protest coverage here in a minute. But, yeah, you know what? I wanted to cover this real quick. So, Anna Kasparian looks like she's had a change of heart with seeing some of this ICE shit. Like, this is kind of the thing that I don't think a lot of right-wingers will understand is how they were starting to get a pivot where people like the TYT was trying to be more fair to right-wingers, trying to be like, yeah, you know what, Trump is, he's not as bad as the left makes out. It's a lot of hyperbole, which I'm so glad to see the fucking egg just constantly just all over the faces. Because, yeah, every time they say it, the Trump administration does something else where all of a sudden they're just like, oh, well, I didn't mean like that. So Cenk has had to do a lot of walkbacks. Anna's had to do a lot of walkbacks. I think that Anna Kasparian doing the event with Pearl Davis this weekend had a little bit to do with this. So Anna Asparagus. Yeah, so let's see what Anna Asparagus has to say. Oh, that is still the last video.
Based on the White House's response following the fatal shooting of Good, that they can act with impunity, that Trump will come out or a representative or spokesperson from DHS will come out and refer to the person that was gunned down by a militarized federal agent as a domestic terrorist before knowing a single thing about her or him. So the immigration crackdown operation has now grown to 2,000.
Did she fill her bonus hole with any better ideas, Chuck?
And yesterday, the Trump administration announced that they are planning to deploy an additional 100 CBP officers. Local leaders and immigrant rights groups have decried the agents' conduct, saying that they have been stopping people based only on looks and accents. Often, these stops have led to violent arrests of both immigrants and American citizens, and that's according to local officials and observers who have recorded mayhem using cell phones. So I want to share some of that evidence with you, including one of the videos which shows federal agents dragging a woman out of her car just a couple of blocks from where Renee Good was shot.
Sanctuary cities. Civil War. Oh, so we're doing this thing where states' rights aren't a thing anymore? Wow, again, state sovereignty went out the fucking window the second that you guys got into power. It's almost like you guys never cared. It's only like you guys cared because you were worried that Biden might come for your state sovereignty, and that might mean we might have to have some leftist policy that we don't like. Instead, you guys are out there fucking with this shit, ignoring the fact that this is making you super unpopular politically. Spooky. And when Trump rigs the elections, or even if we have the elections, then you guys are still going to somehow just be like, yeah, you see how popular he is? Even though, wait, why is everybody protesting? Because he said that we're not going to have elections. Well, you know what? We don't need them. No new elections are coming. The more and more that I'm seeing, the more and more that I think they aren't. I think that this is step one to making sure that they don't, because he wants to institute the Insurrection Act, then have martial law. Then he's going to use that as his, we can't be doing things when we have martial law. This country is just out of control. It's like, yeah, it's under your presidency. How do you not see it? Honestly, this is why I let the bots do their thing, or like I let this happen, because let people see that there are people out there in America that love the idea of being an autocracy and just being anything but America.
You guys feel good and free? Don't feel like you're living in a third world police state?
I'm 2036. Can you do math? He's gonna be almost 100.
Another case.
If he survives the next like fucking 4 years, which we'll see.
Of a woman in Minneapolis who was actually protesting.
Ronald McDonald's gonna do what that one guy couldn't.
Was protesting ICE operations. So in the video we just showed you, it was a woman who was just driving. Anyway, the next one, you actually do have a protester. Let's take a look at that.
Patty O'Keefe says she and a friend were following ICE agents on Sunday,
which is perfectly legal to do.
When they were stopped, their car pepper sprayed and their windows smashed.
How are they impeding when they're behind them?
Before being taken to a federal detention center.
How?
3 ICE agents that were in the car with me immediately started taunting me. The driver of the car said, you guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian is dead.
O'Keefe says she was held for 8 hours before
she was behind them, you dumb fucks.
Being released.
She was following them, which following a fucking officer in the line of duty is not illegal unless you are impeding their ability to actually conduct their fucking duty. What they were just doing was not that.
Without charge.
If they were in front and stopping them, maybe you had a point. But
released without charges because
because there were no charges to be had. It's almost like they didn't have anything on them. Weird.
She didn't commit a crime.
Yeah, weird.
So,
but again, guys, you were like, yeah, get them out of there. No charges were filed. What? Do you guys care?
I just want to understand, and I'm asking a serious question. If there are any conservatives watching the show right now, I genuinely want to know, and I'm asking politely. I know that this isn't happening in your part of town. It's very unlikely happening in your part of the town. Usually these ICE agents are deployed in blue cities, blue states. I get it. But would you enjoy this in your city or your town?
Mm-hmm.
Would you be okay with
as long as it's not them?
ICE agents knocking door to door, asking whether or not the people living in the home are American citizens?
Honestly,
would you be?
This is gonna hit some. This is how it's gonna happen. So somebody is gonna, and you know, this is what happens when you have kids. Your kid is going to end up being friends with a little Mexican girl or a little Mexican boy, and then you might have that thing where it's like, Daddy, can I have a sweep over? So then they find out that this kid is there, right? Then what?
Be okay.
Then what?
Knowing your child.
Are you then going to just be the guy where it's just like, whoa, yeah, take them. They're not mine.
For instance.
Or what would you do?
Is at Target working and gets harassed by an ICE agent demanding answers when you know your kid is an American
Honestly, it's easy to not take this chat serious. Like the vertical chat is so easy not to take seriously. Bye, Eric.
Doesn't have to answer a damn thing, number one. Doesn't need to be harassed while at work at a Target parking lot. Gets roughed up by the ICE agents and then later bloodied and dropped off at a Walmart. Would you be okay with that? Because let me just say something. Let's say we live in a weird topsy-turvy world where we have President Joe Biden doing what Trump is doing now, but
your fucking house, your fucking rules. Don't think so.
Deploying
That's not how ICE works.
Militarized federal agents.
Fourth Amendment be damned. This is what you don't understand.
In red parts of this country, Republican parts of this country. I'd be horrified because I don't want to live in a police state and I don't want my fellow Americans to be brutalized like this. And I just don't really understand how the small government Republicans who are always purporting to be terrified of government tyranny are like pleasuring themselves to this stuff based on what I'm seeing online.
Yeah.
Partisan brain rot has destroyed this country to a point where we have so effective.
Yeah, but again, half the engagement, even here, I swear to God, like half the fucking idiots in chat here are bots.
Dehumanized each other so effectively. All you have
the
to
fact that like the Indian and Russian bot farm proved to be real
do is identify as a Democrat, and you'll have
kind of
significant portion of Republican voters dehumanizing you, and vice versa. By the way, vice versa. And it's wrong, and the country is not going to survive under that type of atmosphere and that type of culture. So, at a different ICE protest in Santa Ana, and we can't show you guys this video. Number one, it's too gruesome. Number two, it's copyrighted. There was a protester bleeding from the head, it appears, after being hit with a rubber bullet.
Please shame a night $2. This is part of a failing project to magnificate MN.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, they thought that Trump was mad because he thought that, and he was told that there were a bunch of farmers and right-wingers that would definitely, give him the numbers that he needed. Then he, never looked at the facts that they haven't had a right-wing governor since, what, the 70s?
He was then dragged by a DHS officer into a federal building. Now, this individual is a 21-year-old. Federal agents have also repeatedly used flashbangs and pepper spray against protesters. During my CNN panel, we actually debated those protests and the actions of ICE. And I pointed out the fact that, under a different president who actually deported far more people, we didn't.
What? But Democrats open borders and what?
See this type of chaos on the streets. Let's take a look.
Flies in the face of everything that I was going out there and
There's no one out there celebrating what happened except for maybe the fringes of fringe on X. People generally accept that this was a tough call. I think a lot of people are on the side.
DHS came out immediately and called her a domestic terrorist.
No, I'm sorry, no, that was a response. That was a response.
About normalizing militarized federal agents roaming the streets under the false pretense of mass deportations. I'm sorry, but the deporter-in-chief, Barack Obama, didn't have militarized ICE agents roaming the streets in order to do the proper operations. Why? What are we doing right now?
Yep.
And I honestly can't handle the polite discussions about this. I can't.
No,
I can't. Like,
there is no one. Like, why? Why even have them? This is where I'm fine. I've had it. We've seen it with this chat here. Why? Why even try with most of these people? And honestly, if you guys are like in MAGA and you come here and you're like, yeah, I actually want to have a discussion. I don't know, maybe push back. Like, if you show me that there's like the ability to push back against some of the most reprehensible fucking supporters that, you know, you happen to side with, then maybe, just maybe, I'll start taking that a little more seriously and I'll give you guys a little bit more of a platform. But until then, fuck off.
Every administration, our quality of life and our rights are degraded. And it's because everything just gets normalized. And I don't want this normalized. Yep. I believe in protecting our borders. Sorry to the open borders people. I think you're wrong. I think it's important to enforce our immigration laws. However, I am not in favor of the federal government doing what it's doing right now. I am not okay with seeing militarized federal agents roaming the streets.
She's still a little 1 foot in there. Did you see what she did there?
Now, I want to move on to the public and how they're feeling about this, okay? Because the majority of the public agrees with me that ICE's brutal conduct is unnecessary. I'm not being crazy. I don't have TDS.
Yeah, you do. According to everybody that disagrees with you, yes.
I believe
this is how this works, Anna. Anna, welcome back to the fucking internet, apparently.
American values,
Jesus
and what
Christ.
we're seeing on our streets is against American values. And
So
turns
brave.
out, you know,
Yeah,
this
right.
Quinnipiac poll finds the majority of Americans agree with me. 57% of Americans disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws. 57%. Only 40% approve. And that 40%, I assure you, are on the right. But if the tables were turned, the numbers and the demographics would flip.
Yep.
Because if you are afflicted by partisan brain rot, you think everything is okay when your side does it.
Yep.
Think for yourself, okay? Exit the cult.
Yep.
It's destroying the country.
I'll agree with
Ken
her on that.
Klippenstein writes in his new scoop, according to documents leaked to me, not only is the department seeking volunteers for the apparently unpopular mission, it is urging its agents to maintain a low profile and comply with the use of force policies. Please just comply with the law. Please. But if you don't worry. We're not going to punish you. We'll just smear the person who's either maimed or killed. And they're looking for volunteers. So apparently, in part due to opposition within the ranks, according to Border Patrol agents and other Homeland Security workers who have reached out to me. Please begin canvassing your personnel for volunteers. A memo sent by...
Why aren't they canvassing my fucking chat here? Come on, guys.
Acting
We've seen how many of you just full-throatedly support Donald Trump and fucking ICE. Why are they having problems?
Joshua.
Why recruitment problems?
Andrew post on Friday. Things are bad. And anyone who thinks what we're experiencing is normal is wrong. And if we let this kind of behavior stand, if we allow this growth of federal power to interject themselves in our lives like this, like I don't know where this ends. But freedom isn't free. You have to fight for it.
No, and dude, seriously, their fantasy world, like, if ICE came for them, they would get outside with their pew-pews and be like, get off my property, not recognizing that that's not a thing anymore. If you came out with the pew-pews, then you're getting pew-pews.
And freedom isn't a mainstay.
And the thing is, they're going to be able to do it because they don't have to follow the same laws that your local police do. I think that you kind of understand it. You guys seem to get it when you get pulled over, and the first thing you do is, why'd you pull me over? Why'd you pull me over? What the fuck? Like, it's always that.
It can very easily be taken away. And right now, I know.
Well, I keep saying with the DUI shit, dude, trust me. We know that that's when you're going to start seeing some red hats just going like, what the fuck? This ain't America.
There's a lot going on in the news, but what we're seeing on our streets is not normal. People shouldn't be brutalized like this. Anyway, we got to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right, so I'm pretty sure that they come back, and this is when she...
An ICE agent just like walks up and smacks them to the ground and takes their phone. It's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. All right. Eclectic Miscellanea says, it's Anna Solo, an hour of Anna amazing us with her strong takes on important issues delivered freely and unencumbered. So pretty much like her debate with Pearl Went. That's funny. I didn't even That wasn't even like a great debate performance by me, and it
No.
sucked because like
You
I
didn't
like
need
debating,
to. She
but it's
didn't
kinda
do
hard
anything.
to debate with someone who's unable to debate back. Anyway, let's go to our YouTube members. We've
RJ couldn't even fucking burn me right.
got thank you to With It Girl
Type slower if you're gonna try and make it an inaugural fucking burn, but
or With It Gal who gifted
Whoops.
5 TYT memberships. M33324 says Anna
you are how you type a failure.
with the flawless makeup again. I appreciate it. Yvonne Butterfly Girl says 3 Palestine Action prisoners have announced the end of their hunger strike after the government decided not to award a £2 billion contract to the Israeli arms company subsidiary Elbit Systems UK. Oh, inject that in my veins. I need that good news. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. All right, I got to read some of these.
All right, well, fuck this. Hold on. We'll just do this. I'm gonna pull up the Vanguard video on this one. Not really looking for all their opinions on it, but give me 1 second. I thought I had that time-stamped pretty well, but guess not.
Day that
it's okay. We are friendly with the Vanguard, so
didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, let's get back to the show.
So again, I do genuinely want to. I know, like, you know,
Knew Trump was going to be bad. I was so wrong. I knew Trump was going to be bad. I didn't like, just because, when I hear the word fascist, I think of.
Yeah, so you're a moron. The thing is, no, see, Anna, you're not going to get the fucking charity that I think you thought you might get here. No. You didn't think that it was going to be that bad, even though he said it, even though he laid it out there. Project 2025 was a thing. We could all see how the sycophantic fucking push to have everybody just be an unquestioning loyalist to Donald Trump in the government, and you somehow are fucking surprised. Okay.
Fascism is a specific ideology. So when Jake and I got into that debate about whether or not Trump is fascist leading up to the election, there wasn't evidence to suggest that he has or believes in a fascist ideology. But what's being carried out right now on the streets of Minnesota, watching these videos of pregnant women, like there's a video, we're going to get to it later in the show today. Pregnant woman gets dragged out of her car. She wasn't even part of any of the anti-ICE demonstrations. She was just trying to get by. She was driving to an appointment or something.
Man, I wish somebody would have warned about that on the Young Turks like Francesca or Jordan Ewell or countless other people who you degraded and said they were crazy leftists who just wanted to have illegal immigration and open borders and chaos.
Sorry,
in our
guys.
streets, and
I
they
kind
wanted
of just
to
want to
trend
hear her
Iran
take on
with
this.
gang
fucking crony or whatever.
Yeah, and shout out to the Vanguard for doing this, but
on some of their bullshit, hysterical rhetoric, and a whole laundry list of other people who we've talked about at length too.
Yeah.
oh, is that why it's members only?
Yeah, do you want to
Oh, that explains why I couldn't
There's a
find
video.
that.
We're going to get to it later in the show today. Pregnant woman gets dragged out of her car. She wasn't even part of any of the anti-ICE demonstrations. She was just trying to get by. She was driving to an appointment or something. I've seen now multiple videos of innocent people who are not even, they're not.
She's literally just lying. There's plenty of evidence.
Obstructing, they're
Yeah.
not getting involved. They're
No, she's good at she's good at doing this, especially when Jenk's not there.
doing nothing other than
Because notice how nobody's gonna call her out on that.
standing kind of like away off to the side and filming ICE as they're,
Fuck off.
raining terror on people. And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming.
Good.
I'm such an idiot.
Good.
Anyway, let's get back to
because that is nice to hear.
All right, cool.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
You should. Thank you. All right. And then, yes, you should be able to take said guilt with a little bit of grace and just understand why some of us do want to rub your nose in that one because it's coming. Trust me.
Anyway, let's get.
And I have a feeling that she'll probably respond the same way that she did that took her there, where it's just like, God, the left. They're just so unforgiving. God. It's like, no, we're going to remind you of how much fucking damage you did. All right. There we go. All right, so here's the second part of that same episode, surprisingly, but I guess Jenk and Crystal had a pretty good interview. Let's take a look.
Me is Crystal Ball. She's host of Breaking
I'm a little
Points
confused. It's like, oh, is TYT on the mend or no?
Sagar and Jetty. Crystal, welcome to the show.
Great to see you, Jenk. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
All right, she's in Kyle's studio. Shit.
There's a lot to talk about. I want to talk about current events, and I want to talk about overall what
she turned right because she wanted to be a bigot
of a revolution is, and if we need one. And
yes, and I think that the populism thing was like during the elections. That was kind of, they saw the dip because of their unpopular opinions on multiple things, whether homelessness or trans rights, and they kind of saw that the audience was like gone. And trust me, I've seen it. They still have the numbers like of subscriptions or subscribers, but that's kind of, I think there's a bunch of people that just forgot to unsub. But
and
maybe
how
not.
We could do it, okay? But first, let's start with current events. It looks like we are on the precipice of war with Iran.
But as far as live video views, yeah, they were tumbling.
Sounds like a spectacular idea, doesn't it?
TYT's on the way out.
Oh my God. I mean, do we ever learn anything from anything? And, I mean, you talk a lot about democracy, and I think that's what this program is really focused on. Like, this is not something that the American people want whatsoever. But it seems like Trump has surrounded himself and been persuaded by a bunch of neocons and the Israel lobby and Netanyahu, who's constantly pushing for not even regime change, but regime collapse in Iran. And so sadly, I think after the first strikes on Iran, you and I and many others said, it's probably only a matter of time before we go back in. So listen, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Trump made some sounds today about like, the protests are dying down and maybe there wasn't as much killing as being said because he'd drawn this red line. But I am deeply, deeply concerned about where we're going. And even obviously zooming out from Iran, like they have effectuated a policy.
It looks like that we're pausing it for now.
Abroad.
Like today, I guess Iran said, we're not going to kill any more protesters. Regime's going to calm down. And Trump kind of just went, cool.
That is just might makes right. We have the weapons, so we're going to throw our weight around. Law of the jungle.
We'll see.
And I think it comes directly.
It's going to be a long weekend for sure.
Lies getting us into
give Pep a sub and like the stream. Hell yeah.
And then even
there's an internet. Well, the thing that scared me the most was the fact that it wasn't just the internet blackout. Man, I cannot talk today. It was the airspace blackout.
More directly out of the barbarism.
They closed the airspace yesterday.
That we all watched unfold in Gaza. I mean, if you can commit a genocide.
BreadTube dramas, kayfabe.
4K,
not really.
Live in our feed.
It takes a lot for me to even get to that point. Honestly, it was during COVID, like the Demon Mama, fucking Vosh and all that bullshit. But realistically, what TYT did, no, they burned a lot of goodwill.
Single day. And get away with it.
And the thing is, they did so in a way where they tried to shame anybody that left them and was just like, oh, if you don't like us anymore, then we didn't have a place for you. It's like, oh, okay.
Like, yeah, you can do anything you want, apparently, in the world. And they feel like they can act with absolute impunity.
So I want to talk about media more because it makes such a giant difference in the country. And so let's start with mainstream media because Crystal, you and I were both anchors on MSNBC, and so we worked within that machine, and so we know a thing or two about it. And now, look, I've been calling out that stuff forever, and you have as well. And part of the reason I left MSNBC was to tell the story of how they wanted me to do only Democratic propaganda, and I didn't want to do that, et cetera. So we're familiar with all that. But even
seems to be the running line with MSNBC.
So,
and that's why, anytime they call them MSDNC, you would not get an argument out of me.
Even at this late date,
especially after they fired Mehdi Hassan.
If anybody watches the Young Turks, nobody attacks mainstream media more than I do. Not any right winger, not anybody, right? But even so, Crystal, when I see what's happening with Iran here, where they're all in masse pretending that we might go to war because oh my God, Mark Levin cares so
Happy
much
Mountain
about the
Time.
Iranian people. And all the pro-Israel pundits in this country and the politicians, all of a sudden, oh my God, there's Muslims dying. We're brokenhearted over it. And they ignore that Israel's been trying to get us to do regime change in Iran for 20 straight years. And it has a massive lobbying operation in politics and in media to drive that war. Isn't it kind of amazing that they
Do you guys genuinely care about dogs? Because then how is Kristi Noem even a fucking thing with you? Shut the fuck up.
collectively
Again, you got nothing.
all are in effect?
We get it. Hassan might have shocked his dog, but Kristi Noem literally shot her dog in the face. So shut the fuck up.
Lying to as
You don't give a fuck about pups.
many people in America as they can.
If Hassan shocked his dog, yeah, he's kind of a piece of shit with that one because Kai is also well behaved, but I don't think he did.
Get them to support this war just like they did with Iraq.
It's frankly insulting.
Specifically because I watched a dog trainer go through all those collars and he was like, yeah, it seems like this one had the vibrate. But I will admit that I think that he has shot Kaya in the training.
Because, the idea that the Iraq war was to liberate the Iraqi people. Like, how did it go for the people of Iraq? Nothing could have been more disastrous than our war there.
Yeah, Stan's just perfect.
That we were going to liberate
He's
the
a good
people of
boy.
Afghanistan. Nothing could have been more
loud.
disastrous than our war there. So obviously it's preposterous. And of course
he's back.
red line and the justification Trump offered is the most absurd. He cares so deeply about the Iranian protesters. Are you kidding me? You just watched one of your ICE thugs shoot an American protester in the face 3 times. And you aren't investigating the killer. You're investigating the victim and her wife. You called her a
It's actually 4.
domestic terrorist.
Somehow
so
missed one.
Literally no one believes that Donald Trump is so deeply concerned about the people of Iran or so deeply concerned about the safety and the sanctity of the protesters there. I mean, please give me a break. They actually, in a new filing, they're claiming that, one of the problems with Maduro was that he was violating the rights of indigenous people in Venezuela. Like, does anyone believe that that's something that the Trump administration cares about? Like, at least I feel like in the neocon era, Cenk, they respected us enough to build up some lies to make the case for the war over years. Now, I literally don't even know if we go to war with Iran again. I don't even know what they are aiming for.
Yeah.
I don't know what the stated reason is. I don't know what the goal is. None of it is even making
None of
any
it makes sense,
We're supposed to
right?
care that
Yeah.
Maduro had machine guns. I mean, this is just so insulting and preposterous.
What's up, Kevin?
Which is why
How's it
even
going,
with
man?
all
Welcome
of the
to the stream.
networks effectively in I mean, I don't want to say they're totally in lockstep, but they're much more. Fox News is totally in a lockstep. CNN, more, a little bit of dissent, but mostly in lockstep. MSNBC a little bit better, but it's very gradations of bad. But in spite of that overwhelming war,
You're back, Polygraph. What up?
propaganda, you still have the American people no, absolutely not. This is not what we want. Now, the one caveat
This attack on Venezuela has been planned for years. It's even in a Call of Duty game.
I
Yeah.
will say is that leading up to
I'm glad you brought that
the
up.
last time we bombed Iran, you had partisans, Republicans, independents, and Democrats who all in advance.
Although the one thing that really got me was today they were talking about how they might entertain sending paramilitary into other countries, specifically Greenland. I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that we're going to parachute our military into Greenland a la Red Dawn? Holy shit, we really did go full circle on this.
Were like, no, we won't want to do this. Once Trump did it, then the Republicans flipped. Same thing with Venezuela. We saw that same flip. And I fully expect we'll see that again with Republicans if we do go back
Yeah,
to
one of them
striking
was
Iran.
Russian.
Okay, I actually disagree with that last part, so that's going to be interesting. But hold on, before we get to that part, and it's an interesting slight disagreement. So, look, I got to put an asterisk on what you said. You're right. Like when you say no one believes that Trump's doing this because it's like his heart is broken for the Iranian people. Come on, right? But the giant asterisk is except every national media reporter and anchor, because they're all talking about it as if that's what the American government is worried about. As if they just say all the time.
That's weird. I watched CNN International and they said the opposite, Jank, but okay.
Nonstop. Well, there's all these people died in Iran and Trump is
The
worried
only
about them.
honest side of CNN left.
The government is worried about it. We're freedom in Iran, blah, blah, blah. and not one of them ever mentions, oh, by the way.
Which you guys can criticize CNN all you want, but if you guys criticize CNN International, then truly you guys kind of lost the plot there.
Israel, that controls 94% of our politicians and gives hundreds of millions of dollars to our politicians, they want this war desperately. They've always wanted it. They don't care 1% about the Iranian people. No. And they just want a regime change so they can install a pro-Israel puppet. Yeah. Reza Pahlavi, the Shah Jr., who went to Israel and told them, I will do what you want. And not one piece of reporting about that in mainstream media. So I think,
well, I don't even think that, I don't actually even think that they imagine they can accomplish a regime change. I actually think in a sense it's worse than that. They want a regime collapse. They want it to look like Syria. They want it to look like Libya. They want it to look like Lebanon. So it's not even that they don't care about the Iranian people. They actively want them to suffer in some tribalized, horrible failed state situation. So that's the reality of what they're actually pushing for, because Israel wants to be
it's all about resource control.
Power broker in the region. So until they weaken the Iranian government and they
let's see if she actually does it, or is she gonna go or
at Bandit Mtxi $2 off PIERS.
See that collapse, they're not going to be satisfied.
Interesting.
Which, you saw Trump sort of like dismissing the Shah's son in the same way he dismissed Machado down in Venezuela. I think he realizes, like, you can't just put this figurehead in and think that it's gonna work out. But what they're aiming for is, what if we just sort of make this whole thing crumble and collapse? Then they'll be fighting. There'll probably be a civil war. It'll be a mess, and we can continue doing whatever we want to do in the region and throwing our weight around.
Yeah, I was slightly disagreeing with that too. So I hear what you're saying, but Crystal, my sense of it is, no, Israel. First of all, Israel hates.
Crystal stole Kyle's office. I know
democracy in the Middle East, because if those countries were democratic, they would all vote to oppose Israel. But instead, they put in puppets that say, Israel, well, it's problematic. We are so worried. We support the Palestinians, and then just sit on their ass and don't do anything, right? So I think my sense of it is that Israel's desperate to put the Shah in there. A dictator puppet is exactly what they want. They don't want democracy, and I would say that
I'm glad Kyle ditched the green lights. Yeah, me too.
Why? Because usually fundamentalists.
But it was part of his brand. I remember him talking about that.
So if Iran got into a civil war, somebody worse than the Ayatollah would probably emerge. And if they had any kind of popular support, their first move would be to attack Israel. So if that's what they want, they're way dumber than I thought they were. Okay.
Well, I think they just want the collapse that they were able to push for in Syria, Lebanon, Libya. But I think we both agree they're certainly not up to any good and do not have the best interests of the Iranians at heart. And I think there are genuine people who look at the regime in place in Iran and are like, it's bad, it's repressive. I don't disagree with any of that, right?
Of course.
And who would like?
No, it's the same. This is why I hated the Maduro thing, where all of a sudden, if you just said this is wrong, they're like, so you support Maduro? Then it's like, no.
To see.
But you can admit when something's wrong, where it's like, no, we really shouldn't have just done that, because like I've been saying, what if that happened to us?
Who would like to be able to embrace the noble aspirations of the protesters. But
now I'd probably just be like,
that you're going to get a democratic outcome in Iran where it truly is up to the Iranian people, so long as
used to think
the
I'd care more.
And Israel are messing in their business. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. Yeah. So you're either going to have the regime that's in place, or you're going to have, to your point, some, horrendous puppet dictator of the West. Those are the two choices that are on the table. They're both horrifying. And,
all right. Looks like the
and to pretend that you're going to have this blossoming of democracy.
We're back,
when
guys.
We and Israel are deeply invested in this whole thing. Like, it's just a complete and utter fantasy, and does a complete disservice to the American people to pretend that that is an option on the menu.
Yeah. So now I'm positive that we're going to go to war, and part of the reason I say that is the aircraft carriers are on their way. Yeah. So Trump says, "Oh no, maybe we will do a deal."
Airspace is closed. Aircraft carriers are on the way.
Before he attacked them the first time.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
So
well, he uses diplomacy, and this is one of the things that's really disgusting about him. He uses diplomacy as cover for attacks, which, you know, I mean, it's not only it's like immoral, but it also means why would anyone ever come to the table with us? Why would anyone ever invest in diplomacy when you know multiple times in the past it's just been a pretext to allow either ourselves directly or Israel to attack?
Yeah, and the only thing worse than what Trump does, which is like, oh, let's do diplomacy. Just kidding, I distracted you while I bombed you, is Israel, which murders peace negotiators, like very regularly. Oh, you're gonna negotiate peace with us? Oh, come. So like, word to the wise, if Donald Trump or Israel invites you to a peace negotiation, it's actually a wedding at Red One. So don't go, they're gonna kill you. So now, okay, so I believe the war is going to start, and I believe it is going to be an epic disaster. So Trump is Icarus. He's like, oh, I kidnapped Maduro. I bombed their nuclear facilities. I'm invincible. And this is going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all, because if we topple the Ayatollah, they consider that a success. No. Then the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is going to take over. They're not just going to be like, oh, we have all the weapons inside Iran, but we'll surrender? No. They're gonna have a power fight within themselves, and the most vicious dude in the world is, and probably several vicious dudes are gonna come out of that. And then we're gonna be mired in that muck. At some point, we're gonna lose some service members, and they're gonna use that to drag us more into war. But I'm curious about the next stage, right? Because they're Crystal,
and then it's the cycle again. That it's all of a sudden enough fucking moms lose their kids to the point where we're all at hockey games and please stand in remembrance of dipshit number 2 that went in for Trump's war and decided that, you know what? I'm going to stand up for my country, even though this has nothing to do with my country.
A little bit of disagreement about how it's going to go, but I'm not sure. So, my sense of it is, Tucker and Candace and all those guys on the right are already off this train, right? They're like, nah, I don't want this war. This is dumb. Not only do they not want the Iran war, I was pretty surprised that Tucker was like, no to Venezuela. That doesn't make any sense either. So that's a fascinating development.
Because he actually
then you
cried
have all the Rogans
for a hot
and the
second there.
Dillons and all those guys who are now saying, hey, ICE is vicious and wrong, and we don't want it, and this is not what we asked for, etc. And they're generally anti-war, and Dylan's been very anti-war, so is Theo Von, etc. I think the minute we get into a significant mess,
I love that we have these idiot comedians that we just look to. We're just like, yeah, them too.
All of those, not all the right-wing shows.
That's like somebody coming to me and saying that.
Right-wing shows, but
that's like that Pep Talks guys.
Critical ones.
Yeah, I guess.
Almost all the independent shows are gonna go, yeah, no, screw Trump. This is not at all what we wanted. And
even
that
she's
could
just
make
like,
a massive impact.
You just started on that train. Maybe calm down there. God, Jake loves to do this. He loves to get a new idea in his head, and then he's just like, I always thought like this. It's like, no, you didn't.
Iraq War, where
most
it
certainly
was
did
us and Amy Goodman going, no, and everybody else in media going, this is going to be fantastic. Let's go deeper and deeper into this quagmire. So I think that could make a big difference. Now, do you think that that's what's going to happen with the podcasters
God,
in the right
please
wing?
call him out a little bit on this, please, please.
I mean, it depends on just how bad it is.
Theo Von, he's funny because he's stupid. Yeah.
All I can go on is the experience we had. So leading into the first Iran war, the 12-day war, whatever the fuck he calls it. Sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss on this show. Sorry. Anyway, whatever he calls it. There were those voices, right? There were actually Charlie Kirk went to the White House, Tucker Carlson. There was some genuine resistance within certain elements of MAGA who were like, we should not do this. Then it was short. And Trump seemed to get his like mission accomplished moment. And in fact, what happened after that is the people who, the Shapirs of the world, those people who were for it all along came and said, see, you people were wrong. You were stupid. You were saying the sky was going to fall. Actually, this was easy and this was great. And so there has been,
that was a little bit of the call out.
There was almost a
that's it. She met you, Jake.
Of those
Not sure we
voices
knew that
had previously been critical. They were, oh, well, this, I guess this didn't go as poorly as it could have gone.
Oh my God, this is a blatant call out of
Venezuela
Jake.
leading into
I hope he
the
understands.
kidnapping of Maduro and the strikes on Venezuela. there was very little in terms of MAGA pushback. And, this is something that Sagar and I talked about. He was opposed to it, and he was very disheartened that there were so few voices on the right who were opposed to it. I think I work with most of them. There's a handful others outside of it. And similar deal. Afterwards, they're all out there, even people like, Nick Fuentes, who I think is disgusting because he's a neo-Nazi, but he tends to position himself as being like anti-interventionist. He was for it beforehand. And afterwards, he's like, yeah, this, I think this went well. Mission accomplished. Here's my American flag emoji. So, and on the right with the base, if you look at it, it's very popular. So look, everything depends. If it's an absolute quagmire and a mess and it's undeniable and Donald Trump can't spin it, yeah, do I think that some of those, more like the bro podcasters and those places that have voiced their criticism at certain times, do I think they'll come out against it? Yeah, but it really, really depends. I have to tell you right now, Jen, because I am extremely depressed and dispirited by the lockstep defense with the MAGA base of putting aside, like I know Rogan said some critical things. I said, no, Tim Dillon said some critical things, but in terms of Donald Trump's MAGA base, I am so disgusted with the way that they have embraced the narrative that Renee Good was a terrorist, embraced the military occupation of American streets, embraced this terror campaign and these Gestapo thugs, and actively in certain cases celebrated the death of Renee Good. So, there.
Oh yeah, we've been seeing this in chat all day today.
A percentage of the country, this rock solid MAGA base that I just think.
Like I said, they either have to be bots or they have to be like teenagers that don't have like their brain fully developed yet. Or God forbid that they don't actually develop the empathy part. That's why a lot of people that like saw their kids going down the Andrew Tate stuff, they were just like, oh God, because there might not be any fixing that.
Has an ideology that is truly heinous.
And we all know people that didn't fucking grow out of their their shitty behaviors, and they just kind of, now they hate the world. We all left them behind in high school.
And not one that can really be sort of like rationalized with and reasoned with, and which flips on a dime just depending on what Donald Trump does and what his view of the day is.
Okay, great. So let's get into that conversation. So number one, your analysis of how they reacted after Iran and Venezuela are absolutely correct. I totally agree. So they rallied around the flag, and since the operations seem to have gone well, they got back into their rah-rah mood, and as I was saying on this show, they got into bald eagle mood,
right?
Like, "Wow, we're America, we can do anything we
America,
want," right?
Fuck yeah.
And so,
yeah, it's well said.
Yeah, and so do they have that proclivity that, yes, they do, right? And it's the same kind of proclivity.
God, there he is, both sides jank.
Rah, rah, ice, yeah. If someone even looks at you kind of funny, shoot him in the head 3 times. Wah, yeah, bald eagle, wah, wah, right? And you're like, no, shooting an unarmed woman in the face 3 times is not bald eagle.
No, but Jank, here's the problem. You look at those people and you're like, yeah, you know what? Well, we still got to try and cater to you.
That's a coward, okay? And so I'm with you on all of that. And you could see it in the numbers. 35% of the country says, is generally on ISIS side.
Bitch, I left that upstairs.
That's the number that's left. And so 35%, well, that's dispiriting because that's a big chunk of the country and an even bigger percentage of Republicans, right? But at the same time, that means 2/3 are on our side, right?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, and so I think that the number one thing that people overlook is independents. Independents are larger than Democrats or Republicans, and independents do sway back and forth. They're not in that 35%. That 35% is, hardcore, extreme right, et cetera. Not all of the 35%, but a good chunk of it, right? Whereas the independents are totally on our side on war, on ICE, et cetera. So really, even when we talk about MAGA, it's
our side. You're back now.
Misnomer. Because we don't need a single MAGA vote. We just need to convince the independents.
I'll admit, this is really annoying, where he will only caucus with the left when it's convenient for him, but then he'll throw us under the bus when it's convenient for him. It's almost like that's why we hate him.
Independents. And those guys, a lot of them voted for Trump, but now realize, at least certainly some of them, realize the errors of their ways. And I think actually that's a huge number. So first, does that make sense to you before I go on to the rest?
Oh, I absolutely agree with all of that.
Yeah, okay, great. And so those independents, I don't want people putting them in the same bucket as the most extreme right guy there is and going, oh, well, you voted for Trump, I give up on you. You know, you're the worst, I can't stand you.
I literally said this earlier.
You're a racist, fascist, etc. Like, no, win those guys back, and you can see it in the polling.
Max left,
that
Jay.
Actually, already mission accomplished. We've already won them back, we just don't realize it, right? And because we haven't had a big election. And so, okay, so that's the point. Now, when you get to the reaction of what's going to happen next, the next one will not go well. So we had the US military carry out 2 tactics.
If you don't declare a party in the US, you can't vote in the primary, then decide on your ballot. That's not necessarily true. Some states don't they don't do that.
Particularly,
I live in a state that does that.
Excellent operations. But, you know, I was on Piers Morgan just yesterday.
Apparently there are some states out there where you can just be an independent and just go, you know, primary with whoever.
And Rob O'Neill, an interesting, questionable character, the guy who killed bin Laden, was on with me. And I said, the last question I asked, because there's like this, everybody's like, yeah, let's go to war, right? And I was like, Rob, you know, you had those 2 operations. If you run a 3rd or 4th or 5th operation, will something go wrong? And he's like, definitely. Yeah. He's like, look, even when we got bin Laden, we had to burn one of our planes, right? Because we couldn't rescue it and we had to just totally destroy it. Something's gonna go wrong. And when that happens, my sense is that this discontent that had built up over the Epstein files and now the awakening about Israel, the minute 1, 2, 3 things go wrong, that's
not true.
Come back and go,
Adelaide,
oh, you guys were right. No. God damn it. Turns out he's a uniparty.
There is indeed a lesser evil. The lesser of 2 evils is still less evil. Just never forget that.
And he got us into
Trust
this
me,
mess.
we're in this position because of that thought process. And I'm not here for it anymore.
And I think the 26 and 28.
Is there tentative harm that comes from thinking that way? Yeah, we're living through it.
I mean, I don't know. The Democrats can blow anything, okay? But it should go massively in our direction. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about independence, you know, I mean, I think you're right that already they're disgusted. I mean, some 80% of Americans who were polled said they'd seen that video of Renee Good. Like, they're not gonna buy the BS from JD Vance and Kristi Noem and Donald Trump. They're horrified by it, right? They see these thugs in the streets and this is not something that they are willing to accept. And, you know, perhaps even more critically, the economy sucks.
Yep.
And Trump is off doing his foreign adventures. You know, I'm going to make Venezuela great again. I'm going to make Iran great again.
Action has to take place.
Grab Greenland, which
I mean, that's what these protests are. It is action.
Almost literally no one wants.
Action is also getting people like Mondani to get into office, which happened. This is why the Democrats want you to think that there is still no chance that anybody from the far left can win. That's by fucking design.
All of these things. And it's like, I can't pay my bills. What are you doing? So yeah, I think the midterms are, even if Democrats...
No, I've heard nothing about Iowa, so wait.
Continue.
Have you heard good or bad about the guy in Iowa State going for governor, Rob Sand? No, I don't.
To suck because they haven't been great. I think the midterms will be a romp for Democrats just by default. I think 2028, Democrats will be very well set up. And then as you and I both know, the critical question is, well, what are you going to do with that power? Because just as easily as, you know, Trump and JD Vance and the crew could be vanquished.
Sounds great, but that's NYC? Yes. And it should be Minnesota. It should be Chicago. It should be any fucking blue city. But instead we got Gavin Newsom out there going on right-wing podcasts trying to be like, you know what? Maybe you guys are just understood.
This fascist...
Because he heard from Nick Fuentes that he's a Chad, and now he's just like, yeah, maybe I do have a shot with right-wingers.
Movement.
Literally getting played to play the same game that lost Kamala the fucking election. And somehow they're going to try and shovel that shit into our fucking mouths with it. Because, look, doesn't he look presidential? Look, he's anti-Trump. Look,
easily
lesser of 2 evils. Let's just get back to the fucking status quo.
Rise from the ashes and come right back.
No, this is for DSA to fuck up and lose. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's why I keep getting pissed off that we don't have a candidate.
People don't see their legitimate material needs and aspirations fulfilled. And so that's where it's really critical. And I know I'm singing to the choir here, but it's really critical that we fight for a Democratic Party that isn't going to just be a default. Okay, we're not as bad as those psychos over there who are like Nazi posting on Maine all day long. We're not.
He got Prop 50, but then he put the billionaire tax on fucking ICE.
Not as psycho as them. It has to be that there is a positive, affirmative vision offered, and critically that it confronts capital, that it actually is.
Macron for president. Please go into Candace Owens' chat and say that.
Actually is on the side of working people and takes
then just
their
take a
side
screenshot because I want to see it.
when there is a conflict between their interests and the interests of the billionaires. And so that's...
Newsom isn't as bad as a Republican. Yeah, he is.
That's the way.
Yeah, that's the both side shit. No, he is. Him, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. That's the uniparty shit that you keep hearing about.
I'm seeing the landscape. And I think
they genuinely don't give a shit about us.
That's possible. I think that the Democratic base really has their eyes open right now. That's what makes me really hopeful. I mean, the independents as well. But in terms of the direction of the Democratic Party, it's going to be the Democratic base that, primarily.
It's what happened with MAGA.
Has the voice there. And I think there's a possibility. I'm, not going to get out over my skis, but I do think there's a possibility there that that's going to be an absolutely existential, truly existential fight and battle for the country.
Yeah, so many things you said I want to comment on real quick. Yeah, ironically, Trump has turned into Biden, right? Biden used to brag about, all the NATO leaders love me, so I'm going to win the re-election. And they had to tell him, no. No one in America cares about foreign leaders. Yep. Like you're not getting it at all. And now Trump's like, what do you mean? I made Iran great again. Yep. And
well, did you see Trump say to the Republican caucus, he was like, you have to tell me what's going on in the mind of these voters. It's like, wow, have you ever lost your touch? He can't understand why people are dissatisfied. And that is just insane.
Yeah. All right.
That's also playing into the fact that he really is losing his step. God damn.
Now come up with a new term. I mean, I did the bald eagle.
It's almost like the health stuff it has some fucking legs.
But I'm now going to call them the Bald Eagle Coalition. Okay, so those guys, even some of the Republicans that are supporting what ICE is doing, that like what we did in Venezuela, the minute that Iran turns into a mess, they're gonna go, oh right, anti-war, yeah, right.
Love some pistachios though. You just kind of
I meant anti-war,
reminded me
right? Because I think that part of it is that they hate the idea of America being controlled by a different country. And they have now begun to realize, Israel runs the place. And they are going to be very unhappy about that. In fact, I'll do another fun prediction here. I think that Trump, the people he has to worry about most in terms of his physical safety, et cetera, and in the anger towards them is the bald eagle crowd when they realize that Trump duped them and he's uniparty.
Everywhere is greater than it ever was by most metrics. Yeah.
The elite and serves a different country. They're going to be.
I remember watching a statistician say that, where he was just like, when you really break down the stats, nobody really wants to just accept that things have gotten better pretty consistently as time has progressed.
20 times angrier than the left, and it's going to be problematic. So okay, so that's established, and we talked about that. Now I want to turn to what you. And one more thing about the Democrats. Totally right, Crystal. So as we see independents awakening, Epstein files, Israel, et cetera, even some portions of MAGA, we also have an awakening on the left, on the Democratic side.
Cenk is wrong here. Trump supporters will never care about being duped by him. No.
Because you and I have been in the populist.
No, that's the wrong thing to focus on.
Progressive camp for a long, long time. But
you want them to ever admit that, then you have to show them way better policy.
I was just on the I've Had It podcast, and they were like, we were wrong to support Hillary. Bernie was right, right? And there's this awakening on that side going, we should have gone populist. What were we thinking? And they got lied to by mainstream media. Being popular will never work with the American people. Pick the corporate candidate. Americans love people who give speeches to banks and collect millions of dollars from it. Et cetera. So I think that's super exciting. So, and again, guys, Crystal shows breaking points, and she does it with Sagar. Super interesting. Make sure you're checking it out. So now, and it's populist left and populist right. Another reason why it's a really interesting show. So, Crystal, what's your sense, big picture, of
we got some
the kind of
protest
change
footage
that
coming
this
up here.
government
Give me a
needs.
second.
Because you said, you know, if the Democrats get in, they're going to have a historic opportunity, and we're both worried. Anyone paying attention is worried that they're going to blow it, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think they should do? What would be akin to a revolution here that would get us back on the right track?
Well, I mean, first you have to clean up what has been done here, and that in and of itself is a monumental task. I mean, just putting back together the pieces of the government that were intentionally destroyed by Doge and throughout this administration is, you know, a huge undertaking. You have to do that. You have to have accountability for the criminal wrongdoing that has been done here. Some people need to go to prison because you cannot try to take the rights of the American people and then we just go back to normal and pretend like this never happened. There needs to be elite accountability for the crimes that were committed here. I think that's actually extremely important for us to be able to move forward. Then you have to check these tech oligarchs
Doge
who
benefited
want to
Musk.
suck up all of our natural resources.
Dude, he got caught red-handed trying to futz with a whole bunch of like his receipts. Like at one point there was a receipt for that. I guess he got like $400,000 in a government kickback, but then he changed it to just put another zero on there. Thought no one would notice and got totally busted.
Take all of our jobs, consolidate all of the wealth and power in their own hands, and by the way, potentially destroy all of human civilization.
Yeah.
You have to check them through taxes, you have to check them through regulation, and I think there needs to be public ownership of these AI technologies so that you can have democratic control. In the meantime, I fully support Bernie Sanders' effort to halt the development of data centers so that we can have a chance to have a democratic debate about what the development of AI looks like, who owns it, and who benefits. Then, of course, we know there has to be a focus on people's material needs. You must surge affordable housing and not this like public-private partnership. We really need direction from the top so that we're not reliant on the whims of some developer and what may or may not be profitable for them. You have to have, of course, Medicare for all. Then we need to look at things like, you know, is it a jobs guarantee? Obviously, union rights. We all know what the litany of, you know, the sort of social democratic program is, but it has to be done in an aggressive, no excuses manner. And I think Zoran's providing really a model in New York that is very aspirational on a city level, where it's not only the grand vision. You know, I saw today they're already signing up for pre-K and 3K, universal pre-K and 3K, which is extraordinary. But he's also doing things like, you know, they deep cleaned the subway system. Just something that makes working people's lives a little bit nicer, that makes their day a little bit measurably nicer. Paying attention to those details where life is not just about work, but life is about the experience and the quality of your day. So those are the sort of things that I think
that's why reclamation projects turn out to be like so popular.
Have to be done in order for us to move forward as a country. Oh, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention.
Hold on, my pepcorn.
You have to abolish
Yes,
ICE.
yes, I am.
This is a rogue organization which has been set up to serve the needs and the diabolical whims of Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. They have been rogue for years at this point. They're, you know, yes, we need immigration, or that function can go to the agencies that were performing that function before ICE got set up, but it has to be gone. That is
popcorn
part of
with
the
M&M's kick ass. That's one of the best. Hell yeah.
Project that has to occur.
Okay, so first of all, deep cleaning the subway is genius. I'm super glad he's doing that. It's going to be like the most popular thing in New York. So okay.
And also building public restrooms too, which you know, having lived in New York with little kids, it's like, oh my God, that would be a godsend.
Yep.
Yeah. They'll turn
we
into a mess,
still,
but let's
in
give it a
Chicago,
shot.
we
Let's
actually
give it
just
a shot. I
started
love
putting
what
up
he's
these porta potty things.
Okay.
They're pretty cool.
Now, Chris,
they have like some of that Japanese technology that like it self cleans. It's really fucking awesome.
As you
We've only got
explain
two
that
of them,
litany of
though.
things that you think he has to do, or the Democrats have to do, Medicare for all.
And you can't just chill in there either. It does like sound an alarm and it'll self clean if you're in there.
Taking on the tech bros, taking on Israel, public
Like, no,
ownership,
don't take too
abolishing
long.
ICE. This
God forbid. Could you imagine you're ripping a massive poop and you're just like, oh boy, oh that alarm's going off. I'm not done yet. No.
Current Democratic
You
Party
just walk out. You're like, oh
as it
no.
is constituted will not come within
You do the Ace Ventura. Do not go in there. Woo!
a million miles of doing any of those things. Okay, so what are we going to get? Cory Booker is going to grow a spine, and Klobuchar is going to push legislation through. There's a 0% chance of that. So then, what I think we need is a revolt within the Democratic Party. Like
what? A subway not smelling like piss? What the fuck, Zoran?
If we don't get some real hardcore populists into the Senate and the House, there'll be no fight at all, and the Schumer camp will get back in charge. And I've now talked to enough people inside Washington. I'm absolutely positive that if Schumer and Jeffries are in charge, their plan is to literally do nothing, nothing at all.
Yep.
So
not even address it
within the Democratic Party first.
And then you have Cory Booker out there just saying that he's one of the least supportive of ICE and how he doesn't back any of fuck you, Cory.
Of course, I think that revolt is underway. I mean, don't you? Like, just look at Graham Plattner in Maine going.
I want these career politicians all out
up against the sitting governor of Maine, and he's just like no holds barred. Says it as plain as you could possibly say it, is as aggressive as you could possibly be, and a bunch of elderly, nice white liberals in Maine are like, yes, that's what we're all about here. I mean, that is incredible. And Schumer, to your point, Schumer and DSCC have thrown in entirely with Janet Mills. You see this battle playing out in primaries across the country. You, of course, got Abdul El Sayed. You've got.
Yeah, and again, they're not going to shift their position when the other candidate ends up winning. Like if Graham Plattner wins, they're not going to shift. It's what happened with Zoran.
Running for.
They played with the fucking endorsing Zoran because they were just like, well, maybe, we don't know.
Nancy Pelosi's old seat. I mean, there are so many extraordinary candidates who I'm so excited about who are running across the country. And, so I think that battle has already been joined. I don't think it's that the Democratic base is sitting back and no one's doing anything. Like what you're talking about, the revolt from within, that's already happening. Now, success is not guaranteed, of course, right? The establishment is not going to just roll over that easily.
No.
And you also have to worry about.
Are you kidding me? Look at how hard it was to get Zoran into the fucking office.
The Democratic base get tricked by Gavin Newsom doing the resistance posture very effectively, but then siding with billionaires.
Zoo sounds like a great job. Man, I wish I lived closer
to make sure that people are paying attention to the details, that it's not just stylistic. So there are a lot of places and potholes along the way. But, that's the one thing that does make me feel.
I would want to work in the meerkat enclosure.
Encouraged is that I already see that fight happening.
Meerkats are
and I'm very excited about the way that it is going this far because, back in 2016, back in 2020.
Oh, giraffes are bomb ass too.
The Democratic base, they liked their leaders. They thought Nancy Pelosi was fighting for them. They had very high approval ratings. They still thought very highly of their media institutions, MSNBC.
I like going to the zoo.
CNNs, the New York Times, etc.
I haven't been there in a few years,
the bloom
but
is off
yeah,
that rose.
I always love going.
Power.
Brookfield Zoo is a bomb ass zoo, and Lincoln Park Zoo is also great. Lincoln Park Zoo's free.
And the capacity to manufacture
Just
consent the way
in.
that
I
they
love
did in
that
the
shit.
past. And that
Got
in and
polar
of
bear and
itself
everything.
opens up opportunities that never existed. If we can make it there and if we can survive as a country to get to that place and that, I have to maintain optimism that it's
Both
not
are
too
excellent.
late.
Oh, yeah. Did you see? So actually, CM Punk, go CM Punk. CM Punk gave them a huge grant, and they're expanding the enclosures in every single sector of Brookfield.
Only just turn back the damage and the horrors that have been done, but
the Dolphins are getting a huge upgrade. I cannot wait.
Actually build something out of the ashes that is truly extraordinary and meets the needs
Brookfield's
of working
better.
people in America.
Well, again, Brookfield's a pay zoo.
Yeah, so obviously I agree. Shoykat Chakrabarti, among others.
Yes, and the monkey enclosure is fucking awesome.
Pack Ice.
That is also getting upgraded.
Started at Populist Left,
which
Randy
needed
Bryce,
it bad
Richard
because it
Ojeda,
hadn't been upgraded since I was a
Josh
kid.
Turk, a really important Senate candidate in Iowa, who's leading that Democratic race. Hartzler Gray, very progressive young candidate out of Missouri. So everybody check out Rebellion PAC when you get a chance, but check out all of the Graham Plattners and Abdullah El-Sayeds, et cetera, that Crystal mentioned, who are all wonderfully populist, anti-authoritarian candidates that are.
Yeah, are you finally going to start backing some of them? Because you definitely sat on the sidelines for this last section.
Running to take the
like, dude, you guys can't claim any support for Zoran. You guys played that both sides bullshit. You guys played into the fucking, well, you know what, Cuomo might win.
Party in the right direction. So last question then, Crystal, and it's an impossible one, and so
I still won't trust him. he doesn't understand how much bad will he has now.
But I'm going to ask it anyway, which is 2028 candidate. Any inklings of a person yet?
Walks on a nice
I have
edge.
some thoughts, but I'm going to keep them to myself right now. But I have no doubt there's going to be someone who, at least someone, who is occupying that lane.
I fucking hate this.
Because there are too many people who are well aware of the stakes that we're up against.
This is also why Trump had he had 2 years to campaign
right now, and who see things clearly the way that
it's almost like, I don't know, like, yeah, Americans, they tend to just check out when they hear election bullshit. They really do. Especially once the signs start coming out, that's when you start hearing it at work and shit, where they're just like, oh God, here we go. Another election cycle. Gonna get all these phone calls and text messages. God damn it. But I'm gonna be real. For us, and I said this earlier, for us not to have an idea of who we're going to put out there, I really don't have a good feeling about this. Like, the right already has JD. They're already doing this. They knew how to work with an incumbent. We couldn't even do that properly because Biden didn't get out of the fucking race because we were playing old school politics. Like, well, we got the incumbency even though, he's...
the way that we're able to see things clearly, that it can't be a Gavin Newsom, it can't be a Cory Booker, it can't be a Pete Buttigieg. I mean, for me,
trust me, they're gonna try.
The thing is, you do need to have a bit of that. Like, I think the resistance libs were right about that FU Trump energy. Honestly, they were right about his moral character. They were right about their dire warnings. They were right about all of that. But you have to marry that with the populist, in a revolutionary way, populist economic platform and anti-war platform as well. You have to put those things.
Now's not the time to play status quo.
Things together. In any case,
nobody's looking to go back to what we had when it didn't work. It's almost like when we do kind of bring up the failures of capitalism, people kind of get it.
I am extremely confident that we're going to have at least one, if not multiple, candidates who fit the mold there that we'll be excited to get behind. So, that's where I'm hopeful. That's what I'm looking towards, because I think I don't mean to be too hyperbolic, but I genuinely think it's our only chance to not end up in something that is truly even more dystopian than what we're experiencing now. I mean, I really think a lot about AI and where that's heading. And I don't think we can even wrap our heads around the level of power and money that will be consolidated. They really want to win a final battle against the American worker. That's how high the stakes are.
Yeah, but you know what happens when that final battle's won? They're going to die, and then the country's going to move on without them. This is the thing about these rich fucks. They cannot conceptualize their own mortality. And they truly, I don't know what's going on in the billionaire community. Maybe they did find the Fountain of Youth or whatever the fuck.
That's how I'm looking at the next few years.
Because that's the only thing that I'm convinced is the reason that they're comfortable with that is just thinking, oh, if we have all these machines out there that take all these people's jobs, and we don't need the American people. Genuinely, we don't even need the economy. We just need all this money consolidated amongst us for our families so we can just go on living. And at the end of when the earth is ending, there's only going to be about fucking 60 fucking families in each country. And that's it. There's going to be no populace.
Yeah.
That's going to be the end of humanity. And then, again, because they cannot conceptualize their own fucking deaths.
I don't want to give... Look, on the one... I love that resistance libs are turning around.
I hear uber wealthy get transplants to extend their life.
Love it.
Yeah. Yeah, that adrenochrome thing, I'm pretty sure that was real and they were telling on themselves.
You know me, I take yes.
That's the thing that we're going to be talking about here in a little bit, about that Sasha. Oh my God, I forgot his
can't
name
help
already.
But say, we all knew Trump was a con man. That wasn't the entire
Sasha
left
Riley
was united on that. That's not the issue. And so for me, for example, I think attack the politicians, attack the media. Don't attack the voters. We need the voters. Bring them to our side, right?
No, shut the fuck up. No. Half the voters are fucking out-of-touch assholes who will attack us at any turn. Fuck you, Jank. Learn how to push back. No, you got to start with the voters, too. That is kind of how that works.
But
fuck, I can't stand his both sides bullshit. Fuck off, man. Get some balls. What happened to this Jank? The one that would get to this fucking peak on his mic. But no, of course he just gives up. Of course. The second he gets a little bit of money from fucking Polymarket, of course. Fuck you, dude.
Agree.
You became what you rallied against. You got a little taste and now you fucking went, you know what? I got to pivot to the center.
Abide by that.
Populist my ass.
However, I have to say that 30% of the country that is cool with the Nazi posting.
What a fucking joke.
And that thinks that.
All right, TYT did not get better. That answers the question.
You know, we should be a blood and soil ethno-state. They are not gonna. We are not winning them over.
And we don't.
No.
We shouldn't be in coalition. Yeah, and we don't have to. You're right about that. We don't have to.
Yeah.
So I just look. I want all the best things for them, right? I want them to have the universal health care thing too. And I think people will be de-radicalized over time as their material needs are met. But I also am not looking through rose-colored glasses about where the country is right now. And
that's the reason I did that.
Distressingly high, not a majority, but distressingly high number of people who are totally excited about, not just accepting of, excited about an overtly fascist project. And I just think we have to be clear-eyed about that.
Yeah, but it's
but you, I have this picture in my head where I'm gonna convince a disenfranchised Trump voter that they were wrong, and then I can finally go, I told you so. We need to keep it open just in case Nick Fuentes comes to our side and starts making some arguments for our side, so we can bring those guys over and disingenuously use them.
I don't disagree with you, Crystal. It's just that when we say that, it makes all Trump voters feel like we're saying that they're on the extreme edge.
They are.
And so, and the reality is like, yeah, you're right. Like I mentioned the 35% supporting ICE, et cetera. But you mentioned Greenland, and a poll out as only 4% of the country in favor of attacking Greenland, right? So even among the 35% that you're concerned about, like even an overwhelming majority.
Dude, you guys know on Pep Talks here, I'm all about having discourse. I'm about changing people's minds. But what he's doing is he's trying to do the thing like, well, don't push them away, without actually trying to change anybody's minds. It's not like he's engaging any of these fucking Trumpers in chat.
Even more like, attack Greenland.
Yeah, but watch what happens with the polls once Trump does it.
No, for sure. It'll move up, right?
Yeah.
And Greenland won't be hard to conquer. So that's not the issue. But anyways, but the most important point is we don't need them. It's okay. It's okay. And you're totally right. If we win and it's a populist and he actually does the right things, and for the first time ever, they see somebody doing something for the American people instead of the donor class, oh, that'll change a generation of voters, for sure. That's what happened with FDR and happened to some degree with JFK and LBJ. So, okay, let's all hope, let's hope we get the right person. Let's hope that they actually deliver, because it'll make all the difference. Everybody check out Breaking.
Well, because even, I've heard this point brought up before, that even Henry Ford realized that he needed the fucking people to buy his fucking cars. So he needed the middle class to do okay. That's why he was okay with the fucking tax rates. Because he understood that he would make more money if other people were spending money. But these people seem to be very confident, like I've been saying, that we won't need them. Or they won't need us. So, why would they do that? All right, folks, let's, we're going to be getting to the fun half here in a little minute, but let's decompress a little bit, chill out, chat for a minute, and then we'll go into the Kyle Kulinski, you know, since we just saw the wife of Kyle Kulinski. This will be a family affair. Fun half. Yeah, we'll save it for the fun half. We got 10 minutes until the fun half. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Because it's the fun half. You see what I did there? Here we go, though. Protests in Minnesota, even though it's only 8 degrees. It's actually -1 with the wind chill. And then you got LA outside of the ICE facility. Fantastic show so far. Thanks, Etch. I really appreciate that. Tripping over my words a lot today, but whatever. I wish it was that warm here. It's the one thing that I do not enjoy about some of my climate. This dude's out there rocking out. Greetings from Pacifica, California. What up, Tamara? How's it going? Something about the cowboy boots and the miniskirt. Does work. Gotta say, it does work. Oh no, but she's got pink hair, guys. It's your standard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pink hair crap. It's 8. Okay, here's a stark contrast. 80 degrees, 8 degrees. It is 50 in SoCal. Sorry for you guys. Man. How's it 50 in SoCal, but 80 in LA? That's weird. I said, this is live, so. 8 degrees. It's 33 here now. Although the wind was out, I had to shovel my driveway this morning. That sucked. Got to it before it froze, though, so that was nice. Oh, god damn it. You can never tell with some of that music, dude. But yes, this is copywritten. God damn it. Thank you for that. Fucking assholes. Whatever. What's he even saying? I mean, honestly, this is... Correction, it's 69 in San Diego. I was about to say, that's a pretty stark difference. I mean, 69's for San Diego, especially if you're near the ocean. I can see that. Boo Rams? Yeah, boo Rams. Indeed, boo Rams. Go Bears. Da Bears. Gonna be me all weekend. It's just like, go Bears. Dude, everywhere. Everywhere I have gone in the last few days has had, oh, go Bears. Like, it's crazy. We're all in the same zone. Kept vibing to the music, then realizes, damn it, I wanted to listen. I did. I was vibing with the music too, because I was just like, oh, maybe this won't hit. No, I totally did. All right, let's see if there's anything else to cover. Nope, that's the one we're gonna watch. Oh yeah, here. Damn. So we already finished that. Yeah, guys, I do want to cover this because, you know what, fuck it. There really is not a lot going on at these protests. Today is just not exactly the day to cover those. All right, so yesterday I decided to go down the rabbit hole because I kept seeing this pop up, and then I saw a hawk actually here. You know what, I'll go through his video first, talking about Sasha Riley. Now, if you guys don't know who Sasha Riley is, it's William Sasha Riley, from my understanding, who is an apparent Epstein victim who came out with a bombshell testimony that even if, like, because you have a lot of detractors that are coming out and saying, oh, well, you know, this is all fake, blah, 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 blah. But what really gets me is the fact that he has put himself out there knowing damn well that they could do that. So I'm more inclined to kind of listen to this, especially when it's victim testimony. He, I guess, was saying that there was a... Like, this goes even deeper than we thought, and he implies that Trump and Epstein had a specific, like, crew of children that they would kind of cycle through, and that when they were done, these kids weren't going home. So, I will say that there is definitely like a content warning on the original interview that I will warn you guys. If you guys seek it out, which I do advise you to do, just know it's heavy. Here to the point where, fuck it, I'll just play the Hawk video. I know I said I was already thinking about doing that, but for real, this just took me back because watching Hawk's video and his reaction to people calling him out for not reacting to it, it kind of got to me where I was just like, oh shit, like it was a good reaction and explanation. So, and yeah, Hawk does some good shit.
On Tuesday morning.
I can't get over his stupid mullet though.
And it's time to set a boundary, which I
made a joke once where I was just like, oh man, this guy looks like he's in a Journey cover band. And I found out that he's, he is kind of a well-known like rock star. I was like, oh, my bad.
Regularity. I'm going to be as polite about this as I possibly can be, but I also need to be firm about it. I don't work for you. I don't take orders from people in the comments. I don't take instructions from people. I mean, I've already got...
And that's how you know you're a self-respecting content creator, is when you eventually tell your chat, no, my stream, fuck off.
ADHD and oppositional defiant disorder, so I react...
you got oppositional defiant disorder, but you... See, the thing is, I have the exact same diagnosis, but I don't take that second part because when I heard oppositional defiance disorder, my ODD of it immediately went, no, I do not have fucking oppositional defiance disorder. Who the fuck are you to tell me that I'm oppositionally defiant? Fuck you.
Poorly to that, even in the best of circumstances.
I refuse to accept that.
Over the last couple of days on my backup and on this account, my comments have been absolutely flooded with the name Sasha
He's always
Riley.
playing with his hair too.
So much so that I made a video last night.
He needs a new quilt.
Why I am not going to talk about Sasha Riley. This morning, my comments were flooded with that name at a higher number than they had been over the last 2 days, even after I made that video. I'm not going to discuss it because it's traumatic. And it triggers my PTSD from things that I've been through in my past. And you guys are going into the comments of people on this app, primarily women, who have been open on this app, content creators, and who have discussed their own personal experiences with sexual assault, sexual abuse, sex trafficking, and you're just going into their comments and demanding that they talk about that more.
Mm-hmm.
And that they talk about Sasha Riley. It's not even questions. It's not even...
To be fair, I haven't had anybody pressuring me to talk about that. So.
I've been flooded with comments. Talk about Sasha.
Did any of you guys know about this story before I brought it up to you?
Sasha Riley. Make a video about Sasha Riley. Why aren't you talking about Sasha Riley? You have a responsibility to talk about Sasha Riley. Fuck you.
Thank you for the $5, man.
For that.
I really appreciate those.
I was going to try not to use any profanity.
I was trying not to use any profanity, and then it's just like, no, you know what?
You need to be like my geography teacher. This stream is a dictatorship, and I am Saddam Hussein.
In this video.
You mean I gotta play it like a certain DJ T?
None of us work for you. And you guys are just going into, like... And it's not everybody. Before anybody gets all up in a fucking tizzy and pulls a not all men thing on me. But so many of you feel so
like I was like, dude, chill.
Entitled to us, content creators. When you don't make any content yourself, you're not putting your face on the internet, and you're coming into our comments and barking orders at us.
Dude, I'm not even joking. I wanted to say that to a chatter that was starting to piss me off, where I'm like, dude, you are not front facing. You're sitting here calling me a bitch and telling me like, oh shit, it's 420.
With a complete
not important enough for
disregard and not even the slightest consideration of the things that we have been through in our own personal lives. You don't own us. We don't work for you. We don't take orders from you. None of you pay me.
Ow. Oh.
Except for a few folks
Oh,
who
dude, I just
subscribe to our Patreon page and our YouTube page.
I stepped on the bottom stair. Totally missed. Oh.
But I will tell you
my ankle.
That to a person.
Oh, fuck.
The people who do subscribe to our Patreon page.
Oh, that hurt.
And to our YouTube page are some of the most considerate and polite people I've ever encountered on the internet, and would never in a million years dream
Peter Griffin one
doing what so many of you do. I have seen multiple videos from female mutuals of mine.
Careful. Yeah, no shit. Oh my God.
By the story and testimony of Sasha Riley.
Felt that one in my lung when it happened. I was just like, yeah.
And equally traumatized by, I'm just going to call it harassment,
dude,
that they're getting from people in their comments, demanding that they make videos about it, demanding that they discuss it, demanding that they talk more about it.
Sorry if the volume's too low on this. Again, I have no control over that part. I have this at 100%.
Some of you guys are doing that to women who are survivors of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sex trafficking. Demanding.
Oh, wait. I can do this. I might go through the YouTube app.
Demanding.
There we go.
What in the actual fuck is wrong with you? I had to go to my backup account and my main account and put Sasha Riley's first and last name in my comment filter so that I will no longer see those comments.
Oh, damn. He was really getting flooded with it. So, again, I asked you guys this, and I mean it. Did any of you have this on your radar? Because nobody really brought this to my attention, and if he has that many people flooding his comments, I'm wondering if they're bots for any reason. Like,
I don't work for you, and I don't take orders from you. I appreciate every...
Now I really want to talk to Hawk, because now that I know that we have the same diagnosis, I would love to get his takes on that, especially because he's been in entertainment for so long.
Single one of you immensely, but I do not work for you.
Enhancer for YouTube has a built-in volume extension.
And I do not take orders for you, from you.
I'll be honest, I don't like the extensions for YouTube thing, because I've had some problems where, so like on my end, I was using one for a while, but it kept getting registered as like an ad blocker, so, which it's not, and it didn't have one. But yeah, and especially when you're a creator, you can't be playing games like that. All right, so fuck it, because I brought this up specifically to go through it with you guys. All right. So this is called The Conspiracy Files. I have never seen a single video of this, guys. I was looking up like a summary of the Sasha Riley stuff, and this was the one that I landed on, where it was like, oh, so this is like the only guy that's done just like a breakdown, because for some reason the raw video is out there, or the raw video, it's video with audio. So it's like the raw audio is out there. But that's it. And it seems like it's been throttled like a mofo. So this is what got me interested in it, because knowing how YouTube analytics work, yeah, if people in the conspiracy side of things are kind of like latching on to something, then there is something like to the story, at least to hear. And like, it's kind of like the Pizzagate thing, where it's like, yeah, we should have known about, Pizzagate a little bit sooner, because of how whack it was, because that could have easily been fucking disproven, and it could have solved, that big problem of the guy going in there with the gun. Just a thought, but this is a brutal story. Okay, well, and that's where I have to be careful here. I hope. Let's see. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, he took monetization off this. Damn. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to let him go through the summary in the beginning here, and I think that's where we'll cap it. But Boy, yeah, I might be careful here. Hawk is very pro-gun. I mean, I'm very neutral on it. I respect firearms. I am, somebody who is trained in the pew-pews. I don't see the hobby in it. I don't really care. I have mine for the home protection reason and the reasons that most people in America, rationalize getting a gun. Yeah. But if you like if you like shooting for fun, fine, cool. It's kind of like how I'm not into golf. Like, okay, fine. Cool. I hope you enjoy it, but
I don't even know how many times
I don't know where I was going with
but
that.
I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head, killed her, obviously.
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl, and I can't even remember her name. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama.
Sasha.
Again, guys, I think that this is being buried so it doesn't show up on the normal conspiracy threads, because this would be all over right-wing media.
Riley is a name.
You understand that, like, QAnon, this is their jam. What's going on, huh?
Name that
Why all of a sudden ignore this?
I was unfamiliar with a few days ago.
Yeah, viewer discretion is advised.
But now, once I've learned his story and I've heard him speak, it is a name I will never.
You heard that, right?
Forget. Sasha is a U.S. Army veteran, a decorated former soldier who has been publicly claiming recently that Donald Trump, amongst others, including Senator Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court judge, Sasha is claiming that these men were part of the trafficking ring, that his own relative...
Right wings all of a sudden don't care about PDFs anymore ever since Trump started hiding the Epstein files.
...forced him into at a young age. Yep. Sasha is claiming that these men were present when children were murdered. He's claiming that there were loads and loads of CSAM films and materials produced with extremely young children, sometimes in the presence of men like Trump and Clarence Thomas and others. He's claiming that these children's bodies are buried on farms, on ranches, all across America and the world. And he is truly making some incredibly disturbing and bizarre claims. Today, we're going to examine the Sasha Riley story as it's developing, because this is becoming a story that is much bigger.
Why isn't Candace Owens talking about this one? Candace Owens has literally been into every conspiracy theory under the sun lately, and this one somehow? Nah. Wait, has she talked about it? Let's see. I don't want to talk out of school here. Let's check. Let's take a look. They get into technicalities. Well, I mean, that's why I'm not going to play this full video. That summary right there is pretty much all we really need. I'm going to link this video. So you guys can watch it on your own, obviously. But yeah, I mean, now I'm more inclined to now start asking people who come in here and they're like, I voted for MAGA and I'm a farmer. That's just like, oh, were you one of the ones that he paid off to hide the bodies? We're there, guys. They wanted it. They wanted the fucking gloves off. Well, there you go. All right, Candace Owens. Sasha. Oddly enough, I ran into something else.
We go places together as a...
I ran into Candace Owens, Riley Gaines, the America's favorite fifth place swimmer. Apparently was using her baby as like a prop.
Family. She's not a prop, but she is my why, and I'm not ashamed of that. I will never be ashamed of that. Like, I feel immense pride being her mom. There is nothing more rewarding or fulfilling or purposeful than being a mom. and being her mom. So you can say you wouldn't have done that with your children. That's fine. We can have different parenting styles. But to say it's manipulative and gross to bring my 3-month-old baby in a public place where both of her parents are, I think that's really, really rich. We go.
To be fair, 3 months old, keep him at home. I'm kidding. Come on, guys. Mass psychosis. Oh, yeah, she does the full Alex Jones thing. Her husband got a letter from DHS targeting him for deportation. I don't know if anything ever happened with it. Yeah, I don't think so. She probably got it cleared up. I know it wasn't that he was just targeted. He did go back to Britain for a while. But I have my own theories about that. I'm going to just say that I think that he used that as a little vacation, if you know what I'm saying.
Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler, and instead they decided that they could send him.
I know, I keep teasing the Kyle Kalinske thing. We'll get to it. I want to finish this.
To this X-Men.
I somehow, I went from the conspiracy with Riley. God, I keep forgetting his name. Because now we've just watched that freaking that Riley broad. I forgot. Whatever.
In school, that's the best way I can describe it. A lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown, and when he was running, street lights would go out. It was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something.
All right, so it looks like Candace Owens has the deep state panicking again because she's finally exposed the truth about Charlie Kirk being a time traveler, energy ball X-Men character, which might seem crazy to somebody who trusts the Fed slop narrative. But if you've been paying attention to the Candace slop narrative, you know this all makes sense. And people just think it's crazy because they know Candace is getting close to the truth.
Right.
I mean, she's right on the money with this. Just like with the Egyptian planes, the beekeeper cult, the maroon T-shirts in Fort Huachuca. Now it's all finally coming together, and the feds know that. That's why they're so worried. Like, once Charlie visits Candace in another dream, it's over. That's the only reason why people
that's over
are making fun of her, because obviously
Charlie, stay away, don't come into her dreams.
The only reason you'd mock somebody who thinks they can speak to the dead in their dreams is because you know it's true. So hopefully Candace continues to pursue this, because she's definitely onto something here, and you tell people are worried about her dreams.
Was Operation LOL.
All right, he handles this perfectly.
Candace has dreams.
He's definitely onto something here. Let's find out.
Why did she talk about her dreams? How dare she discuss her dreams? Only weird people have dreams and then tell others about them.
No. It's people who live by their dreams. Not recognizing that it's external stimuli.
Dreams are ridiculous. They shouldn't be listened to.
Oh my God.
Becomes, who exactly is making these terrible PR decisions? Like, who thinks, what we need to do today is we have...
Guys, I had a dream when I was 14 that Elizabeth Hurley was going to leave her husband, and for some reason she was married to Brandon Fraser, who she totally was not married to. I'm pretty sure I watched that movie Bedazzled. And I had a dream that she left him for me, little 14-year-old pet.
Have to attack the dream. Just go at it and do not let up on
I don't know what that means, guys, but
the dream.
Based on what she's saying, it meant something.
I think I know the answer. I think it's someone who feels personally victimized by the dream. Show of hands, who feels personally victimized by Candace Owens' dreams?
That's what I thought. It couldn't get weirder. Oh boy.
And to be honest, it's sort of hilarious.
Okay.
That I didn't put two and two together. I was having incredibly vivid dreams. I began dreaming.
Jason Alexander.
Like I hadn't dreamed since I was a child, because it was every night. It stressed me out. I expressed that to my
If you're saying what I think
husband
you're saying, Polygraph, you gotta
years.
chill with that shit.
He told me that I should consult a priest, which I did. And we spoke about souls in purgatory.
Candace trying to live out every fantasy with her dear love, Charlie. I mean, guys, her husband obviously doesn't listen to the show. Because, man, does anybody else just kind of like hear this shit and go like,
the entirety,
when you say you love your husband, it comes off very procedural. But when it comes to Charlie, Holy fuck, do you do like
repeat dream that I was having in those early weeks. Charlie said to me, I don't have much time. He followed that up explaining to me that I needed to see what happened on his left. And he told me explicitly, they betrayed me, multiple people. And I said, I know, but who? It wasn't until the third week after his death that finally one face came through in this dream. It came through as clear as day from around the corner of the restaurant. And it was Andrew Colvet's.
So Turning Point thought they got away
while we're
with
doing this,
but it turns
since it's
out
fun half,
Charlie's in purgatory.
she needs a psychiatrist. Yeah, and I'm wondering if she has like, is she like Scientology about this, or no? Because going to like a psychiatrist would mean that she's losing her divine connection, kind of thing.
Giving Candace the answers to everything in her dreams. So they must be freaking out over this. Like, Candace even texted Andrew Colvet to tell him that she's speaking to Charlie in her dreams and that he told her he was betrayed. And Andrew didn't respond, which obviously means he's guilty. Because everyone knows Candace's dreams are the best way to figure out what happened to Charlie. So I think the jig is up for Andrew. He better pray that Charlie doesn't.
Who the fuck is listening to this and going like, yeah, dude, she's totally onto something here.
Tell him what I saw.
Either that or I think that America might be sicker than we thought.
This is the text, just sharing with you so you guys know this all really
like
happened.
for real.
I said I rarely have vivid dreams, but I had one clear as day this weekend. Charlie came to me and he sat down and he told me that he did not have much time, that I needed to know that he was in fact betrayed and that they are hiding what happened to my left. I believe his soul is in purgatory, and I believe that you know much more than you've said.
Got a mega low punny.
Or privately.
Nice.
And Andrew Colvet never answered. Last time Andrew Colvet and I spoke.
So very suspicious stuff going on there. I wonder why he wouldn't respond to such a normal message. You'd think he'd want to know what Charlie's doing in purgatory, but I guess not. He's not a true friend and doesn't really care about him. I think they're just using him for his supernatural abilities, which Candace is starting to figure out.
She is major
That's
league
why Charlie
grifter.
went to an X-Men type of school and thought he was a time traveler and could turn off lights with his mind. She also started getting a bunch of messages after this from her fans about how they also have supernatural abilities. So investigating Charlie Kirk's death led to Candace discovering that her audience has superpowers, and the feds must be losing it over this. They didn't realize they're up against the Avengers.
The weird phenomenon is real.
They didn't realize they're up against the Avengers.
When I flipped a switch.
Guys, if he can time travel, did you know that there's a possibility that Charlie Kirk can make a comeback then?
Cabinets slam when I get mad
Crazy.
enough. And I can, I don't know, I guess connect with what I can only describe as stars that respond to my request. So many comments of people reflecting this, that they, yes, when I run, I was in the GATE program, lights go out. I told you that was something that Charlie said. We're going to talk about this stuff. We're going to talk about the GATE program. We're going to talk about telepathy. We're going to talk about kids running with street lights that are going off. And yeah, it's opening up a lot. And I think that it has the government quite nervous.
So I'm sure Candace will get a lot of answers to Charlie Kirk's assassination if she investigates the streetlight phenomenon. There's definitely something there. Like maybe Mossad was spying on Charlie using the streetlights, and he used his time traveler energy powers to destroy them, and that's why he was taken out. Or maybe the streetlights were part of the stolen ancient Sumerian technology that the CIA was using to harness Charlie's time traveler powers to see into the future.
This Project Looking Glass in the CIA, I wonder what they saw. Looking into the future. Stealing not Egyptian but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures. They're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes. And that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating.
Oh my God. The Mayan cat. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, ow. Did I just have a stroke? I smell toast.
I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk.
So I'm surprised Candace didn't tie this into the Egyptian planes. You know, I think that's why they're following him around. It's all starting to add up here. Of course, Charlie was a time traveler that had
Anybody else smell
powers.
toast?
And the maroon
Jesus
t-shirt
Christ.
beekeeper cult that was following him around in Egyptian planes tried to kill him because they couldn't control his
I
superpowers
cannot get over his donkey ass teeth.
anymore. And I think that's what the top secret meeting at Fort Huachuca was about. You know, the one that Candace's source, Mitch Snow, happened to stumble into.
This has Anunnaki written all over it. Oh my God, she's gonna start talking about the 13th planet.
Also,
this guy, Zechariah Stitchin, he was onto something.
Another development came from that story. Mitch Snow, it turns out, he announced he's actually the son of the Zodiac Killer. So there are a lot of discoveries being made during this investigation. It seems like we're figuring out the truth about everything except for who killed Charlie Kirk. But we now know he was a time traveler. That's pretty big news. And they're using ancient Sumerian technology that can predict the future. And he was using telekinesis to destroy lights. We also discovered the son of the Zodiac Killer. And now Candace believes she might be an alien sent from another planet that I think was sent here to expose.
Tell you what, it's just the fuck is happening. Yo, how is this real? How do you not only beat Alex Jones, but like then within a matter of like what 2 months, fucking just she goes from like, yeah, there might have been like planes following Charlie to I might be an alien and my dreams are telling me that Charlie Kirk is telling me what to do.
Prone for having a dick. I think that's what Candace's
Oh my God,
superpower is.
dude.
She can spot trans people.
Dude,
So
I
this
think
has
I
turned
might have-
into like a parody of an X-Men movie.
Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think humanity is ghetto.
You like cats so much? Because, oh my God.
They don't want to be a...
What the fuck? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe she got that thing that like you get from cat piss, or like I'm pretty sure that she has a parasite eating her brain. This is fucking wild.
Around us.
I don't even know what to say, guys. Like, I'm sorry. I'm trying to process this. It's very
They
difficult.
don't like us. They...
What is that? Okay.
They know it's ghetto.
Okay.
It is ghetto here. Right?
This is where we're
Candace
at.
also
This is
talked about
American
inexplicable
politics.
occurrences that happen, like deja vu, sleep paralysis, and her getting engaged to her husband in 18
Toxoplasmosis?
days.
Yes.
Apparently
She
that's an
definitely
explained
toxoplasmosis.
phenomenon, according to Candace, because it's just so unbelievable that a grifter would want to
Oh,
marry a rich
my
British
head hurts.
lord only a couple weeks after meeting them.
And a lot of weird things used to
I
happen
love
to
cats,
Charlie.
but what are you?
He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown, and when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a
What?
burst of
He had EMP. No.
energy. Like he was
No. He was. I thought he was making a joke. I wasn't.
lightning bolt or something. So
I don't even know what to do anymore. This is. You can't make fun of it. How? You can't write this.
in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them.
What?
Deja vu.
What did this is fucking insane.
Is probably
Kenzie, what's up? Candace Owens is
chief among them. We all have
Oh, we're
experienced
so cooked,
deja
yeah.
vu. We are certain
What
something
is-
happened, that we already did that.
The aliens then showed a picture of Charlie, who is their god, by the way, and then he will be reborn in a few centuries, and they will have to write down his rebirth because, duh, it's Charlie, Candace Tomorrow. You know, I would laugh if it wasn't like that could be a direct quote.
Well, guess
Oh my God, did you have a dream about Candace Owens? You need to tell her.
what?
What just...
There's no official expert explanation for that.
No!
Sleep paralysis. For
she's
those of us who
cocaine.
suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu. The story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was
This bitch is crazy. People said that, right?
like a sigh of relief.
So hopefully Candace keeps pushing all her theories.
Far out, man. Oh my God, that is literally the best. Yeah, far out, man.
She's definitely
Cool.
onto something. This investigation has given us a lot of answers, and I really just want to see how far she could take this. You know, it's been 4 months.
I have taken a good handful of mind-bending and mind-numbing substances, and I'm gonna reiterate on this comment. I'm almost jealous that I have not had a trip that took me to where she is. That is fucking crazy. Did she just say that she got engaged after 18 days of knowing her man? Yes. Because she felt like she knew him through deja vu.
Getting Charlie Kirk's death nonstop, and somehow she's still coming up with new theories every day. And people think they're getting crazier, but maybe that's just because they know she's telling the truth and they're worried. You know, that's definitely what's going on here. So hopefully she keeps pursuing the truth. Like Alex Jones, he's been going nuts over this. I think it's making him physically sick. He said he's trying not to pay attention anymore because it's just driving him insane.
I kind of swore it off about a week and a half ago because, I mean, I had a lot of serious stuff to cover and research. And I'm spending hours a day researching her lies and feeling crazy while I'm doing it. Like getting mad and depressed for the first time ever. And like...
you finally heard something that's crazier than your own bullshit. You were just like, oh my God, this bitch is crazy.
Starting to really hate her face and like, oh God, I don't notice how evil she is. And just
somehow she made my Satanist conspiracy theory look tame.
She looks like a demon, like a big gremlin. And then I started noticing.
No, she's an alien gremlin, dude. Get it right.
All the other lies she was telling. And I was like, oh my God. I asked friends and family. I actually prayed about it. I said, should I? Should I disengage? And most people are like, yeah, just...
He hates her face. That was somehow nice way to say I hate your face.
People will figure it out. So I'm like, and then
today I'm like, prepared for this.
The time
God damn it.
And the looking glass. And I'm
I
like,
should have gotten high for this. I'm sorry. This one got me. This show belongs on the, I mean, this is wild.
It's just like, so after today, unless there's just something I've got to do.
And then he's talking about this with none other than Nick fucking Fuentes.
Because, Nietzsche said, don't look at the abyss too long, you turn into the abyss, or don't fight monsters too long, you turn into them.
This is legit, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, my head hurts.
Because it's like watching a satanic soap opera. And so after today, you notice last few weeks I barely mentioned her. I'm done.
Yeah, I literally feel like, is this real life?
So maybe she just tried to drive everyone insane.
This is real life?
That's what it seems like, because you look at her show and hear what she's saying, and the amount of people that believe everything she says, and it's like, holy shit, she's definitely onto the truth. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I think she's a total nut job, but I do want to see how far she's willing to go.
Now I'm with you, and I don't, dude. Oh my God, it just dawned on me. I don't think she's in on the joke. I think she legitimately thinks that she's as popular as she is. Oh my God. I'm 90% sure that people are still subscribed to her because they're just like, I can't look away from this train wreck. This is getting better and better.
And how many people still buy into this lunacy? So I encourage her to keep pushing. I think she's almost there. She almost has the answers, but let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments.
She's almost there. She's almost in the answers. What? All right, hold the phone. Hold on. This just got me. All right. I hate to do this. We're gonna go to Candace Owens' page. I gotta see what was the last thing she talked about, because this started with me being like, how come she's not talking about fucking Sasha Riley? Well, apparently it's because her dreams didn't tell her to. Oh my God, the first thing I stumble across is my interview with Myron Gaines. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Who do you think is the most...
Oh, for fuck. Lock in. We're going for it, baby. I can't not. This is just... Yeah.
Responsible. Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed to be anything but a Christian Zionist, and he was changing in the last few weeks. Everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage.
That pissed him off.
It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. I do not...
Do you think she's gonna ask Candace, do you think I'm...
like the way Turning Point is behaving? I've made that clear,
God, if you know,
and
you know.
Nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy. Charlie told me years ago he was having a ton of visions and was telling me Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young, and strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him.
Candace, thank you for having me here.
I'm excited, and thank you for making it work on short notice.
Of course. These are crazy times, so I totally, we got to be careful about where we're at, right?
Right.
So it's been a while since we last spoke. Last time you were on, I remember we did After Hours where you were saving a few women's lives.
Okay, so Myron, what the?
Dude, I did want to tell you this on camera. One of the
And now we got Fresh and Fit in the mix.
Girls that you spoke to actually quit OnlyFans on that day.
Too much tonight,
Wow.
guys.
It was a good conversation. I feel like a lot of people think that, I guess, those conversations are not worth it or the show is all theater. But for me, I want to sit across
Mad Max
from these young
music.
women because
Oh shit! I hope that wasn't.
anybody's life could have ended that way. You know what I mean? Like I could have ended up being one of these OnlyFans girls if there weren't so many like life interventions, because it's just being sold to women so much that this is the easy way out. You know what I mean? So
right off the bat, I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure I told you that, on camera.
trying to tune
she
out for a
literally quit,
minute.
like not too long after you did that show. So that's great.
Myron's just like, and you would have been on my podcast.
So kind of with that, I saw that you had did a debate on Jubilee with a bunch of feminists. Obviously, we're in a modern day age.
Oh my God, he's one of these guys that the Punisher would just be like, oh,
we've both
all
been
right,
pretty
hold on, I got
critical
some
of
business to take care
feminism,
of.
But I think with what you're doing, you're able to really reach a demographic of women that just guys like me and Andrew Tate and others just aren't going to reach because, we're abrasive in the way that we get it. So they might want, another female's perspective.
Doesn't she have young boys?
On, the detriments of.
The easiest question here is, would you let your kids listen to Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines at any age?
Feminism and everything else like that. So kind of given, how society is
no.
now, how do you see feminism today with young women? And then what do you predict is going to happen in the next 5-10 years? Are we getting better? Is it getting worse? What are your thoughts in general on that?
I'm still
I was actually
because cats like me.
very interested in Tate culture, I guess I'm going to call it. So I'm going to put you in that orbit.
You had a Punisher
of
shirt,
Tate
now
culture,
polishes
all of these
furniture.
male
I still have a Punisher shirt,
influencers
but
that were coming
I
out
actually,
and calling girls BITCHs and hoes and all this stuff. And people sat back and were like, oh my God, this is horrible, whatever. But I'm like, wait a second. Whatever you think about him, whatever you think about Tristan, whatever you think about Myron, this culture got very big very quickly, and there's got to be something there, right? There has to be. So that was.
It's called teenagers, you dumb fuck.
The reason why I flew out to meet Andrew Tate, there was all these conspiracies that I knew him before and all. I met Andrew a total of 2 times before I did his show. My husband hung out with him maybe.
So you knew him before, or you just admit it?
3 times in his life before him and I met. He was actually friends with PJW, and that's how I met Andrew.
Gotcha.
Like, so we were.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking
My husband
about.
was
Oh, okay. So, all right, we need oh God, I wish I could generate a bingo card right now, because what we need is the bingo card for how many times, and we could just like make the whole bingo card. Myron just like going, yeah,
actually friends with PJW. And I just wanted to know what it was, because I'm never a person that will dismiss something on its face and call it a name. Like, there has to be some substance here. And what was actually happening was you got Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate and you got Myron Gaines because you perpetuated a culture of Lena Dunham's, right? So you're acting like...
Punisher is also in season 2 of Daredevil. It's going to lead into that Spider-Man thing.
Men just got tired of it, is what happened. And finally, men looked around and somebody stood up and said, it's actually okay to be a man, and you don't have to listen to any of these women. Now, you may not have liked how they said it. You may not have liked that they were doing this on top of Lamborghinis. But the reality is that what sat beneath that was a horribly toxic culture where women were dictating the terms to men, and every time a man did something that actually felt natural to them, you called it toxic masculinity, and books were written, and Lena Dunham is writing articles, and there's a show about this, and Lena Dunham's naked on Instagram. I wrote a whole chapter about Lena Dunham in my book, and she's naked on Instagram, and she's lecturing you if you don't want to see her.
That's a name I haven't heard in years.
Overweight, naked, and tatted up. So you can't blame the culture, Tate culture, until you are ready to address where this actually came from, which was women constantly bashing men over the head and telling them that masculinity, full stop, was wrong.
Given the problems that we have, obviously...
Nobody said that! Nobody said masculinity as a whole was fucking bad. There's toxic masculinity that you're just blatantly ignoring by saying all masculinity. What the fuck? Do you understand that you're even doing the Black Lives Matter thing and All Lives Matter thing without even...
Whether it's me or
this is
Tate
going to be a
other people, we'll
long interview if I go
say,
through
hey, this is
all
what you need to do as a guy. This is how the modern day marketplace is now when it comes to dating. what's your approach to kind of combating this problem from a female perspective?
First, you have to understand the origin of feminism, right? You have to understand that this was not a culture and an ideology that came because they wanted women to have equal rights with men, okay? This was a CIA-sponsored PSYOP. Gloria Steinem was sponsored by the CIA. Okay, these protests were sponsored by men in government. A lot of them homosexual, actually. And the reason for that was simply because they wanted to tax. It was actually twofold.
What the fuck does Candace know about dating? Nothing. She dated her husband for 18 days.
I would say they wanted to tax household income both ways. And also they wanted women to, instead of focusing on their kids, which
they're paid to misrepresent. Yes, but I don't know, Serena. I think that's why I'm so broken on this one, is because I think that Candace is just genuinely this stupid.
Comes natural.
And like this crazy. Like she is out there, man.
Women, right? To be the quote unquote, like I say,
like you do understand she'd be institutionalized if she was not given, like if she didn't have a microphone in front of her face.
CEO of the household.
Like,
they wanted to remove that and to have the children given to
still waiting for her to blame the Jews.
The government for 6 hours a day. Beyond 6 hours a day. 6
oh
hours
my
a
God,
day.
like I said, bingo card.
Plus whatever sports activities, which gives the government full control over the minds of the children. This came straight from the Pale of Settlement after they assassinated the Tsar. You had these Jewish women like Emma Goldman, who came over to America. Emma Goldman was the mentor to what's her face from Planned Parenthood. I'm blanking on her name for a moment. I'm going to say Margaret Sanger. That was her mentor.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was, in fact, a very radical communist movement that came to America and sought to overthrow families, family institutions, strong men.
Hey, there it is.
Feminine women stands in the way of government and absolute control.
In your book, Make 'Em a Sandwich, what are some of the things that you tell the women? Because I'm assuming it's a book that's going to be centered around how women can kind of get in the marketplace, find a long-term partner, get married. What are some of the strategies that you implement?
Myron, my guy, you just got left for fucking a dude on wheels on roller skates. I'm not sure if you want to
tell women to implement to find.
You might want to chill.
It's fine. I don't even try in my book to say.
He was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy. I'm going after that guy instead."
Tell them a strategy or a technique. I just tell the truth. So here's the history of feminism. Here's what we were told in school. Here's actually how it went down, right? Knowledge is power. I give them the actual statistics of the fact that what was sold to you was you were going to be just like a man and you were going to be happier. Women are actually more miserable than they've ever been. If you go back and you ask most women about their grandmothers, they remember grandma being happy, right?
No, actually, no.
Like so,
no.
What they actually sold to you, now you've achieved this equality, quote unquote equality, and women have never been more miserable.
God. If there was ever somebody that needed to go live in the 70s just to kind of feel some shit, it's like, Candace, you know, let's put you into the time before women could have credit cards. See how much you loved it.
Popping more pills than they were popping, and finding it harder to find a partner, and wondering why. Well, it's because you attacked natural masculinity.
That's why it has nothing to do with the fact that these toxic masculinity assholes were out there fucking other girls, and these women were stuck in marriages, literally stuck in marriages they couldn't leave. Are you what?
You told men that they shouldn't be allowed to lead. Women have to lead, and actually, you didn't want that, right? You were convinced psychologically in a classroom, as I was back when I wanted to be.
Her marriage was illegal when her grandmother was her age. Yeah. Great point.
Feminist, or I thought feminism was cool, and you should know that. And I think that that's how you change things without trying to say, here's a strategy and here's how we're going to move forward. Let people know true knowledge, let people know true history. And I think the rest.
I can't get over her stupid mom genes.
So the stuff
I'm sorry.
happens naturally, or I hope.
For you on your journey, when did you figure out that feminism was a lie? Like, was there a certain event that triggered it that you were like, holy crap, this is BS?
So she's just going full feminism is a lie.
I actually tell the story in this book. I think I do, actually. I think it's in this book. Or it's in my last book, actually. It's in Blackout, of this teacher that I had.
Hi from SoCal.
I was required to take Feminism 101. It was called Women's Studies. Maybe it was Women's Studies 201 at the University of Rhode Island. And at that time, I was like, yeah, I'm a feminist, of course. Who doesn't want equality as they sold it?
Yeah.
Again, to this classroom, and this teacher I realized very quickly was not actually motivated by wanting equality. I was in a classroom where she was trying to convince me that every problem that we had in society was due to men. This was a literal class that was designed to basically teach women to hate men.
Yeah.
Like no matter, all you had to do to
By the way, guys, if you can do me a favor, head over to the vertical stream, leave a like.
get an A was she would introduce any problem. She could have lost her keys that morning and been like, why did this happen?
Patriarchy.
Well, you know what, who designed
We're one away from 50, so I'm kind of like, come on,
cars?
let's go.
You know who
Somebody.
designed cars? Do you know who designed the whole concept of a car key and who designed the couch that you lost it in this morning? It was met. It became to a point where for me, it was like laughable.
Yeah.
But there was this one particular class where it clicked for me because when I was in college, I had an eating disorder. So I was sitting in her class and I had.
Do you know who? I don't think she gets that some of like our most useful, like the radio transmitter things were, developed by women.
I was anorexic.
Oh my God, dude. This woman is setting women back so fucking far.
And she gets into this topic.
If this is who are like, if the girly pops are out there listening to this and they're just like, yep, and that's my mentor. There might be a problem
of anorexia, eating disorders, and she gave us some statistic about the percentage of women.
Oh, speaking of girly pops. So our mod Rect Angles has convinced me that I should try to watch Heated Rivalry and do like my opinions and then bring the hockey aspect and complain about what they get right and wrong about hockey on it. I'm just like,
that have eating disorders, and I'm making this up now, but it was something like 80% of people who have eating disorders
She's almost
are women.
Pearl.
And she asked the class, why is that? And we were supposed to say, and she did say, that it was because men control the advertising agency and men want women to be skinny.
I couldn't get over that line that Anna dropped on her where she's just like, is your husband 6'1"? She's like, yeah, he's about the same height as you.
And it had literally, I'm sitting here having this experience, nothing to do with a man. Like nothing, no.
I'm sorry. There's nothing funnier than Pearl Davis. I'm not sure, like, if she was like Andy Kaufman, and that's like what we found out at the end, where it's just like she did it as a long-term bit. I would have to give her credit.
Man said, you're fat, you have to be skinny. That is completely made up. And I'm listening to her try to psychologically convince me
no smell
that
version. Yes, it
my
does.
eating disorder came from a man when it just factually didn't. Most people who suffer with
I'm pretty sure that my helmet still has some stank on it.
anorexia, no, it's a control mechanism. It actually has nothing even to do with weight. It just is like, this is the one thing you can control.
Although, I was like really, really good about airing out my stuff in the garage.
And
I was lucky to have a garage.
I just kind of called her out on that, and I raised my hand. I was like, whoa, wait a second.
Dude, there was one year I didn't have a garage, and I didn't think about this. I just left my bag. I opened the bag, left my gear out. It all froze.
Okay, well, let's look at another statistic. What percentage of people are juicing up with steroids? Right? That's not a super healthy thing to do. If we said that 90% of it was men, would you have presented to the class that it was because of women? Right? Because women are telling them they have to look like this. And she was, when I say she went white and...
You're 3 episodes into Heated Rivalry and it's already pretty good, real heavy on the S scenes.
She said to me...
Oh. Wait a minute. But is it... Oh.
And I always tell the story on stage. She said to me, I feel like you were sent to me from the men's department.
Of course.
Yeah. And I told her back that I was sent to her from the common sense department.
Yeah.
And that everything couldn't be because of men. So I think that was kind of...
My wife is a champ. She, when we lived in an apartment, I had to air out my stuff in our one bathroom. Yeah.
Kind of the first time...
Seriously.
that it clicked for me that this was some sort of a psychological program. In many ways, I was actually saved by...
How old were you at that point?
I was in college, 20s? So I was 19.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
It was the first year of college.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a prerequisite. So it was interesting for me, I think.
Did that make you shift your priorities? Like,
I was never a gun-ho feminist. I just was like in the back of my mind, same way that I was liberal. Like I was never voting Democrat, but if you had asked me, what do you think about this? I would have very quickly been like, of course we need feminism.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of thinking, man, these women are really annoying in this classroom. Because then there were the majors that were there, you know, the people, these women that were tatted up and like growing their armpit hair out. You know, we had those people in class and I was like, I don't like any of these people. So it made me think that there was something more to the feminist movement. I think that
so you're just a bitch. Okay,
was indoctrination.
Interesting. Okay. So I think you've been able to do what every woman dreams of: have a family, have children, have your dream man, but simultaneously being able to also, you know, run a business and do what you want to do. And I noticed when you were debating on Jubilee, some of them tried to say, oh, well, you're a hypocrite. You're over here talking about feminism being bad, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, you obviously have a lot of things set up where you maximize your ability to be with your family, right? You do your
Not
show,
the tattoos.
get out of there, spend time with your family.
French women don't shave and still get love. Well, don't get her started on French women.
What would you say to the people that sit there and try to call you a hypocrite because, you know, you're successful in your own right, but you've been able to also balance a family, which many women can't do. They want to do it, but they can't do it. What would your response be to those critics?
First and foremost, do not allow people to rule you by exceptions. What I mean by that,
she's fucking rich, you numbnut.
Is
her husband's a billionaire. Shut the fuck up. I am not even entertaining her stance on this one. Go fuck yourself.
The most, if I ask you the question right now, who is the most successful man in the world? Just give me your answer. If you have to name a couple of them.
I was gonna say, like, from a financial perspective.
Yeah, sure, full stop. If I said who's the most successful man in the world,
I mean, you could say like the richest guy in the world, who would be Elon, even though it pains me to say that. But
no, but that's the right. You would say Elon, or you would say
something based on meritocracy, finances.
So you don't like Elon now?
You would say Jeff Bezos.
So MAGA no like Elon now? I can never keep up.
Everyone would say the same answers, right? Yep. If I ask you who is the most successful woman in the world, what would you say?
That's where it gets true. Yeah,
right.
I see what you're saying.
Like, what is it? Like off the top of your mind, like what are the names that come to your mind?
Yeah, it's an ambiguous. Like you're like, okay, well, are we going to go off career? Are we going to go off where?
But
versus
most
man,
people would say like Taylor Swift or Oprah.
Mm-hmm.
These women are nowhere near the richest women in the world. Nobody knows the name of the richest woman in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go about
Oprah. Yeah, Oprah.
Through this in my chat.
What?
Yeah, you'd say Beyonce. I'm like, these.
No. We'll say Oprah. Actually, I think Selena Gomez has even got you guys beat on that one.
The names that you would say off the top of your head, if I asked you who was the most successful, nobody knows.
Selena Gomez.
Everybody knows the names.
Taylor Swift.
Of the most, the richest men in the world. And yet nobody knows the names of the richest women in the world.
Good
right?
point.
And nobody knows the names of them.
I just did. Marian Adelson.
And the answer is a Russian woman. And I talk about this in my book. I'm like, nobody knows her name. And
She's going to say the richest women divorced for it.
Actually all tapped into their femininity. Taylor Swift was writing songs about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. What's her name? Mackenzie fucking ex-Amazon.
She was writing songs about looking for love.
Mm-hmm.
And women flocked to this. Oprah was communicating to the housewife, right? She was speaking about issues. They're tapping in actually to the one thing that actually you think they're standing against. Oh, they're the ultimate feminists. No, they tap into their femininity.
This bitch is gonna, oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm trying, but.
And found success, actually.
Wow.
And
she's trying to, like, I've made jokes about this, that she, like, in her head equates herself to Oprah. But is she about to do it? Because this is apparently the night that Candace Owens just, like, breaks my brain.
Women do not.
I just go, oh.
And we think
this
about
is what
success.
America's about
we don't
now?
measure it in terms of finances. That's why these women we think are the most quote unquote successful women in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas men
this
naturally
is very stupid.
think
Yes,
finances.
It is. I mean, I kind of knew I knew what I was getting into just by the merits of this being Candace Owens and Myron Gaines from fucking Fresh and Fit.
Oh, it's Jeff Bezos. It's Elon Musk. So I do a chapter and I speak about that in my book.
Even
about
with that
who the
preparation,
richest
I
woman in
wasn't
the world
prepared for how
is.
bad this
and
is.
then the next 10 women who are the richest in the world are all rich because of who they divorced.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Wait,
so what is the picture that we're recognizing?
You like Odd Conspiracy Theory, but she's hurting my brain, or is that loathe?
We don't measure success in the same terms.
This is for brain damaged people.
Men measure success, nor should we. And it's important for women not to think that becoming financially rich somehow means that you are successful or that you have triumphed something in life.
And since having children, like, how has that like shifted your priorities as far as, I mean, and you can go into as much detail or as little as you want, as far as like how you've kind of prioritized child rearing versus like maybe your career and doing social media as much? Because I noticed before you were super, super active. You still post.
Myron's low key trying to tell her to get back in the kitchen.
Post obviously every day, but now it's like,
I mean, Candace, for real, that's it. That he's not gonna have the balls to just tell you what he's about, and you're not gonna have the brains to fucking figure it out.
You have other priorities. So how has that kind of shifted?
Yeah, my family is my number one priority. I would say having kids made me more secure than ever before. I just don't care about the noise. None of it matters anymore. And also, I have real stake in this fight. Before, these were just ideas. America shouldn't be run like this. This is why. This is what's bad. Once you have kids, you have actually a real stake in the future of America.
There it is.
So when I am podcasting, the subjects that I am covering to me are existential, right? Are we being ruled by pedophiles and criminals? That's now existential for me. What is happening?
I want to move on to the PIERS thing.
What is happening in these churches? What is going on? This is now existential because my children will inherit the America that I fight for or the America that I remain silent about.
And just to kind of finish off with the feminism real quick. So what do you think are the
all right,
top
let's see
three
what the next subject is.
Things holding
I'll
women
give it
back
one more
from
subject.
fulfillment and happiness right now?
The number one thing I would say that's holding women back.
She's better at the grifter spin than he is. Yes. The only reason he's here is because he's butthurt that he got kicked out of the Turning Point event because they were like, no, you're a black influencer. We're not letting you in here. It's almost like I've been saying where eventually, and not even eventually, they're currently doing it. It's like, no, when they get to speak with their chest, they're eventually I'll just say eventually, they're going to just do it. They're going to cut you out.
Not understanding.
Same with the women, guys.
The history of feminism.
I'm sorry.
I think once you know that, everything
you
like
hitch your
knowledge
wagon
is
to the
actually
fucking
power.
MAGA ideology, and you're a minority, and that includes women.
I would say the second thing that's holding them back.
Even though aren't women the majority in America? I just saw something like I saw some podcaster freaking out about that. Where Steven Crowder talking about like they're saying that women outnumber men in America now. I was just like, oh really?
Is the psychology of peer pressure. And that is the psychology and the peer pressure starts when we are in school with women being told you have to go to college, you have to have a career. The last thing you should be thinking about, you have plenty of time.
Oh, they looked at him and said no Muslims around. It was crazy. But also to be expected.
You don't actually have plenty of time, biologically speaking. You literally don't have plenty of time. Men might have plenty of time, biologically speaking, but your body is telling you you don't. And so I think, and then that kind of gets into the education. The education system truly is just Soviet propaganda in the classrooms. So those would be the top two things. And so they're ignoring their gut instinct and following the herd.
So understanding what feminism
does she not know?
Feminism is and how it's
I'm not even gonna ask about the Soviet. This is man. She says some fucking just whack ass bullshit with like the confidence of a fucking scholar. Wow, this is like weaponized confidence. It really is
a lot easier to understand everything else. All right, fair enough. What do you think so far about this switching politics? What do you think so far about this administration with Trump? Good, bad, the ugly.
Sad. Honestly, the first thing that I would say is that it makes me sad because
at least I now feel rock solid stable in my mental
obviously
state.
I spent a lot of time helping Trump get elected,
this will
trying to help
make you
Trump
feel
get
better.
elected, and Trump is...
I see a photo right here, yeah.
Yeah, he's a part of my political story, right? A part of my political awakening, if you want to call it that. And it feels to me like when he said, what Epstein files, you know? Are we still talking about the Epstein files? It was just like we were so close. We did everything we could. And we were supposed to be fighting a swamp. And then what happened?
I have a feeling that her next thing is going to be Riley,
which is
though.
Israel rose up and swallowed our hero whole. So it makes me sad. And I think we all can very clearly see what has happened on the basis of who is now supporting him. The literal Never Trump movement is now supporting Trump and telling us that we're radicals, the people who initially supported Trump. So there's been a complete flip, and they're trying to use this mechanism of
oh my God, they're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. This is
psychology to convince us, we just got here, but we noticed this rot, which is
we get to see it in real time.
Original MAGA movement. It's completely ridiculous. Their tactics aren't working, but I think it also indicates to us that there is something very scary and sinister that is in DC, right?
Oh, did I tell you guys that I have a temporary crown in my mouth, and that's why
that turns good men, it like petrifies
I feel
good
like
men that go in maybe with the best of
sound a little bit weird.
intentions, and then they see something else. Like, what happens to these people? We don't know. Like, where is, I mean, day in and day out, Cash Patel.
That sucks too. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, major bummer, because I can already tell that this plaster one is not going to work.
And we're saying we're going to do this. We get the FBI. Now they look petrified. They look petrified, actually. There's nothing here, actually, to see about these Epstein files. What are you talking about? You kind of made your show off of what needed to happen with the Epstein files. So it's sad.
So if you were to rate them, because people have asked me this question, so now I get to ask someone else. What grade would you give them right now at this point, based on, you know, obviously the Epstein files, I agree with you. It's a huge debacle. It's going to probably be a huge negative in his legacy at the end of the day. If you had to grade his presidency so far within what?
Did they have subscription plans for temporary crowns?
Months in roughly? What would you say?
No.
So I would say I'm biased. So if you're asking me to grade, you know how you would have those teachers where if you would take a test and they would automatically flunk you if you didn't put your name on the paper?
It's just weird. Because I can like feel it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The Epstein thing for me is like automatic flunk if you don't put your name on the paper, right?
Gotcha.
So if like I'm a mom now, so this was the most important thing to me, was figuring out where the pedophiles are in our society. And
sure it is.
That was your number one voting.
That this for me,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
becoming a mother, because
Sure it is. Sure it is. You keep saying that, but okay, let's ignore this.
you have to remember Epstein, and I did a partial series, a mini series on what we discovered about him. He just got pulled through the ranks, right? Bankrupted Americans. Same thing with the Maxwell family. Bankrupted people in England, and was allowed to do this. He had absolutely no background. He was given access to children. He had an office on Harvard campus, despite only having a high school diploma, which I can't even verify his high school diploma, if I'm being honest with you. And this was going to show us everything. He had access to Hollywood. He was working with Weinstein. He had some notorious fight with Harvey Weinstein.
You're missing a major one here.
Weinstein, right before Harvey went down. So now I'm kind of going back in my mind
lies
and
by
thinking that's a
omission, huh?
question I should probably ask Harvey Weinstein, is what they were fighting about. And he had access to models. I mean, this man was just handed the keys to Les Wexner's empire, which even how that empire started has got a shady story, with a guy who said that Les Wexner was the literal devil. He was the guy who controlled Victoria's Secret. He said, this man is evil. And then suddenly that guy jumps off the Golden Gate Bridge and decides to give his company to Les Wexner. That doesn't really make sense. So we had this rare opportunity to really understand how the Matrix was put together, in my view.
You guys are so close.
And
You're so
Trump
close.
took us to this line and then balked. And I'm not sure why he did. Okay.
Oh, come on. This is the part where it's like, no, this is the grifter right now. No, you know. What? Your brain just stopped short. Your conspiracy brain stopped short there?
Maybe it's because he almost survived an assassination attempt. He survived an assassination attempt.
Oh.
Yeah, two of them.
Two of them.
Oh, that's it? That's it? He had a come to Jesus moment after he survived his assassination attempts, which I still think were fake, but
and maybe they put him in a room
the fucking
and
first
said,
one.
here's how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So
funny enough, they made a bigger deal about the second one. Why do you think that was? Because I think that one was real. I think that the other one they knew about.
I'm going to try not to judge him because I don't know what he is going through. But for me.
What?
Me.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Apply that to Macron or any of the other people that you constantly attack. You don't know what they're going through, so why would you do that? What? No, just admit that you're a grifting bitch and you understand that if you make a negative comment about Trump right now, you might lose a significant portion of your audience.
The Epstein files was a name on the paper.
So, what are your thoughts on the current news? Because it just resurfaced again.
She really does give me a headache.
Right now of getting everything classified.
This is crazy.
I understand that there were a bunch of emails that came out. And it's coming back up again. I can tell because I'm seeing nothing but CNN clips on it. Anytime they love to hit Trump when it comes to this Epstein thing.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the latest information that came out recently with the emails and everything else like that?
They love to hit Trump with these emails thing. Yeah. You, by your own admission, that should be a good thing, right?
Initially balked on.
Do they get it?
Discussing Epstein, and Pam Bondi did the whole crazy bit. I was told that it was because there was donors he was protecting, and that makes sense to me. I have never felt, and I'm a pretty good vibe person, Trump's not into kids, right? So the nature of the emails, was he at a party when people should just think about that. People say, oh, they exchange, like he was on his plane, never on the island, but like was on the plane, or was it a party? If you were at I mean, you live in Miami. If you were at a party, the idea that somebody could be at any club that you are at, or any party that you are at, has somebody that's underage and looks like she could be 18, and that doesn't really track to me as any evidence of anything other than the fact that he was at a party once, and Jeffrey Epstein was very clearly running a sophisticated network and a blackmail ring.
What up, Natch?
So I don't think that whatever they have on Epstein with Trump and Epstein is going to implicate Trump in any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I've been around him. Trump has a type, and I have never felt that vibe from him at all.
Wow.
But I do think he's protecting.
Maybe your vibes are off there.
Some of his donors. I do.
He's literally said that he wants to have sex with his own daughter. He's looked at an 11-year-old girl and objectified her on camera.
Believe that.
But yeah, he's not into kids.
Because I look at them and they just creep me out. And he took a lot of money from Miriam Adelson, the Adelson family, hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam.
Once, laughing my fucking ass off. Oh my God, this bitch is entirely too comfortable outright lying.
Miriam Adelson. Yeah. And I think that's kind of the beginning of everything. So when they started leaking these
I can't be nice anymore.
emails, I read it as like a public threat to him. Maybe they're arguing about something in the background and he's holding the line on something. So because they obviously have all the Epstein stuff. He was their blackmail guy, you know? And so if people don't listen, they probably do a little trickle. That's how I read it. I read it as like a public threat, and they want something from him, and they're going to be like, capitulate or we will hit you with everything they have.
Or they have consistently been trying to get this since fucking the middle of the summer?
We need to have a leader.
This was before August.
That just comes right out in a press conference and says.
What are you talking about?
They have this about.
No. And no. You're lying by omission here by not bringing up the FBI thing, not bringing up Pam Bondi, not bringing up the fact that he went, you know what? I mean, you kind of did, but then you forgot about it just as quickly as you brought it up.
About me.
About, oh, why are we still talking about this? And then she's like, I don't know why he would do that, but you know what? I don't think he's into kids, and I think that he wants the best for us. It's like, what?
They've been threatening me with it. I'm going to tell them to release everything, and I'm going to hold the line. People would cheer. We wouldn't even care.
Yeah, Candace, it's almost like you just kind of said it out loud, too. Like, it's because he's protecting his friends and his donors. You know this. But somehow, some way, you've convinced yourself that doesn't mean anything, when you would rather than try to convince people that somehow the wife of the French president having a penis matters more than this.
Be like, okay.
I kind of want, I'm going to do a series at this point, guys. I wasn't planning on doing this at all, but I have to. I have to point out how stupid this is. And I'm going to do it from the point of view of yo, I smoke a lot. Okay? Okay? And I could, you could argue that I smoke enough to the point, especially right afterwards, like I'm about to do, that I get to the point of being like, whoa, far out, man. Crazy. Yeah. And I've never gotten high enough to get to the point of thinking like her. It's fucking insane.
As long as you are not implicated in harming children, right?
And I'm going to do that while I do the series on listen to this bitch.
I can deal with you being at a party.
Trump owned modeling. He owned a modeling agency.
Epstein
he was literally co-owner of a modeling agency with Jeffrey Epstein.
Was at and finding out that whatever it is that they have on you. That's my gut.
What could it be?
Instinct about the whole thing.
Yeah, no,
your gut instinct is diarrhea. Okay, go shit it out and then come back with your next gut instinct.
I agree with you that I think I don't. He doesn't give me the vibe that he's doing that type of thing with children.
Yo, dude. Oh my God. Y'all are, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. I don't get this vibe. I don't get this vibe, even though all this evidence keeps pointing towards that way. I don't get this vibe. That'd be crazy. It's almost like I got this thing like audience capture, though. We got to make sure that we, we don't want to fuck this up. It's almost like they talked about this, pre-conversation.
But I do think that maybe there's something in there that looks really bad optically.
Gee. okay, so why not fight harder to get that out so you guys can not have to stand up for a fucking pedo all the time? Because that's honestly where you guys are going to continue to own that moniker of pedo protector.
That might be why, or to protect donors, like you said. Because I look,
and that's any better how?
Like if there was something really bad like that, the Democrats would have exposed that during the Biden administration if there really was. So, you know, that's another thing as well.
All right, you guys.
All right, you guys. I gotta shit out this ad read real quick, even though I make enough money with just between me and my husband. I would never have to do this.
It's been a while now. And obviously a lot of
the same thing with Bill Burr, where it's just like, Jesus, how many ads can you read?
Things have transpired, right? You've had a meteoric rise. Congratulations. Meanwhile, your opposition, Ben Shapiro, has had a meteoric downfall. Can you kind of take me through that day of what happened?
Oh boy,
happened when
this is gonna be interesting.
Because I remember you had been in Miami for a bit, and then I think you might have went back to Daily Wire for like
man, guys, I hope you see that he just lit a fuse that is going to ignite another civil war in MAGA. Now, Emma Vigeland said this best, that anytime that they do this, obviously, it's disingenuous. A lot of them just kind of use it for content, but the one good thing that comes out of this is that they all have egos that they cannot ignore this shit with. So
a day or two, and then they said, "Hey, we're gonna get rid of you." Blah blah blah. Can you kind of take
this
me
guy
through how
looks
that all
like
transpired and
soda
how
popping on
you've been
drugs?
able to kind of use that cancellation from their perspective to just?
Are you talking about me or Myron?
Utterly destroy them and flip the roles.
You're talking about me. All right.
So, gosh, I was fired in, what was it,
Dude, my show's called High on Politics, and you're just like, oh, this guy does drugs. It's like,
March of 2024, and I obviously was very surprised about it. I did not know it was coming. I was
burn, dude.
Look, even if I sensed it was coming, I would have never have thought that it would have
Friday,
happened
let's
in the way that
go.
it happened. I would have thought that we would do everything that we can to keep things friendly. I mean, you don't want to work for any company. It's just unprofessional to want to work, to dedicate years of your life to any company and not have things, even if they're not on great terms, you still want to make it as peaceful as possible.
TMZ reported, and I have to ask you this because I've always been wanting to ask you this. They reported that one of the reasons why they wanted to get rid of you is because you did the show with us, and when we talked about Jews, we hit the sound effect, the cha-ching sound effect, and that, I guess that.
Well, man, that's just your opinion.
Infuriated Ben Shapiro. Is that true?
The older I get, the more I turn into the dude.
I know where that
dude. Oh my God, I forgot to tell you guys this. So got a knock on the door the other day. Was not expecting anybody, and obviously, when you get a little boom, 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 I'm like, oh, that's the cops. I was in my Uggy, and I'm just like, I don't care. I'll deal with this. I just don't care. Turned out it was the Girl Scouts, and I bought some Girl Scout cookies, totally wearing my Uggy.
That leak came from.
Okay.
And it came.
Her dad looked at me just like, the fuck are you wearing?
Gosh, am I allowed to say anything about this? She no longer works for the Daily Wire, and I think she was behind that leak. Yeah.
It was something.
She no longer works for Daily
I might as well have been wearing the pepperhead.
Wire. So that was interesting. I can neither confirm or deny whether or not that is true.
Okay.
Can't wait for those Girl Scout cookies, though.
But what I will say is I would have never expected that sort of
2 boxes of tag-alongs. I got the brownie, I got the caramel brownie ones, and then they got these new s'mores ones I'm going to try.
PR. I mean, it's just the opposite of the way that I am. I mean, I've worked with several companies. I've worked with PragerU. I've obviously
It was not a purchase. It was a bribe to keep their mouth shut.
Disagreements with them.
Do not tell anybody what you have seen.
Now, but I had a very peaceful working relationship with them. They treated me fantastically. I've said 1,000.
Her dad's gonna just be like, "Here, go deliver this box of these boxes." The big teddy bear.
Times like when I think about them now and what their contributions are to what we're fighting, I could never go back and say like one bad word about how they treated me. They were really good employers and very communicative. I ever had an issue. I mean, I think my contract with PragerU was like 2 pages. I'm not even kidding. It was crazy. Marissa never.
That's how contracts should be.
Even want to talk about contracts. She's like, if we ever have to talk about the contract,
contract should be that way. They should be very cut and dry.
I don't want you here if you're not happy.
Yeah.
Those are always my favorite ones to say.
A very great relationship with Charlie.
Although one of the shortest ones had an NDA attached to it. I was just like, well, that's interesting.
Kirk, Turning Point USA. So for me, having never had any sort of a debacle ever in my life, in terms of working for people, it was it was new, it was
like a
global.
debacle.
There was so much happening, and I didn't know if we were going to survive it. Genuinely, my husband and I, it felt like
Actually got really
it's
hungry.
like trench warfare. Your every move, you're not even thinking about the implications. It's like I just have to put one foot in front of the other.
All right, this bitch is. How long is this, man? It's an hour. Okay.
Fight.
Here, you know what?
And
Fuck it.
I am.
I'm not gonna go
first
through
of all,
the
just
whole thing.
grateful to God that my husband was just rock solid. I think if my husband had shown even a fraction of apprehension, fear, anything, I probably would have come apart. And this again gets back to the importance of marriage, because there are things that men are designed to deal with, women are
I
designed.
just want to know what his girlfriend looks like. And I'm talking about her husband, because her husband, he's a billionaire. She's away a lot. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this guy's definitely got a girlfriend or a boyfriend.
Like I was good on the psychology games of what they were trying to do.
I don't know.
But in terms
This
of
is on the elite class to start proving where it's like, no, fuck it.
just getting down and building the infrastructure and like, okay,
You're a public figure too.
Okay, we need to rebuild the
This is all alleged.
podcast. We got to do this. We got to figure this out. We laugh now. I mean, even because my team came with me, which was something that was
I
also
feel like I've lost a bunch of brain cells just hearing her.
a huge blessing.
The thing is, the biggest sin is I'm bored now. Like, now I just, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just own it. I'm bored. I'm done. Fuck this. I might check this out later. Maybe there'll be something to salvage from it. But fuck it. No. I don't care anymore. All right. This is what I've been waiting for, and this is what I'm sure some of y'all have been waiting for. My reaction to Kyle Kulinski on Piers Morgan.
The idea that we would go flirting.
You guys didn't tell me that Dave Smith was on it.
With multiple
wars
of
be good.
choice. At this point, it's not left wing or
shit.
right wing. It's just reckless.
We're talking about regime change in Venezuela.
We got Dave Smith, Kyle Kulinski, Michael Knowles, and I don't know who's in the middle.
The regime
All right.
is still in place.
Michael, you got to take your Christmas decorations down, my guy.
What we did was depose the leader. We left the vice president in place, and we said, act in a way that is appropriate in accordance with the law and our interests, or we're going to kill you.
He just did the regime change in Venezuela.
All right. Well, if we're doing this, we're doing this. Yeah. All right, Kyle. Coming in with a little bit of sunglass action. Uh-huh.
He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria.
You can play that game, yes.
And Iran.
He bombed
He's
narco
threatening
terrorists.
Greenland and Panama and Canada.
Even though I feel like he's trying to do the Tim Dillon, which we can both be on that game, okay?
And Cuba and Mexico, and you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump
It's
can do,
okay.
Michael Knowles,
It's
that
good.
you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
We have a military base.
When he said tickle the Tate, he's just like, but I
Mineral
like to do that.
And so the idea of taking Greenland by force.
Michael Knowles is thinking of all the times that he's just been with his fucking, his grinder dates, just going,
Against the will of the people who live there is absolutely ridiculous. If we were to purchase it, it'd have to happen with their consent.
I put on
Michael,
sunglasses,
if you
got a
wanna
little
come on my
confidence. I see why I
podcast,
did
I'll
it.
do 2
Let's see
hours
what
on
happens
the
with
Barbary
these
Wars
ones.
with you. The point is that we're trying to
on,
talk
I
about
want
the
a bit of
5
Barbary
conflicts
War action.
going on right now.
Last time President Trump faced an outpouring of angst over the apparent demise of America First, he made it very clear that it really means whatever he wants it to mean. Funny enough, it was airstrikes on
Damn,
Iran.
Piers Morgan
that
coming
triggered
in with
that
a little
debate.
bit of heat for Trump. Appropriate.
According to this, looks entirely possible that recent history will be repeated. Ever since Trump became president, most foreign policy bigwigs have written many mournful op-eds and essays about American isolationism and its shriveling influence on the world. Now the feverish talk is of an imperial Trump building an American empire with dominion of the Americas. And
Give me a sec. I gotta pee. I am so sorry to do this, but I don't want to miss any of this. Stay with Stan. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Now we can get going. It's purgatory. Did the vertical take off earlier in the stream? Yes, it did. Yeah. I was reaching about 200 plus at the peak, and then yeah, I'm noticing that it peaks out like from 3 to 5. So yeah, Stanman looks comfy. Yes, he does. All right, now we can go back to this.
Tentacle stretching to Tehran. So if the Donroe Doctrine, as people are calling it, means doing anything that's in the U.S. national interest, the question is whether big interventions in Nigeria, Syria, Venezuela, Greenland, Mexico, and Iran are in fact in the U.S. national interest.
When the kids gotta go eat dinner.
Worrying
Oh, shit.
about the price of eggs. And where does it leave the many people who thought that the peace part of peace through strength
No, I've noticed that's like when school lets out and then when they gotta go.
really was in the U.S.
Which,
national interest all along?
Man, I was out at the skate parks. I was out, doing anything but just sitting on a fucking computer.
Well, joining me to debate all this is Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Coleman Hughes, host of Conversations with Coleman at the Free Press, Kyle Kalinske, a.k.a. Secular Talk, and Michael Knowles, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles Show. A truly stellar panel, even...
I still missed the middle one.
Given the caliber of the stellar panels
I
we
don't know
have,
who he is.
which I think you were discussing with Theo Von, in fact, Dave Smith, in a complimentary way. So thank you, and Happy New Year to all of you. Dave Smith, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you.
There's a lot going on. I decided to have a week off after Christmas. Big mistake. Never have a week off in the Trump administration. It seemed like all hell was breaking loose. And yet, if you park the rhetoric, which can be very incendiary on all sides, and you cut to the presumed ideology of what Trump is trying to do here...
Probably quitting time for the trolls in Bangladesh.
I do see the argument. I may not agree with all of it, but I see the logic
The data center running this fucking troll mill.
of what he's
and a power
trying
outage.
to do and why he thinks it's in America's interest. And that applies to whether it's Venezuela and getting rid of Maduro or whether...
It was also... it was after I wrapped up the protest coverage. Then they kind of just, took off.
It's the Iran situation and so on.
He looks like a Burn Notice villain. Goddamn, Burn Notice.
Do you see
that show got me into eating yogurt?
the logic, even if you don't agree with it all?
No.
Also, shout out Bruce Campbell.
Piers, it's as you said, Donald Trump can say America first means whatever I say it means.
Some of his politics suck.
But if America first meant one thing to everybody who's ever uttered the phrase, and then he wants to change that to mean America first means regime changes all around the world, huge, enormous, unthinkable bloated defense budgets like he just requested from Congress. And if he's going to think that none of his supporters are going to have a problem with that, or that they're all just going to change their views because he decided to change his, I think he's going to find out how well that works for him in the midterms this year. And I think it's going to be a disaster. And, obviously it's true, Pierce, as you said, and we all know Donald Trump will say all types of crazy things and then never follow through with that. But he also just asked Congress for a $1.5 trillion defense budget. And that, to me, does indicate that he is anticipating a real deal war coming up, or at least the possibility of it. And if he means the things that he says, I don't exactly know how you do that. I don't know how you say we run Venezuela and we'll dictate who the next regime is and we'll dictate where the oil goes without at least an effort of like 100,000 troops. I'm not even sure that would be enough to do it. So it's unclear what exactly the next move is going to be, and that's really when we'll find out what he's going to do. But no, Piers, the idea that we're 38 or maybe 39 by the end of the show trillion dollars in debt right now. We have major problems in this country, and we have a hot war raging on in Europe, which is a proxy war between the entire West and the biggest nuclear armed power in the history of the world. The idea that we would go flirting with multiple wars of choice at this point, it's not left wing or right wing. It's just reckless. There's no wisdom in it.
No, but here's the thing. You voted for this. Dave, I would love to talk to him about this because I know for a fact that we are very similar as far as like our disenfranchisement during the Iraq war. We're about the same age. I've met him through comedy. He's actually a pretty solid dude. I can disagree with his politics a lot, but he was nice to me. But I will say that when he was talking about Bush, neither of us got to vote like in those elections. I think he got to vote for in the Kerry one, but he even said, he was just like, I didn't vote for this, blah, 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 blah. This is the major difference. He voted for this time. So it's like, come on, man. Like, this is even more for you to own. Like, I didn't vote for this shit. So if you're truly if you're fucking pissed about this, then you're the one who has to be the loudest voice about it. You can't do this tiptoey bullshit where you're like, yeah, you know what? I kind of like some of his foreign policies. I kind of like what he did here, here, and here. But then the blanket one just be like, well, you know what? My main thing has been no new wars. I cut my teeth in politics with the Iraq war. God damn it.
Michael Knowles, I guess the argument...
But he's a libertarian, not MAGA, so that's the difference.
Against what Trump is doing is that many people who voted for Trump bought into the concept that what America first was take care of what's happening in your own backyard and stop meddling in foreign affairs. And now they're waking up almost on a daily basis to seeing Donald Trump proudly and aggressively talking about meddling in all sorts of foreign affairs. Is there a contradiction or hypocrisy or even a betrayal of voters going on here?
Not at all. First of all, Venezuela is in our own backyard, and it's been the policy of the United States in 1803 to manage the Western Hemisphere.
Barely here, Michael.
So that, that's a cornerstone of American foreign policy. I think it is charming that Dave is defining America first in the way that he prefers, and I think there are plenty of people who wish to do that. But Dave, though a very popular podcaster, never won a presidential election, and Trump has been clear on what he means by America first, the political movement that he built, that people voted for in his coalition.
Oh my God, his smug ass is about to get slapped.
Beginning. President Trump campaigned the first time around on destroying ISIS. So obviously that does not mean that America's only going to look inward. President Trump has carried out attacks, military operations that were extremely successful in Iran, in Syria, in Afghanistan, obviously in Venezuela. He's been talking about taking Greenland and even invading America's evil top hat, Canada, though I think he's mostly joking about that one, since the beginning. So that's what that means. And what it comes down to is that America is a global empire. We just are. People can be upset about that, but unless your geopolitics comes strictly from Reddit, if your geopolitics actually comes from history, you recognize that we've been an empire since the Louisiana Purchase, okay? And we've been a muscular global empire since the Second World War. So President Trump's vision, I think, actually rejects two extremes. It rejects a conservative isolationism, and it rejects a liberal internationalism, and it posits a conservative imperialism that says that we are going to recognize our role in the world, but we are going to pursue that role in limited ways with America's interest at heart. So there's been no regime change in Venezuela. We're talking about regime change in Venezuela. The regime is still in place. What we did was depose the leader. We left the vice president in place, and we said, act in a way that is appropriate in accordance with the law and our interests, or we're going to kill you. That's very different than a Bushy-era neocon regime change in Iraq. Even when we're talking about Iran, the Trump administration has not gone in a particularly overt way yet. But even there, we would be talking about a restoration of the Pahlavi regime, most likely, that goes back to 1925. So I grant there are all sorts of risks to interventions, but we're the global empire,
Is Michael Knowles is that his thing?
And Frank,
he doesn't actually hold any true opinions, that he's just like, nah, I'm going to be a character.
Even the American Revolution comes out of wars of global empire. It comes out of the 7 Years' War.
This is where the wrestler thing comes in.
Which itself was a derivation of the War of Austrian Succession.
I feel like he's
to
playing the
pretend
heel
that we
here.
don't have a role in geopolitics is to ignore all of American history.
Okay, Carl, let's go.
Let me tell you something, Michael Knowles.
Through a lot of what Michael was saying there. You said Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela and he threatens Colombia and Mexico. Arrest this psychotic motherfucker. Before I get you to expand on that thesis, the point I was making to Dave, if I want to elaborate on where I sit with this, because I've had a bit of time to look at this play out, is you look at Maduro. Everyone thought, my God, this is going to be World War III. Actually, Maduro is going to end up in a New York courtroom. And he's been got rid of. Everyone seems to agree that's a good thing for not just the Venezuelan people, but the world. No American troops died in what was an incredibly efficient surgical military strike to get him out of there. And if you have a more compliant leader of Venezuela, albeit part of the same regime, that can probably only be a good thing. If you look at the argument about Greenland, for example, I'd be struck by some of the people. I didn't expect to think this was a good idea.
Oh my God,
a British general last week talking about this, saying that from a strategic security point of view, it would make perfect sense for America to have Greenland. And is there a deal to be done? He didn't think invading it was the right thing, and nor do I. But is there a deal to be done with 60,000 people who live in Greenland that could actually improve the security of the United States and the West against the obvious threat from China and Russia and so on? And I can get to the
obvious threat.
Iran, getting rid of the Ayatollah and the mullahs is unquestionably a good thing for the world. It's how you do these things and whether you plan and prepare properly for what follows.
Kyle looks like a strip club owner.
That I think are the debatable points, and history says that's normally, unfortunately, been very badly done. But this is what I meant when I said to Dave that I understand the argument. I may not agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here. Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations.
Damn, I knew it. He's been doing this from a laptop the whole time.
We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America First actually meant America First. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime.
Might have to make an investment soon.
Congratulations on that. It's also been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have...
Fortunately, I'm going to have to probably go to Tennessee.
Roving gangs of Venezuelan
I would like to do a mobile stream from there.
That are kidnapping
I
Americans.
want to carry all my shit
But again,
with me.
I come back to the fundamental point, which is if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle
Shaking the table.
is bad.
I do the same thing. Here, check this out. So if I move my mic, and I try to get, see, because it's the way my chair hits my my desk, and this is like I have to like the whole ratio to the camera.
What you're saying
sucks.
is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the
Trust
leader.
me, I would have bought a different table had I known that was going to be
we have the right
an
to
issue.
do it, and we
So
have bigger guns, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international law, or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s?
he could play a rival pastor on the Righteous
Going
Gemstones. Good pull.
super primitive style here, and I think the answer to that is yes.
law
They want
goes
to go
back to
super primitive
antiquity.
style.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva
Damn you, I did not buy this from IKEA.
Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, excuse me, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those
No, I bought this from a small mom and pop fucking furniture store.
exist, but
Because it just happens to be like one of those like smaller corner desks, and then I added a another one off to the side here.
international law is the use gentium.
Yeah, the
goes
small
back to
corner
antiquity.
desk. It doesn't adjust
However,
it at all.
unfortunately, a lot of our
So,
liberal
like,
friends think
useless.
it's
So
supposed
that's
to be
why we
written
had the UN.
decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia
because we
ago,
looked
not
at
merely a
piles
century
of
ago. But it's
millions
true.
of
Woodrow
dead
Wilson
bodies,
failed
and
with
we
the
said
League
that's
of
a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and
he bombed
Somalia
drug
and
boats,
Nigeria
that's
and
true.
Iran.
He bombed
He's threatening
narco-terrorists.
Greenland and Panama and
Some are happy
Canada
with
and
that.
Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump
It's
can do,
okay.
Michael Knowles,
It's
that
good.
you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act I thought
Such
was a
a cuck.
misstep. But I would say
You're
the
such
rest
a
of,
cuck.
excuse me, I would
You're
say the
such
rest
a
of
cuck.
Such a cuck.
the administration has
is.
been very successful. What's your problem? What's
My
what's your
problem is that
criticism?
you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just
Imperial
answered
State
your
and you don't
question.
care.
I just
Yeah,
answered your question and I
99.78%.
corrected
Congratulations. You rented your
misstatements that
brain
you
to
made.
a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you you brought
Did
up
I
a
stutter?
point. You brought up international law.
Did
and
I
you made
stutter?
a very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago.
All right, Kyle's cooking.
I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted yourself with your own petard. And then you just make a lot of vulgar sort of non sequiturs because you don't have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me bring in...
Let me ask you this question. Hold on, Piers. Let me ask him a question real quick. Tell me the name of the Minister of Defense in Venezuela.
I don't know. Whatever his name
is. And that's the
Garcia
problem, is that you're
Rodriguez
advocating for a regime change. You don't know the first thing.
I didn't. I just said the opposite.
You're
I argued
against
Trump is a pedo.
Regime change.
He
Kyle,
actually said the opposite. I heard Michael...
Don't spam when we agree with you. Just follow.
I just want to correct something.
Michael
You said I'm
Knowles
arguing for a
say
regime
the
change.
Hey, please stop spamming. Subscribe to the channel. Trust me, we're in agreement
regime
here.
remains there.
Thank you.
Right? So he said the opposite, in fact. I want to bring in Coleman.
No, but he wanted to take out Maduro. Don't give me that cutesy little
Yes,
BS.
but he made the point that the regime is still... He made the point the regime is still there, and the vice president appears to be much
what up, and
more compliant.
Beep boop, bitch.
With running Venezuela the way America would prefer.
You legit had my favorite fucking retort to me calling somebody a bot. I think that
for its national
it's
security
become
than
lore.
Maduro. So that's what Michael's
I'll let
saying.
you own
He
that.
didn't advocate regime change. Let me bring in Coleman Hughes.
But also, Sir Jib,
Coleman.
please hit the sub.
Kidnapping the president is
Well,
not
hang on, Carl. Let me bring in
regime change.
Appreciate
Coleman,
that.
that's
Also,
not a
hit that
word
like. Let's see.
Coleman,
Did we hit
what's
50?
interesting about you, I think, with this is you've been, I think, striving to be quite nuanced
not
with
yet.
your take on all this stuff
Who's
that's
gonna be
going on.
50? Let's
and
go.
that's kind of where I found myself, is that sometimes taking a beat, looking at it from just a step away.
You did? Oh, well, then you're
and
50.
trying
Cool.
not to be too
Thank
knee-jerk
you.
about all these things, often can be beneficial
You're no longer a Trumpy now?
to
Nice.
your mental health, but actually can probably better, I think,
Welcome to the club.
represent what is really going on here. You know, everyone wants to go to extremes very, very quickly about everything and take a very tribal
What did it?
position. I've been struck by your, I think,
I'm not even trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely curious what did it.
quite intellectually honest attempt to be more nuanced. So what do you think about all this?
Thank you, Piers. I try to not think about these issues in terms of left versus right or Trump versus the opposition, and try to take each issue on its own terms. So let's do that. Venezuela. If the policy here is actual regime change, in other words, not just decapitating Maduro and replacing Maduro with a second worst alternative, if we were to actually affect regime change in Venezuela, that would almost certainly be a good thing for the people of Venezuela.
Well, I can't say 100% because I'm a performer, so allegedly.
And for American interests. Now, if we're going to do this half measure where we just decapitate Maduro and replace him with someone just as bad and then get a bunch of oil, well, that would at best be probably neutral for the Venezuelan people. It would be an enormous waste of U.S. military resources, and I would be very critical of the Trump administration. The truth is, I don't know which path we're going down, right? It's very early.
Right.
We're getting different signals from Trump depending on the day, different signals from Rubio, and anyone who's confidently prognosticating that they know which path we're going down probably doesn't know what they're talking about. As for Greenland, I think the truth is Trump is extraordinarily reckless in his rhetoric here. We have a situation where we have an ally in Denmark, a NATO ally. We have deep relationships with Greenland already. We have a military base, we have mineral connections. And so the idea of taking Greenland by force against the will of the people who live there is absolutely ridiculous. Now, that said, if we were to purchase it, I think that'd be a good thing. It'd have to happen with their consent. They would have to want it.
Right.
And I would welcome them as an American, but we absolutely cannot take it by force.
Right. See, that to me, Dave Smith, is part of the interesting part of all this, is that it's how this plays out. It's what actually Trump really wants
You guys can hear this better than me.
to do. If he does an economic... I mean, take, for example, what China has been doing in Africa for the last 20 years. It's been going around Africa pretty quietly, actually, unless you're actually in Africa. And it's been doing endless commercial deals with Africa.
Yeah.
countries.
Yeah, it's called influence.
Where
we used to have some.
They go in, they spend a lot of money on infrastructure and
yeah, it's called influence, geopolitical influence.
and bridges.
It's almost like when you make friends, then these people want to help us, and things get cheaper, trade gets cheaper, tourism is booming. It's almost like this is a good way to do business.
Roads and all these things, and in return, they get access to huge amounts of minerals. And that's been going on for 20 years. And that's a kind of economic imperialism. I see no ideological difference between that and what Trump is potentially talking about with Greenland, which is clearly incredibly important strategically, from a security point of view, from a mineral point of view, and so on.
No, he's not talking about doing that. He's not talking about putting bases there, you dumb fuck. He wants to own Greenland, you dumb asshole.
And there are only...
No, the way you're trying to do this, I'm going to call it right there.
60,000 people who live there.
Doesn't matter. 60,000 people or not. They're Danish, dude.
And it may well be that they're happy to do a deal if the price is right.
No.
In which case, what's the difference?
And if they're willing to pay each out of $60,000, $100,000 to fucking buy their shit, go fuck yourself. How's that America first? We're literally fucking cutting health care for our own people. And then we're talking about like, oh, let's go buy these people out. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Well,
yes, who have universal health
I'll
care.
say I pretty much agree with Coleman, I guess, on that. Like, if it's voluntary, then okay. I don't really know enough about Greenland to really speak on it intelligently, but I could not disagree more with the take on Venezuela. And I think it's crazy. Piers, I also think...
yeah. It's well, remember, Piers is into that imperial rule thing.
It just...
We broke from that, with that whole Tea Party thing. But like I said, most MAGA would just be like, oh my God, how much more of that British boot can I fit in my mouth?
After the last 25 years, and I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but the idea that we're just talking about regime changes in Iran and Venezuela and saying it would undoubtedly be a good thing if this regime were to fall. Well, maybe, but there's a really important question of what comes next. And if you want to say that, like, we've had a long history of regime changes in Latin America that have been disastrous too. We overthrew a communist government in the 50s in Guatemala, led to a civil war where hundreds of thousands of people died. So the idea that it's a guarantee that it would be a good thing if either one of these regimes fell.
This is why I like Dave.
We certainly don't know that. And one of the other...
He at least knows what he's talking about.
things we know is that you really don't get...
At least the history, he has context to a lot of his bullshit.
Much of a say in what replaces the regime that falls unless you're willing to militarily occupy the country. And we've had regime change. We might be able to affect a full regime change.
God, Piers really does not do well when his guests start bodying him intellectually.
Without a military occupation, as we did in Libya, as we did in Syria. But those are not great examples where the country worked out. I mean, Syria is hanging on by a hair, and Libya is an absolute catastrophe. And so it's just like...
He's a libertarian.
It's very reckless when you start playing. You start dropping bombs on human beings. You start toppling governments. You start kidnapping or taking, leaders of countries. There's unintended consequences that come with all of these things. That's probably the one lesson in all of this military history, is that nobody is smart enough to predict exactly what's going to come next. And so I just think it's, I see this with the situation in Iran. I say Michael Knowles are there. It's like, guys, it's like you hoist up the mission accomplished banner 2 days after the strike. We have absolutely no idea what's going to come of this. Obviously, in the situation in Iran, just right in front of all of our eyes, Piers, the goalposts have moved from 60% enriched uranium, which is what me and Coleman were arguing about a few months.
ICE is crooked as hell.
ago.
Hell yeah,
That's
dude.
out the
Dude's 100% a pedo.
window now, right?
Trump failed to deliver on any of his promises. And welcome to the club.
Nobody even cares about or is pretending there's a nuclear threat. Donald Trump's bragging about how it's obliterated. Then both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump moved the goalpost to intercontinental ballistic missiles, and then that was the war propaganda for a couple months there. Now it's over whether they shoot protesters or rioters. Not even like an accusation that they're committing a genocide or are a threat to another country. They invaded their neighbor, nothing like that. So I would just say, I think one of the most important lessons, and Michael, who's a history buff, would know that every last one of the founders of this country talked about this all the time, is that you want to be sober and calm and rational. You want to not intervene when you don't need to.
I don't want to be.
There's all types of unintended consequences that can come from these things. And that's why the advice of the founders was be friends with the world. Don't get into entangling alliances. Don't search for monsters to destroy, to fight unnecessary wars. These are all wars of choice.
Every new year, I think about what a real fresh start looks like.
Well, speaking of the founders and the American relation to foreign affairs, what was our first big international war? Was it the Iraq War? Was it the Gulf War?
Yeah, you're talking about the Barbary pirates or whatever. I don't know.
I'm talking. You're right. I'm talking about 1801, Dave, and it was actually our founding fathers who waged that war.
Okay, but Dave,
it goes back to
Thomas Jefferson waged the war. Whatever. We don't have real time to get into that, but sure, we got 5 wars here.
We have plenty of time, Dave, but you don't want to get into it because it undercuts your argument.
No, I'm happy.
No,
Michael, if you want to come on my podcast, I'll do 2 hours on the Barbary Wars with you. The point is that we're trying to talk about the 5 conflicts going on right now. Sure.
Okay, let me address the Venezuela point.
Sure.
Dave.
Let me see. Coleman might have something smart to say.
Yeah. So you're totally right. There is always a risk to regime change, and I don't mean to downplay that. But you have to factor in there is a risk to letting rogue regimes that, for instance, in the case of Venezuela, invite Hezbollah into the country, buy weapons from all of our adversaries, Iran, China, Russia, etc. A regime that has literally run this country, which
this is the first time I've heard this one applied to this.
To be one of the wealthier countries in Latin America.
I think Dave might regret that one.
To the point
it's
that
like, yeah, you're smarter. Why don't you say something?
Eating wildlife. They're breaking into zoos, eating cats and dogs because this regime has totally destroyed the country.
Where have we heard that one before?
There's a risk to allowing a country like that to just.
And wait, you have cats and dogs at the zoos? What? Have you guys not seen Venezuela? They have like beautiful beach resorts and all this shit. You do understand that they used to be like a tourist hub too. Like they're fucking Caribbean.
Continue
like South American Caribbean. I don't understand this right here.
Doing whatever it's going to do. And so the idea that inaction has no risks is one thing I want to flag.
And the reason if they are eating animals in the wilds because they're fucking their inflation's at 47%
as a false argument. And the second thing I want to say is you're quick to reach.
Pretty sure I'd go kill a neighbor's chicken if 47% inflation.
For analogies,
to definitely learn how to pluck a bird.
The Middle East, and I understand that. I mean, the American public has been has lost so much faith in the American political class because of our interventions in the Middle East.
Oh, Free Press is in Israel. IDF guy, got it.
And the lesson I think you've drawn and other people have drawn is that therefore regime change is always wrong. I don't think that that's the right lesson. I mean, to me, that's analogous to taking the lesson from World War II that regime change is always right because it worked in Japan and Germany. The truth is it's different depending on the situation on the ground. In most of the middle, you're talking about Iraq, Syria, Yemen, you're talking about deeply sectarian countries with deep divisions, countries that are essentially civil wars waiting to happen if the lid comes off. Venezuela is not a country like that. Again, the risk is not zero, but it's not a sectarian country. Okay. It was a functioning country for a very long time. And so the risk of civil war type outcomes like Syria and Iraq is just much lower than it is in the Middle East.
So what about...
Can I respond to that? Can I please respond to that? Hang on.
Yes,
please.
Hang on. I want to just center it actually just on this point. Just bring it right up to date with Iran, Coleman, if I may. Because, depending on who you listen to, there's a revolution going on driven by the people to depose an incredibly...
I hate to say, Piers is literally the most irrelevant person on his entire show.
...popular regime that's been there since 1979.
Quit booking people that know more about you, man.
The potential for civil war there? Are we seeing a revolution that should happen organically without any interference or aid? Is Trump right to say we're going to stand up for protesters who want freedom and democracy against a tyrannical regime and so on? In other words, all the things that we've been discussing about other scenarios, let's bring it to Iran. What's your view of what's happening there?
God damn it.
Well, Iran is... I think it's... You're asking me, Piers?
I'll be right back.
I think we should support the opposition. Absolutely. I don't think we should put boots on the ground. I think I agree with Dave. Our record in the Middle East recently, I think, precludes that for many reasons, just practical reasons. But we absolutely should support the opposition. Iran was a country that was a semi-functional democracy for a very long time. In a lot of ways, it's a more coherent country, a more coherent body politic than Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, et cetera. So again, I think the odds of success for a revolution there are higher, but that's not saying much considering that the region is extremely volatile to begin with. So I totally support the opposition. I want to see the Islamic regime go down on their terms, and we should do what we can to support that, short of full-scale military intervention.
Okay, Michael Knowles, what do you feel about Iran?
Come on, Pierce, let me respond to that.
Okay, I'll come to you, Michael.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, you respond, then we'll come to Michael.
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's just so much there. And like, look, I mean, even if you're going to say that, like, well, we have a bad track record of regime change in the Middle East, I mean, I think I made this point. I think I saw your point coming. And that's why I said, yeah, we also have a terrible track record of regime change in Central and South America. And that's why I gave the example of Guatemala. We can look at Nicaragua. We can look at all types of different interventions that just got a whole lot of people killed and didn't do anything for the people or for the country. And Coleman, yeah, fair enough. There's a risk to inaction the same way there's a risk to action. But the risk to action is to our boys and our budget and bankrupting our country. And so it's just a totally different risk that you take on when you intervene than when you don't. And, you know, I got to say, Coleman, these are the same arguments that were used in Iraq. What you said about Nicaragua, I'm sorry, what you said about Venezuela and Iran. This is why the neocons said we were going to be greeted as liberators. Chalabi had assured them that the people hated Saddam and they were going to be pro-American. And you said there's not sectarian conflict in Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela, no, of course there is. It's the mixed European elite class and then the majority of natives. And that's who Chavez and Maduro always carried. At least I know in Chavez's election, that was always his base. And I agree with you, man. Like, it is true that that government has ruined that country. I am not, I hate socialism
no one's arguing that.
as much, if not more, than anybody on this panel. But the thing is, like, it was a communist.
It's not socialism that wrecked it,
government
though.
in Guatemala too, and the civil war that killed hundreds of thousands of people there didn't make it better for them. And so,
yeah, maybe that played into the whole like socialism not working, especially when you add, you know, totalitarian corruption into it.
I just think that, like, the idea that we're so confident we should back.
It's almost like socialism doesn't work when you have a dictatorship regime.
We should back the resistance in Iran.
That's what makes that, you know, kind of correlate. Maybe. Like, we can, I don't know.
Well, we also had regime.
This idea where they can constantly bastardize socialism and just be like, nah, we can't even try it.
Changes in that.
So U.S. sanctions, yep.
Region that didn't require like huge numbers of boots on the ground, and they were catastrophes too. And to hear you guys talk about the most likely thing is that, but you know, because now you understand we have to spread hereditary monarchy. We're not bringing democracy anymore. The idea that the Shaw's kid is going to walk in there and take power. I say, of all the crazy things Donald Trump has said, that was one thing that I think he got right. Yeah, I don't think he's got the juice. And the, you know, the options of what would arise in either of these conflicts, there's at least a strong possibility that there'd be tons of conflict and a worse government, if not just as bad a government at the end of the day.
Okay, Michael Knowles, the latest Poly market odds on Iran, US strikes 77%. Likelihood.
100%.
Khomeini,
They have done
out by the end of January. I think it's now up to 24%. Fall of the Iranian regime by 2028, 47%. So the money is moving in the predictive world to suggesting that this is the beginning, as the Chancellor of Germany says, this is the beginning of the end of that regime. But we have been on this rodeo a few times in Iran, and it's been brutally repressed in the past. What do you think is going to happen here? And in terms of that point Dave makes, when things happen organically, you know, the fall of the Berlin Wall, we all remember watching that and how good that felt. And it didn't need outside direct military intervention. Is it not better for America to sit back and watch the Iranian people determine their own future in the way that appears to be happening than potentially cause mayhem by directly interfering on their behalf?
Well, I think those are two separate points, and I think my friends on this panel are taken with a lot of abstract ideology, whether it's libertarianism or leftism. I'm a little more interested in practical politics. So what I think is most important here is that Iran remains orderly and does not descend into total chaos. Iran is a real country with more of a unified history, and also that the Iranian people do better. Obviously, the Islamic Revolution.
So is Iraq, you fucking turd.
Was terrible for them. It destroyed their material conditions, led to a huge erosion of their rights and liberties. And so it's worth remembering that the policy of the United States has been for regime change in Iran since 1979. So the Iranians have been undermining our interests all around the world for a very long time, not just looking at the recent Iraq war where they killed over 600 Americans, but going all the way back to the 1983 Beirut barracks bombings, going back to the attack on U.S.
Oh my God, yeah, he does sound like a fucking classic neocon from Bush.
In Saudi Arabia in 1996. I think we would all agree, I hope we're all mature enough to agree, that nations have interests, especially when you are a major power or a hegemonic power as the United States. We have interests around the world. Dave keeps pointing to his displeasure over one intervention in Guatemala. The United States has intervened for 150 years, 88 times in Latin America. It's usually worked out very well. Sometimes it hasn't worked out well. But what would have been worse is if we had let, during the Cold War, the Soviets get a hold in Latin America. What is worse is allowing communists to run roughshod, both from the perspective of the people there as well as from the interests of the United States.
New Year is all about starting
God damn it,
afresh.
I could have
Today's
ran it.
sponsor will help you to do it. Don't mask it, Mando it. You'll find it in many top retailers, or you can head to shopmando.com, where for a limited time, new customers get 20% off site-wide with our exclusive code. Use the code
I'll stick with my degree, white stick.
PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, at shopmando.com with 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. Shopman.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Mando's got you covered. So, Michael, let me ask you this, because this point resonated with me this week, which I thought was a powerful one. If America looks like it's just ignoring international law, if it thinks it can just go into Venezuela, kidnap the president, put him in a courtroom in New York, act with impunity, take Greenland if it wants, etc., etc., what is to stop America's enemies using the exact same argument to do what the hell they like? For example, Vladimir Putin must be sitting there going, well, hang on, every argument about why I invaded Ukraine, that's just gone up in smoke, isn't it? I mean, it's the same argument. I wanted to do it. It's in my national security interest. You've got the President Xi probably looking at it going, well, why can't I take Taiwan then? If the Americans can take Greenland...
That's the point.
Because it's in their...
Well, I'm glad you're waking up.
...national security interest, then I want Taiwan. And how difficult does it then become?
Oh, no. IDF boy just had a little bit of a fucking conflicting issue.
For the West and America leading the West to take any high moral ground or to stop it happening in any way if they've already trampled on international law themselves.
I think that first of all, I disagree with the premise, but second of all, I think my ideological friends on this panel seem to be quite mistaken about a basic premise here, which is they seem to believe that the United Nations or something is what keeps our enemies from running roughshod over the world, American interests and other people's. That's not true. You know what stops our enemies? We do. The might of the United States is what stops us. Now, the reason I disagree with your fundamental premise is I don't think that we violated international law in the removal of Maduro. First of all, the Monroe Doctrine, now the Donroe Doctrine, has been the cornerstone of American foreign policy basically since the beginning. But two, there was a legal predicate for the removal of Maduro that goes back to a court order in 2020. And this has really gone back about 25 years now. Let us not forget it was the Biden-Harris administration and Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, who called for the arrest of Maduro and actually offered $25 million to anyone who could advance it. So the only difference between the Republican action here and what the Democrats called for just 1 year ago is that Trump was actually able to do it, and he saved $25 million doing
why
it. So
but by that logic,
the argument.
But
That's
by that,
the argument that Trump got
logic,
Biden's policy done.
Well, by that logic, Michael, why should President Xi not be able to go into Taiwan and take the leader and put him in a Chinese courtroom? By that logic.
Can I address that, Piers?
He's got no answer, Piers.
I'm happy to answer.
Well, let Michael answer, and I'll come to you.
Interrupting before. Yes. So the only reason that Xi has not gone into Taiwan so far,
he's not even a snake. He's a snail.
Is because the United States has told Xi not to. From the point of international law, there is also another confusion because international law is a real thing. Many of my fellow conservatives want to pretend that there is no such thing as international law and that might merely makes right. But that's not true. Law is an ordinance of reason, so we can actually know something about it.
Then you would agree that what ICE is doing is absurd.
And
Bro.
it objectively exists, even though it's not material. However, what passes for international law these days, specifically over the last...
Literally, you're arguing that because Iran is doing something with protesters, that we're literally doing the same thing.
100 or so years is a bunch of liberal
We should go in and invade
nonsense,
their country.
which
Okay.
even my friend here, Kyle Kalinske, points out doesn't
Word
work,
vomit.
which
It
is
always
why
is.
the League of Nations failed and the UN has largely failed. So there is such a thing as natural law, but it is effected through...
When people like this speak, just because I will admit they're better communicators than I am, it doesn't mean that it works. Like, I hear this and it's exactly like you guys, where it's like, no, that was word salad. And also, I'm pretty sure, like, that he doesn't truly know what he's talking about.
Political powers. And right now, the only thing stopping Xi from going into Taiwan...
This is why I think college is a waste of money right here.
The only thing that has stopped
Just
Vladimir
saying.
Putin from running roughshod over Ukraine is not some abstract concept in the clouds.
Anyone who ever spent money on a poli-sci degree, I'm sorry, you might have wasted some money.
It's the might of the United States empire and our allies around the world, and that is what will continue to stop them.
Well, I don't think.
And a stronger America will stop them.
Hang on, Carl, I will bring you in now, but I don't think that it has stopped Putin running roughshod over Ukraine. He just invaded it.
He hasn't taken the country yet.
Well, he invaded it and took as much as he could.
They tried.
But the Ukrainians have put up a much bigger...
You forget him trying to fucking motorcade into Kyiv, but they fucking had that bridge failure, and then all of a sudden he had to turn tail?
Fight me thought.
What are you talking about?
They could, but I don't think it's...
Russian submarine, go fuck yourself. You remember that?
I don't think Putin's intentions
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
have been remotely thwarted by anything
Well,
America's
he only
done.
invaded because of Biden. So,
oh my God, Michael Knowles is the Rob Schneider of the Daily Wire.
Frankly, had Trump stayed, I don't think he would have even invaded. But it's true. He did get he was able to run some roughshod over it during Joe Biden. But there was no floating international law. Let's not forget he invaded before the supposedly awful attack on Venezuela.
But he has. I mean,
where
look.
there's
Yeah,
talk
but the
about
thing is,
installing
Michael,
kilometers.
Putin has continued to act with total impunity in Ukraine, regardless of anything Donald Trump has said publicly, either in a friendly or unfriendly manner. He doesn't seem to care. I think if Putin could take the whole of Ukraine tomorrow, he'd take it. I think that's always been his ambition.
That's my point, I guess. That's my point. I don't think that America's very successful strike on Venezuela is going to do one thing. Now, it will not change one iota of Putin's calculation.
No, but that's my point. My point to you is that when it comes to Taiwan, I'm not sure that...
He's trying to make the point that we have no fucking leg to stand on when we say, hey, you can't do X because we don't agree with it when we're doing X. No, that's what he means.
Power is the limiting factor for the
No, he's starting to recognize that America no longer is like the moral high ground.
Calculations by people who run countries like Russia and China that you seem to think it is. Because I think Xi would have looked at Ukraine and thought, well, what's America actually done to stop Putin
PIERS,
taking as much
do you
as
think
he
that
can?
international law is going to limit Chairman Xi?
Well, no, I don't
got a bridge in
actually.
Brooklyn
I
to
do
sell
think
you.
the concept of international law has been twisted and torn apart so badly that I'm actually uncertain what it really means anymore. Because people don't seem to... I mean, if you look at what Israel's done in Gaza, I would say they've trampled over international law with utter impunity, and they don't care.
Dude in the center just was like, X-nay.
Reasonable minds can differ, but I agree that's a good point on the
No, they can't.
murkiness of international law.
No, we can't.
Okay, Carl.
Yeah, well, I mean, I find this whole conversation preposterous because the idea that we're the moral arbiter of anything is honestly laughable. Trump is himself a criminal. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He's covering for a billionaire pedophile cabal as we speak. We armed and funded a genocide in Gaza. We also armed and funded a genocide committed by Saudi Arabia in Yemen. If there's any country on earth where there's some semblance of a sound argument to do regime change, it's our regime being changed. So I don't want to open the door to this might makes right, law of the jungle nonsense.
Making a good
And everybody else except Dave, seemingly on the panel, is in favor of that. And
But America, Carl, America has a mechanism. Carl, hang on. America has a mechanism for regime change. It's called the election every 4 years.
No.
And the truth...
No. Because that's ignoring the fact that other countries do the same thing there, dude.
...is Americans had a good, long, hard look at.
You're making my point.
Well, no, I'm not.
This is my point.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm saying you live in a free democratic society with free democratic elections. That's why Trump won in 2016. That's why he lost in 2020, whatever he wants people to think. And that's why he won again in 2024. That is regime change, how it should happen.
We back 73% of the world's dictatorships. The idea that we say, here's the dictator we don't like, we're going to overthrow them, is ridiculous. By any objective standard, Netanyahu is worse than Maduro, and we're not overthrowing him. So the whole conversation is absurd. We're in no position to be the world police or the moral arbiters. In fact, Trump himself literally says this is about the oil. It's about the natural resources. It's about stealing that for the corporations and the billionaires. So the whole conversation about,
I think Michael Knowles is like, why?
I actually think I think Venezuela can be about a number of things at the same time. That's why I think nuance is an important factor in these things. It can be.
Dude, he lost nuance when he stopped focusing on the fact that it was about drugs and it was just like oil. We're going in for the oil, dude. Don't you know?
Hey, well, hang on, Kyle.
No.
It could be about oil. It can be about oil. It can be about Maduro being a gangster. It can be about a number of things.
This was
Trump's a gangster.
sold to us.
Trump's a gangster.
All right. Isn't it funny that we have this whole conversation, and while you're saying it could be about all these things, you know what no one's bringing up? Drugs. And that's what it was sold to us as.
Right.
Just like all these other wars, they just lie through their teeth. It has nothing to do with the drug problem, or a tiny fraction of it, and nothing.
Michael's still trying.
Nothing to do with the fentanyl problem, which is the real crisis. It's a total pretext for war. And,
dude, I gotta
Michael. Say, man. By the way,
the entire panel was just like.
I kind of agree with Michael on the concept of international law, but the thing about it is that this is totally illegal by our own law, by the Constitution of the United States of America, which every politician puts their hand on a Bible and swears before all of us to God that they will do everything in their power to defend and execute. There was no imminent attack here. Donald Trump had all the time in the world to go to Congress and get permission for this, and he just didn't want to. And if you want to just say, like, by the way, Mike, it's funny because you point out I'm a libertarian or Kyle's a leftist. Ironically, we're the only ones taking the conservative position here on this. We are not an empire. Actually, the Supreme, yes, that's actually right. There's a long tradition. Do you know your history on this,
There's a
Michael?
long tradition of libertarians telling conservatives what we believe. And I'm sick of it for one.
No. There's a long tradition of the best conservatives having the exact same foreign policy I do, and then a bunch of former communists who were atheists convinced you guys that it was right wing to support wars everywhere. By the way, the Monroe Doctrine.
They convinced Thomas Jefferson in 1801. I don't know about that.
No. I'm not talking about the Barbary Wars. Okay, anyway.
Or the Monroe administration, or the Roosevelt administration.
Dude, do you even know what the Monroe Doctrine is? You say the Monroe Doctrine means that we get to run our hemisphere? No, it doesn't.
No,
the Monroe Doctrine.
We keep our
Michael, let me finish a thought, and then you can respond to it. No, that's not actually true. It meant that Europe couldn't have any more colonies here, and in turn, we wouldn't interfere in Europe. By the way, it's not a law. It's something a president said once in a speech, and it hasn't been the cornerstone of our foreign. It hasn't been. Have we not interfered in Europe? Have we not interfered in Europe for over 200 years? Is that what you're telling me, Michael?
And then we became the world empire.
That's true. Right, exactly. So we abandoned the Monroe Doctrine. We never followed it at all. And the Monroe Doctrine never said, they said that Europe couldn't establish more colonies. They already had several. That they couldn't establish more colonies.
He's embarrassing himself.
It didn't say that if there's a...
Yeah, Knowles is looking kind of bad.
Country that does a mineral deal with a country somewhere else because we won't allow our companies to do it with them, that therefore we can topple the leader. This is completely illegal by our own Constitution.
I'm happy to explain this. It's true. In 1823, the Soviet Union did not yet exist, and other adversaries around the world did not yet exist. We have expanded the notion that European powers, which were a threat to us, should not interfere in the Western Hemisphere, to those other adversaries as well, who you recognize are adversaries. It seems to me where the big difference here on the panel is that you, Dave, at least will acknowledge that America has interests and there are bad regimes. You're making some crazy claims that the Constitution doesn't allow the United States to be commander-in-chief of the army. You're making a crazy claim that Congress...
No, I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't allow them to declare a war.
You're making a crazy claim that it was... Excuse me. You're making a crazy claim that it was...
Yeah, sad part is Michael Knowles has spent a lot of time doing history shit. Dave Smith got high with Big J. Okerson and made dick and fart jokes.
Somehow illegal to follow a court order from 2020 to take out Maduro and arrest him. Anyway, you're making all sorts of crazy
claims. Is that how we do foreign policy, by court order?
Hold on one second, guys.
If you want my honest assessment on why I have the confidence to do this is because everybody started propping up Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, all these comedians, and then you got Dave Smith here, and I'm just like, you know what? I know more than a lot of these guys. Fuck it.
A second, I'm happy to.
And here I am.
The difference here is, Dave, you at least acknowledge America has interests, and you're saying because we
No, who
sometimes
doesn't
make
acknowledge
mistakes.
that?
Hold on one second.
But that's also why I do understand where Dave's coming from.
I'm just trying to get my point out. Because we sometimes make mistakes, you're saying that we should not pursue those interests, or you're saying that the
No.
consequences could be worse. The point that Kyle is making is actually different from yours. Kyle's point is that America has interests, and we should oppose those interests because he thinks that America is the great Satan or something.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Thank you for the straw man. I'm actually making an argument in favor of law and order and intelligence in foreign policy.
Hang on a sec, Carl.
Thank you very much.
I think we've covered this well. I do want to move, just before we run out of time, I want to move to Minnesota, and I want to start with you, Coleman, if I may. This has been another huge story in the last week, and it goes to domestic law. It's, I think, a complex story, again, that requires a nuanced view, and I'll lay mine out. Coleman, just for the record, I've watched this video a dozen times or more from every potential angle, and it is my belief that it is utterly ridiculous to categorize what this woman, Renee Good, was doing as domestic terrorism. I see somebody who got a little panicky.
He has a sensible take,
as the
no
ICE,
shit.
Guys came towards her and decided to drive away, and that the ICE guy in front of her car, who coincidentally, a few months earlier, got dragged by a car for a sustained period of time and had injuries as a result, potentially affecting his judgment in a similar situation, I suspect will be a key part of this. He reacts in a equally panicky way and shoots her 3 times. And I don't see him as a cold-blooded murderer who did this deliberately as a way to murder somebody for the hell of it. I don't see her as a completely blameless part of this. I think she took decisions which led her down a path which I think were extremely unfortunate and, as it turned out, deadly for her. In other words, I think it's quite a complex story, which if you freeze frame it right down to every grab we've seen, anyone who thinks they have an absolute certainty about what happened here, I think is lying. And I think they're just, again, moving to the tribal place. This has to be this because my side believe this, or it has to be this because my side believe that. Am I wrong?
I couldn't agree more, Piers. I want to separate 2 issues really quickly. I'll get to the tragic death of Renee Good, but first I want to separate the issue of how ICE officers are behaving in Minnesota in general, right? Right now, social media is being flooded with videos of ICE officers needlessly escalating situations, questioning U.S. citizens who legally do not have to answer any questions. Some ICE officers seem to be under the impression that you're not allowed to film them. You are allowed to film them. And even, the worst part of this is that the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, seems to have indicated to ICE officers that filming them is the same as doxing them, which it's not, right? So there is obviously, I think there's probably tons of ICE officers not getting videoed that are doing their jobs responsibly, and it's a tough job and it's a dangerous job, and I respect that. But there's a lot of ICE officers that are just running roughshod over all of their responsibilities as officers, and they're being
that's what happens. You know that whole one bad apple thing? You guys can apply that to Antifa, but you can't apply it to the fucking police. It's always weird how that works.
Banned on by the administration. I think that's really important to say up front, that that's a real phenomenon and needs to be talked about. Now, let's separate that from the issue of Renee Good, who was tragically killed by Jonathan Ross. Now, here, Piers, you're right to point out
they're all bottom feeders.
There are so many critiques of how this officer and his partner handled the situation. Why officers are...
This is surprising coming from Dr. IDF. In front of or Mr. IDF, my bad.
Car to begin with, right?
Dr. IDF.
That's one on a laundry list of ways in which this was terrible policing. However, a lot of prominent Democrats are saying that this is murder. Murder. That
murder
is a legal term with a legal standard. Now, if this goes to trial, it's likely to get removed to a federal court, which is going to be favorable for the officer. And what the jury is probably going to be instructed is if this officer had reason to believe he could have suffered bodily harm, he or his partner could have suffered serious bodily harm, then by statute, he's authorized to use deadly force. What?
No, he's not actually. No.
The jury.
It's not bodily harm. You're actually being a disingenuous cunt, and I'm gonna call you on that one.
Jury is going to be instructed.
Fuck you. Fuck you for even trying to sound like you're smart on this one. Especially if you're going to misappropriate the actual laws that you're trying to fucking sound smart on.
Felt he was
Fuck
in
you.
serious danger.
This stoner's gonna call your ass out.
Now we get the benefit of seeing.
You know nothing about what you're talking about. Like, this is the bitch of it. I had to look up exactly what police protocol, and if this applied to federal training, it does. You know what an L is? Yeah. Do you know that it's policing 101 to not walk in front of a fucking car?
5 different angles on the video in slow.
It's almost like, but this guy almost got hit by a car before, right? He had PTSD from almost getting hit before, right? Walked in front of a car again. Fuck around and find out. You guys fucking said that as much as you possibly could. Well, guess what? He fucked around.
Slow motion over and over.
Should he have found out? I mean, by your logic, he should have. He knew better.
And over again.
Yeah.
So we can come to the conclusion that,
fuck.
He was out of sight of, he was out of line.
No, he wasn't.
Line of the car after during those second and third shots.
Look how he was recording and switched hands to shoot with the dominant hand. Yeah.
But he didn't have that advantage. He experienced that in real time in the
Oh, this boot-looking cocksucker.
blur of real life. The whole interaction was less than 2 seconds, and he had one shot at it. Not only that, his partner had his hand through the window, which, as you said, is precisely the situation that had put him in the hospital 6 months prior.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to convince a jury that he didn't have reason to believe he was in risk or his partner of serious bodily harm.
I think from a legal perspective, I think you're probably right. And I think a jury may well end up making that determination based on the application of the law. But Kyle, you know, I talked about both sides taking sort of implacable, incendiary positions. You compared ICE agents to Nazis, described the officer as an ICE thug who murdered a woman on camera by shooting her in the face. I mean, you're determining there that what we have watched with our own eyes, because we got the benefit of seeing all the videos, is somebody making a deliberate calculation to murder that woman for no reason.
I think he did. And
Why
I think
would
if
you
you
do
study
that?
the video closely, well, I'll explain it to you. So first of all, these guys are all roided up freaks. Let's point that out, that these are like Proud Boys and white nationalists and the dregs of society who have now been given a gun and a badge.
Well, that's a
And if you
ridiculous
watch the video closely,
generalization.
you
And
can
again,
see-
I don't
hold
think
on.
that
All
helps.
right.
It does, that
Well,
kind of,
let me finish
but
talking
that
and
kind
then
of
you can talk. You
generalization
wanna
doesn't help
disrupt
your
the point.
argument. It makes you sound equally
but I don't-
deranged.
No. I don't care about convincing you
more
guys with your cult of fake nuance. I care about speaking to the American people who saw with
God
their eyes
forbid we
what's
should have
happening.
nuance.
Yeah, because it's fake nuance. That's the problem. You have J.D. Vance out there saying that this guy, it should have absolute immunity. Absolute immunity. So
I
if
don't
you
agree.
rape somebody, he should be able to get off. This is fucking
I mean, she hit
ridiculous.
him with her
Absolute
car.
immunity.
I don't
we went
agree.
from nobody's above the law in this country.
Nor do I think, Kyle, nor do I think that Renee Good was deliberately trying to run over this ICE officer. I just don't think that
Okay,
there's
and the
any
guy was
evidence
trying to kill her.
that she was trying to do that or to cause him
Correct,
bodily
she
harm.
wasn't.
I think it was quite clear from the wheel positioning that she was trying to drive away. And the guy
on, Piers,
was
you're
ignoring
right.
his training
That's right. And
to
here's the
stand
thing,
in front
Piers,
of her,
if you
and
watch
he had
closely-
a past incident, which probably in the moment made.
Doesn't matter. He was still in front of the car. That means that he should have never even been there. He should have been in the fuck. You know how like the argument is that she shouldn't have been there? He shouldn't have been there. If he had PTSD, knew the implications of standing in front of a fucking car as a law enforcement official, he's a fucking dumbass. And a liability to every department he's ever worked for.
Fear the same thing was going to happen.
Piers, I
and he
just
shot
hold
her.
on. We have to have one
If you
factual
watch
correction
closely,
here.
All right, Michael,
just
excuse
one
me.
little bit to
Excuse me.
inject some
I
facts.
literally
One
literally
second,
never
Kyle.
even made
We
the
just need
fucking
one little
point I was
correction.
trying to
All
make
right,
at the
don't talk at the
beginning.
same time.
And
The
you guys are
wheels
talking
were
over
aimed
me.
at the cop when
Let
she
me-
accelerated.
All right, Kyle,
wheels
Kyle,
were
I'll come
aimed
back
at
to you.
the
Let-
cop. She accelerated.
no.
Kyle, I will come back to you. Let Michael just interject on this one point. Michael.
This is really important because I feel sorry for the woman. It's very sad that she died. I'm not in any way happy that she died. She was in that position, one, because her lesbian partner said, "Drive, baby, drive, drive." The lesbian partner then said, "It's my fault. I told
Why
her
is
to
it
be out
relevant
here."
that she's a
Wait,
lesbian?
hold on one
Michael?
second.
Why is
Well,
that
no, hang
relevant?
on.
Because
But
she's the
Michael,
partner, and I
no,
don't
you
have one.
interrupt
Kyle,
me.
don't-
Fuck you.
So,
Kyle,
Kyle,
why is it relevant that
calm
she's
down.
a
One
lesbian?
second, Kyle.
Enough.
I'm just trying
Fuck
to get
this
this
guy.
I would say that
No, fuck you, Piers.
I would say it's irrelevant that she's a lesbian.
God, I would call him on his own show and never get invited back because I couldn't stand with this.
Drive can be an entreaty to drive away, which is what I think she was doing.
This is why your channel won't grow.
Thirdly, the demeanor of Renee Good in the final video that came out.
The word is wife.
Shows somebody pretty calm, certainly not confrontational, certainly doesn't look to me like somebody intent on mowing down an ICE officer.
Piers,
I think
hit
she
him
just
with her
wanted
car.
to get out of there.
Are you suggesting, Piers, hold on, are you suggesting that because a woman says, I'm not mad, that means she isn't mad? I think anyone who's ever interacted with a woman knows that's not what that phrase means. Second of all, we don't have to just judge by her words.
I'll let that one sit with y'all for just a second. Okay.
She accelerated. You can look at it in the footage while the tires are aimed at the cop. And this is a message. I feel bad for her. She was indoctrinated into thinking that
Mikey goes full himself. Yeah.
that you're allowed to drive your car at cops or disobey police orders or block traffic and
Okay, now I really hate this guy.
create a dangerous situation. This is an
Robin, I don't see you swear a lot, so that's special.
important message to all the leftists out there who want to do this. You cannot drive your SUV into a police officer. If you do that, you will be shot in the face and deserve
she
it,
didn't.
and it will be very, very sad.
All right, Kyle,
I love that we're now doing. I love that we're now doing character assassination of a 37-year-old soccer mom who got shot in the face 3 times. You're fucking disgusting for doing that, and you know that you're disgusting for doing that. And if you watch the video closely, he switches hands with his phone to prepare to grab his gun before he was in any danger whatsoever. Okay, so this
Clearly
guy,
he was in
knew what he
danger.
was
She hit
doing.
him.
He knew what he was getting himself into. These people are looking for trouble. They are going to Minneapolis. They are cracking skulls. They are rounding up innocent people.
These people
They
are
absolutely
looking
are
for
Trump's
trouble when they
Gestapo,
try
and
to
everybody
obstruct law
knows it.
enforcement. You're
All right,
right.
let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith, what's your view of this?
Well, I got to say, as much as it pains me to say, I really completely agreed with Coleman on that. I'm just kidding. I don't mind agreeing with Coleman. No, but I thought that was a very thoughtful take, and I think I agreed with all of that. I mean, look, this is a really tragic thing that happened. I don't think she was trying to run over the officer. It seemed to me that she was trying to peel out of there, and he got spooked and he shot her. And look, however you feel about this morally, the fact is that in the United States of America and just about every other government, if law enforcement has you there and telling you, you just can't peel out. I mean, it's just a really unwise move to try to drive your car away. And again,
and you're gonna say that shit? All right. Mind you, his best friend said that he could beat up any female cop on the force.
You can feel about that however you want.
And confidently get away. Just a reminder.
Too much.
Oh, and Luis J. Gomez has actually tried. So just remember, these are the people that he kicks it with.
Like the Iranians shoot.
Ain't it a bitch to be a comedy fan and know some of his bullshit where it's just like, yeah, Dave, here's the bitch of it. You're very good at playing a political commentator. But realistically, you don't know shit.
Shooting rioters who they think are going to topple the government. Like any government's going to shoot rioters that are trying to topple that government, including ours. And however you feel about it, that's the way states work. I do think there's a broader
horizontal crash. Oh shit! Really? Hold on. There we go. I was about to say. Do this. Yeah, we're fine. Give me 1 second. This is having an issue. Twitch is back up. YouTube should be back up. Come on, man. Fucking internet, man. All right. That should do it.
Think that Trump supporters, right-wingers in this country might want to think about. And I say this as someone who's I'm a real immigration restrictionist. I mean, to me, that I don't think everyone in the world.
Again, his best friend had a kid with a Colombian immigrant, but okay.
Has a right
okay.
to enter.
I hope you say this to Carla's face, dude.
To the United States of America. I think that
I hope he has. Isabella, Big J's daughter, Say this to her face.
American people have a
No, for God damn it.
right to take in whoever we want or whoever we don't want, in the same way that I have a right to, have whoever I want at my house for any reason that I choose to. And so anybody who's here illegally, I think we have a right to remove them. But I do think you got to start to ask some real questions about what type of juice we're getting for this type of squeeze, and real questions of what we're doing to our own neighborhoods here. I mean, you really do have a situation, as Coleman kind of outlined, where like masked federal agents are kind of acting like thugs, pulling out guns in suburban neighborhoods in front of, and for all of this, for this big show of force that is such a provocation of the radical left in this country and getting them out on the streets. I've seen the Trump administration says 10 million illegals came in under Joe Biden. I've seen estimates that are north of 30 million illegals totally in the country. And for all of this, we're talking about getting like a couple 100,000 of them. So in other words, we're not even making a dent on the real problem. And yet we are doing something where more incidents like this are more and more likely. And I got to say, and I appreciate even that Michael said, like, there's a tragic thing, but I'm sure he saw too, some of like the ghoulish response from so many right-wingers, like on Twitter and stuff, celebrating.
And you know what? It reminded me. And you know what,
terrible.
Dave? It reminded me of the reaction from the left to Charlie Kirk's murder.
Yeah.
Right? There was just.
No, he's trying to equate it now.
There was not just an
it's perceived.
Situation.
Not just an
No,
absence
but there
of.
is...
Well, I would say different things, but not just an absence of basic empathy.
Nah. God, he's such a just like doing this for showbiz. He doesn't give a shit about any of this.
Humanity, but a willful.
America's losing population. Yeah, this was the first year, and this will be seen as a win with MAGA, but economists have said that this is going to be detrimental to our economy.
Gleeful celebration
yes,
of somebody's.
Although, you know what? We got this Gen A that they're going to need jobs. Hope they're comfortable picking, going to the fields.
Death, right? And in both cases,
yeah. I mean, these conservatives that got teenage kids, send your fucking kids to the fields, man. What are we doing here?
I don't think either person deserved to die. Is just my gut feeling.
Seriously, you did the thing. You birthed the next generation of workers. Get them out there, and that's about where they belong at this point. I mean, it's a starter job, right?
So at the very least, even if you do think she brought the situation,
trust me, guys,
on herself, and I certainly don't think she was blameless in her decision-making leading up to what happened, to the confrontation. But even if you believe that, to then sort of gleefully celebrate, she had it coming, she deserved it, blah, blah, but she's a mother of a young kid, and she, is not even 40 years old. So what have we become as a society when your first thought is not, this is a tragedy? Whatever you think of what happened here, it's a tragedy.
Michael Knowles is the only one that's like, oh, I might be a ghoul.
She ends up dead, I think.
And he hasn't been arrested yet. And Jonathan Ross hasn't been arrested yet. And stop to think about why that is.
Coleman was
right
about that too. He's not going to jail. I mean, this is just, I'm sorry. And look, the legal system
there might not even be a trial,
totally
Dave. There might not even be a trial, bro.
Well, look, but
he didn't do anything wrong.
Well, look, but as Coleman pointed out, and I mean, I would say it's slightly different, but the legal system is totally rigged on behalf of cops, and it's just not the same type of standard for federal law enforcement or for local law enforcement that it is for regular people. And when legally speaking, once
we have seen some cops go to prison too, though.
Okay. Yeah.
You know the difference. There's a cult.
Legally speaking,
you know what there is.
If there's a car coming at a cop,
there is a cultural aspect to this. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to go back into all this again. But if this situation had happened in my country, I'm in London right now. If this had happened in central London,
they'd be alive.
It's almost unthinkable this kind of situation would happen because we just don't obviously have the gun culture. And I've always said the problem with the police shootings in America or law enforcement shootings is that they have an understandable presumption, law enforcement, that pretty much everyone may be.
This just in. Apparently, a federal judge just ruled that they cannot use tear gas anymore in Minneapolis. Let's see how long that holds.
Packing a gun. In countries like mine, where nobody really has a gun, the police don't have that presumption, so they don't shoot. Right? It's a kind of chicken and the egg thing. And, it's as I learned when I took on this issue, Americans don't want to hear it from an English accent. You got rid of us with guns.
Pierce,
I get
Pierce,
it.
I get your
Next
point,
year is the
but you know what?
250th
Well, let me tell you
anniversary,
something.
where you will all
Maybe if
celebrate
you're-
getting rid of us of guns. I get it, but I do think
Pierce.
what
Thanks for reminding me. You know what? 250 years? Yeah, it's a special year. Fuck the British.
the rest of the world perceives
And
as a
fuck you, Piers.
trigger-happy gun country is actually because there are 400 million guns in circulation. 1 million new guns get sold every month. So
And notice how none of them are being used on ICE officers during any of these raids. It's almost like America isn't as violent as you claim it is.
the law enforcement always have a fear, a rational fear, actually, that everyone they stop in any kind of confrontation may have a gun. And that
Hey,
just
Pierce,
simply
if your
doesn't
cops-
exist in
if
most
your
other
cops-
countries.
If your cops were worried that people might have a gun, maybe they wouldn't be showing up and arresting so many people for tweets and
Well, I
putting them in
totally
jail.
agree. I totally agree. It was revealed yesterday 12,000 people have been arrested for social media posts. It's absolutely bloody ridiculous. But you know what? I'd rather that than young mothers getting shot dead for doing a right-hand turn to get away from, ICE officers shouting at her. But
Unless she did a left-hand turn first.
And there was a former cop who was arrested.
But
for
before
Charlie
we
Kirk,
end this, I just want to end, Dave. You've had this big ding dong with Dan Bongino, who's now left the FBI. You said that his legacy is covering for paedophiles. This alludes to the Epstein scandal. He
It's an
responded by a lot of
objective
personal attacks on you. But
An
as
objective
we've
fact.
been talking, Bill and Hillary Clinton
I'm glad they said it.
have defied a congressional subpoena to appear.
No. They said they would appear in public, not behind closed doors. Nice try, Piers.
Or the House Oversight Committee about Epstein. How significant is that, do you think?
Well, it certainly doesn't look good for them, but I mean, if former presidents are ever held accountable for anything, aside from Donald Trump on the ridiculous trumped-up charges, but like if we're actually holding politicians accountable for the crimes that they've committed in the past, well, that'll be the first time that I've ever seen it. So I don't know what Congress is going to do next. My guess is that they'll probably just do nothing because that's what Congress typically ends up doing in these situations. But yeah, Dan Bongino, listen, I don't know what to say. Dan Bongino is in this like impossible situation here, which is why he like spazzed out and started talking about my kids and my family and stuff. And look, I know I did say that his legacy will forever be protecting pedophiles, but again, it's a matter of record. That is just true. And so, look, Dan Bongino's got a real problem. You were either lying then or you're lying now. And you got to somehow, if you're going to come back to this world of doing these
For the first time, I'm willing to admit that reptilians exist. Michael knows.
shows on the internet,
And they just little.
you're going to have to explain that to people at some point. Like, you made this one claim, got in there, turned around, and gave a hostage video where you said none of that exists at all. And now the stuff's been declassified. So he said he read through the entire files, and he knows for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. But we just found out there's like 5 million documents in the entire file. So, like, what exactly is he claiming that he read? And what did
I
he
assume
see?
it
it's
was
all
regarding the
declassified now. Yes, sure. But I'm just saying it's all declassified now.
But also,
so
the
now
bottom
he
line,
can explain what he saw.
Yeah, and the bottom line is people on the MAGA side and the Trump administration, they can all say whatever they want. The truth is, they took us all up the hill of full and total transparency should they win the last election. And then...
Yeah, they lied to you.
Suddenly...
Wow.
Earlier this 2025, suddenly the shutters came down, nothing was going to get revealed, and now bit by torturous bit, it's all coming out, and it's very devastating, and it's causing a lot of carnage with people's jobs and livelihoods, and quite rightly. But we are still
And
well
it's not
away.
all coming out.
But we're still well away from full accountability or transparency.
Yeah.
They could just release them.
They've only released 1%.
They could
They've
release it
only
all
released
tomorrow.
1% of the Epstein
and
files.
I don't know
Yeah,
why they
that's
haven't
right.
released them. All I know is when people in
I do.
officialdom don't release documents, it's because they don't want
Cal is like, I do.
people to see them.
I got the dates.
And that's just a logical presumption, whether they're on the left or the right. I've got to leave it there. Great panel. I always think the mark of a great panel is when you get to the end of the hour and you feel like you've learned stuff. And
What? Oh, fuck off. I can't even.
the great thing about you guys is I learned a lot in that hour. Didn't necessarily agree with all your opinions, but I learned a lot of stuff, and I appreciate that. So thank you all very much.
That was something.
So I can. So they stop whining about wanting to go to the bathroom or wanting to get some food or water.
Oh shit! This is live in Minnesota. This is right outside the ice facility. It is obviously snowing. I learned how much most of these guys suck.
All right, Maddie, you're a
Garcia.
moderator now. Go give them some food. Charlotte, you're also a moderator now. Yeah, this is the U.S. This is Minnesota. There's a sheriff. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, these are the sheriff?
They came back. Uh-oh. 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 Whoa. Dude's got a freaking cuckoo. Guys, they're taking over the fires. They're extinguishing the fires.
Did you guys set them?
Really? You really had to have that drawn to go off the fire.
As I said, it's 7 degrees, but it's gonna be like negative. The wind. Look at the wind. And to be fair, if you're lighting fires, don't. That doesn't count. Jesus Christ. These are the idiots that I want to slap in the back of the fucking head where it's just like, no. You don't get to set fires and like do the fucking thing where it's like, oh, is that a crime? And then be like, you're supposed to serve us. It's like, no. And you're literally making this harder for them to even see it that way, you dumb fucks. No, walk up to them and just kindly ask them, hey, how come you're not serving us? My tax dollars go to paying you to serve us, the public. But instead, you got to do this instigator bullshit, and you're just like, why aren't you letting me light fires?
Yeah, for real. Thank you,
I was
Maddie.
going to say, that's dumb.
Guys, I was...
Peplaw disapproves? Fuck yeah, I do.
They're searching the area, for real.
Jesus Christ. Why is it always the fucking biggest dumbasses that come out to these things? And like, it's like, is this it? Is it because they're fucking influencers or some shit? Like, this is pissing me off. Yeah, now they'll say they're burning cities down again. Yeah, exactly. These are the dumb motherfuckers that are like, yeah, light that AutoZone on fire. It's like,
Oh, it's gas.
Chat, they said it's an unlawful assembly. We gotta leave. They said it's an unlawful.
That's not how it fucking works, you dumb motherfuckers! God damn it! Peplaw is stepping in here. You're fucking stupid. Get the fuck out of there. If you're lighting fires and you're saying that, this isn't how it works, the cops are supposed to protect us while we're blatantly committing fucking crimes, fuck you! You're not helping the fucking cause. You are actually detrimental to everything that's going on.
Lawful assembly.
Fuck!
We gotta go home now, guys.
No! Call out the people that lit that shit, you dumb fuck! Fuck! Oh, god damn it. God damn it. No. And if you're with these fuckers and you're just like, oh my god, you're just gonna fucking lick the boot. Fuck you.
Just kick it at him. That was
No. If you want to stand by and let this shit happen, don't ever wonder why you're not able to gain traction. Don't ever wonder why you're used as the fucking fodder that you are. And don't ever wonder why I'm not going to support this shit, because I do not appreciate the fact that you're sending us back every fucking time you go out in public. You fucking selfish cunts.
Did you guys see that? He literally kicked that smoking log right at that guy's shoe.
Can you see through that?
I can see through this, yes.
I can't control your goddamn emotions yet. Here you go.
Is it foggy in there?
While I'm fucking crashing out.
Dang, look at how many cars they rolled in deep, guys.
God damn it. As a stoner, do you hear them too?
1, 2,
God damn,
3,
man.
4, 5,
You want to talk about the self-importance shit? That's it right there.
6, 7. 7 or 8 squad cars. Just
Fuck,
to
that
put
pisses
out
me
2
off.
Small fires. And look at what he's holding. Look at.
For small fires? Yeah, that's how it works, because fires could spread.
The police said it's an unlawful assembly.
Just 2 days ago, yesterday, I watched a protest where there was a small fire started, and the protesters were like, "You started a small fire!" Do we care? Are we about consistency, or are we right-wingers now?
Oh, they got a dog.
This is not the same as last night. No, this is a bunch of fucking
The
morons.
canine unit.
Like, Jesus Christ.
They rolled in deep.
Yeah, you're making me embarrassed to be an activist and a pothead, because you truly are some of the dumbest motherfuckers. And honestly, this is embarrassing. Go home. At this point, go home. If you're setting small fires and they're saying it's an unlawful assembly, go fucking home.
Restrictions? Think you can.
They're not helping right now. Yeah, even the Free Palestine guy, not helping. You're making this worse.
To be honest,
Oh, now we're going ACAB, huh? Okay, cool. Even though I technically agree.
thank you.
But now you're making me see where it's like, oh, cops are bastards, but you know what? Some people are assholes and deserve to be fucking dealt with. I'm just gonna say.
Ken said.
Like, if you're starting small fires and then wondering why they're showing up, fuck you.
Keep warm. I'm trying.
No, she's a fucking moron. Just listening to her, she's a fucking moron.
All right, well, that sucks. Maybe the ground will still be warm by
God damn it.
the fire.
This is why I don't want to go to protests as an influencer, because I don't want to make it about me in that regard.
Yeah,
The times I go, I'm trying to make other fucking protesters laugh and then show you guys like, oh, hey, look, we got a protest going on. But if it was like this, no, you guys wouldn't see it. And honestly, I think I'd probably get kicked out by the other protesters, because I'd be like, you guys are fucking idiots. God damn it. Why does everybody have to make it so much harder? And this is why centrists exist, by the way. It's because they see shit like this and they're like, God damn it. Like, I felt, no, like, I know my political positions, but if I share the same political positions as somebody like this and they're explaining to me how we need to set this fire for reasons, I'm not going to agree with them. I'm going to go home angry. Fucking morons.
Restart the live.
No, it's also, that's why you get bins. Even the homeless in these cold states understand that, man.
Guys, I don't know if restarting it will do anything. I also don't know how to restart a live.
I'm genuinely fucking pissed off at this.
You guys gotta remember, I'm new to this.
Did she set the fire? Very bad form. No.
Sit in there. Oh, well then, there you go.
No, and now they want to play the victim. This is just as bad as a right-winger. I'm going to call it for what it is. If you commit a crime, get the cops out there and then cry fucking victim, you're a bastard. Like, I'm sorry.
They started it back up. Let's go.
I genuinely hate these people. Yeah, if you're cold, go home.
Let's go.
Like at this point, they're gonna disperse you in a lot worse of a way. And honestly, again, you're not. Jesus Christ. Honestly, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not standing behind this one. Yeah, instigator status. This is my point. This is the George Floyd shit.
Let's go.
Let's go. No, let's not go. You fucking moron. No, it's an open fire on a fucking lot. There, again, is reasons that they set fires in bins. And that's why they don't fucking go after every fucking homeless encampment and go, oh my God, we gotta put this out. Maybe it's because I grew up in a fucking cold ass city like this and I've seen this. Like, yes, they will have barrels on street corners, but guess what? Cops ain't going after that. But if you have an open fire like this with cinder blocks, they're going after that. It's gonna ruin the asphalt. They're doing it on the lawn.
I know, right? Dude. Legendary.
Dude, legendary. Again, she's making me embarrassed to be a pothead. This is like when I watched that one movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where I was just like, you know what? If they're trying to shame me out of being a pothead because of the way that they, I guess, perceive potheads now, and like this is supposed to be the person that technically is based in this, like Paul, whatever his fuck Anderson or whatever the fuck. Like, no. No, I didn't feel very proud. This is why the chuds come in here talking shit about drugs. Yeah. No, exactly. No, exactly. Exactly. No, this is what makes people more conservative. It's not wanting to stand behind some of the biggest idiots in the fucking situation like this. And then sometimes you have some people that are just like, well, why would you criticize this? This is like you're licking the boot. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're all acting a little bit cringe, but it seems like as a whole, this protest is relatively... Yeah, this is effective. This is effective.
Yeah.
They're at the federal facility. They're not stopping anybody. Shut up.
Yeah, it's Whipple.
No, they're setting it back because what this is going to do is this is going to give the Trump administration the reason to go and send more authorities into these areas. But I guess you don't see it that way.
Thank you, Maddie.
I guess that's what we want, right? 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 This is the same as the Gaza thing, right? It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Instead of just having a ceasefire, now we have a ceasefire while they're still killing people. Is it better?
All right, guys.
And you want to wonder why people don't take a lot of this shit seriously? Fuck, man. With this few people, they should be at home protecting their neighbors. Sure.
Oh, guys, the fire's almost out. They came to a conclusion that they should just leave it because... Thank you, Ashley. Ashley said, stay safe, get a heated jacket. Ashley! 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 Ashley!
Girl. Hey, if you're gonna go to protests, maybe be less high.
Was that a...
Like, for fucking real. As somebody who gets high is almost like it's my profession. Stop.
$100?
You're making me embarrassed to be a fucking stoner.
It was! No way, girl! Ashley, you are...
Ashley, girl!
I swear to God!
She's a real one. You hear that? Girl.
That's legendary. Guys, say thank you to Ashley in the chat. She literally is a real one. I will definitely do some good investments into a heated jacket for this. Or some heated socks. Here they go. They're moving forward.
Again, maybe a bit cringe, but I believe in utilizing a variety of Garzian, I think this one's dumb. Because this is live streamed. You know how the revolution wasn't going to be televised? Well, it's televised, and we're seeing all the stupidity behind it.
They're moving.
She should mute herself? Yeah, she's a self-important douche.
They're moving.
That's how this goes.
They're moving.
Trust me, as somebody who does this as a living, yeah, you get a bit into yourself. You start getting into the, oh, should I record this for the audience or not? Just got a $100 dono. I mean, good for her. But yeah, woman, you're embarrassing me.
Move back. They're saying the same thing. Yes, Ashley, we love you. Where's Mom? Mom actually went to the car because she was cold and they put out the fire. So she's already in there. I have the car key in my pocket.
This one's hard for me.
Yeah.
Oh, this is hard
Gets
for me.
hairy, I'm gonna run to the car. And then we'll sit in the car.
Oh, if it gets scary, then you're gonna go in the car. You're not gonna take the tear gas to the face.
Sorry.
Oh my god, she sucks. She sucks.
No, I'm talking to my phone, but I said I was sorry because I bumped into you.
I don't want to be a content creator anymore.
That's funny, guys. He was so confused. He was like, "Are you talking to me?"
I think I gotta go, guys. She just embarrassed me. She literally she did what any right winger in this audience could do, and she shamed me out of doing this.
I said, "No, I'm just talking to my phone."
No. Oh, I hate her. Oh my god, I hate her. Oh my god, she sucks. Wow.
Can we mute the comments?
Can we mute you?
Yeah, we don't want other people's Cash App. Well, yeah, no.
But Ashley!
You go, Maddie.
That's the name of my ex-girlfriend that fucking, did the most damage.
Do your thing, Maddie. You feel what's right.
Fuck Ashley's.
Charlotte, you're
I'm sorry if your name is Ashley and you caught some heat from this. Well,
you're also a moderator too.
Oh, did you mod her?
Oh, we got a frog.
I am secondhand embarrassed you into a new career.
So, where's the guys in the
Guys, I might be going back to stage comedy. I'm not sure if I want to do this anymore.
camo with the lights on their head? Because last time they came from over there. After they did this, guys, remember? This was like a decoy, and then they
Back? Why we hating this
Came
woman? Because she's a fucking absolute dolt.
from over there.
She's literally everything wrong with the movement, where it's just like she's all self-important, lighting fires, and then being like based, and then on top of it being also a chicken shit that's gonna go back to her car the second that tear gas gets fired because her mom's there.
I don't really want to show the agents that much because that's whenever we get restricted. We'll just look at the signs.
Oh, she's on TikTok, isn't she? She's on TikTok. Yeah, she's on TikTok.
Exactly. They came. Yeah, exactly. Last time they came out of nowhere. Literally. Yeah, they got the same little. Yeah, they got the same little shape.
This is bad praxis on her part.
Someone's gonna come out of nowhere. I'm just kind of waiting to see.
And now I am too.
Oh, Mom came out of the car, guys. She's right there. She came out of the car.
Stop! Stop!
Who's he yelling at?
This is the first time that I've genuinely hated these people right now.
Oh,
Oh my god, I fucking... No, this is it. Like, they all did some drugs. This is all fucking good time to these motherfuckers. This isn't about, like, protecting people from ICE. This is about them, guys. Damn it. And now MAGA's gonna use a bunch of this shit just to prove their fucking points. Great!
all right. We're moving back.
Why do I fight? She a right winger? No.
Maybe
No, she's an absolute dolt of a human being.
Where are the other guys
I don't care what her politics is.
are in the camo. That guy was like, I don't think he was.
I wouldn't characterize them all that way, but this lady is insufferable,
think
though.
he was. Yeah. We're just gonna watch the blow up, guys. Thank you, guys. Among Us, yes. And a frog. Oh yeah, I should put my goggles. Oh, my goggles have condensation all over them.
Oh my god, she's an absolute fucking
shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, they're blocking
no.
the road. No, we were.
No, why? Why is there someone out there making it this fucking easy?
On the sidewalk. Everybody was on the sidewalk.
If she just muted, this would be fine. But she had to make this about her, and she fucking sucks. I genuinely, what am I doing? What am I doing when there's somebody out here that's just like, yeah, based, I'm gonna give in to every fucking trope that has ever been said about me.
People.
Oh, fuck you.
Don't run away. Yeah.
I hate her. I fucking absolutely hate this.
Uh-oh. What's happening?
This is why there's leftist infighting. It's because when we're dealing with the others.
What's happening? They came running.
I always just picture this. It's like, no, it's because it's this.
He said move back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank you, Jessica. $5. Can't. Hold on. Let me pull my glove off.
Oh my god, she's doing super chats live during her protest. You see now, this is Nick Shirley on the left. I gotta pee.
The TikTok gifts are
off.
suspended. TikTok won't let you gift for stuff like this, so to show support. But thank you for the $5. So thank you. That's why we got the Venmo up.
My hands up. I don't want to get sprayed. Don't spray her.
Medic. They're screaming medic. They're screaming medic. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but I also don't really want to get that close. Mom is, look at her. She's all the way up there. She's like, I'll find out. I don't know what's going on over there. Lexi, yes, yeah. Yeah, guys, don't spam the chat, please. It's okay to share your opinion. We want to hear all opinions. Oh, there's the guys. There's the guys there's the other guys.
You guys are fucking cowards.
In the camo. I don't know if those are Border Patrol agents. I don't know if they're ICE agents. These guys are regular cops. That's regular MPD. That's regular MPD. The guys in the camo are either Border Patrol or they're ICE agents. They're goons. This is in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
See now, this is the Nick Shirley of the left. Yeah, I saw that as I was leaving, and I really thought about it. Yeah.
I'm pulling it out right now.
Guarantee this person is not an organizer either. No. No, you know how I can tell? I've never seen her feed before.
Because I don't want to drop anything. Dang, guys, it must be cold up. Thank you, John. $20.
Notice how it's all going towards her, not towards any organization or any of that. No.
Supporters that we've had this whole entire time I've ever been out here. I really, really, really appreciate it. You guys have no idea.
Yeah, it's because nobody else is out there that usually is, so you're being platform. This is pissing me off because she's a fucking moron.
Thanks, Logan. No, no one's hurt. I don't know what was going on.
I don't know her name. I know she has 22 followers on YouTube right now.
Girl. Hold on.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm watching DJB. We usually go through this.
Girl, I can't believe. Well, it's support for me being out here in like -degree weather, showing you guys what's going on. So, which I really, really, really appreciate.
You fucking Nazi! Go home, you fucking Nazi scum!
And plus, honestly, I mean, Minnesotans really don't spend that much time outside in the wintertime like this.
No, they don't, because most of Minneapolis has a bunch of these, like, they're not even tunnels. They're like walkways in between buildings.
So most people are not prepared for this.
Oh.
I got 2 pants on, 3 hoodies, a jacket, 2 hats. Look at her pants. Look Yeah, I need to get fleece line clothes, yeah. So a lot of the support goes to stuff like that. They're going back in.
Skyways, thank you.
We need the Rockettes.
As much as I am happy that they're out here in almost sub-degree weather, the cringe level, yes, is 10,000.
We got the Minnesotan.
I hate every second of this. First time check-in. How's the protest going, Kyle? Not well. By the way, guys, just so you know, when I end stream, which is not going to be soon, oh, who knows? But I'm going to be rating Cosmopolitics because she is trying to make her rent. So if you guys are looking for some fun content within the This Space Collective, stick around.
Yes, Allie.
I'm a bit judgy.
Yeah, I mean, I have one in my car, so I'd rather you hand those out to people that really, really need them. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Oh, shit. Ken said thanks for... Oh, here's the warning. You guys remember this warning. Not open to the public out of the area. Stay out of the area of the driveway. Allow vehicular traffic. Sidewalk or across the street. This ordinance may limit the person trespassing on federal property is subject to arrest. Trespass on federal property. Yeah, they are going to come back very soon. We all know what this warning means. They're starting to get pissed off.
You wouldn't survive? That'd be fine. I played hockey in that. Coldest I've ever played hockey in was -5. You don't think about it.
Honestly, I need a pair of heated gloves. Heated gloves, heated socks. Like, it's a sock, it's the feet and
Or, you know, heated warm. Like, you just get the warmers.
my hands.
You
that are
crack them
just-
like glow sticks.
Like, mom was already like, my feet are so cool. I got to go in the car. I was like,
Isn't that dickhead right there in the red Jeep? Isn't that dickhead in the red Jeep? Isn't that him? Isn't that the dude in the red Jeep? Yeah, isn't that him?
I think inconveniencing DHS at every turn is good, but yes, this is cringe.
Freebird.
The thing is, it's already 5 degrees. They're not going out and they're not going to conduct any new operations.
Yeah.
Like, the problem is most people that are there right now think that they're impeding ongoing operations.
Hand warmers, I know. There are some people passing them out, but I gotta find them.
Thank you for the 5. Hell yeah.
Garzian,
Hey,
$5.
Garzian,
Thanks
you know
for the
what?
content.
Fuck it.
Getting some new Fuckus stickers soon.
I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor. When you do get those, send me 2. I'm gonna invite you to the Discord server if you're not already there. And I got my PO box in the Discord. Please send them.
Comes one.
You know who that is?
Oh, they're blocking.
I think they said he was in a red Jeep earlier, and there's a red Jeep over here. Can't flip my goddamn camera.
Yeah, we have heard that warning before.
It's under support, Pat.
Every time they play that pre-recorded warning,
Hell yeah, man.
they're starting
Cool,
to
Garzi.
get pissed off.
Someone's got a Kirkland fresh baked pizza.
Yeah, that was him.
A whopping $10. Nah, what, 5?
Oh, is he stopping him?
I don't know how much the whole pizza is.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest, the crowd's probably more lively tonight than it was last night. And stuff went down last night.
Yo! Hey, that was him, right?
Packets that weren't for hours are pretty expensive. No, they're not.
Fridays are always good.
What do you do when y'all start running over?
Dude, I used to buy those in bulk.
You see what he's fucking doing? What? Hanging his hand out the window? Run the fuck away! On Monday night,
I used to throw those bitches in my skates and my my hockey gloves. There's one time I put one in my helmet.
Don't let me flip my fucking camera back. What the hell?
Don't talk to me about Cole until you've played hockey on an outdoor ice rink in fucking -5-degree weather. I want to hear about it. What sucks is when you're done, the sweat, it freezes. You ever pulled hockey equipment or any equipment off you that was frozen to your fucking arm hair? I
Taco
have.
Venmo is up to show support. To show support. Because it is.
Dude, all right, I'm gonna tell this real quick. So we had like a Winter Classic game, right? But there were 2 teams after my team played that they didn't have a goalie. So I had to play triple duty. I had barely 15 minutes in between each game to get ready. So I did the first 2 games and I was completely fine, but once I went into the third game, I begged somebody where I was just like, dude, do you have a granola bar? Anything. I need something to eat. Thank God this guy had a Nature's Valley. Shout out Nature Valley. But yeah, after all 3 games were done, I got back to the locker room, which was heated. It ripped off so much of my fucking hair where I was just like, what the fuck?
Freezing out here.
This is what I get for being a good fucking person and also wanting to help other hockey teams?
Freezing,
Needless to
freezing,
say, didn't do that again.
You want to stay out here with us?
Winter Classic games are fun, though.
Send a little donation to the Venmo.
It sucked. Dude, there's a picture of me while I was playing. I had a fucking, on my goalie mask because it was so cold. I had to have, a hat on because, you could see, the steam escaping when I would take it off. Must be why my helmet smells today. Well, actually, I'll show you why my helmet.
Yeah, the Venmo's pinned.
That would be the sham. That orange piece.
Yeah, they went back in. Yep. It's a routine. It's a routine. Thank you, Nessa.
That thing's made of Kevlar. They test when they make those, they shoot shotguns at them to make sure that there's no dents.
Why would you ever do that?
That's a wall mask. That thing's made in Finland.
Water the road. Yes, this is Whipple.
I'm thinking about playing hockey again, by the way, guys.
Hey,
Not even kidding.
What is up, my guy?
Had a local league reach out to me and just be like, "You want to play?" I'm like,
Yeah, it's a Whipple.
see if I can schedule it on a Thursday.
I don't know, but I need a hot chocolate.
I miss it. It's so goddamn much.
You shared it earlier. Thank you.
At the very least, I want to play out. Safety first.
Buckets of water. Yeah, they slipped earlier.
Yeah, what the bitches, they have an over 50 league where they call it puck down, right? So you can't really lift the puck. If you do, you take a penalty. I wouldn't mind playing that.
They slipped and they fell.
But I'm not over 50.
Wait, can I see what you got?
I'm just so, like... There was nothing worse than going to play hockey on a weekend and just have somebody there that wanted to relive their fucking time in, you know, Pee-wees or whatever the fuck. I hated that shit.
Oh, they're all going back inside.
Old man Pep.
Oh, yeah, look, you guys can see them going in there. You see their little heads
Hey.
going in the doors?
Tentacle Mastermind, thank you.
Yeah, they literally come
Appreciate
out like
the sub.
once an hour. Sometimes more, depending on the crowd. Oh, they got the fire back up. Guys, we're definitely going to the fire. We're going to the fire. I wonder how long it takes them to come back out, though.
As I said, I don't know. I got one of our mods and a friend of mine, Rectangles. She's been trying to get me to watch Heated Rivalry, which I'm gonna be honest, the main reason I don't want to watch it, it's not even the gay thing. It's the fact that I know I'm gonna miss hockey. Like, I'm gonna miss it. Every time I watch, like, the Mighty Ducks, I miss it. You know, every time I watch a hockey game, like, in full, I miss it.
Sorry, guys, you were like staring at a tree.
I just took a really bad concussion. Like, there's no way around it. Like, I got knocked out in net. And I also knocked out a guy that did it, and I may have, you know, caught a ban from a league. Well, I guess a ban implies that I don't come back. It was a, like, more of a timeout, but they implied it was a ban. Yeah, I had this, have I ever told the story? I'm not sure. So, like, when I was playing hockey, my last game, I was playing goalie. I had, like, a AAA fucking, you know, douchebag from Minnesota, who wanted to, like, prove to his son.
How's it going tonight?
Like, how cool he looked.
It's like 50-50.
Like, his son was maybe, like, 3 or 4.
Hennepin
So
County
he's lighting me
Sheriff
up the entire night. It was like 13-0. I'm like, okay, we get it, dude. We get
put
it.
out our fire.
But then he fucking took a shot again, already dominating the fucking game. He took a fucking shot that was almost point blank at my fucking face. I lost my shit.
Which was
I threw my mask down, and I'm not sure if you know, like, hockey, but so you got the glove and you got the blocker. I threw my glove down and I punched this motherfucker so hard with my blocker.
only like the real, I guess, like intense part
The
so
ref
far.
was just like, and he's knocked out. Fair's fair.
How long have we been out
So yes, I did tactically catch a ban.
here?
What you gonna do?
I'd say maybe like an hour and a half.
Oh, that also kind of punches a hole. Since I never like actually fought him, that wasn't a real hockey fight, I sucker punched that motherfucker.
Mods aren't what?
So
Yeah, Mom's here.
yeah, we weren't friendly.
Mom is here. Sorry, guys, you're like just staring at a tree. Eat lots of candy out there. Help stay warm. Candy actually does sound pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah, of course, Caitlin.
I get
Thank
it.
you for being here with us.
Almost as bad. I mean, the ref looked at it like it was as bad. I mean, could you imagine being the ref in this game where I woke up because I was out? Like, I woke up to the ref doing the fucking, like, how many fingers am I holding up? It's like, oh, shit. I flipped my mask off and I saw the guy. I got up, I skated towards him, and I felt like a few, like, people, like, kind of holding me back. I kind of did this thing where I pretended to turn around, and then I just fucking went, just fucking wailed him. I only had maybe a foot away from me in his face, but the thing is, again, the blocker, so this is my blocker, so it comes out about that far, right? Here. About that far. Yeah. The ref, when he told me that I caught a ban, he was just like, "You're lucky you're not getting an assault charge."
I
I was just like,
We did get some respirators, yeah.
it's okay. As I said. No, we did not go for beers after that one. No.
Thank you, Lyle.
His kid's been on a revenge arc since that day.
Callie, no, I don't think so.
Locker, I hardly know her. Hey.
Is it okay if I get through here real quick?
Yeah.
My hands are freezing.
Ref with the sense of humor. No, I knew the ref. That's the thing about being a goalie. Because I also subbed in the beer leagues. All the refs knew me, and we were friendly. Cobra Pep.
Hey guys. Do you
Oh no.
something for
I totally went Cobra Kai that day.
eyes just in case? I do have goggles, but the problem with my goggles is that it's cold outside and it's very hot.
Listen, can I just preface that this is the number one thing I've ever done in hockey that I'm not proud of?
On my head.
I'm not happy that I hit the guy. But it was all instinct.
And so there is a lot of
Did not matter that I was knocked out first. It did.
condensation in them right now.
That's why I didn't catch an assault charge.
So they honestly need to be wiped out.
Oh, no. I blatantly, the thing is, had I removed the blocker, I would have been okay.
But I guess if I really could, I could slap him.
I did it on purpose. I'll admit it. I did not take that off my hand because I was just like, fuck this guy. This is going to hurt. And it did. But no, it didn't matter that I was knocked out first. That's not how hockey works. Unfortunately. Well, I'm going to wait for that to go away. I'm so tired of hearing about the condensation on this dolt. Yeah, right? Condensation. Dark Pep. I had moments. The thing is, that's why, my team could always count on me to, fight back. Which, it did surprise a lot of people. But yeah, as a goalie, that wasn't advised. Yeah, 99.9% of my fighting took place while I was a left winger. That, you throw the gloves down, and if your opponent throws the gloves down, it's implied consent. As far as, we're gonna fight. Yeah, as I said, I didn't throw that blocker down. As I said, it is my bigger regret in playing hockey, and I wish I never did that. But Why is hockey like this? Because it's kind of like this. When you get hit by something, you're like, this is why we called it taking a number. So, like, for instance, say that I hit you, right? You see how my number's just hanging right there? You take a number, you go back to the bench, you wait. You tell your bench, hey, 86 just he just wrecked me, dude. I'm going after him next play. So you would kind of be able to plan because you were going to take a penalty no matter what. Most of the time it was a major. So you were going to be playing 4-on-4 because, God, like more times than not, they would follow through and they would want to punch too. So yeah, you would play 4-on-4 for fucking 5 minutes. Mine was a game misconduct, which I'm not proud of, as I said. It's one thing to take a penalty when you're a player. It's another thing to take a penalty when you're a goalie, and then they're supposed to technically throw you out of the game, but they couldn't. Yeah, it's all right. Like I said. Stop! How is she still on? How? How in the fuck? She's on YouTube. Oh, TikTok. Hold on. We got TikTok. I think this one's YouTube, though. God, I hate these idiots with the pills. All right, well, that might end my coverage. I hate to say. Baseball also got these revenge unwritten rules. Pretty cool. Yeah, no, like that's, yeah. The unwritten rule of hockey is take a number. Especially, so my favorite thing was when I was in like league hockey, we would have enforcers, you know, even though technically in USHA, you're not supposed to have enforcers. Yeah, right. No, we would always designate the guy that has to protect our fucking center and our goalie. I was never always, like, I wasn't the biggest guy. Like, that's my thing, too, where it's like, there were times where, you know, I would go in for a fight and just be like, oh, that guy's way bigger than me. The one time that I did that, though, I was very, very happy with the outcome because, yeah, that whole, you know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I got lucky. But that's one of them. That's one of them that I had a beer with the guy afterwards where he was like, you got me good there. You got me good. You know, then we clink glasses. And that was that. Because that's hockey. That's how it should be.
Everybody's getting pictures of that.
That's hockey.
I don't know who this is.
I've only had one time that I've ever had the cops called where, like, it was going to turn into a brawl in the parking lot, which...
What's his little thing?
Where the worst part was, I had nothing to do with that. I literally nothing to do with it.
We're turning our back now.
There's another fucking guy on one of my lines where I was just like, oh, come on, man. Guy got booted off the ice. He got a game misconduct. He took a major, so he was out of the league for at least that season. And yeah, he was waiting in the parking lot and it caused some shit. He ended up to call the cops. Again, hockey.
Ooh, someone wants to pull in here. Whoa. Oh, someone said hello, dear. Hello. No, the wind is not in my favor. I don't know. Here we go. We got another one. What happened to our sign? Something happened. Uh-oh. That's for that YouTuber guy. What was it, Cam Higby?
So they're all this again. This is why I don't want to do this. This is why.
Poland, what's up, Bella?
Because people have asked me why I'm not covering this stuff live. It's like right there. There's enough people doing it.
You're back now. That's totally okay. Totally okay. We're at the Whipple building.
The only reason I would say is not to use her feed.
Minnesota.
I think I told you guys that I played hockey at a rink that's not too far from where they're at.
Pandita. Hello, Belgium. Yes, Maddie. Maddie, you've been so
Outdoor,
awesome
too.
This whole entire time.
That
Girl,
sucked.
I so appreciate you.
Well, it was awesome again until the end of the game.
With Maddie, yeah.
Ooh, Status Coup. I forgot about them.
You guys are real ones.
Yeah, hold
All
on.
of you guys. Love you guys so much.
Oh, Status Coup gave up.
See, so here's my theory. It's snowing outside. What if your tires slide? Huh?
Did you hear that guy?
What? No.
He just walked up to the people at the fire.
Protest activity has really dropped in the last few days after what appears to be a very violent crackdown in which thousands were killed.
How do they know that?
I don't know if
That's what he said.
you're hearing that or what you're hearing about that and what your thoughts about that news are.
Yes. So when I was talking to her, I actually asked her, are there martial laws in effect? What is happening in the street? Are people outside after the dark? And she was telling me that on every street, pretty much, there are many security forces. They are on high alert. Also, the state TV has warned people that anybody that is outside in the evening might get hurt regardless of their age or whether they are a protester or not. So they have been very
agenda-free
firm with that. And so people are actually scared to go outside after the dark. That's what I'm hearing from her.
Okay. And are you hearing anything else from her or anybody else in Iran about any other updates about what's going on there?
So, yes, I know someone close to me was shot in the stomach by a pellet gun, but thankfully they are okay. And this one didn't deter them from not going to protests. From going to the protests, they still attended all the protests happening before the martial law went into effect. I know I talked to my friend that has close relatives in Isfahan, and unfortunately, they lost 4 people. One of them was very close to them, so that was really sad to hear. And this is what makes the extent of this protest different than the previous one, in my opinion, because before we only heard about people being hurt or killed in the news. It wasn't that much of a kind of something so close to us, and this time we are hearing about people close to us that are getting hurt or unfortunately killed, which I think might be because there are increased number of people going to the protests actually, but also increased brutality of the crackdowns that are happening. So this was the update that I have but I think, and this is, I think before the martial law became stricter, and now they are very serious about anybody going outside after the dark.
Okay, and I'm very sorry to hear about people that's happened to that or are connected with. My
Thanks so much.
Condolences on that. I was also going to ask you. There was something we were just talking about before coming on the air. What was it?
Give me a second. I'll remember what it was. We were just talking about this. I have to look it up because I was reading this report. Oh, I know what I was going to mention. So I was reading an article, a report from the Institute for the Study of War, and what they were saying is, like a number of other outlets, they were saying that they have detected a lot less protest activity in recent days. But something else they said is that they thought that the regimes, the amount of mobilization of security forces, they have these lots of reports of, like you said, security forces out on the street, patrolling in different areas of Iran, also cutting off the internet. And they basically said the regime is not going to be able to sustain that indefinitely. And they thought that maybe when that stops, that you might have protests start to spring up again. Do you have any sense of whether you think that might happen? Or are people maybe just worried now that even if the patrols go away, will people be like, well, I don't want to go out and get shot and killed? Do you have any sense of how people are feeling about that?
What I am hearing from inside of Iran, just because of the abhorrent scenes that they are also seeing, and my mom was also telling me that what you're seeing on TV, it's not even close to what is actually happening here. So with that, I think it comes a great level of also fear for their lives, especially now that they've tightened the security forces and they are on high alert. I think it's getting harder for people to actually go to the streets. And I think that's why Reza Pahlavi in his today's press conference that was happening, he actually called for the people to go on their rooftops and chant from their home and not go outside, just chant against the Islamic Republic. And I think that people would start doing that. It's going to happen. It's going to happen from Saturday to Monday, 8 p.m. local time.
Thank you for mentioning that, because we were going to talk about that before.
Are they scared of U.S. retaliation?
And there's been a lot going on in Minnesota, Minneapolis. So I
don't think they understand that U.S. retaliation means that they're going to be at risk of getting killed.
A bit sidetracked before I was going to read what he said today.
No
but
worries.
I have his post here, and he said, I ask all of you brave compatriots, this is Reza Pahlavi, across Iran to raise your voices of anger and protests Saturday through Monday. No, that's the old one. I need the new one. No, let's see. That said Monday, December. No, but that's not today. Oh, no. Yeah, Monday 27th to 29th, January 17th to 19th. That's it. So he said, I ask all of you brave compatriots across Iran to raise your voices of anger and protest on Saturday through Monday, January 17th to 19th at exactly 8 p.m. with national slogans and show the world that the end of these anti-Iranian and un-Iranian criminals is near. He also said, though, I'm looking here, he said...
There's the guy at the middle finger mask.
If they have
yes. Dude rules.
raised the cost of the streets through massacres and martial law, then our homes are the trenches of resistance and defiance through strikes and not going to work, through nighttime chants and cries. So to clarify, because I was going to maybe show some of it here, and I haven't gotten a chance to do that, but you're saying that that's what it seems like here. He's calling people not to go onto the street and protest in the street on Saturday through Monday night, but to do chants like from their homes. Is that correct?
Yes, because even the revolution that happened in 1979, that was something that happened when they had a similar situation happening. People were chanting from their homes because they couldn't go outside. And I think that now they
Yeah, but that was the opposing regime.
still can do that.
You do understand that the people that prevented you from doing that are the ones that you're now clamoring. Jesus Christ. You know what? I hate being an American hearing this shit and trying to formulate an opinion on it. I don't have any opinion on this one outside of Iran should kind of figure out their own shit. You know, that true America first shit?
New videos of protests.
No, it seems like they're being disingenuously used.
From this year, before he even mentioned this, that some people that couldn't go outside, they were chanting.
You were in France in 1979 in college.
Out of their...
I was 6 years away from being born.
Windows, they went to the rooftops, and they were just chanting against the Islamic regime and for his return to Iran.
Okay. Fuck, you got 2 Star Wars movies until I was,
Okay, it's very helpful. I really appreciate all of your perspective and your
Well, wait, Empire 79.
updates that you're passing along.
Well, no, 80. So.
And
Yeah.
is it? Can I possibly ask you a couple of questions from the
Wee
chat?
baby
Because I know
Pep.
the chat has some questions. Of
course, go for it.
All right, so people in the chat,
Good
if
for
you
me.
want to ask a question of
Well, here I thought I was old.
Shiva, who again grew up in Iran. She was there till she was 21.
I'm kidding.
She has family in Iran. Her mom is in Iran. She's talked to her mom.
Ish. I mean, I did think I was old.
The last few days. If you have any questions, we can ask.
Yeah, 77 was it was 77, 80, and 83.
Her a couple of questions.
It was every 3 years.
You know what? One thing I want to ask real quick before we take any questions from the chat is: so is there any kind of change given what's happened the last few days, and given where things are now? Is there any kind of change in the overall, attitude of people in the Iranian community that, like, now compared to say last week? I don't know. Is it kind of the same, or are people feeling a bit different, or is there any change that you're seeing?
Yes. So the thing is that our hopes keep going up and down. So it's not, kind of a steady situation. So it depends on what we are hearing. But the thing is, we are more determined than before because of the atrocities that are taking place and the videos that we've seen and what we are hearing from our loved ones in Iran. That's kind of a motivating factors. We are just keeping it's kind of like a survivor's guilt that we are seeing people in Iran being so brave, going to the streets, risking their lives, and we just don't want to lose hope, and we want to keep doing what we are doing and try to actually make this a success. We want our people to be free, and we really hope that it's going to happen this time. We've been trying for many years now. Like I said before, I was in protests happening in the Green Movement where Ahmadinejad was going to be the president against Mir Hossein Mousavi, and they stole our votes. But hopefully this time we can actually get to a successful resolution.
Okay, and I can imagine how difficult it must be with the, going from, it looks like something's going to happen, and then things change, and like you say, your hopes go up, and then they go down. And also, like you said, it's a very moving point you make about, you want to do stuff, but you're not there, and you're seeing the survivor's guilt kind of thing. So I know people like you have really been trying to support the people in Iran any way you can here, and you're certainly not doing nothing, and you're doing the best you can. But I get that thing of, they're there and you're here, and that's difficult for you. So I sympathize with you having to go through that. And
appreciate that.
One of the so a crime expert, our viewer says, does she still believe in President Trump? Do people in the community believe in President Trump? Given, a few days ago he was saying, help is on the way, and now he's saying, well, I think it's great that they haven't done the 800 hangings, that they said they were going to do. So, any change on that among the Iranian community that you can tell?
Yeah. One thing before I comment on that, regarding the 809 execution that didn't happen, actually, and a human rights I think activist group, Harana, I think the name is, they were also reporting that yesterday they executed 52 people. So there are some discrepancies about the reports that President Trump is getting and what is actually happening on the ground. And these are the verified accounts on that website. So that's one of the things. But as for losing trust in President Trump, I don't even want to think about that.
Okay.
Because at this point, he is our only hope. So we get disheartened. We kind of say that, oh my gosh, what if nothing happens? But we just want to push ourselves through and say that no, it's gonna pass, and it's strategy. Something's gonna happen. So we are trying to be optimistic at this point, and this is what the sentiment that I keep hearing from all the Iranians here. We are just trying to bring more awareness and talk to people if they are willing to do so, or if they want to help, talk to other people and encourage their politicians to support president in taking action, so he has more confidence in actually doing the next steps.
Okay. Now, another question we have from viewers is, a couple of viewers have asked something like this. For example, Twisted God and some other viewers have asked similar questions. Who do the Iranian people want, who wanted regime change? Who do they want to take over and take power? Now, I know you've talked about this before, but we have a bunch of viewers who maybe didn't see you before. So we've had some viewers say, who do they want to replace the regime?
So I think that at this moment, the leader of opposition overwhelmingly has the support of the majority of Iranian people, and that is Reza Pahlavi. So even if it's the transition government, we want him to be the leader, and he to kind of move our movement through. So I think, and he's also offered his services, and he's been very proactive in his press conference today. He laid out his plans, IPP, that you can see on his communications website. So I think he has a good grasp of what he's gonna do after the regime is hopefully gone. And like I said before, after that, people of Iran are gonna vote through a democratic process to see who's gonna take over. It could be a constitutional.
No, that's not what Trump has said at all. He said that he was going to install the fucking, the Shah's son. Like, I'm sorry. Is she fucking stupid? Or is she just not listening to any of the other international news that's saying such? Or is she just that hopeful?
A monarchy like what they have in the UK, or it could be a republic.
Yeah, calling it out.
But that's going to be for after the revolution is successful.
Okay, so to clarify, just to clarify, you know,
if you don't think that Israel's going to be controlling who you fucking have in power, then you're fucking delusional.
a lot of people support Reza Pahlavi as a transition figure. That doesn't mean they support him as the eventual, a leader for a long time in the future. It's somebody to get you to that stage where maybe
maybe Perrin will marry the Shah's son.
Be an election, or people can agree on what's to come after that. Correct?
Yes. So what I'm hearing from people, they actually want
the young has misguided hope
to take over too, but I don't want to be rushing to that stage. But overwhelmingly, like people from the chants that I've been hearing from the videos in Iran, and from the rallies, the rally that
I just purchased something badass, and I'm very happy about it. So it says CM Punk supports Brody King, who is a wrestler, and Daniel Warren Johnson, who is my favorite comic book artist and also a friend of mine, that helps citizens affected by ICE in Minnesota.
They are also calling his name for his return to Iran. So I think that he is the clear leader of this.
Now, can I have texted Dan?
Position, and hopefully it's gonna
support your friends.
Happen, and his chances are
actually
really good
here. Check this out.
Be successful.
This is something he did for me.
Okay, thanks for that answer. And another question we have from Dizzy Skyline says, is it true that this killing is stopped? So I think what Dizzy is asking about is when President Trump said in the last couple of days that he had heard that the killing had stopped. Now, from what we've heard, and I know from what you've been saying and from what I've been reading, it seems like there's a lot less protest activity. But, do you know for sure what's going on with that? And if
after we met
the
wrestler,
and we don't know what's going on in prisons and stuff. So, I guess just what's the feeling about that whole thing, that whole
Some of his
topic?
art.
I don't know, so I don't want to say something that is not really backed by factual information.
Right. Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah, because there is a information blackout. And also when I talk to people in Iran,
Wrestle tour book.
we are very careful in what we say. They don't even know that I am doing these interviews because I don't want their lives to be at risk. If they are monitoring the call, we don't know if they are, but if they do, then I don't want to risk their lives, So we don't know the extent of the protests that are happening or not happening, to be honest. But for the executions and killings, the human rights activists news agency already reported 52 prisoners being executed on January 14th, between January 5th and 14th. So there are executions happening, executions of prisoners. And like I said, the state TV also warned people that if they are outside after the dark, they're going to be hurt. So they were very explicit about that. They are not going to care if you're a grandpa, a grandchild. They're just going to shoot to kill.
And I want to just repeat something you said and something you have told us before, which is that when people from Iran are calling out, you have said that they think that possibly the government could be listening in on their calls, so they're going to want to be careful about what they say. So maybe if they've heard something there, that they might have heard something that happened, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to get in trouble for saying it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so I just want to mention that. And I'm trying to look up because I heard the same report you did, and I actually looked it up today, and I was just trying to remember the name of the human rights group that covers the Iran figures. Do you remember off the top of your...
Oh, she's not even there?
Because I was going to look it up and just tell people what they...
She's 21. Her family lived in
They
Iran.
were saying. It's like 5 letters. I can't remember what the letters are.
Or lives.
It is HRANA.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's see if I can pull that up here. Yes. Human Rights Activist News Agency. And they said, I'm going to pull it up here. I had it. Yeah, so they report.
Still has she lived there until she was 21, still has family.
They said that they reported that over, I think it was the last 2 weeks, they said
she's in LA.
Said between January 5th and January 14th, 2026, which is around the time protests were happening, they had gotten reports of at least 52 prisoners killed, and they said that these individuals had previously been sentenced to death on charges including murder, drug-related offenses, and other non-political and non-security related accusations. And so what they said is that despite the imposition of the severe communication restrictions nationwide, this evidence suggested that the implementation of death sentences continued without interruption. Now, I can't confirm that personally. What I'll do is I will post the link to that report in the chat, and people, and if they want to, can read it for themselves. But when you had mentioned that, I just want to let people in the audience know that was the report that she was talking about. Okay. All right, I'm going to just see if I can maybe grab one more question for you.
A federal probe has been opened into Jacob Fry and Minnesota Tim Walz, whether they have been obstructing federal law enforcement. Well, it's almost like you guys need to actually do something.
Do you even know? One of our viewers said...
Honestly, I'm going to laugh about that one. Do they need to be pressured into actually doing something with substance, or are they just going to keep getting bullied by the federal government?
Dennis Britt said they had 800 hangings.
It's almost like this is the time to make your move there, guys.
Planned. So President Trump has said that they had 800 executions planned, but then they didn't have them. They canceled them. I haven't seen any confirmation of that number. Are you aware of that being confirmed anywhere or not? Or what have you heard about that?
I haven't.
Right.
No, I haven't. That was the first time that I saw
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there? So I really, again, it's
sugar off the pot. Fuck yeah.
So helpful to hear your perspective.
Again, I don't glorify politicians just because of where they sit politically. Unlike like the Trumpers and Trump.
Perspective on everything.
No, I will sit here and be like, no, Fry's a piece of shit unless he actually does something. He can say fuck ICE, go the fuck home, all he wants. If he actually doesn't do anything, then fuck him.
And also to get updates.
Same with Waltz.
For you. And like...
it's almost like it's a good thing that Waltz is actually up for re-election.
It was, also help.
Now, I just hope Klobuchar doesn't win. I hope that a DSA candidate wins. Or Jesse Ventura.
Hear that you had talked.
Honestly, this is what I've been talking about. We have been so about just reacting to this shit that we haven't planned to have a very effective candidate in Minnesota, Chicago, any of these places. Illinois governor. You do realize that J.B. Pritzker is going to be running for president. We need somebody to start running for governor against fucking Bailey.
Watch your mom a bunch of times the last couple of days.
But if you're all fucking comfortable with, losing Chicago and Illinois as a safe blue fucking bastion.
And also that
I am.
In the last couple hours, you'd be able to text some people over there. So maybe the communications are opening up a bit. Is there anything else you want to mention to our viewers?
I like Pritzker. For the most part.
Or just anything you want to say to them?
I got legal marijuana because of it.
While you're on with us?
I also like what he did with ICE, but realistically, come on, man.
Sure. Just a few more updates about the internet, because I told you before that they have in Iran they have national internet, and they have some state provided applications for that they can use for their daily lives.
Mm-hmm.
For example, they have something similar to Uber for ordering food or groceries and things like that. That is functional. It gets a little bit because I remember you asking me about this at How's Daily Life.
You're not there.
So grateful to my team.
To be completely fair, you're not fucking there. I hate this shit.
Life affected, so I asked my mom about it. So she said that application works, and they can order food or groceries through those applications. It gets spotty in the afternoon, and I think when it gets closer to the after dark, so it's just gonna not work. But the other application is that internal messaging system, the state provided messaging applications that they have, they're still not working. But I read somewhere on the state TV that they have a plan of phased kind of restoring of internet. So the first phase, I think, was the text messaging that was restored, and we just saw that it happened. We could exchange some text messages.
Hey, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. Hold on 1 second here. Sure. I have to turn the volume up. Hold on.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Hey! Back off! Why are you spraying me?
Wait, is that her? Wait. Is that her?
So this just happened here, guys. We just saw law enforcement run out from the building and they're taking somebody into custody right now.
This dumb motherfucker is actually like in LA.
Just
and
happened.
Fucking PDX, not here.
Very sudden. So we have Shiva on hold for a second, but wow. Now, one of our viewers said she threw something. I didn't catch what happened right before, so we might rewind it in a second and just look. So they're taking her away right now.
Get that motherfucking info. They can't see shit like that.
I think it was her. I can't find her feed. I think it was her. It's totally her.
Every day, we make 15 to 20 reports. People being assaulted, people being killed, people being raped, and they do fucking nothing. Nothing. And then they tell us, oh, we're being angry at the ICE agents. Yeah, we're being angry because you're not fucking following the laws. That's it. We just want them to follow fucking laws, and they do nothing but protect them.
I like how Steve's
Those
sitting there
people
with
just
that
got
smug
fucking
look on his
assaulted.
face.
Those agents
Honestly,
had no jurisdiction over any American citizens. And yet they sat there and did fucking nothing. Fuck you. And tell Swan to fucking wit. I said that. Fuck you. Oh, they sprayed water on the fucking tree. It's a natural fucking resource. You fucking cunts.
Hey, there's a new one. Maybe he'll listen.
Oh, they were doing that.
All of you. You'll never get another good night's sleep in your life. Collaborating.
I mean, just remember, our tax dollars are going to that.
Why are there 2 more sheriffs coming out? What they did? They just put her in the squad car with them?
You do nothing to help us. Nazi collaborators. Fuck you.
Oh, so by the way, what I did is with Shiva, I'm going to call Shiva back in a second. She was going to just say one last thing, but I didn't want to interrupt her. So I'm going to call her back in a second and we'll finish with her. I really appreciate her sharing her perspective on Iran. It's just, I mean, you saw it. We were talking and all of a sudden I just saw all these officers run out and arrest that person. So maybe
I got excited.
What
I told her that she could fuck off. I'm gonna call her back. I gotta get her for her final opinion, even though she's not even in Iran.
Let's just replay what happened.
He's so agenda free, folks.
I'm gonna just replay what happened a moment ago, and then we'll go back to the live shot again. This is courtesy of BG on the scene.
Jesus Christ, how does he almost have 1 million followers?
Who I am paying for use of his stream. I really appreciate it. So let me just show you what happened here. How long ago was it? It wasn't even that long. It was all of a sudden.
Sometimes I hate this guy so much.
Oh, here it is. Wow, it really was suddenly.
Wow.
All right.
I paid for this, even though I didn't need to.
It was moments ago. So this is about 6 or 7
Which, you know what? Credit to him.
minutes ago.
Paying creators.
Yeah, and like they just came in. So I don't know what was going on there. I didn't see.
Play it.
But you know, if this is like a few seconds before it happened, right here. Okay. So they're sitting out there. They're out there. Okay. This is. Oh, right there.
There's the girl in the green pants that looked like she actually did it.
Whoa! And that
They got
person
the
got
wrong
pushed.
person.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Hey! Back off! Why are you spraying us?
I think it was her. That sheriff? Tim Walz is going to have some explaining to do. It's on him. Don't blindly follow that motherfucker. Yeah, I know he's nice. I know that he has some good takes, but honestly, he's not doing shit. He's a weak cocksucker that's not doing shit. Honestly, I'm glad he's out. Fuck him. We don't need nice guys anymore. We need fucking people that are principled, but also willing to fight. For real. If Mike Walz proved anything, you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad he's not our vice president. I'm glad. Fuck him. If this is it, and he can't even fight for his own people, fuck him. Same with JB Pritzker. He can fuck himself if he's not going to fight for his own people.
Get their ID, get their info. Get their fucking info.
Like I said, if Pritzker came out and actually did something.
Get their motherfucking info.
There's a reason ICE left. Want to know why? Because they had to answer to a judge daily. Anytime they come back to Illinois, they're just outside Cook County. You want to tell me why that is? So, to some credit to Mr. Pritzker.
So before, somebody was arrested before when they were standing in that driveway area and they were pouring some water on the ground, apparently maybe trying to make ice. So she was standing in that area. I don't know if it was, because you can
Do I know what they're doing to Waltz's family? Yeah.
Saying they're going to come get.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he shouldn't have been a politician if he was not expecting the Trump regime to come after him that way, especially after Kamala's campaign.
So
I'm going to be real. Like, I know this sucks, but this is the times we're living in.
If it's right here.
If you're overly nice and you want to, I'm just kind of a knucklehead.
So it was these two people right here, I think. Right here.
Fuck that. I need somebody that has some balls. I need somebody that actually can get shit done and doesn't apologize, that doesn't fucking kowtow to the fucking the donor class like your fucking mayor.
Right? Now, it was maybe the person.
No, the mayor of Minneapolis is ridiculous.
On the right is the one who got arrested, but I don't know if they were. Is it
knock it off? Be
because
real.
They were.
I am being very real.
Standing there, I don't. One of our
viewers
said they were pouring water on.
If he wanted to fight for his family, then he wouldn't have done anything to capitulate to Trump. Instead, do you know what he did? He had one bad story from some fucking YouTuber pointing out a bunch of fucking, fraud. Then he got targeted with ICE, and he fucking caved.
On the ground, I don't know.
It's that standing up for his people, he fucking caved.
So I'm just going back right before it happened. You can see that they're.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and blindly fucking support somebody that honestly doesn't deserve it.
They're standing.
I'm not a Republican.
There. I mean, we saw this. This is
how
going
that
back.
Works.
They're there, right there. See. So a couple.
You have every right to fucking disagree with me, and honestly, if you don't like my content because of it, fine.
Minutes before they.
But I'm gonna be completely real. That's fucked, and that's what we do not need.
They were just there. Everybody
Fuck.
else is across the road, and they're in the driveway. One of our viewers said they were pouring. Yeah, one of our viewers said they were warned to not stand there. I believe there was an announcement about not being in the driveway before. So again, I'm not positive, but it might just be because they were standing in that place where
yes, the time to go high is past.
they're not supposed to be. I don't know. But again, you see the two people right there.
But okay. He's a bit of a knucklehead.
So I'll show it one more time just because, again, when it happened, I had no idea what was going on. It just suddenly happened. So, again, so you see them standing there, right there. When did it start? Hold on. Right here, I think. Hold on. Yeah. So, just so you can see the background, is they're standing there, and this is right when it happens again.
Honestly, I think the next person that needs to go up for one of these positions of power.
Again, this is...
All right. Do we need somebody that has no kids?
Again, a quick thanks, by the way, Kamikaze Elf, Jennifer Boat.
Since at that point they have nothing to lose.
Mart Ging, thank you, Martin Gingrich.
Fucking A, man.
Ralph Holzer.
Seriously, if it's that easy to get somebody that would fight for you to quit, I'm sorry, man. Maybe that person wasn't the person to be in the position of power for you.
Maybe one day we can interview Reza Pahlavi.
Be nice to have somebody that actually fought.
Ralph wants us to...
Instead of always having an excuse for why they don't.
Interview him. Maybe I
don't care if it's your family or not.
Like to...
You're in politics.
Interview him one day. Maybe we can. Thanks, Ralph Holzer. Thanks also, Matt G. and Twiz. I saw your question, Matt G. Thank you. Twiz TD Doob. Thank you. And real quick, Oxytropis, thank you for your support, and Static X. All right, so let's again watch one more time. This was a couple minutes ago. And you see those two people standing there, the two protesters standing in the driveway area, and one of them got arrested.
Oh, it's one of the guys that was kneeling on, like he was kneeling the entire time and doing some shit. Huh. I'll be honest, I was wondering why those two felt like they were able to be on that side when the rest of the people were on this side. Not even trying to do the fucking, whoa, well, why didn't you just prepare yourself for the boot? No, I'm just genuinely asking. You see how every other protester is on that side, and then those two were standing in the middle there? Kind of want people to be idiots a little bit less. Especially in moments like this. Don't make it easier on them. Fuck.
Hey, why y'all some big ass hoes? Why y'all in our shit? Why y'all taking kids? Why y'all doing this?
Hey, they're gonna take you.
And they run.
Hey, watch out! Watch out! No, they're coming for you. Watch out, go! 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 Hey! Get back! Get back! Stay back! Get back! Get back! Last warning! Hey! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
So one of our viewers mentioned this. I hadn't seen this the first time, or the first two times. They sprayed another person on the ground. Now, is that the person who got pushed over also got sprayed? I don't know if that's the second person who was in the street, but you could actually see when they came over and they arrested one person, there was another person they pushed down, and that person appeared to get sprayed as well. So.
Go, they're coming for you. Watch out, go! 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 Hey! Get back! Get back! Stay back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Last warning! Last warning! Hey!
Who is this guy? Steve from Agenda Free.
What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Hey! Back off! Why are you spraying?
I'll be honest, like, this is the part that sucks. And you know what? Fuck it. If I get in trouble for it, I don't care. They were the only two on the other side, while the rest of the protesters were chilling across the street. What the fuck? Do I think these two should have gotten arrested? No. Do I think that was a little excessive? Yeah. But I'm still gonna ask, what the fuck were they doing? This is what makes it frustrating to like protest in like situations like this, where it's just like you do understand that the second you instigate, we're fucked. They're the ones with the tear gas.
What the fuck? Get the fuck off of her! Ease the fuck off of her! You know this is fucking wrong! You get out of here! Put this thing in!
Yeah. No, it'd be nice to like see a little like sense in this. There's always somebody that needs to fucking push it.
What is your name? Don't make your big up, Tom! What is your name?
Just record them. Record the brutality. That's the easiest way to do it. Were any of you actually holding his cell phone out right in front of those guys? No.
Get their ID. Get their...
They need a class on street tactics? Yeah.
Get their fucking info. Get their motherfucking info. They can't see shit like that.
Yeah, Garzi and I agree. You'll never avoid crazy people no matter what side you're on. True.
So, as I saw it, there were the two people standing in that driveway area, and the officers came out all of a sudden. And
tomorrow they'll be semi-famous. We'll see.
And they arrested one of them,
Doubt
and
it.
the other person was the one who got pushed down twice and then sprayed.
That's only if they're like a Robbie Road steamer.
That's how I saw it. I believe a bunch of our other viewers said that too. So it looked like, again, of the two people who were standing in that driveway area, one got taken into custody and the other got pushed down twice and then sprayed. If I have that right. That's what I saw. Yeah, and again, there had been an announcement earlier that you were not allowed to stand in the driveway, some sort of announcement like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. So I don't know if that's why it was. I don't know exactly what the reason for it was. Maybe just because they said don't be in the driveway. I don't know. But that just happened about 10 minutes ago. And hang on a moment here. Give me a second here. I'm going to go back to the live shot now. All right, this is the live shot
Bring the
now.
police departments down for the administration.
All right, what I need, so this is the live shot here. We're going to keep an eye on this. Again, I really appreciate BG on the scene is doing a fantastic job of bringing live coverage from there. I'm paying BG, Brendan Gutenschwager, for his stream, but that is BG on the scene on YouTube. So what I did want to do real quick is, so we were wrapping up with Shiva, who was nice enough to call in. And again, Shiva is from Iran. She's lived there till she was 21. Her mom is still there. She has family there, and she knows she lives in Los Angeles area. She knows other people there. She knows people in Los Angeles who also know other people in Iran. And so she was giving us an update about what she's hearing about what's going on in Iran and how her and others from Iran are feeling. And I had just said to her, is there...
Ooh, Sleepy Eepy, thank you for the sub or the follow.
Or anything else you want to mention to the viewers. And she was going to say one last thing, and then this happened. So unfortunately, I had to tell her to hold on a second. Then I just said, well, why don't you wait and I'll call you back. So let me just get her on the phone again. And I want to give her the opportunity to finish up, which we didn't do before. So, and we'll keep an eye on this.
How much you want to bet she's going to be like, oh, what are we talking about?
Let me just do that. And hold on a second here.
Laguna Beach Police. Let's pretend I'm not here.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. So thanks for bearing with me as we do this. I'm going to mute myself and just get her on for 1 second here.
I hope she doesn't pick up.
Okay, guys, we're back with Shiva. Sorry, Shiva, thanks for bearing with me. Sorry for the interruption. We just had to cover some breaking news from Minneapolis. So when we last spoke to you, you'd been really great about answering a bunch of questions and giving us an update about what you're hearing about what's going on in Iran. And I had just said, is there anything else you want to mention to our viewers? And then you didn't get a chance to talk because we had to go to the breaking news. So I just wanted to give you, again, the chance. Is there anything you'd like to mention to our viewers?
Sure. So just another update from Iran, because I read this, it might be interesting to you to know as well. I read on Fars News, which is a state news outlet, that they said that the Iranian people might not have full access to international internet until Persian New Year, which is in March. But what they're going to do, they're going to restore it in phases. The first phase will be the text messaging, which has already happened because today we could exchange text with someone in Iran. The second phase, they are saying that it will be the national internet and state-provided messaging application would be fully functional. And the last phase will be connecting to the international internet.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I had seen something from Fars News before, but I didn't read through the whole thing, so I appreciate you mentioning that. I'll have to go back and look at their message. So yeah, I hope people get their the internet back soon. There, it's been over a week, and I'm going to mention also your social media again. I'm going to show it on the screen. We've been talking to Shiva. If her social media is real quick at Shangoolans, SHANGOOLANS. I'm going to post that in the chat right now. I will post Shiva's X account in the chat so you guys can follow her if you'd like or ask her questions if you'd like. So I just posted that in the chat. So again, Shiva, I can't thank you enough. It is so helpful to get information from you and to hear someone who is from there and talking to people there and
she's not there though.
Thoughts with you and your whole
community.
We'll have
no false journalism
to see how things play out. I have people ask me, they say, what's going to happen? Is the U.S. going to attack? I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. So we'll have to see what happens, but my best to you.
He's a fucking writer from Mad TV.
And maybe we can talk to you in the future as things develop.
It would be a pleasure. Thanks so much, Steve. And
this is an obvious attempt to intimidate
Shiva's a badass
me
name
for standing up for Minneapolis local law enforcement and residents against the chaos and danger this administration has brought to our city. I will not be intimidated. My focus remains where it's always been, keeping our city safe. And also, around the time this news was coming out, around the time that news was coming out, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, posted, without naming names, she posted a reminder to all those in Minnesota, no one is above the law. So it seemed like maybe she was referring to that federal investigation reported of the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis.
Ooh. Oh, okay. So they murder a citizen and then threaten the governor and the fucking mayor. Totally makes sense there, Steve. Agenda free.
B. Earhart says the woman.
Motherfuckers literally ushering in fucking fascism in with a channel called Agenda Free TV.
Woman who got pushed over got her arm hurt.
And he's a fucking ex-writer for Mad TV. You can't write this.
I haven't seen her after.
And a certifiable just fucking numbnut. Like, Jesus Christ. Again, this is why you don't need to take a poli-sci class. Like, you can tell that this guy's never fucking studied politics in his life.
I'm not saying that's false, though. I didn't see her after, so I'm not sure. She did get pushed over twice, though, and she got sprayed at close range. Yeah, you're watching. This is the live feed. Oh, hold on. Am I a little behind? I might be a little behind on the live feed. You know what? I was a little behind on. Somehow I think what happened is
you paused it.
When I went back to show you the replay from BG on the scene, I messed something up and we were a little bit behind. So I just caught us up to the live. So thank you for mentioning that in the. I thought it was live, but when I kind of went back and showed the replay, I didn't fully catch up. Okay, so now that's definitely live. Our viewer Lisa says, well, it's an investigation, so let's see what happens. Probably nothing anyway. I haven't had a chance to show you what President Trump said today. I should put that on the screen. I have the video here. I just haven't even, it's been so busy, I haven't had a chance to show it to you. He talked about Iran.
Who the fuck cares?
Hey, thank you for the follow.
All right, so I got 2 Portland, 1 Minnesota. I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck. There's not a lot going on there. And now no. After seeing some of the dumb fuckery that was happening over at that other protest in Minnesota. Fuck. Want some batteries that weren't included. Ugh. I like how my chat's just like, feds are in chat. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's all good. Does not look good. No, it does not. Alright, so got one request from all you fine folks. So it's gonna take some work. But Julius Peppers, baby. I mean, I got a Peppers jersey. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Sunday. Do me a favor. If you are not already on Twitch, go there, follow me. I do appreciate that. But follow me for a very specific reason. I'm going to raid a friend of the show. She's doing a 72-hour stream. I think she's like, a few hours in, so it's gonna be a lot. But yeah, Christina, Cosmopolitics. Oh shit. My bad. Is a friend of the channel and is trying to make rent. So, jeez, sorry about that. If you spare a little time, check out her content, and also possibly donate to her her rent, yeah, consider doing so. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Cops are coming. Hold on. Damn it. I was about to leave. If you can't hear me, it's because I'm in parentheses. Kirk, is that you? Just gonna ask now. I feel like that's Kirk. Oh, we're back to the unicorns. Hell yeah. It is. That's what I thought. Do they always have to have some fucking song behind it? God damn it, dude. Covering these protests has become insufferable, I'm gonna be honest.
Isn't he like going to jail now or something?
Who? Let me do something about it. You're the only person that spam quotes Stephen Wright. Yeah. I'm gonna be on for another 20 minutes, so cover a few of the protests. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna cover something. Plus, Kirk, since I got you here, I'm gonna play your new music at the end of stream. Actually, nope, I know what I'm doing. Give me a second. Oh, excuse me. Never mind. Okay. It's on. It's a little bitch.
Oh, here we go.
Fuck it. I have not featured political punk.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, she walks
Dude,
in like a
there's
wrestler.
like nobody here. I mean, look at this, though.
No, there's
Do you
nobody
see
there.
how empty this room is, guys? Do you see this event?
All right.
Like,
It's only 10
can
minutes,
we
so
just
yeah, we're good.
process this? How Anna used to be like this really big thing? But look at how empty that room is. Like, let's go back and watch this
I've been to indie wrestling shows that sold out way more than that.
entrance, guys. There is nobody there.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that. Bro, there's like 50 people there.
Jesus.
Dude, there is like 50 people in this room, dude. There
And that was a pay-per-view.
are so many empty chairs. Like, oh, dude, it is like these people are hitting.
Wait, I can show this? Hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. That changes things. Because that, I was sent the full interview with just pearly things. I thought I was not able to watch that. The fuck? Where is it? Seriously? Oh, fuck it.
Rock bottom. You know what I mean? Like, bro, is this Vegas? It feels like Vegas, right? No, it's Atlantic City. Dude, it's in fucking Jersey, bro. It's in Atlantic City. Oh, shit. That is Anna Kasparian. It is so trashy. Even the chairs look cheap, bro. Dude, it... I said,
it's technically an event hall.
I saw the clip that Kyle Kowinski posted. There's this clip where there's like flames on this digital screen. It is so cheesy. Dude, Atlantic City is pretty, Staten Island, like, rural Jersey vibes. Atlantic City's pretty cheeseball, dude. It is pretty bad, dude. But here we go. Oh my God, there it is with the flames. Oh, look at that. Dude, she's like Erica Kirk up there. They got the pyrotechnics. Dude, but there's nobody. Right. There's nobody in the audience.
How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Happy to be here.
You've waited long enough?
Would have loved to watch this in full. But apparently, whoever sends it to me, it's not there.
Ready to get
I'm hyped. I'm super excited. Come on, let's get the energy up. Yeah.
Dude, you can't.
I was about to do an extra hour.
Get the energy up. Yeah. There's like 12 people in the room, dude.
Very happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, this is like a bad open mic, bro.
Too bad.
Dude, this is like, like 7 years ago, Anna Kasparian was like the queen of politics. And now she is literally in Atlantic City on a debate stage with flames on a digital screen and like 12 geriatrics clapping.
Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not manipulation.
There are 1.6 million.
Kirk, have a good night.
There are 1.6 million.
Yeah, I'm only going to last another 15 minutes, so you know what? This works.
Men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit
suicide. That honestly pissed me off.
After a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it? Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
You have asserted...
Dude. Oh. I mean, dude, they are like Anna came into this not just to debate, but like to fucking humiliate. That is like kind of funny, bro.
I would have been a little bit different on the commentary, but okay.
Popcorn.
I'm checking Discord. You got it? Is it underneath general here? Oh, fucking finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, this...
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't...
Ladies and gentlemen,
as much as I like political punk, I don't need his
debate. Our main card has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to mix it up, all right? Have fun with it.
Sounds good.
And who is first?
I'm first.
I thought so. Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim
So extra show?
Pool's Culture War
Damn it.
podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis.
Gotta
declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women
Well, thank you for finding it.
should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women
If it's boring, then I'll bug out. I mean, I'm definitely going to skip around. but-
have contributed a substantial portion of the
Part that
U.S.
I hate. I
economic
wanna hear the
growth
opening, but
since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible for nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees. Today, they earn roughly 58% of all bachelor's degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's degrees. I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in this increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the US Department of Justice. Rates of intimate partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives
Hate to say it, but modern day debates should kind of feel like they're behind the curve if, like, their whole thing is debates, but they, like, this is good presentation.
federal funding
I don't know who set this up, but
is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst
but realistically, this is just high school debate on a stage.
University's volleyball team, having earned all conference
The
honors
valedictorian versus the fucking pick-me girl.
as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her role as a traditional woman, but she didn't.
The Hellfire's a bit
And she
much.
could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism. But she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem with her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women for theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging.
To be fair, one thing that's not discussed a lot is the fact that a lot of, kids go through divorce like that are our age, so we kind of were like, oh, what's the point?
Men from getting married in the first place.
I was that way for
During
a little
her
bit.
debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just
Dude, she's already getting cooked in the opening statement.
Just promis-
and she's responding. Ooh.
as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you. Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers
Oh my God, this is literally the difference between a professional newscaster and Pearl.
what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question
Not even the biggest
only
Anna
comes from
fan, but
covering
damn.
current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing men of their disposable income and their prime earning years. Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees.
Then maybe you should take that up with Trump, who just gave them, the OF models, all those gold cards.
1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime.
She's horrible at this.
90% will catch HPV, which is
That's why I was surprised that she took this.
incurable. Feminism has empowered women
This must have been a good paycheck.
to abort 1/8 of the world population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA or any country in the West. If done correctly, a man will have to pay for a child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states,
No.
that man will also have to pay for that kid's college.
And a deep fried pearl.
That is slavery
Good to
and
know.
is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives. They do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder? Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had recovered. While he was recovering, his
Are these even her words?
wife was
They sound AI.
plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car. The divorce took away his home, his children, and left him penniless and saddled with a child support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage of losing his children and his home, and his PTSD and constant pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veterans Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is holding the dog tags for every life that he has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence, yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes since
The fact that Anna didn't have to have a prop.
1970, an estimated 1.6 million men have committed suicide.
Time. Stop there.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and family court as hard as they are fighting for abortion, working, or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
Damn, the fact that you had to read that.
Okay. This is gonna be a heavy one. We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you
She read like
you
a 10-year-old?
shared, which of course is tragic,
Hey, someone who doesn't have the best reading skills.
can you cite some actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in
people
an
what
ivory
to
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only provided
Oh, she just realized that she's
an
cooked.
anecdote.
Right there. It was that fast.
Right.
Because
It's
if you
not-
look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't stop
Alimony is paid
spending.
out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
She didn't know what
Women
city.
do not
Yeah, 'cause
get
she's a
child
moron.
custody
Yeah.
90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95%.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Anna this one. This is where the contrast comes into play.
Of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside of the courtroom. Women get full custody 40% of the time.
Yeah, the way she's
Men
flipping
do
through her
get
papers.
full custody 20% of the
Anna had it laid down,
time.
didn't have to flip
and
through
40%
shit.
of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse
Oh, Pearl.
is abusive.
Jesus.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay.
Because you're so tall. And now we just get to hear. We get to hear.
Alimony and medical care.
Hold on. Oh, is this thing on? Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right. I think I'm good.
And dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But
manipulation.
There are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
No! It's lower. What is it? It's just lower.
Ah! No! Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Whoa! Oh my God, we're only 14 minutes in.
What's your next question?
It just. Oh.
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should shack
I didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn,
that.
word for word. You said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend.
Oh, Pearl, what did you do?
Instead of getting married.
You thought this was a good idea.
Do you think the advice that
Right,
you give to
right.
men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing. The best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And
I will admit that if Anna were to experience a, an unfortunate divorce, that,
no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life.
I've said this before, though. You sold him as like, oh, my husband played major or minor league baseball. My husband did XYZ and helped me with XYZ.
I married
Come on.
him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
Now that is badass.
None, I don't want kids.
Your height.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
what happens? What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is,
get-
but the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really?
pay child
60
support?
only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions
Look,
at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want.
Do you understand that they're yelling questions out because they think that Pearl can't?
But I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones
Damn, Pearl is like just she checked out of
that
this.
are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child
Men-
support following a divorce? Do you believe that
Feminists-
women should
feminists
be
wanted-
financially
feminists-
responsible 100% after a
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal.
She's
so I say
sedated?
be equal.
I mean-
if you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter if
divorces.
you're part of the
it does
10%.
matter. It does matter
It
because you make
doesn't
it
matter if
seem
you're
like
part of the 10%.
it's a widespread issue when it's
the tender
only
years
10%.
doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist
Where-
if a
where have you
woman
guys-
decided
it assumes-
to
it
forego a
assumes that-
career, decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare
you wanted,
costs?
You wanted to be men. Here
Do you know how
have
much
it.
daycare
You gotta let her
costs?
answer.
Do you think it's
You're not
free?
letting her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's
That's,
men.
that's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair.
No, but she did ask a direct question that correlated to your assessment there.
Yeah, you
So
spend money on Botox. You spend money.
You should
on
think
the-
about it.
On the
damn.
I sure am.
You spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So You wanted to be men. Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
Oh man,
why are you
got a bunch of fucking chuds in the audience, just like, yeah.
asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
There
has
was a
feminists
study-
been? I've been
Let
on
me answer
20
your question
different.
Because I have a feeling that the men kind of prove that they're not worth a shit.
So I should be
But I don't know.
interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
it
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000
children
to get a
by themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
Cost how much?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. We were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs while simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the
She can-
former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want to
Yes,
be equal.
equality means that
All
you're
right.
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that
Right,
includes
right.
the
so
costs
you should have
of raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
So you're saying that a woman who doesn't have recent job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired? Do you guys care
Men
about
do
this?
it.
So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the
What
poor
are you, a woman? That's an
husband, the
emotional
poor
argument.
ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities, but when it comes to
men are dying to care about their responsibilities. Men
Really?
are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
what's the empirical data on that?
I don't need
She has the pics of chuds.
Data, how many-
I mean, why is she still single?
people in here have had a
I mean, she has this huge audience. How has she not just been like, all right, guys, do any of y'all actually want me? Like, Jesus Christ, she's at that point.
family or
She comes from wealth.
a friend fight for their kid and not
God, I just realized she's another one that comes from an area near where I grew up.
be able to get it. The
Her, Charlie Kirk, and Nick Fuentes.
reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers
Got one leftist out of it. Hey.
tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they
Oh, Tom Powell. Tom Powell's from my area, too. Got two.
won't win.
What is
They
that
won't
based
win.
on? You have to provide, look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the
90%
cost.
of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran up.
Saved by the bell,
Those
literally.
opening interrogations are over.
What?
Let's take a moment here. You guys want to grab a sip of water? All right, 30 minutes on the clock, and let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
This is her whole debate.
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's a
are?
court order for them to
Which
carry
are?
out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think
don't
there
pay
shouldn't
it?
be legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out
Dude, Pearl's getting bodied.
a court order to, you know, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
married-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual statistic, empirical evidence.
She doesn't know what that means. She does not know what that means. Did you just see the way she tilted
They
that
should pay
mic?
their child support. $441
What happens-
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Damn, Anna came out with numbers.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
How does a guy live when he's paying $500 a month on $24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know
Look.
how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare?
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again?
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not
What-
carrying out a court
Okay.
mandate
Do you think
to
that
do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't
Why-
know
where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that.
third-
But it's
a-
wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal consequences
Why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men. You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement.
Amber Heard.
You guys push believing all rape victims,
She pooped in a bed. What?
and now we have
Wait a minute. What?
rape.
Amber
and now
Heard
Am-
had to pay
Johnny-
out a
Johnny-
massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she
Wait a minute.
in jail?
You want her in jail?
Yes.
Well,
He ruined
the
his
penalties
life.
for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to
To be fair, the Pirates of the Caribbean movies were on their way out, Savvy.
prison for defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why
okay.
isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be
Who
clear,
cares?
you think the penalty for defamation is prison time.
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do
Be
want
equal.
equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony.
Dinner.
So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't
Number
deserve
one,
any
women
alimony.
aren't even doing that. Number one, that's not even women are not staying home with the kids. And number two, you have daycare.
A lot of women
You
do
have-
these days,
you
actually.
have daycare as
The
a choice.
the traditional
Again.
women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives. And you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
if
Doesn't- it
feminists
seems like
cared
women
about
can't do anything
equality,
right when it
look.
comes to you, right?
If
They're
feminists-
stay-at-home moms, they're
Look,
traditional, they're...
I understand that you can personally attack me. That's
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the
I
record.
have a fucking internet hiccup right now. Dude, I'm in the middle of this. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Fucking bullshit. Well, I hate to say it, this is it. Yeah, if my encoder doesn't come back up, I'm gonna have to call it. Oh, there it goes. Fucking internet, dude. I'll be honest. This close. This close to swapping companies. Because, yeah, this has become a major issue. Oh, look at that. I'm back. Woo. Starting a new stream. Yay.
Do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet Anna complains about oppression. Men do not have the right to face their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their careers over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men do not have the right to raise their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime.
She got paid. Like, you do understand at least like a couple $1,000s for this.
Where are the feminists
She's reading this like she's in high school.
fighting for equality on that issue?
You should be pissed about that, by the way.
There has been rampant discrimination
Like, I'm not even kidding. Any of you couldn't have done this.
against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced at the same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that. I do
White
agree
men
on
in
that.
particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming
Oh, yeah. Her family's like super, super rich.
evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are
She's an idiot. She posted a house that she lived in Illinois where I was like, what the fuck? That's multi-millions of dollars.
Hold on,
reports
pause.
of custodial
You want the
parents
government
spending the
to
money
check
on
receipts and
luxury.
see, like...
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna. Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined $125,000.
Should women be included in combat?
Not mandatory
Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
What? Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. Next. Next? Nothing? Okay. I want to know what your ideal woman is, because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women
Because
will always have the leverage?
Women have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So automatically,
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
and
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the
from-
stats.
They
You
go
just move
from
on.
men to women.
You just ignore the
men
stats.
to
You just
women.
move on. It's
Billions
all
of
right.
dollars every year.
I thought you said earlier that
billions
women
of
are paying
dollars of-
alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women. Through
Based on what? Where are you
through
getting that
family
information
court.
from? Are you just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl. The main thing I want people to understand, okay?
Dude, Pearl looks awful.
Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell
Pearl has no
men
sources.
what to do. Sell me on.
You
okay,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men
Do you know how sad you have to be as a man to listen to Pearl and be like, yeah, she's right?
get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
Yeah.
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
That's from like the 60s.
Answer the question.
divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose to discourage people from getting
to keep her. It's cheaper to keep her.
divorced in the first place.
That's literally a song from Blues Brothers 2000.
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true.
Why buy the cow when you can have the milk for free?
Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have
is
any
it?
other like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner
that gains 25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do.
Yep.
And who cares?
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
How
Be an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you
How can men
children.
and women be
Pearl's never really had a real relationship.
equal
You can
when
tell.
one is expected to die for the other?
What?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone
That
else.
has never been a thing.
I don't know what that even comes
Yeah,
from.
but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women
No.
in the police force?
They're 10%, and they cause so,
So
many
what?
problems.
Who cares what percentage?
Jesus Christ. Pearl was born a little too butch and a little too tall. And all of a sudden, she just became not just a tomboy, she became a fucking freedom fighter for incels.
Women make up of the police force.
And none of them will fuck her. Do you understand how sad of an existence that is?
They're in the
They
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the
should
internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
Yes.
Pearl, what
Here
are
we
you
go.
doing? Like,
Here we
seriously.
go. The viral moment.
Next question.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
And you get to live the life you
Well,
live
even as like, what the actual fuck?
at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? There are men that die every year to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
What the fuck is this? One of the worst debates I've ever seen. And people paid for this. They paid tickets and a pay-per-view fee. Even modern day debate does not do that. Actually, shout out modern day debate for not doing any fucking shit like that.
This is painful, man.
I didn't see the laugh in the other parts of this. Where she's like,
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one and then I'll ask you one and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
ladies, who's lining up for that guy in that haircut?
I don't consider myself to be a feminist, mainly because it's a loaded word, and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with. Particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when, someone like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces, then yeah, the laws need to change. And I genuinely
This dude looked at Elon Musk and was just like, that's a good look.
thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So they're not fake stories and they're not meaningless, obviously, to the people who live those realities. In a lot of cases, they're very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from?
Who the fuck booked this?
Debate is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff.
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it. I interviewed another guy and he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed so many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And
Yeah, and I also know some unstable dudes that have tried to frame their ex-wives as being something that they're not.
Commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not.
Great, some random
Happening, but
transphobia.
there's a genocide of millions of men that's going on in this country.
Yeah, Anna's not exactly one to stand up against that.
You use
A genocide?
1.6 million men commit suicide. Have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives.
Right,
so they'll
but
take
why,
pills.
But why is that? Why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it.
Anna's got her there.
To what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is, I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this weird sex war.
But it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me? I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame
come,
it on marriage and divorce
home,
instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that divorce is the reason for most of these suicides?
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many
a
more
divorce.
times likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even
about-
care to
what-
look into it.
What about the women, though? That's always what you go to.
She's got a point.
That's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for
Are we going to be expected to have sympathy for ICE PTSD? Oh, yeah.
real
They're already trying.
equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women.
God, Pearl is, every time they pan to her, she looks fucking miserable.
Who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves. They'll take pills, it'll fail.
God,
It's
she
just
knows
a tragic
she's so in
thing all
over her
around.
head.
But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide.
Divorce.
What can we do as a society
You know what's fucked up? Right-wingers still said Pearl won this.
to help people?
That should give you an insight into how right-wingers think and what they consider a win.
To prevent that from happening, and you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one
I'm not
sex
kidding.
over the other.
I saw so many tweets talking about how, yeah, Pearl, you know what? She played the right card here. You know, the less speaking she did, the more she won.
Again, I mean, you're just proving my point because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back
Motivated reasoning is a hell of a drug. That's why, like, anybody that was like, yeah, Pearl did a great job, I immediately picture a divorced dad whose kids hate him, and he's trying to force his wife into having more custody time, even though the kids are the ones fighting against
I want
it.
you to compare the stats you're spewing right now with
Childhood divorce, I kind of get this.
something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If
Yeah,
they
conservatives just lie about like everything to themselves.
the-
Yes. Religion, sex, politics, relationships, all of it. Yeah.
The physical tests necessary to do,
you
so,
think,
yeah.
Do you think women
Notice how they're always the victim too when it doesn't go their way.
should be in selective service?
Weird how
Like
that
men.
works.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen.
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically I mean, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what the false accusations are. If
Just
she's
yes or
falsely
no?
accusing someone of rape, for
Just
instance,
yes. Or no?
yes.
Just okay. Thank you. I agree. Do you think that child custody should be 50-50?
As long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous.
That's
anyway,
a-
next.
Also, that does happen to men.
Wait, you said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
That it's a privilege
especially,
to stay home with your
coming
kids.
from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or
She doesn't.
financially. So to tell a single
Not the
mother who
slightest.
decided to stay
Fuck
home
you.
and raise her children instead of work,
No, fuck you. Fuck you, Pearl.
that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
This is
Next.
this is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not, so. Next.
Jesus Christ. I get it.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right? Never. I don't need to. Not that I'm judging.
It's why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
That one got her. That's why I'm proud of Anna for saying it.
We've been over this already.
It's estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
The dude just looked at the clock, just like, Jesus.
I don't believe your stats.
6 minutes. Fuck.
That's like,
The
where are you
American
getting that
Blood
stat?
Bank
this is tanked.
Association. Are you happy?
Okay.
1/3 of
That's wrong.
paternity
And
tests.
yeah, there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there are. Where
And there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Next.
Right, you can agree, but you haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Apparently it's a roast. I gotta
Do you
give
think
Anna some
that
credit.
men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No. Put a condom on. You don't want to have children, put a condom on.
Or require him to wear a condom. That's equal.
Yeah.
That choice is equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
She has a point.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
She was so confident that she had a follow-up.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Okay, I'm going to interject again, if I can.
All right.
Yeah, because you realized how awkward that silence was. I'm glad to watch this uncut version of this because I thought that that all happened like the way that the clips were showing. No, it's so much worse. It's so much worse. See, he wanted to dip.
So
he's like, eh?
One thing that I do think is happening is that there is a shift that is taking place in America. And I think you're both.
This isn't for you to debate. Stop it. You're not Piers Morgan.
Have alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that
every single fucking debate moderator seems to be a good, like a right winger.
Going into this debate, you
like I was about to call him a good old boy.
Thought a lot of these things were true,
right?
And you started to see that maybe these things were not as true as you
Good
believe.
content. I mean,
do you believe
here we are.
that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing over the last few years in terms of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing?
I think that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that, you know, women should get paid alimony when they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed, and as a result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look, much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories, and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the aftermath of a divorce.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl and others who are drawing attention to these stories? Because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you'd hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed. Would you at least concede that?
I'm sure that there are advocates who have fought to maybe change the way these court cases
He's definitely helping Pearl.
play out, sure. I don't know about Pearl, though.
I understand. We're in the debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience, the men that you talk to, do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some? Because I would take it that some of the guys who were a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair.
Anybody getting major chud energy from that guy? Just saying.
No.
No?
No.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely
I mean,
oblivious
there's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up? Or was it the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile?
Good question.
I'm just curious.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
Yes, it does.
No, it does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains pertains to divorces. But we're talking about a guy who got a sweetheart deal after raping minor girls, and then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this.
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
That's a perfectly sound example. Notice how the fucking moderator even had to be like, shit.
That has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do
I
with
think
what
in
we're
fairness, you
talking
gotta admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to
No, it's not.
the overall.
Oh my God. Seriously.
It's a pretty big anecdote.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also an untouchable anecdote, right?
No.
I don't think
A
it's
little different than
untouchable.
most.
I think it's super touchable.
You're the only one who labeled it that way.
So let's go back to actually hold on.
He's
We got
trying
10
to run out the
seconds,
clock.
So we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to take a break. We're gonna come off of the stage, and then we're gonna actually go up to the analysts and get this. So we'll pick up our open debate. Pearl, I'll let you begin.
This guy sucks.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
If you could hold your mic.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're
You tall bitch.
referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
We're gonna put you in those positions, Pearl. Come on now.
Yeah, those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men and women are built differently.
What's your
I mean, she's built differently.
plan when they stop?
I can't. I'm just gonna fucking keep going. I don't care anymore.
I mean, we're gonna have a problem. Are you
Are those arms not adjustable? Not to her height.
suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
That's a
What do
ridiculous
men
question.
get
They're human height, not ogre.
doing those
I don't
jobs?
have a plan, Pearl, for
Fucking Shrek over here.
a situation in which
Donkey! I can't reach the microphone.
men no longer do those jobs.
never
Maybe you
do.
do it. I don't know.
Fuck Pearl. I'm so done.
What's your plan when men start walking away from marriage? What's your plan?
Anna's just like, well, goddamn.
So, do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just
What
said
is
men
your
walking
plan-
away
what
from
is
marriage.
your
So,
plan?
is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan when men walk away from marriage?
Is he responsible for walking away?
I love this little fantasy land where men suddenly quit their
Into
jobs. Wife, I will not be on the oil rig no more. You're going to drill that oil for me.
Or is he just never
She's an oil rig.
guilty of
My
anything?
point is you shit on men.
I don't shit on
And
men.
yet
I love men.
Yet the very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or appreciation. You just tell them they're not doing enough.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite
What
honest
is
with
your
you,
plan?
if American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs,
Then they're going to be judged as being useless.
very likely our government will import men from countries where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably
And
how
what's
it's going
your
to work
plan
out.
when they
No,
date
for real.
American women
She
and
is
they
right
decide to
about that.
stop too?
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I never had
The
any
future
problems.
is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay. Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society. I think that you have a shallow understanding of
If anyone took that Pearl won this, that tells you that this was blatantly a partisan thing.
what I
Because Anna bodied this bitch.
believe, number one.
And I don't even like Anna.
But more importantly,
But holy shit.
what the
Pearl
dynamic is
She just demonstrated how intellectually fucking dishonest she is.
between men and women in modern society.
Like, if you support Pearl Davis, you are getting robbed. Just so you know.
You're under this weird impression that the
And I think most dudes give her money because they think that they have a chance of fucking her because she's so just her.
anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married
Half of
couples
marriages
tend
end in
to be
divorce.
happier than single individuals.
Right? They're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce
And the
means
other
that the
thing
marriage
is-
didn't work
yeah,
out. Obviously, they're not
you're
going to be happy in the
attributing
middle of a
Like,
divorce.
correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're
Except for you.
attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's a bitch.
Okay.
That's why no one's married you, Pearl.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates,
Food,
which
eight-
have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status.
Right, marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
From poor individuals, yes.
What's
do
your point?
Do you wonder why?
Notice how she just equated poor to middle class. Tells you how she was raised.
Because women marry rich.
People
My God, she's so dumb. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. A high schooler could out-debate her easily.
marriage due to their
Anna didn't even have to be a 20-year plus fucking newscaster. This was painful.
own personal
Holy fuck. Pearl is painfully stupid.
financial situation.
Holy shit.
So women marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you something, Pearl.
Pearl, where's your rich husband then?
Would you be willing to
88
marry a guy who's poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and loved the hell out of him. Best
All right.
thing in my life. Would you
That's
marry
very-
a guy who is broke,
That's very
no
nice,
career,
Anna.
and in debt?
That's
Would
very,
you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to the
question.
topic.
Would you marry a
So,
broke
all
guy in
right,
debt?
All right. So we're going back to the
Would
topic.
you? Would you?
All right. This is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay. So
I'm
men,
pushing you to answer a
88
question because
all
you are
right,
judging
all right.
women.
I mean, to be fair, hey, Mr. Moderator, she asked a direct question. You chimed in to have Anna answer a direct question. Are you worth your weight in shit?
And making a
I mean, you got that haircut. I'm pretty sure you are.
blanket statement
This is
of
the
who they
nagging.
would be willing to marry,
The
who they
nagging,
wouldn't be
make it
willing to
stop.
marry. But you're
He literally looks like a little pile of poo with like the little whip on his hair
not
and
answering
everything.
the question
God help
yourself.
us.
Would you be willing to marry
Does
a
your
broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to listen
You wouldn't,
to this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
All right.
Can't get
so
enough of
can
it.
I go back
Do
to
you
the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say, no, I don't want to broke.
Love is love. Now back to the
Worst moderator ever.
question.
I mean, again,
Men. 88% of the.
he got his money in the pay-per-view. Maybe. I hope people yee-hard this.
The food, the power
Jolly Roger coming at you.
grid, 93% men.
For the World War debate. Yee-har.
And transportation, 95% men.
Men are important in society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98%
It's the poo monster from Dogma.
men. Carpenters,
Oh, no, that was from Dogma. That was from Dogma.
98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you removed the top male-dominated jobs from the economy, you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open
No, it's Dogma.
machinery,
Yeah, it's Dogma.
no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never
What
once said
is your
that men
plan?
are not a
What-
very important
Feminists,
part of American
you
society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's
things
what you
up.
want. That's what you want. You want men on the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl,
support.
what have I
You
said
want
that
men on
gives
the
you
hook
that
for
impression?
alimony.
Let her finish
What
her
have I
statement.
said
Make
that
her
gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook.
This debate moderator is literally a fucking chode.
For child support, you want men on the hook for alimony.
What a useless piece of shit.
You want men.
He's like, I need the golden microphone. Look, so people notice me because I'm the debate moderator.
To not take responsibility for their own children.
You've been on the air for 20 years, and you have.
I like how this guy was just like, yeah, book me an event space in Atlantic City, but I get the golden mic.
Not advocated for men that are victims of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
How turbulent has Vertical been today? Not very. Honestly, it's been kind of quiet.
And men aren't
political
going to do
news.
it anymore. They're going to walk away, Anna. They're not going to do it anymore.
We kind of figured out that like the 3 to 5 o'clock hour is when it's like really pumping. The rest of it,
And feminists, as you said, have no plan
You know, I love you guys.
for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
luck.
their plan to be? You think it's a feminist responsibility to
happened?
plan for
But what up, DJ X?
this
How you
made-up
doing?
society where all men decide
You know
they
what's
no
funny?
longer want
You
to
guys
work?
know what's funny?
I'm wrapping this up and then I'm out. I've done
She
10 hours today.
actually advocated for left-wing policies the last 20 years. And then she got assaulted by a homeless
Oh
person.
my God, I still
does that
got
have to do with the
15
topic?
minutes
Because
of
it
this
was
shit.
the result of what you voted for, Anna.
Yeah. First of all,
And so,
no
and,
one.
and want to know why? Because
You think
Anna,
I voted?
Because,
Hold on.
Because,
You
because,
think I voted
because,
for homeless people to
because-
go around
all right, so
sexually assaulting
Anna,
people?
Because Anna
By the
was,
way, I got sexually assaulted
do you know
by
what's-
a
do you know what's-
guy.
all
Was
right,
that
all right.
was
So,
that
do you know what
his
the other crazy
responsibility?
thing
Was that
is?
something that he did, or was that my fault too?
All right. So the other crazy thing
This is
is
worth
that
it. Yeah, it was.
Anna complains that women's opinions aren't taken seriously, while a whole event was catered around her opinion. The other thing that's crazy.
What are you talking about?
Is Anna complains about women being oppressed, and yet she had less experience than her co-host at the Young Turks.
Hold on.
And-
Hold on. What were my complaints about women being oppressed? Can you be
All right,
specific?
all right.
What
You've
did I
had
say?
20
Go ahead
years
and quote
on-
me.
you've had-
Go
but
ahead and
you-
quote me, because you make shit up.
Yeah.
And you just
all
think
right.
like it's gonna
The
stand.
nagging,
You've never
make
had
it
a
end.
strong woman
Make it end, the
challenge
nagging.
your
Make it
bullshit
end.
assertions. So go ahead and
Make
tell
it
me
end.
what have I complained about?
Okay.
Give me the quote.
The nagging. You said women's opinions are not taken seriously.
When did I say that?
In a YouTube video.
There's 2 women on this stage
Okay,
right now
all
for the
Are we-
headline event.
Oh my God, are we gonna end?
When have I said women's opinions
All right,
don't
all
get
right.
taken seriously?
It's
You
kind
just
of
make
like
it
the
up.
roundabout. This is like eternal nagging.
What is your plan for when the
there she
80%
goes.
of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your
I
plan?
have a plan.
Yeah, what's your plan?
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better. Because we see what's happening in the media. You know, women fly planes, they crash them. I see. All women almost burned down California. You know, people are
What?
dying because they want to make
Wait.
women feel better.
Yeah, what'd she say?
People literally.
What I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick
Yes,
Me
it's
Act
crazy.
ever resorted into anything positive for you.
Are you done?
I'm not.
All right. So
I'm
not
not.
either.
Okay, keep
I
going.
like that.
The and
Whoa.
the other thing is,
Why are you all wet?
women fly planes, they crash.
You
them.
do.
Women are in CEOs.
What
they
are the
quit.
stats on
most
that?
Female.
What are the
most
stats
female
on that?
You know, it's like feminists. They want
Back
stats that say water is wet. The
Yeah,
sky
I
is
want
blue.
empirical evidence
Right,
to
because
back up your arguments.
because you know you want to be in control of telling people what to think and how to feel.
No, I want to be in reality. I want to live in a fact-based reality that requires empirical evidence, not your assertions.
You an itchy boy.
300. We all saw that plane crash on the East Coast. No one's making that up.
No,
yet.
not yet. He's fine.
You do better when you're reading off your paper, so I'll give you some time to do that.
Just demanding treats. Yes.
In the future, because I'm sure you'll find yourself in more
All right,
of these
what if-
debates, I actually think that you could be an incredible debater. But you need to look at the broader picture,
Oh
not
my
just
God,
rely
the
on
nagging,
anecdotes,
the
and
nagging.
don't make things up out of
Nagging.
full cloth.
Hey, Anna, maybe don't say that because she couldn't. No, that's the thing. She can't be a good debater because she does that stuff. Like, no, that's the definition of giving too much credit.
Okay. Feminism empowered women. I'll take the tip, thank you. Feminism empowered women to sign up for previously male-dominated careers that they quit. 48 to 73% of female lawyers, depending on the type of firm, quit either as junior associates or at mid-career. 1/4 of them cite workload, burnout, mental health. 73% of women who got engineering degrees in the past 15
Women
years
bad.
either have never entered the field professionally or quit early mid-career. 55% of all female accountants quit before or at their mid-level career. The attrition rate for women in STEM is approximately 50%. These companies often bend over backwards to get women hired to the point of discrimination against male qualified candidates. Then women quit because they don't want to work the long hours or deal with the levels of stress for an extended period of time, with women being 2.5 more likely to take antidepressants than men. The money and prestige isn't worth it to them. They prefer lower pay, lower workload, and higher job security. Feminism has empowered women to go to college
I have to say,
and take out loans they can't afford
I had a bastard baby, and then I found out that her name was Pearl.
for career
I saw her debate, and then I must say,
paths that will not
yeah,
generate them income to pay off those loans.
Men have
she's not my.
higher debt
college,
than women.
Right, because
They do.
because women put their biggest expenses on their husband's credit card.
I had a bastard child with the daughter of the kid from the Andy Griffin show. Ron Howard.
According to Experian, and they look and
Women
account
are
for those
85%.
factors
Women
that
are
you just
85%
mentioned.
of women are
Hold on.
85% of consumer
Pearl's the baby from Junior.
spending. We lead when it comes to luxury brands.
Men have more mortgage debt, car loan debt, personal credit card debt,
Right, because they're
personal
expected,
loan
they're
debt.
expected to provide. Women make 80% of consumer buying decision. Again, if feminists really cared about equality, they would provide for the men.
They would what
Where's,
for the men?
where's king
Sorry, I
treatment,
missed that.
fellas?
Sorry, can you repeat
If
that?
feminists cared about equality, they would provide for the men. But yet, that is a small minority of women.
Wait, so let me get this straight.
Pearl has all the single dad tropes.
Honestly, your whole shtick is women should bend over backwards and do everything they can for men. My argument.
I'm an egalitarianist.
Hold on, my argument
You mean egalitarian?
is that men and women are
Like I said, do not get a poli-sci degree. It's a waste of money.
both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should
I hooked up with Sarah Connor on T2. And we made Pearl.
both be treated with
John Connor was not happy.
respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work,
No.
we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not
you
equal-
seem
but women are
to
not-
put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women
I
are
never
not
said that they
equally-
weren't.
Women are
Yeah, Pearl went on Fresh and Fit, made friends with them, and somehow, some way, decided that, yeah, you know what all the problems in the world are? Women.
not equally important because they don't.
Because she, again, hasn't been chosen by dudes. Like, I'm going to be mean here. I'm going to just be fucking blatantly mean. In high school, she never got picked because she was too tall, and honestly, there's just nothing, like, she already had a shit personality, like, to mix with it, too. So, usually girls in her position, they would have to have a personality that you'd be like, yeah, you know what? Cool. She had neither. So, she graduated, and she hated everybody. But she blamed it on the women. Because in her mind, it was all the pretty girls that fucking took the guys from her. Not the other way around, where guys just chose to go past her.
Don't do the equal amount of work. Men have invented
I know, it's shitty, but that's how dudes think.
the majority of the inventions.
I'm just being real.
Men have
Really?
started
Yeah.
Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job. Men produce 90% of
Who's scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work?
food supply, 90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not
Who's-
women.
who's
Not
raising
women. They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
women aren't
working?
having kids.
I mean, Pearl's a fucking generous 4.
All
So
day
women
long.
aren't
Like, let's be real.
doing it.
And that's including the personality.
Daycare workers now, to be honest, it's not the moms.
Not everyone grew up
Maybe a 3.
in an affluent
That laugh just put her at a 3.
household like you. They need a dual income household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
live in
Pretty sure she's grifting.
reality for
Anna,
one
you
day.
Well, she's grifting at the expense of her fucking sexual, like, gratification.
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
What, bitch? What do you do for a living?
I also talk, but I can acknowledge it's not that hard
Okay.
of a job.
Talk a lot of
where
bullshit.
you pretend it's more important than it is.
Right. Okay.
Pearlie's just finding where the grift is at, and she gets support. Well, ish.
Well,
I saw the donation she was getting. Oh, really?
There were only about 30 seconds
Jesus. How many fucking dudes are just like, yeah, you know what, Pearl? I got you.
left.
Like, do you think any of them actually want to fuck her, or do you think that it's like they just realize that they need her as the mouthpiece?
Just call it there. All right, good
Like, who in the fuck is donating to this bitch?
job. Give these debaters a round.
The low self-esteem is crazy. I mean, it's
All right.
late.
We have 5-minute closing statements where you will not attack each other or call each other names. Anna, you're first.
To be fair, that happened twice And I bet you wish that happened a lot more.
I'm just going to go ahead and read what I couldn't get to in my opening statement, if you don't mind. Taking advice from someone like Pearl will ensure that you will be lonely and incredibly sad. If you have this dark view of an entire sex, nearly 50% of the country, I can't imagine living day to day being a happy person.
Dude, I couldn't make this shit up. Here, fuck it. You know what? Here, this isn't gonna show anything. So I just got recommended Dean Withers as a friend.
I don't know what Pearl actually believes. Part of me feels like this is a
This has been happening more and more where I'm like, whoa.
shtick.
What the fuck?
But I'm going to take what you say at face value and just think you genuinely
good.
believe it. And if you do genuinely believe it, I actually feel really bad for you. If you think women in general fit in this weird description where they're looking to take
This is a weird space to be in sometimes, I have to say.
advantage of people,
just
where
like,
they're
whoa.
looking to rip people off, where they're looking to get
Stalk my
married
profile.
only to divorce and steal a man's money.
This isn't, I'll be honest, this is not the first time it's happened, and it's not the largest name where I'm like, oh.
You live in an alternate
And then it
universe.
turns out to be real, too, where I'm like, oh, shit.
Sometimes
just have
divorces are
eyes.
ugly. Sometimes there are bad women who make things up, who lie about rape, and there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
The difference between you and me is that I think the bad behavior of women deserves consequences, just like the bad behavior of men deserves consequences. That's
But
what
one's
equality
legal,
is.
one's not.
What you're advocating for is a society in which men get away with everything and women get blamed for everything. That's
That's
it.
fair.
I mean, what else am I going to say?
All right, that was her close.
All right. I can go.
Someone needs to ask Pearl. She's looking to get married to steal a man's money and divorce him.
Might as
All
well
right.
jump in.
Feminists are mainly white, middle-class, female liberals who have no idea how the real world works and yet want to advise you on how to live in it. Let me go
Put your notes down.
through your complaints. Feminists want control over
Closing arguments are usually based in, I don't know, some of the arguments you might have had.
their bodies. You win.
Wow.
You have 12 types of birth control, and you can actually Uber Eats a Plan B. You have abortion on demand, and in the states that it's not, it's simply a weekend trip. You have aborted an eighth of the world population. You win. Feminists wanted to fight against
They gave Pearl the last word. They gave Anna the first.
rape culture. You win. If a
That's usually how it
woman
goes.
is raped, assaulted, or if she revokes consent after the fact,
Look at
she
her
has the
handwriting.
power to
I noticed.
get a man fired from his job, kicked out of school, or thrown in jail. You won, feminists. Women want to be free of traditional gender roles. Fine.
Said to be
Men-
put together for Yes. Have you not noticed the structure of the debate? The moderator, how he's a bit of a right winger, like he's doing that.
Well, I don't think that, it's not really, that doesn't have a lot to do with it, and you didn't really need to bring up Trump.
Men invented the dishwasher, the Roomba, the air fryer, fast food, and Uber Eats. There are meal prep services and cheap restaurants. You win. Women have
Bitch sees an Applebee's and she's just like, thank God for
Women
men.
wanted to have a career first and get married later in life. Men allowed women to come into the workforce and have millions of dollars in funding, pushing women into male-dominated fields and scholarships, and invented IVF to give us another 5 years of fertility. The husbands pay for the IVF.
Which, to be fair, you got some people on your side that are saying that that's a front against God, but who am I to judge?
And they are pushing to get it taxpayer funded. You win. Women wanted to be sexually liberated instead of getting married. Men invented Tinder and Hinge so random men can literally
get the fuck
come to your door. The men from your hometown are not good enough. Men invented social media so you can get flown out.
They invented Tinder and Hinge.
Out by the highest status men in the world. Men did not.
You can tell that she's just like, why
Why did they do that? Because now no men want me.
Women did not want to work labor jobs? Fine. Men invented social media so you can talk into a microphone and get paid. You can now work from home so you can have a
Bitch! You do the same.
Family and be a mom.
Right?
You can make money selling your nudes on the internet and become a billionaire. Women did not want to give birth? Fine. Men invented surrogacy so another woman can do it for you. Women wanted to be thin without working out. Now you have Ozempic. You want to look younger? Fine. Men invented Botox, hair dye, filters on your phone, nose jobs, Anna knows, plastic surgery, lash extensions, makeup, and AI to make you look thinner.
You should look into it.
You can now wait till 40 to have a baby, freeze your face, work in an air-conditioned office, earn a living sitting on your ass, getting fat, spending money you don't have, marry someone to pay it off, divorce him, put him on alimony and child support, get a Roomba, abort your kid, have unprotected
What's your thing with the Roomba?
sex on camera, get paid for it.
Roombas aren't exactly a luxury item anymore, Pearl.
Order any
What are you talking about?
cooked food to your door, get a self-driving car, and then complain to men that they caused you to be lazy and fat. You are now empowered to have 10 abortions.
You can find a fucking Roomba at Goodwill for like $40.
300 men take a DEI position that pays $300K a year, Uber Eats a Plan B, study underwater basket weaving, and get sympathy when your degree pays no money. Feminists are spoiled, liberal, progressive women that have no idea how good they have it. You guys will never be happy until men are nothing but empty shells who are slaves to the system, fueled by feminists' selfishness, spending habits, and poor choices. Feminists don't care about equality because if they did, there would be equal rights for men. There would be equal men's shelters. There would be equal funding for men's cancer. There would be real equality. I checked 20 different feminist websites and have not found one that mentioned a single issue that asked for men to be equal. It only asked for special treatment. Feminism has empowered women to destroy this country through the death of 1,000 cuts. Feminism is not about equality, it's about insidious domination. It has been a slow creep to where women are complaining about their non-existent oppression. Men have figured this out.
It seems like she's getting a little bit more time.
Because they're highly adaptive and the math is not mathing. I am curious to know feminists' plan when men refuse to stop providing, protecting, and maintaining the civilization you enjoy corrupting. Feminists are about to fuck around and find out. Feminists have won. You destroyed every single male group that used to be strictly for men, like Boy Scouts. You can falsely accuse men of rape, harassment, and endless lawsuits. Feminists have more political power, voting power, and spending power than any other group. Everybody caters to you. Corporations cater to you because women are the primary purchasers. Politicians because they need the vote. Men have to pay child support to a rapist. Men are not believed when they're abused. Men have to die at work and at war. Men have to pay child support for 18 to 21 years. Men have to register in selective service. Men are not given additional consideration for college admissions, jobs, opportunities, and scholarships. Children are not DNA tested at birth, leading to paternity fraud, which is not prosecuted at all. And men will more than likely deal with this in their lifetime. Men are the majority of the homeless. Men are the majority of the suicides. Women can hit men, and men can't hit back.
This is hell.
Feminism.
The fact that we have to sit here looking at a countdown clock where Anna can't respond. Yeah, it is.
Has empowered women to
This is going to be the longest 20 seconds of my goddamn life.
destroy men, and congratulations, 1.6 million men have committed suicide. What more do you want, Anna?
All right.
That was appropriate.
That is the debates. Let's give it a big.
And that's why Pearl was like, I won. They gave Pearl the last word. She's like, I won. How'd you become a chud farm? I don't know. I suddenly got large enough to start attracting people through a certain time of day where, yeah, I'm getting some attention, but I can't ban them right now because I'm at that fine point of trying to build not even an audience, but like the algorithm that rewards, being controversial. And I have been taught well, taught. I've been told by other content creators to leave it be. That once I hit a certain point where I don't lose like a certain amount of audience, then I can, start banning. But right now, I'm in that grind game. So sorry, Elaney. Sorry to anybody that is kind of feeling the hurt from, all the chuds coming in. Thanks for that train wreck. Yeah, that was a lot. Not gonna lie. Yeah, let me put up my screen and everything. I feel like if you mute them for 3 days, they might learn. It's not about muting. Elaney, if I mute them for 3 days, then I will not see growth on the platform. What happens is when I have a bunch of people hating my content, that helps push my content into the algorithm. I'm a newer content creator. I'm not Vosh. I'm not Hassan. I'm not any of these bigger fucking guys. So I cannot, and this is unfortunate to say, I can't just push them off of my fucking channel. Sorry. Yeah, I know. We're past dinner time. I know. Explain to everybody. Seriously? One last one. I believe in you, bro. I believe in me too. I'm just explaining why it is the way it is. I'm not exactly thrilled about it. I'm not exactly thrilled that I have to let a whole bunch of fucking chud assholes into my chat. But yeah, that's how it is. If I want to fucking make my way in this YouTube game, that's how this goes. I'm a smaller creator. Only been doing this for, I'm going on my second year, or I am on my second year. Don't know what else to tell you, folks. That's where we're at. So I can handle. You're on Twitch, Elaney. To be completely fair, I'm gonna be a little bit of a dick here. You're on a platform where you could easily ignore him. It's not like you're sitting there with the vertical stream. Fuck. If I need to turn off chat, fine, so be it. So you don't even see the assholes. But fucking A. But with that being said, okay, I get it. You just had food. Fuck. You good? All right. I'm on YouTube too. Oh, you just talk here because it's faster. Oh, I understand. No worries. Well, you destroy the chuds each day, and I feel like you're getting through to at least one. Yeah, no, I am. No, I'm confident enough with what I'm doing, but yeah, I've gone like super overtime, so I'm going to call it. It's time for me to go, cause it looks like a Saturday stream might be on the board tomorrow again, with the missus still in quarantine. Yeah. Looks like I'm have some time, so yeah, if I'm feeling it, I will see you guys tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday. That being said, I appreciate you being here. Sorry, Elaney, didn't mean to make that into a thing. You see the Dean Withers debate merit now? A little bit ish. Thanks for the stream. Take care. Yep, I will see you guys. And yeah, take care of yourselves and each other. With that being said, peace. Oh, damn. That's not okay. There we go. All right. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
By the way, you're all rating cosmopolitics.